What transformation awaits Vegeta upon acquiring a system? Vegeta. Nani? System. Am I destined to be the eternal second? Vegeta. Oh yeah, Super Vegeta. Kakalote. Vegeta. Take me along to grow stronger. Raditz. I am grateful to His Highness Prince Vegeta for resurrecting me. Chapter 1. Vegeta acquires the system. That useless Raditz was actually slain by a lowly warrior and another. It was truly humiliating. Raditz is dead. Your Highness Vegeta. Shall we seek vengeance on Earth? Naba pressed the detector and addressed Vegeta, who was gnawing on an alien limb. Of course we shall. Have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls? They can grant any wish. How intriguing. Vegeta tossed aside the limb and stood with a cold smirk. Naba rose alongside him. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, he understood that Vegeta intended to go to the blue planet. Is this thing called the Dragon Ball real? Nevertheless, it's fine to go. We can resurrect Raditz. Resurrect him? Naba, you think too much. I intend to wish for our immortality. Vegeta chuckled coldly. Resurrect Raditz? What a joke. Well, that's acceptable. Seeing that Vegeta had no intention of reviving Raditz, Naba refrained from further comment. He followed the words of His Highness, Prince Vegeta. 4 generations, he had assisted Prince Vegeta. He was merely assigned to support Vegeta, who, even in his youth, possessed a battle power of 10,000, rendering assistance unnecessary. Let us go, Naba, Vegeta declared as he approached the circular spacecraft. As he entered, he heard the voice of the system's AI. Ding! The supreme system of all realms has detected Vegeta, the eternal second in the Dragon Ball world. System binding commencing. The sudden voice left Vegeta momentarily stunned, and he immediately shouted, "Who dares speak such nonsense of his prince being the eternal second?" Yet, no one responded. Naba emerged from the spacecraft, looking at him. Prince Vegeta, what's wrong? This planet is devoid of life? Oh no, no living beings. Hearing Naba's words, Vegeta exited the spacecraft, squinting. But in the next moment, the AI's voice rang out again. Ding! System binding in progress. Ding! System binding complete. Congratulations, Eternal Second Vegeta has acquired the system. The voice struck Vegeta deeply. Once again, he was labeled the Eternal Second. What nonsense was this? In an instant, Vegeta erupted in fury, sending the spacecraft flying. Even Naba was cast aside. With a battle power of only 6,005, Naba was no match for Vegeta's 18,000. The disparity was over 10,000. Prince Vegeta, what happened? Naba was bewildered. What was going on? Was Vegeta's planet destroyed, leaving him dazed? Did you not hear someone speaking? Vegeta scoffed, casting a glance at Naba. Naba, looking innocent, genuinely hadn't heard any voice. Seeing Naba's expression, Vegeta frowned. He did not believe Naba would deceive him. Just as he was about to speak again, a flash of light enveloped him, transporting him away. He found himself in a vast, white space, which could also be referred to as the system space. At that moment, Vegeta looked around in shock, realizing he had been teleported without noticing anything unusual. Vegeta, stop searching. I am here. The voice of Yang Tian echoed from behind him. Vegeta turned around, unleashing a ki blast towards him. However, before the blast could reach Yang Tian, it vanished. How? Is this possible? Vegeta was astonished. If Yang Tian had deflected or blocked it, Vegeta might have considered him formidable. Yet, the ki blast simply disappeared before him, completely shattering his understanding. Vegeta, do not be so angry. It is precisely this temper that has relegated you to the role of the eternal second in the Dragon Ball world, Yang Tian remarked calmly. Vegeta was infuriated. Again, the eternal second. Who exactly was this person? Who are you? Where's this place? Why have you brought me here? Vegeta demanded, fixing his gaze firmly on him. My name is Yang Tian, the owner of the supreme system of all realms. This is the system space. I found your situation to be quite pitiful, being the eternal second, so I wish to assist you. Yang Tian explained, immediately elucidating what the system entailed, as well as the concept of time travelers. Vegeta initially feared Yang Tian intended to harm him, but upon realizing he was unharmed, he relaxed and absorbed the delightful information flooding his mind. After a moment, he incredulously asked, the system, can it truly make me stronger? Of course. I am the supreme system of all realms, and the previous host has achieved legendary status. I am merely here to guide you, the eternal second, Yang Tian replied. Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta was filled with fury, feeling the weight of being the perennial second. He found it rather ironic, yet he could not articulate his thoughts. It seemed as though the person before him was stating the undeniable truth. What is the myth of Dalai? Vegeta caught the keyword. Do not dwell on it. You cannot attain it at present, and I believe you are more suited to pursue the Saiyan transformation route, such as the Super Saiyan. Yang Qian waved his hand, indicating that Vegeta should forget about the myth of Dalai. Super Saiyan? Are you aware of the legendary secrets within our Saiyan lineage? Vegeta was utterly astonished at the mention of Super Saiyan. This transformation was unknown even to elite warriors like Naba. He had only heard about it from his father, Vegeta Wong. Only his father, Vegeta Wong, had the right to know the legend. Nonsense. There are numerous transformations among Saiyans. Super Saiyan is merely the beginning. What? Saiyan transformations? Is Super Saiyan a form of transformation? Vegeta inquired in disbelief. He had always thought that Super Saiyan merely indicated an increase in power. Otherwise, during the time on Nammei Kashing, he believed that Wukong was a Super Saiyan, unaware that it was a transformation that could be achieved. Indeed, however, I brought you in here to make you aware of what the system is. Now that you understand, you may leave. Yang Tian's voice resonated. Vegeta returned to a familiar place. Observing Naba's anxious expression, he realized that Naba had panicked during his brief disappearance. After all, he was the last prince of the Saiyans. If even he were to vanish, the Saiyans would truly be doomed. Prince Vegeta, what just happened? How did you disappear? Naba rushed over to inquire as soon as he saw Vegeta materialize out of thin air. It's nothing. I am preparing to head to Earth. Vegeta replied without offering an explanation. Ridiculous. What status did Naba hold that required him to explain the system? Moreover, he did not even know how to elucidate it. Without hesitation, Naba made his way to his spacecraft, and Vegeta followed suit. The two set off on their journey. Since the journey would take a year, Naba activated sleep mode, while Vegeta did not. He intended to study this thing called the system. Chapter 2. The Novice's Gift Package. System. Oh no, Yang Tian, are you still there? Vegeta inquired from within the spacecraft. Yet, Yang Tian's subsequent remark pierced through his defenses. I reside within your mind. You need only communicate with me through thought. There is no need to vocalize your words, lest others perceive you as foolish. Vegeta seethed with indignation. Did this imply that he, Vegeta, was indeed foolish? Yang Tian, what is your true purpose? Ding. It has been detected that host Vegeta is still unaware of how to utilize the system. The system will automatically provide guidance. In the next moment, a flow of memories surged through Vegeta's mind, revealing the operational intricacies of the system. For trivial matters, consult the system. For significant issues, seek me out. Yang Tian's voice echoed before fading away, evidently disinterested in further discourse. He was but a fragment of himself within Vegeta's consciousness, his true self elsewhere. Ding. The system has been bound for the first time. Congratulations, host, on receiving the binding gift package. Would you like to claim it? A binding gift package? Open it. Vegeta silently commanded the opening. Now aware of how to proceed without vocalizing, he even grasped the meaning of host. Ding. Congratulations, host, on opening the binding gift package. You have acquired the ability to control ki. In the next instant, Vegeta comprehended the nuances of ki control and perception. What is this? What purpose does it serve? Vegeta furrowed his brow, regarding it as a trivial pursuit. He possessed a combat power detector. What use did he have for this? Perceiving the enemy's position? Unnecessary. Oh, foolish Vegeta, have you forgotten how Raditz met his demise? It was due to your reliance on that very detector. What? I am not foolish. Yang Tian, explain to me the significance of this key perception. Yang Tian remained silent, instead showcasing a segment from the future Dragon Ball saga, specifically Gohan and Krillin evading detection from Dodoria and his ilk. Without their detectors, the likes of Zarbin were utterly incapable of locating Gohan and his companions. What is the meaning of this? As you can see, without the detector, if the opponent lowers their ki, you will be unable to perceive them. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta did not hesitate. He immediately reduced his own combat power. Upon doing so, he recognized the advantages. No longer required to remain perpetually tense. He found that relaxing his body allowed for the restoration of stamina. Subsequently, he sensed the direction of Nappa. Is he maintaining 6,500 combat power, even while in slumber? Vegeta nodded, choosing silence. This exemplified a lack of understanding and application of ki perception. Just like Nappa, who consistently maintained a combat power of 6,500. By the way, Yang Tian, who are the bald-headed and short-haired youths in the footage? How did they engage Dodoria? The short-haired youth is named Gohan. while the bald-headed one is Krillin. You will learn more upon your arrival on Earth. Yang Tian said little, and Vegeta did not inquire further. After all, he was bound for Earth, where answers awaited him. Ding! The novice gift pack has begun distribution. It has been issued to the system backpack. Would the host like to open it? Open. Vegeta was already well acquainted with the process and silently invoked the command. Ding! Congratulations, the host has opened the novice gift pack and received 10 senzu beans, 3 spirit tree fruits, and eternal life. Vegeta was unfamiliar with the senzu beans and spirit tree fruits, yet the phrase eternal life sparked a glimmer in his eyes. Was this not the very purpose of his journey to Blue Star? The prospect of immortality was indeed enticing. Vegeta's eyes glowed with fervor. In the next moment, a warm current coursed through him, allowing him to perceive his body in peak condition. Typically, Saiyan adolescence extends over a lengthy period. But this gift of immortality would enable him to remain in his prime, greatly benefiting his future training. Yang Tian, is this truly immortality? How does it work? Vegeta eagerly inquired. You can view it by accessing the attribute panel yourself. Yang Tian was at a loss for words. Was Vegeta losing his sanity? Had he bound the wrong individual? Opening the attribute panel, he saw Host, Vegeta. Title, None. Combat Power, 18,000. Lifespan, Immortal. As long as he is not killed, he will never age. Transformation, None. Special move, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks Flash Cannon. Skill, Energy Perception. System Backpack, 10 senzu beans, 3 spirit tree fruits. System Comprehensive Evaluation. In the Dragon Ball universe, the host's strength is considerably weak. First, transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was somewhat astonished upon seeing the lifespan entry, yet also somewhat disappointed. It was not the kind of immortality he had envisioned. What? Is this not the kind of invulnerable immortality you had in mind? Surprised, are we? Indeed, but perhaps it suffices. He could use Shenron on Blue Star to amend this. Vegeta sighed. He had hoped for an invulnerable state to confront Frieza. Indeed, his current master was Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. He yearned to overthrow him and cease being Frieza's pawn. Haha, Vegeta, you are overthinking it. The Earth Shenron can at most restore your youth. Even immortality is beyond its capabilities, achievable only by the eternal Shenron. What significance does my journey to Earth hold then? Vegeta frowned. With such a mediocre Shenron on Blue Star, what purpose did his visit serve? Go, mingle on Earth. It is your domain, just as you see in the vision. That little bald-headed boy and the short-haired youth are hybrids of Earthlings and Saiyans. Cacahueson? Indeed, he possesses the highest potential among the remaining Saiyans. What? How could a mere hybrid possess a lineage more illustrious than that of my pure-blooded Saiyan heritage? That of Prince Vegeta? I am of royal blood. Vegeta was incredulous. His battle power, upon birth, was already at 2,000, marking him as the most formidable Saiyan in recorded history. He remained unaware of Broly, and the system's mission would transport him to the world of the Broly film to eliminate this foe. It must be noted that in this alternate universe, Broly does not exist. By the way, is your final assessment not overly extravagant? I assure you, I am quite powerful. Powerful? Huh. Would you like to witness the outcome of your journey to Earth before you make such claims? Yang Tian's voice echoed ominously. A chill ran down Vegeta's spine as an unsettling intuition gripped him. Yet, he remained obstinate, retorting, "What is there to fear?" In the next moment, a luminous screen materialized before Vegeta, revealing his arrival on Earth. The footage depicted Nappa battling Earth-S warriors using the seeds of cultivation. Subsequently, Kakarot arrived, leading to Nappa's demise. The footage showcased Nappa's initial advantage devolving into a desperate struggle, ultimately culminating in defeat. The scene continued to show his departure in a spaceship, with Kakarot, that lowly warrior, being the one to grant him respite, igniting Vegeta's fury. Chapter 3. Vegeta consumes the fruit of the Tree of Might. How absurd. I, the esteemed prince of the Saiyans, find myself in need of the pity of a lower-class warrior. Truly despicable. Vegeta's expression darkened. So, genius warrior, do you still believe my overall appraisal is flawed? Remember, you have not trained diligently, while that lower-class warrior Kakarot has been relentless in his efforts. At this moment, the gap between you is negligible, but in the future, it will widen significantly. Of course, your shining moments include the defeat of Android 19 and your mockery of the second form of Cell. Thereafter, it has been a steady decline. Yang Tian's words deepened the shadows on Vegeta's face. Without hesitation, he inquired within his mind, how can I grow stronger? The items from your novice gift pack may come in handy, Yang Tian replied nonchalantly. Without delay, Vegeta accessed his system backpack and discovered 10 senza beans and 3 fruits from the Tree of Might. Is this the small bean that Kakarot administered to the bald-headed boy and his son? Vegeta squinted, seeking confirmation. Indeed, just one can heal injuries swiftly and satiate hunger. Yang Tian clarified. Upon realizing the significance of this item, Vegeta recognized its value. He then turned his attention to the fruit of the Tree of Might. Does it offer similar effects? Not quite. Consuming it will enhance your battle power, with the first fruit yielding substantial benefits, while the second will provide diminished effects. Hearing of the potential increase in power, Vegeta wasted no time and seized it. Observing its peculiar appearance, he inhaled its pleasant aroma before taking a decisive bite. In the next instant, he felt an explosive surge of battle power within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the entire fruit. Upon finishing, Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of combat power within him, a significant enhancement compared to his previous strength. Without delay, Vegeta examined his attributes panel. Combat power, 200,000. This represented an increase of more than tenfold. Vegeta was taken aback, never anticipating the existence of such a fruit in the universe. Hey, Vegeta, what is there to be surprised about? That low-class Saiyan, Dales, consumed this mystical fruit and saw his power soar from 25,000 to 350,000. Effortlessly overpowering Kakarot esten folkioken, Yang Tian remarked. Vegeta was astonished upon hearing Yang Tian's words. Kakarot, who could not withstand even the 3-fold Kaioken. He recalled the time when the 4-fold Kaioken had surpassed him. But who was this low-class warrior, Dales? Why was he unaware of him? Did he acquire this fruit as well? From a parallel universe. And this fruit is quite rare. Only a few can be cultivated on Earth, came the response. A parallel universe? Vegeta thought to himself, eager to encounter this low-class warrior. If he could be of use, it would bolster the ranks of the Saiyans. After all, Vegeta had no desire to remain a solitary commander. Thus, he resolved not to kill Nappa on Earth. He intended to visit Earth and utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect Raditz, having witnessed the potential strength of half-blood Saiyans. He contemplated the Saiyan revival plan, envisioning a future where Nappa and Raditz would serve as progenitors. In a decade or so, he would ascend to become the new king of the Saiyan race rather than merely a prince. Vegeta, your thoughts are commendable. Nappa and Raditz would undoubtedly be pleased. But why not resurrect the Saiyan race instead? Reviving a bunch of old geezers? I'd prefer obedient half-bloods, Vegeta scoffed. He was well aware of the temperament of those ancient warriors. Without hesitation, Vegeta grasped another spirit tree fruit and began to consume it once more. Upon finishing, he noted that the increase in combat power had indeed diminished, now rising only to 80,000, totaling 280,000. The effect was evidently reduced. Ding! Detecting Dragon Balls. Blue Star S Battle for Supremacy. Mission. Eliminate Dales and his minions. Mission reward. The power of the humanoid giant ape. Will the host accept? Just as Vegeta contemplated devouring a third spirit tree fruit, he heard the voice of the system, distinct from Yang Tian's. What realm was this? It is the domain of Dales, who attained a combat power of 350,000 after consuming the spirit tree fruit. Oh, so, there are more fruits to be had? If you act swiftly, you might seize them. Huh, very well, I accept this mission. Vegeta erupted with laughter. This fruit is truly remarkable. Without hesitation, he consumed the third fruit, elevating his combat power to 350,000. Huh, I am now on par with Dallas, who has consumed the spirit tree's fruit. Let us see what a lower-class warrior can do against my genius prowess, Vegeta sneered. He considered himself a prodigy in battle. Certain he would not be bested by a lesser warrior. System, Yang Tian, initiate the teleportation, Vegeta urged, noticing that nothing was happening. This instance can accommodate companions. Are you sure you do not wish to bring anyone? Assisting you in your tasks could also enhance their strength. Yang Tian replied nonchalantly. Oh, it can be done that way? Then let us bring Nappa along. Surely Raditz cannot be included as he has perished? Once deceased, one cannot be included. Very well. Bring Nappa as well. Having him assist in becoming stronger is prudent. Otherwise, he may hinder my progress. Currently, he possessed a combat power of 350,000. Ding! In 3 minutes, you will begin your entry into the Blue Star's Super Battle World. Please prepare, host. By the way, with my current combat power of 350,000, I should be capable of confronting Frieza, correct? No, Frieza's initial combat power is 530,000, and he possesses several transformations, ultimately reaching a staggering combat power of 1.2 billion. Yang Tian's words doused Vegeta in cold reality. A chill ran down his spine. 1.2 billion? Yang Tian, are you jesting? Do you even understand numbers? What? You do not believe Frieza is formidable? Not at all, but your claim seems utterly outrageous. Outrageous? You will need to reach 3 million in combat power and transform into a Super Saiyan to contend with Frieza. After this statement, Yang Tian withdrew into silence, leaving Vegeta in a state of bewilderment. How could he possibly challenge such a formidable foe? At this moment, he was not yet the warrior he would become. Observing Vegeta's fear, Yang Tian, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Vegeta, is this truly your demeanor? Frieza has intimidated you, and you call yourself the Prince of Saiyans? You might as well end it all now. Fool, I am the illustrious Prince of Saiyans. How could I possibly be afraid? Just wait. I shall personally decimate Frieza. Vegeta seethed with fury at the insinuation of his fear. Chapter 4. Vegeta. Such a low combat power. Though, for a fleeting moment, he did indeed feel fear. Yet, his pride demanded that he fight. After all, he was a prodigious warrior, the Prince of Saiyans. 3 minutes swiftly passed. A radiant light enveloped Vegeta, and he was transported. In the next instant, he found himself in an uninhabited area. Nappa, however, landed in a seated position, his posterior striking the ground with a resounding thud, embedding him into the earth. Ouch! That hurt terribly. What happened? Was I ambushed? Nappa cried out in agony. Although he possesses a combat power of 6,500, he is currently slumbering. Upon witnessing this scene, Vegeta crossed his arms and laughed heartily towards the heavens. Ha ha ha! Nappa, look at your ridiculous state. Prince Vegeta? How long has it been since we arrived on Earth? Nappa rose, brushing the dust off his backside, and replied, It's a long story. We have come to the parallel world of Blue Star. Vegeta then succinctly recounted the situation. Nappa was left bewildered, his mind filled with questions. A mission? A stroke of fortune? Rewards? This is quite fantastical. Nappa, there's no need to rely on the scouter. Follow me, Vegeta interjected, stopping Nappa from activating the device. At present, he could sense energy and had no need for such contraptions. With that, he soared into the distance, heading toward the direction of the tree of Might's fruit and the presence of others. Prince Vegeta, when did you acquire this ability? Nappa inquired as he flew alongside him. As Prince Vegeta, my innate talent allows for effortless comprehension. Is that so difficult? Vegeta retorted. Not at all, Nappa chuckled sheepishly. By the way, how could Raditz perish in such a dismal place like this? Nappa gazed at the withering blue star in utter confusion. What formidable warriors could possibly emerge from here? And he was defeated in unison. Nappa, do not underestimate Kakarot in this world. He is quite formidable, Vegeta cautioned. He had learned from Yang Tian that at this juncture, he had already been vanquished. This parallel world was different. Piccolo had not perished, and the others had not journeyed to Namek, but rather trained on Earth to grow stronger. What? Kakarot is strong? Just a low-class warrior? Nappa expressed disbelief, unable to accept the notion that a low-class warrior could be powerful. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at him. Nappa, in this world you have perished, and I have been defeated. He refrained from revealing that it was Nappa who had dealt him his demise. Vegeta had also discerned that the timeline of this parallel world diverged from the one he had witnessed. Clearly, the parallel world harbored multiple outcomes. What? Kakarot is that strong? What are we doing here? Nappa's face was a canvas of questions. Completing a mission to eliminate the Saiyan low-class warrior, Dares, Vegeta stated coolly. Dares, the low-class warrior? I have never heard of him, Nappa replied, perplexed. Parallel world, Vegeta responded with irritation. Why has Nappa become so loquacious? Sensing Vegeta's annoyance, Nappa promptly fell silent. As they approached the tree of Might's fruit, Nappa's scouter began to beep incessantly, evidently detecting a powerful presence. Oh, several energy signatures. Let me check their combat powers, Nappa said as he pressed a button again. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained unfazed, able to sense the auras and discern what transpired nearby. What? The combat power registered an astonishing 9, 100, 840, 013, 000, and 7, 600, along with several others exceeding 1,000, albeit in a decline. Nappa expressed disbelief. For this parallel, Earth harbored 4 formidable beings. The groups exceeding 1,000 included individuals such as Piccolo and others who had succumbed in battle, resulting in their diminished strength. The 4 individuals detected by Nappa's device were, in fact, subordinates of Dale's, namely Amond, Doe-Eyes, Kakao, and the Resurrecting brothers. The Resurrecting brothers, once thought to be extinct fossils of the bins, were resurrected by Dale's using an extract from the god tree. These twins constructed the spacecraft and armaments for Dale's Legion. Remarkably, they could merge into one entity or separate at will, maintaining a combat power of 600 even when apart. Among the four, Kakao stood as the mightiest, a semi-mechanical being modified for interstellar warfare on the planet Ikonda, who later became a cosmic bounty hunter, ultimately hired by Dales at a high price. Doai's, clad in Saiyan battle attire, was the prince of the Pukimpa dynasty on the planet Kabacha, who, after his realm was obliterated by Dales, found himself under Dale's command due to his potential. Amond, the yellow-skinned individual, was a target of the Galactic Police, fortuitously saved by Dales, and subsequently joined him. Calm down. What is so formidable about this bunch of misfits? Vegeta scoffed. Naba found himself at a loss for words. The highest combat power of 13,000 posed little challenge to Prince Vegeta, yet it remained formidable for Naba. The weakest among them, with a power exceeding 7,000, required Naba to maintain composure to confront. After all, he was an elite warrior among the Saiyans. As long as the power disparity was not excessively vast, victory was achievable. This was exemplified when Vegeta advised Naba to keep his cool while facing Goku, and indeed, Naba managed to hold his ground against Goku, who possessed an 8,000 combat power for a brief encounter. It could be said that Naba occasionally succumbed to a volatile mindset, but with steadiness, he could overlook a 1,000 point difference in power. This resilience is precisely why the Saiyans are dubbed a warrior race. Is this planet so lightweight that defeating them is a challenge? Vegeta dismissed. Come, have a taste of the god tree's fruit. With that, Vegeta soared into the distance, his speed leaving Naba in awe. Simultaneously, Naba's combat power detector registered Vegeta's power. An impressive 33,000? Has Prince Vegeta been concealing his true strength all along? How has he managed this? Naba was astonished yet elated. For with Vegeta's increased strength, their standing against Frieza would surely be fortified. Certainly, what lies in their hearts is evident. In truth, Vegeta has long harbored discontent towards Frieza. Given the opportunity, he would relish the chance to vanquish Frieza with his own hands. Ah, hybrid? It seems to be the offspring of that cockroach fellow, exhibiting commendable combat prowess with a power level of 10,000. Would you care to join my Dallas army? Together, we could traverse the cosmos, indulging in the finest luxuries. Dallas, gripping Gohan with a mocking tone, spoke. Like Kakarot, he too was a low-class warrior, feeling the sting of humiliation for his status. Yet he had no choice, as he was assigned to other planets, much like Goku. In Chapter 5, Vegeta acquires the fruit of the spirit tree from Dallas. However, Dallas was unwilling to accept his fate. While other Saiyans elevated their strength through sheer effort, he relied on the consumption of the spirit tree's fruit to bolster his power. One day, upon obtaining this fruit, he sowed seeds across various planets. Unfortunately, the results were dismal, yielding immature fruits. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to make do. Reaching a power level of 25,000, one fateful day, he and his subordinates stumbled upon Blue Star, recognizing it as a promising locale, where he planted the spirit tree's fruit. It was then that he unexpectedly discovered Kakarot in the vicinity and sought to recruit him, along with Gohan, whom he was carrying. I refuse to ally with scoundrels like you, Gohan declared, launching a punch in defiance. Dallas simply grasped it with ease. Calm your temper, little one. Join me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury. Dallas tempted the child, believing him to be easily manipulated. With such a young age and a power level of 10,000, he envisioned that with proper training, Gohan could become his mightiest warrior. Suddenly, Dallas sensed a fluctuation in combat power and turned to investigate. A power level of 18,000, he scoffed dismissively. Piccolo, cloaked in his cape, regarded Dallas with a steely gaze. Release Gohan. If you dare, come and take him, he challenged. Dallas sneered in contempt, thinking it foolish for someone with a mere 18,000 to confront him, boasting his own power level of 25,000. As Piccolo charged, Dallas hurled Gohan towards him, who caught the boy effortlessly. Almost instantaneously, Dallas appeared behind Piccolo, unleashing a devastating energy wave that rendered Piccolo incapacitated, effectively bringing him to the ground. The spirit tree's fruit. Vegeta arrived at this towering tree, which bore 3 spirit tree fruits. Without hesitation, he meticulously searched the vicinity. Only 3? Vegeta surveyed the entire tree and, upon confirming the count, swiftly plucked them all. Meanwhile, Nappa rushed over. Kakarot and his companions were on the other side, oblivious to Vegeta and Nappa's presence. Without a moment's pause, Vegeta tossed the spirit tree fruits towards them. As Nappa took the fruit, curiosity sparked within him. Prince Vegeta, what is this? Consume it, and you shall gain strength. What? Eating this grotesque fruit will make me stronger? Impossible. Nappa was skeptical, yet he bit into it nonetheless. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted within him. Lacking the means to control this energy, it leaked out uncontrollably. Seeing that Piccolo remained unresponsive, Dallas approached Gohan, placing a foot upon his head. So do you submit now? Dallas mocked while stepping down. However, upon noticing Gohan's tail sprouting, he paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Huh, a tail has emerged. Excellent. Let the Saiyan traits manifest. Dallas cackled maniacally, conjuring an artificial moon and casting it into the sky. He then seized Gohan, compelling him to open his eyes. In an instant, Gohan transformed into a gigantic ape. Without hesitation, Dallas unleashed a ki blast, shattering the artificial moon. He feared that he might also undergo the transformation. Being a low-class warrior, he would become uncontrollable in ape form, unlike the higher-class warriors who retained their intellect. Ha ha ha! Go forth and wreak havoc. Unleash your Saiyan nature. Dallas sneered. Meanwhile, Kakarot, son Goku, arrived on the scene. Gohan! Gohan! He shouted upon witnessing the rampaging Gohan. Yet, Gohan ignored him, while Dallas's 4 subordinates soared in to obstruct Goku. They were swiftly sent flying by Goku's explosive energy. Get away, do not hinder me. Goku bellowed as he charged toward Gohan, but suddenly halted, as did Dallas. They gazed in astonishment toward the direction of the tree of Might's fruit. What? Battle power. 60,000? Dallas was taken aback. He himself was only at 25,000. Moreover, that direction seemed to be where the fruit was located. Anxiety gripped Dallas's heart. My fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted toward it, accompanied by his 4 subordinates. As for Goku and Gohan, he paid them no mind, initially eager to witness the patricide scene. The theft of his fruit compelled him to act. Prince Vegeta, I feel invigorated, as if I could obliterate this planet with a single punch. Nappa laughed heartily. Vegeta, however, regarded him with disdain. I consumed this fruit and catapulted my battle power from 18,000 to 200,000, while you remain at 60,000. What are you so proud of? Vegeta glanced at the scouter. Originally, it could only detect over 20,000 before exploding, but this time we'll make slight adjustments. The system will provide him with better detection and sensing methods for battle power. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. 200,000? Prince Vegeta, is this true? Nappa, when have I ever deceived you? Vegeta replied with evident displeasure. What was with Nappa? Ever since he acquired the system, he had questioned him at every turn. He pondered whether to change his subordinate. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the sound of the detector echoed. Without hesitation, Nappa glanced over. Oh, the 4 combatants we just detected have arrived, along with an additional 1 boasting a combat power of 25,000. Your Highness Prince Vegeta, how shall we deal with these intruders? Nappa scoffed. Previously, he had been intimidated, but now he stood firm. He was Nappa, an elite warrior among the Saiyans, with a combat power reaching 60,000. Before Vegeta could respond, the 5 figures appeared before them. Damn it, who took my fruit? Dales roared. However, upon seeing the imposing Nappa, he paused in confusion. Wasn't Nappa supposed to be with Vegeta? Indeed, in this parallel world, he was acquainted with Vegeta and the others. Yet, as Dales cast a glance at Vegeta, arms crossed, a flicker of fear crossed his face. In those days, Vegeta's combat power had reached a terrifying 2,000 shortly after his birth, instilling a lasting dread within him. Nappa? Vegeta, what are you doing here? Dale spoke with a softened tone, his previous bravado dissipating. He felt unreserved facing the lower-tier warrior Kakarot, but found himself intimidated by the elite warrior Nappa and the prodigious warrior Vegeta. Oh, do you know my esteem, Nappa? Nappa chuckled, momentarily taken aback by the sight of his tail. Coupled with his features, wasn't that Bardock? Nappa was unfamiliar with Kakarot. He only knew Bardock, and even Raditz recognized Kakarot solely because he bore a striking resemblance to Bardock. Chapter 6. Nappa, you startled me just now. Acquainted, elite warrior Nappa, prodigious warrior Vegeta. Dales, seeing his subordinate, immediately adopted a colder tone. He was also a decisive figure. Haha, aren't you Bardock? Wait, why are you so dark? Have you been mining coal? Nappa remarked to Dales. If it were Bardock, he might have felt a twinge of fear, but with a combat power of 60,000, he felt unperturbed. No, I am not Bardock. I am Dales, Dales replied, shaking his head to assert his identity. As Naba was about to comment on their striking resemblance, Vegeta interjected. Enough, Naba. Most lower-tier warriors look quite similar. Don't you see that he resembles Raditz? He looks exactly like Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed. He was well aware that lower-tier warriors tended to share a common appearance. Furthermore, Vegeta, knew that Bardock and Kakarot were identical. Raditz had informed him that young Kakarot resembled his father perfectly. Moreover, he had viewed previous images and knew Kakarot's appearance. This indicated that all these lower-tier warriors were cast from the same mold. Lower-tier warriors. Dales fumed. This was a disgrace to him. To be publicly called out ignited a deep fury within him. What is this? Are you angry? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Yang Tian informed him that Dales possessed a combat power of 350,000 due to the fruit of the Tree of Might. But since he had consumed it, it implied that he no longer held that power. How could he dare to boast in front of Vegeta? Vegeta, you are exceedingly arrogant. Dales remarked coldly. Yet, before he could finish, he was sent flying by Naba's punch. You insignificant lower-class warrior dare to utter the name of Prince Vegeta? You are playing with fire, Naba said, cracking his knuckles ominously. Dales' four subordinates rushed in to intercept Naba. Casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta, Naba inquired, Prince Vegeta, may I have some fun with them? Vegeta nodded. Certainly, I shall engage that lower-class warrior. He descended swiftly. Dales had just been knocked to the ground, and they were near the Tree of Might, which loomed large in the atmosphere. Very well, Prince Vegeta, Naba replied respectfully, then turned a cold smile towards the four. Your combat power startled me, Naba, but now, let's play. With that, Naba charged at them, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. The four struggled to defend themselves. The disparity in combat power was akin to how Krillin and his comrades faced Naba's 6,000. They were utterly overwhelmed. The situation mirrored that of Kakarot and his companions. The increase in combat power was genuine and comprehensive. There was nothing superficial about it, unlike the realms of some cultivation novels. Naba, with years of experience in brutal combat, had honed his skills to a lethal degree. 25,000 combat power, not bad. Are you interested in joining me? Vegeta asked, arms crossed and a calm smile on his face. He did not believe Dales could turn the tables against him, especially given his own pride as Prince Vegeta, who desired to recruit more Saiyan followers. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Raditz to take Kakarot under his wing, even though Kakarot's power was merely a few hundred. Vegeta's impression of those few hundred was based on the data from the power detector at the time. The image of Kakarot showed only 8,000. Yet his true strength lay in his signature technique, the Kaioken, a temporary boost gained at the cost of his own body. You think you can thwart me? Dales will be the ruler of the universe. Dales retorted coldly. Just moments ago, he had been trying to win over Gohan with promises of luxury. Now, he found himself on the receiving end of a recruitment attempt. With such feeble strength and grandiose words, it seems I must enlighten you. Vegeta declared before vanishing from sight. In the next instant, Dales was propelled into the air. The entire figure hunched over, resembling a shrimp, collapsing onto the ground. Unable to rise. I offer you a choice. Surrender or perish, Vegeta declared, energy coalescing in his hand as he gazed down at Dallas. He was aware that Dallas was not dead. Cough, cough. Had it not been for consuming my fruit, with your original battle power of 18,000, could you possibly compare to me? Dallas coughed, blood evident, clearly indicating that Vegeta's strike had breached his defenses. The 600,000 battle power he had just sensed was attributed to Vegeta, hence his words. Beep. Detection indicates Dallas's defiance. Please, host. Provide him with the spirit tree fruit, and then vanquish his pride. Mission reward. A super spaceship capable of adjusting gravity. Upon hearing the feminine voice of the system, Vegeta raised an eyebrow. The mention of a super spaceship that could adjust gravity momentarily stunned him. Yang Tian, what purpose does this super spaceship serve? Do you not find your previous ship somewhat cramped? Adjusting gravity facilitates your training, allowing for greater enhancement of your power. Acknowledging Yang Tian's explanation with a nod, Vegeta absorbed the information. Beep. Host, do you accept the mission? Failure results in the loss of life. As the system reminded him once more, Vegeta squinted. Losing my life upon failure? That seems rather severe, doesn't it? Yang Tian, is this punishment not too harsh? Not at all. Should you fail, you would simply be killed by Dallas, so the consequence of mission failure is essentially the same. Vegeta, now fully understanding the implications, felt a vain pulse on his forehead. Yang Tian was correct. If he faltered and could not defeat Dallas, whose battle power stood at 35, he would indeed meet his demise. With this realization, Vegeta silently accepted the challenge. How absurd it would be for him, the proud prince of Saiyans, to be defeated by a lower-tier warrior. Having consumed my spirit tree fruit, what audacity you display, threatening to kill and maim at your whim, Dallas scoffed. Vegeta burst into low. If that is the case, I shall grant you an opportunity. As he spoke, he retrieved the spirit tree fruit from his system backpack. Earlier, he had picked 3, placing 2 into the backpack and giving 1 to Naba. Here, consume this, and I demand your absolute submission and defeat. He tossed the spirit tree fruit towards Dallas, who caught it without hesitation, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. He had never tasted such a bounteous fruit before. Vegeta, I am uncertain whether to call you foolish or arrogant. Since you have chosen this path, prepare for your demise. Dallas proclaimed, consuming the spirit tree fruit. In an instant, his battle power surged, muscles taut, escalating to 350,000. Chapter 7. Vegeta defeats Darls with a heart brimming with power. The prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta, confidently faced his opponent. Darls, exuding arrogance, laughed heartily, his fists clenched in anticipation. He could feel the surge of his own might, fueled by the delicious essence of the spirit tree's fruit. A battle power of 35. Not bad at all. A worthy adversary, he mused. Vegeta, discarding his scouter, crushed it effortlessly in his hand. Prepare yourself, Prince Vegeta. Witness my energy ring. Darl sneered, bringing his palms together before unleashing a crimson aura, reminiscent of the Spirit Slash, an attack designed to annihilate the great ape Gohan in the original tale. With a mere flick of his finger, Vegeta detonated the energy ring, a technique he had previously employed against Choi. Observing Vegeta's effortless dismantling of his attack, Darls wasted no time, swiftly maneuvering behind Vegeta to deliver a powerful punch. Yet, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, Vegeta caught Darls's fist with ease, throwing him aside with a forceful motion. What? Darls gasped in shock. Isn't Vegeta's battle power merely 60,000? How is he so formidable? Without hesitation, he activated his scouter, only to be struck dumb as the reading confirmed 35 million. How can this be? Haha. With the same battle power I, Prince Vegeta, am a genius warrior. An insurmountable chasm separates me from inferior fighters. As Vegeta struck his iconic pose, thumb pointed at himself, he declared, Aurelia, Super Vegeta. His arrogance only fueled Darls's fury, who unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Yet, Vegeta merely scoffed, thinking his opponent's tactics juvenile. In a flash, Vegeta appeared behind Darls, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing into the ground. With rapid succession, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, showcasing his royal techniques. Energy blasts are not to be wielded as you do. You must utilize them as I do. Da-da-da-da-da. Vegeta's relentless assault left Darls in torment beneath the earth. Why, with the same 35 million battle power, is there such a vast disparity? Darls pondered, teetering on the brink of madness. The truth was, Vegeta had mastered the perception of energy, rendering him acutely aware of Darls's position. Coupled with Vegeta's unparalleled combat prowess as a true prodigy, it was clear that he surpassed Darls in every aspect. Vegeta was indeed a genuine genius, perpetually overshadowed by the likes of Goku. Who could possibly rival him? In the original text, he consistently trained in the gravity chamber, showing no development of new techniques. Unlike Sun Wukong, who adeptly utilized the skills, one might say that Vegeta is truly on a path to oblivion. After employing his prince's combat strategy for a while, Vegeta stood suspended in mid-air, arms crossed, having sensed that Darl's energy had significantly waned, evidently due to severe injuries. This technique usually adheres to the principle of smoke and no harm. Yet this time, Darl's defenses had been breached. As the dust settled, Darls lay gasping in a pit, and Vegeta seized him by the throat, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Well, Darls, have you surrendered? Damn you, Prince Vegeta, I yield, Darl stammered, attempting to muster defiance, but upon meeting Vegeta's gaze, he wilted and quickly adopted a tone of submission. Beep. Congratulations, host, for defeating Darls and breaking his will. You have completed the task, and the reward of a super spaceship has been added to your system backpack. Upon hearing the system notification, Vegeta smiled faintly. It was remarkable enough that a mere low-ranking warrior could compel him to intervene. Meanwhile, Naba had already dispatched 4 of Darl's subordinates. On another front, Sun Wukong had severed Gohan's tail, rendering him unconscious. Without hesitation, he flew toward this direction, having sensed the powerful energy coming from it. Though stronger than himself, he felt compelled to investigate. So, Darls, will you submit to me, or choose death? Make your choice, Vegeta coldly declared as he threw Darls to the ground. Nappa stood by, ready to act should Darls utter a word of defiance. At that moment, Darls wrestled with countless inner struggles. Yet, upon seeing Vegeta's unwavering gaze, he finally sighed. Prince Vegeta, I am willing to join you. Hearing Darls' response, Vegeta smiled faintly. Beep. Host has successfully recruited Darls, gaining a new subordinate. Beep. Host now has 2 subordinates. Loyalty check initiated. A loyalty check? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, then opened the loyalty assessment in his mind, glancing over Nappa and Darls. Nappa's loyalty stood at 90, while Darls was merely 50. Vegeta couldn't help but sneer at Darls' low score, noting the accompanying remark. Maximum loyalty is 100, and falling below 60 indicates potential betrayal. It was clear that Darls was feigning allegiance, his intentions unmistakable. An excellent tool. With this, I can discern who remains loyal. Vegeta mused inwardly. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he furrowed his brow, addressing Yang Tian internally. Yang Tian, no wonder you wanted me to eliminate Darls. He is indeed a ticking time bomb. Is that so? The characters are dispatched by the system, and I have entrusted the system with the tasks. So, I'm not involved, Yang Tian replied, indicating his detachment from the mission. Without further consideration, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch. Dallas was struck down instantly, without uttering a single word. Isn't this Dallas supposed to have joined us, Prince Vegeta? Nappa inquired, looking at Vegeta with confusion. Fool. Do you believe someone like him would serve under my command? He merely seeks to undermine us from the shadows. Nappa's expression shifted, realizing the deceitful nature of Dallas. I thought we could gain another ally from our kin, yet this is what we receive? I intended to incorporate him into our ranks. But it appears he has chosen his own demise, Vegeta remarked coldly. The system had issued a mission to eliminate Dallas and his subordinates. Had Dallas remained loyal, this character could have persisted, as the system did not specify any punishment. However, Dallas was courting death with a loyalty rating of only 50. Anything below 60 would lead to betrayal, making it clear that his allegiance was but a facade. Such a character was best eliminated directly. Wouldn't the reward be more gratifying? Congratulations. Host, you have slain the subordinate warrior Dallas and received a treasure chest. Vegeta paused at the announcement of the treasure chest drop. Chapter 8 Vegeta mused. I am too short. Perhaps I should wish to grow taller. Without hesitation, he inspected his system backpack and discovered a chest in the grid. He promptly clicked to open it. Congratulations, host. You have opened the treasure chest and obtained the final flash. In the next instant, a surge of memory resonated within Vegeta's mind. The final flash, an upgrade derived from his signature attack, required him to extend his arms wide and concentrate immense energy before releasing it. This technique had previously been employed against Riku, but to no avail. By the time of the Cell Saga, the technique had evolved significantly, albeit with a lengthy charge time and sluggish speed. This was precisely why Vegeta had provoked Cell and Goku, compelling them to endure its power. Yet, the former possessed Piccolo's cells, while the latter's raw strength rendered him impervious to the attack. How delightful to discover that the final flash can evolve in such a manner. Indeed, a formidable weapon. Vegeta chuckled, reveling in the newfound knowledge within his mind. He had not anticipated that the defeat of Dallas would yield a treasure chest, thus securing a profitable outcome. Congratulations. Host, you have completed the mission to slay Dallas and his subordinates. Mission reward, the power of the great ape. In an instant, Vegeta felt a distinct change within himself and comprehended the essence of this power of the great ape. This ability would allow him to transform into a humanoid ape, eschewing the massive form of the great ape while maintaining a human-like stature, all while enjoying a tenfold increase in combat strength. The power of the great ape allows transformation without the need for a tail, enhancing one's combat strength tenfold and facilitating future transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Upon reading this description, Vegeta was filled with a mix of joy and confusion. The ability to transform without a tail was a significant advantage, and he understood the increase in combat power. However, what did it mean to facilitate future transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Yang Tian, what is this Super Saiyan 4 you speak of? Vegeta pondered within himself. Once you achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, I shall enlighten you on how to attain Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. For now, Your knowledge is of no consequence. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta refrained from further discourse, having sensed an approaching presence, none other than Son Goku. What brings you here, Vegeta? And Nappa, I thought you had met your demise at Vegeta's hands? Goku inquired as he arrived, his gaze landing upon both Vegeta and Nappa, with Nappa's presence eliciting greater astonishment. After all, Nappa had perished at Vegeta's hand, a scene Goku had witnessed firsthand. Nappa, bewildered, questioned another dares, "Are you his brother? Moreover, how could I have been slain by Prince Vegeta? Do not speak such nonsense." With that, Nappa prepared to confront Goku. However, Vegeta interjected, "Nappa, this is Kakarot. Our mission is accomplished. Let us prepare to depart." Vegeta, fully aware of the situation, had already viewed the footage revealing another version of himself slaying Nappa. With their task complete, he had little desire to engage in lengthy conversation with this era's Kakarot. He had no time for such trivialities. "Vegeta, are you planning to attack Earth again?" Goku queried, fixing his gaze upon Vegeta. Vegeta frowned at the remark. "You defeated another version of me, and now you are brimming with arrogance. Kakarot, do you possess no self-awareness?" "I am Son Goku, not Kakarot." Goku retorted. "Prince Vegeta, it appears that Kakarot has suffered a blow to the head, as he does not even recall his true name," Nappa remarked, glancing at Vegeta for confirmation. The scanner from Raditz's side had also transmitted Goku's voice and name, leading Nappa to ascertain that the man before him was indeed Kakarot. "Kakarot, allow Lord Nappa to loosen your muscles," Nappa declared, eager to engage. Vegeta remained silent, permitting Nappa to give this era's Kakarot a taste of combat. "Come forth to battle. Although I'm uncertain how you return to life, I shall not permit you to wreak havoc upon Earth," Goku asserted, adopting a fighting stance. His body enveloped in a crimson aura, signifying his utilization of the Kaioken technique at double strength. He was taken aback by Nappa's formidable presence. Realizing that this Nappa was astonishingly powerful, necessitating his Kaioken to match his strength. Nappa, lacking control over his energy, possessed a battle power of 60,000, which Goku could perceive. In contrast, Goku's normal state registered at 30,000, while his Kaioken doubled his power to 60,000. Just as the two were poised to engage, a flash of light enveloped them, and both Vegeta and Nappa began their transportation back to their own universe. As he beheld the spacecraft, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "Back already? Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, you would learn why I am feared." Vegeta scoffed, with a battle power of 350,000. "Dares is a foe you, Kakarot, could not defeat even with a tenfold Kaioken, yet Dares cannot best him." Naturally, Vegeta held Kakarot in disdain, for he had never been thoroughly defeated by him and maintained his lofty demeanor as the proud Saiyan prince. Meanwhile, Nappa attempted to communicate with Vegeta through his scouter, though it proved futile as Vegeta had destroyed his own device. "Yang Tian, how do I operate the spaceship?" he mused, acknowledging that the vessel was indeed rather diminutive. Vegeta contemplated Yang Tian's words. The spherical craft was excessively confined. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Vegeta opened his system backpack and effortlessly activated the super spaceship. In an instant, he found himself aboard the vessel, gazing out at the vast celestial body before him, which brought him immense joy. This was far superior to Frisia's ships. The accommodation boasted numerous rooms, and the training chamber alone spanned several hundred square feet, truly expansive. As he entered the control room, Vegeta was greeted by a large display screen, which was remarkably intelligent, already bound to him, allowing only his access. Moreover, he could simply shout his destination in the console, eliminating the need for route settings. Even the fuel was complimentary. Observing Nappa's ship on the screen, Vegeta felt a sense of exasperation as Nappa frantically called for him from within his vessel. "This fool! I just obliterated my scouter," Vegeta thought, yet he inquired of Yang Tian, "Is there a way for Nappa to join me?" "Certainly," came Yang Tian's response. In the next moment, Nappa's figure materialized before Vegeta, still shouting, Prince Vegeta, please respond." Nappa continued to call out, prompting Vegeta to deliver a swift slap to his bald head. Of course, Nappa was floating, and Vegeta's height did not allow him to reach Nappa's head. "I must use the Earth's dragon to grow 5 centimeters. No, 10 centimeters. But even that wouldn't suffice. Perhaps I should aim to match Kakarot's height instead." Chapter 9. Goku's Resurrection. Nappa, clutching his head, cried out, "Ouch! Who ambushed me?" Nappa the Great. Upon seeing Vegeta and the immense space surrounding them, his eyes widened in astonishment. Your Highness, Prince Vegeta, what is this place? He exclaimed. This is my spaceship. What? This is even more luxurious than King Frisia's. Unbelievable, Nappa remarked, rubbing his bald head. Vegeta offered no further explanation. What was there to clarify to a subordinate? To Earth in the North Galaxy, he commanded the intelligent voice interface. Understood, Prince Vegeta. Would you prefer rapid flight, normal flight, or slow flight? What's the difference? In swift flight, one can reach the destination in merely 10 days. A normal flight would take half a year, while a leisurely journey could extend to a year. Upon hearing the intelligent voice convey this, Vegeta fell into contemplative silence. Such rapid travel seemed futile, for Kakarot had yet to be resurrected. He yearned to vanquish the newly trained Kakarot, to redeem himself from past humiliations displayed on video. Let us proceed slowly, Vegeta remarked with indifference. After all, within this spacecraft, all necessities were at hand. Arriving at the destination ahead of time would hold no significance if Kakarot were not there to confront. Prince Vegeta, why opt for a slow flight? Nappa questioned, perplexed by Vegeta's decision. Is it not possible to simply conquer Planet Blue directly? With this ship equipped with a gravity regulator, we can train diligently and aspire to overthrow Frieza in the future. Vegeta articulated his ambitions. Yang Tian had informed him that the gravity chamber could aid in strengthening their training. Aware of the potential for power enhancement, Vegeta was unwilling to remain ordinary. He sought to dethrone Frieza. Well, what? Overthrow Frieza the Emperor? Nappa gasped in disbelief. Are you afraid? Vegeta inquired, his tone challenging. And no, Prince Vegeta, wherever you go, I shall follow. Nappa quickly reassured, shaking his head. His loyalty lay with Prince Vegeta, not Frieza. Observing Nappa's earnestness, Vegeta said nothing more and guided him to the gravity chamber. Vegeta adjusted the settings directly to 15 times the normal gravity. They had previously trained on planet Vegeta under 10 times the gravity, so this was familiar territory. Once the 15 times gravity was activated, Nappa immediately knelt on one knee. Had he not been able to control his energy and maintain a battle power of 60,000, he surely would have been crushed under the immense pressure. Goodness, this is heavy, Nappa grimaced. Vegeta felt little discomfort, merely a slight pressure, yet he refrained from commenting further upon noticing Nappa's struggle. Nappa, your tail is a weakness. Train hard to avoid being caught like Raditz, Vegeta advised. Yes, Prince Vegeta, Nappa replied, struggling to comply. Without hesitation, Vegeta severed Nappa's tail. To him, it was a hindrance in battle. Moreover, the transformation into a great ape upon gazing at the moon was a risk. Though capable of maintaining rationality, the potential of transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 with a great ape's power rendered the tail superfluous. While losing a tail might typically weaken a warrior, they had long since endured the loss of numerous tails in battle, accustomed to the change. Nani? Prince Vegeta, why did you remove my tail? Nappa exclaimed, astonished. It served no purpose for me. You, however, should continue to strengthen yours, Vegeta stated as he proceeded to another gravity chamber. Given the vastness of the spacecraft, it was evident that multiple gravity chambers were available. Without hesitation, Vegeta began his training at 20 times the normal gravity. Thus, for nearly a year, Vegeta and Nappa engaged in rigorous training. Nappa, however, displayed a lackadaisical attitude towards his regimen, managing only to endure the 50-fold gravity of Blue Star, while Vegeta, in stark contrast, thrived under 300-fold gravity. This illustrates the relentless dedication of the Saiyan Prince towards his training. At this juncture, Nappa's combat power reached a mere 180,000, which reflects his limited perspective. Upon completing his ablutions, Vegeta donned his battle attire. As their arrival on Earth was imminent, he accessed his attribute panel and, noticing they had yet to arrive, sought to assess the fruits of his arduous training over the past year. Host, Vegeta title, non-combat power, 2. 5 million lifespan, immortal transformation, power of the great ape ultimate move, Gallic gun, a fiery blaze of finality skill, key perception system inventory, 10 senza beans, 1 spirit tree fruit, 1 super spaceship, system evaluation. In Universe 7 of Dragon Ball, the host power is exceedingly weak. It is advised to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yang Tan, incredulous, exclaimed, I possess over 2 million in combat power, and I am deemed weak. Such a statement seemed unfathomable to him. Yet, despite his disbelief, he felt a modicum of pride. With this level of power, utilizing the great ape's might, could he not reach a staggering 25 million? However, The thought of Frisia's 12 billion made Vegeta's spirits wane. The disparity was simply too vast. It appeared that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could he hope to contend. Weak, even as a Super Saiyan, you would merely scrape by in the early stages. Later on, you would be relegated to the sidelines. Vegeta retorted, that seems a tad insulting to the Super Saiyan, a being who emerges but once every millennium. Are you deceiving me? Our kind sees a Super Saiyan arise only once every 1,000 years. Ah, but a Super Saiyan is a product of later training and transformation, not merely a legendary figure. The true Super Saiyan, the one who appears once every millennium, is different from the legendary Super Saiyan of old. What? That is impossible. Impossible? Yet it is the truth. In due time, I shall introduce you to this legendary Super Saiyan. But you are presently far too weak to even engage in combat with him. Yang Tian spoke it coldly. Vegeta, his disbelief palpable, had always considered himself the fabled Super Saiyan, not some other Saiyan. After all, he bore noble Saiyan royal blood. Observing Vegeta's waning composure, Yang Tian chose not to press further. As Vegeta and his companions prepared to descend upon Blue Star, elsewhere, on King Kai's planet, he fretted, alas, I neglected to calculate your return route. The king, adorned with 2 antennae, paced anxiously, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail, while the 2 Saiyans were rapidly approaching Earth. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. This is utterly perilous. What shall we do, Lord Kai? If I have to run back, it will be disastrous. Could you not simply transport me back? Sun Wukong gazed anxiously at Lord Kai, who wore an expression of helplessness. He wished he could assist, but it was beyond his capabilities. At this juncture, it would be best for your companions to resurrect you. Given your current strength, a trip through Snake Way will only take a day. Best of luck, Lord Kai advised, allowing Sun Wukong to rest on his back as he communicated with Master Roshi. Chapter 10 Vegeta. Nappa, do we still have 6 seeds for cultivation remaining? Shortly thereafter, Master Roshi emerged. He instructed Bulma to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his companions had already arrived on Earth, landing once more in a city, specifically in the land of Sakura. Upon opening the hatch, Vegeta and Nappa soared out. With a flick of his hand, Vegeta stowed away the spaceship. It was a valuable asset. Should it be damaged, he would be distraught. Ah, what a light planet. And why are these people only 1.5 meters tall? Never mind. Let us present them with a token of our arrival. Nappa chuckled as he observed the towering Sakura inhabitants, extending a finger. Vegeta immediately intervened. Nappa had grown stronger since their last encounter, and this strike could potentially obliterate the blue planet. Nappa, control your strength, Vegeta commanded. Nappa nodded, then gently swung his arm. The land of Sakura was laid to waste. The terrifying shockwave radiated in all directions, and the inhabitants of Sakura were entirely annihilated. The entire blue planet trembled. One could say Nappa's greeting was overwhelmingly powerful. Seeing the destruction of Sakura, Vegeta frowned. If there were Dragon Balls and you destroyed this place, wouldn't my wish to grow taller be rendered void? Nappa replied, Prince Vegeta, did you not wish to resurrect Raditz? Why would you wish to grow taller? Nappa, believing he had misheard, sought clarification. What? Is it true that the Dragon Balls can only grant one wish? Vegeta retorted. Nappa was left speechless. He truly did not know how many wishes could be made. If multiple wishes were indeed possible, that would be splendid. Let us find the strongest on this planet and have some fun, Vegeta declared, soaring into the distance. Nappa began scanning with his scouter. Observing this, Vegeta raised an eyebrow. I forgot to teach you how to sense energy. Next time, focus on sensing rather than relying on that device, he remarked nonchalantly. Nappa, bewildered, did not argue. Whatever Vegeta said was law. Ah, they're approaching. Let us wait for them here, Vegeta suggested, as they settled in a desolate area. Knowing these warriors could sense energy, he decided to let them come to him. At this moment, Vegeta's energy had diminished significantly, with only Nappa's combat power remaining prominent. It can be said that he was employing a tactic of dimensional descent. What? The kingdom of Sakura has vanished? In the distance, Tien Shinhan sensed the disappearance of Sakura, his 3 eyes wide open in utter astonishment. What a terrifying force of destruction. Tien possesses an overwhelming and sinister aura. Jiaozi, looking at Tien with concern, said, that imposing presence is suffocating. Tien, stay back. I will go, Tien declared with an unwavering resolve. You may not return from this. It is certain death, Jiaozi warned, doubting their chances of victory against such an overwhelming aura. Yet, does it matter if I perish? As martial practitioners, we must not be cowards, Tien replied. Soaring into the distance, calling out, Jiaozi, you have already been revived once. Do not go. Thus, Tien swiftly distanced himself from Jiaozi. Uncle Piccolo, such a powerful energy. Must we truly proceed? At this moment, Son Gohan had begun to sense energy and recognize the formidable aura of Naba, glancing anxiously at Piccolo. Piccolo's expression was grave, yet he did not hesitate. Even if we do not go, they will find us. Do not forget their ability to detect our location, Piccolo remarked, recalling the advanced detection device he had seen with Raditz, which prompted his assertion. Son Gohan remained fearful, prompting Piccolo to frown. If you are frightened, go home and drink milk. It had been quite some time, and little Gohan was still apprehensive. Piccolo had earnestly endeavored to train him. Uncle Piccolo, I am not afraid. Gohan stammered, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Piccolo flew towards Naba and Vegeta, originally intending to confront them, but this time, Vegeta had reversed his approach. It was evident that after watching the video, Vegeta's perspective had shifted. Perhaps it was due to his increased strength, rendering him less interested in these insignificant beings. His goal was to wait for Kakarot's arrival, eager to exact revenge for the humiliation of being defeated and then released in the video. Such disgrace. Krillin and Yamcha also sensed the terrifying power and, without hesitation, headed in the direction of Naba and Vegeta. Time passed, and soon the warriors stood before Naba and Vegeta. Naturally, Piccolo and Son Gohan arrived first. Is it just the two of you? Vegeta observed with amusement. My father will come, Gohan shouted defiantly at Vegeta. Vegeta remained non-committal. While he would eventually arrive, he was not here now. Hey, Vegeta, is this the half-breed Kakarot's son? Naba inquired. Indeed, that is him. Haha, I guessed correctly. Naba laughed heartily, then turned to Son Gohan. Your father Kakarot is a coward. The last time I met him, he claimed he had been killed by Vegeta. Absurd. I was just about to teach him a lesson when he left. What'd you just say? Son Gohan looked at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what Naba was saying. Naba sneered. What I mean to convey is that your father, Kakarot, is a coward who dares not face me. Last time, I nearly taught him a lesson. Naba chuckled maliciously. Vegeta remained silent, knowing that Kakarot had utilized a double Kaioken, achieving a battle power of 60,000, which only made Naba perceive him as mediocre. Had Kakarot employed a tenfold Kaioken last time, he would have undoubtedly found himself on the ground. Impossible. My father is not a coward, Son Gohan protested, ready to charge forward, but Piccolo restrained him. At that moment, other warriors began to arrive. Naba counted them with a smirk. Oh, 3 more have come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ha, delightful. This should be entertaining. He continued to tally the newly arrived trio. Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha. Kairatsu had been knocked unconscious by Tien, who feared for his safety should he follow them. Hence the absence of Kairatsu this time. Naba, I recall there's still 6 seeds of the vegetable people. Let S bring them out for some amusement while we await Kakarot's arrival. Vegeta interjected, knowing Kakarot would not arrive for another 3 hours. He figured he might as well seek some diversion during that time. Chapter 11. Yamcha's chest was pierced. Prince Vegeta, you truly possess a taste for the dramatic. There are indeed 6 seeds, Naba nodded, retrieving the seeds and probing the fertile soil. This land is quite suitable for cultivation, he remarked, commencing the planting of the vegetable beings. It was not long before 6 grotesque vegetable beings emerged from the earth, each more terrifying than the last. How horrifying, Krillin remarked, feeling a sense of disgust. This is just the beginning. That little one is even more terrifying, Piccolo commented, casting a glance at Vegeta. Despite Vegeta's low energy pressure making him hard to gauge, Piccolo understood that Naba, a formidable figure who obeyed Vegeta's commands, indicated that Vegeta was anything but ordinary. Moreover, he had overheard another title, Prince Vegeta. Clearly, this was significant. The identity of Goku as a Saiyan warrior prompted Piccolo to ponder. This Prince Vegeta must certainly be the prince of the Saiyan race, and his prowess needed no further elaboration. Hey, Unamikian over there, I warn you, this is our Saiyan prince, not some insignificant figure. If you wish for an early demise, feel free to speak. Naba glared at Piccolo. At that moment, both Piccolo and the Supreme Kai, far away in the Kai's realm, were taken aback. They just realized they were not merely Earthlings, but extraterrestrial beings as well. Piccolo, I never anticipated you were also an alien, one remarked. Clint expressed his surprise. Is this the right moment to discuss such matters? Piccolo scoffed, and then gazed at Daba. Thank you for the reminder about my homeland. However, in return, I shall slay you. Ha ha ha, slay us? Just you? Are you aware of your fighting prowess? Daba laughed heartily. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Daba, do not trust that scouter. They can manipulate their battle power. This Dragon Ball is his doing. Be cautious, for if you kill them, we will have to make an arduous trip to Namek. Vegeta spoke nonchalantly. Having come this far, we must wish first before heading to Namek. Indeed, he desires the Dragon Balls from both planets. Oh, Prince Vegeta. Had you not mentioned it, I would have been unaware. Very well, I shall show mercy to one when I strike. Daba chuckled and removed the scouter, addressing the cultivators. Go and eliminate the 4 opponents. Spare that green Namekian. Piccolo, you are truly fortunate. They will not kill you, Klin remarked enviously. It is merely a matter of obtaining the Dragon Balls. Once they acquire them, I shall meet my end as well, Piccolo retorted disdainfully. Just as the cultivators were about to engage, a system notification echoed in Vegeta's mind. Ding. Mission detected. Eliminate Yamcha. Mission reward. 3 wishes with the Earth Dragon Balls. Ding. Does the host accept the mission? Upon hearing this peculiar task, Vegeta's face was a canvas of confusion. Nonetheless, he silently accepted. What a jest. 3 wishes. My aspirations for growth are within reach. Yang Tian, am I to personally eliminate this Yamcha, or could Daba or the cultivator suffice? Vegeta pondered internally. If they were mere fodder, he would not bother to lift a finger. As long as it is you or your subordinates who perform the kill, it counts as yours. However, it must be you who executes it to unlock the treasure chest. Yang Tian's voice resonated, causing Vegeta to narrow his eyes. It seemed he must take matters into his own hands. Unlocking a treasure chest could yield splendid rewards. Came House. Are these the Saiyans? How terrifying! Bulma exclaimed, witnessing Vegeta, Daba, and the cultivators on screen visibly shaken. Indeed, my crystal ball is somewhat unstable, the fortune teller remarked, using her unique abilities to stabilize the orb. The hope of Earth rests upon Tien and the others. Goku, why do you not arrive? Came Sunin sat nearby, watching. In the past, he was the martial arts deity. Now, he was but an ordinary old man, utterly unequipped to handle such a situation. Gohan, my Gohan, how have you changed so? Chi-Chi and Ox King arrived at Kame House. Observing the scene in the crystal ball, it had been a year since they last saw him, and she felt a profound longing. When she first learned that her son had been taken by the Demon King Piccolo, she nearly lost her sanity. The husband has perished, and their son has been taken by a great demon. The magnitude of this blow is beyond comprehension. Nurturing individuals, spending quality time with them. Those who long for nurturing to speak. Since Vegeta wishes to play, let the nurturers engage with them. After all, time is abundant. The nurturers contemplated charging forward, yet Vegeta, quicker than they, abruptly halted them. Wait a moment. What is it, Prince Vegeta? I shall first inquire about an individual, Vegeta replied coolly, casting his gaze upon the 5 before him. Which of you is Yamcha? Upon hearing the diminutive Vegeta's words, the warriors exchanged glances. Yamcha, upon realizing Vegeta was addressing him, stepped forward. I am Yamcha. Very well. You possess courage, undeterred by my presence. Choose your demise. Seeing his audacity, Vegeta straightforwardly invited him to select his fate. Fool! You are overly arrogant. Upon hearing Vegeta's haughty declaration, Yamcha formed a stance, channeling a blue energy wave. Kamehameha! The azure energy surged toward Vegeta. Vegeta stood with arms crossed. Unperturbed, a resounding explosion echoed as smoke enveloped a 10-meter radius around him. I did it! Yamcha exclaimed with exhilaration, astonished that this Saiyan, in his arrogance, had taken a blow. This was the culmination of Master Roshi's 50 years of arduous training. Impressive, Gohan remarked in awe. Did it really start with such a bang? Well done, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan acknowledged him with a smile. However, Piccolo's cold observation dampened the mood. Their energy has not diminished. What? That's impossible. Krillin, the bald warrior, expressed disbelief. Before the smoke had cleared, Vegeta's voice rang out. What are you celebrating? Subsequently, a death beam erupted from the mist, piercing Yamcha's chest. Wow! Yamcha was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a word, clutching his chest in agony. That was so fast. Piccolo gasped, unable to comprehend the recent attack. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta pointed his right hand toward them. This technique, still in its formative stage for Vegeta, would later evolve into an atomic explosion, executed with 3 fingers. He had previously employed it against Majin Buu. Chapter 12. Vegeta grows taller, Raditz revived. Vegeta had once concentrated his energy into a beam, demonstrating tremendous piercing power as it penetrated Majin Buu's abdomen. However, Buu's formidable regenerative abilities left him largely unscathed. Now, merely a prototype. He utilized 5 fingers to unleash a beam that pierced Yamcha's chest. Is this truly your strength? Such fragility, Vegeta scoffed, arms still crossed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. As the aura of Yamcha wanes, it is evident that he cannot survive. It is no jest. His chest has been pierced. And without the mystical beams, his fate is sealed. Back during the Android saga, he was impaled by Android 20, and but for the beans, he would have perished. Yet now, the warriors find themselves devoid of these beans, all consumed by the relentless Akira Toriyama. It can only be said that the seasoned fighters intentionally suppressed the supply of the beans to prevent the main characters from advancing. Yamcha, do not succumb, Krillin exclaimed as he rushed to support Yamcha. Krillin, do not shake him. Yamcha's voice was but a whisper amidst the commotion. Under the misapprehension that he was avenging his fallen comrade, Krillin shook him with increasing fervor. Damn it, Yamcha, hold on, Krillin shouted, utterly oblivious to Yamcha's feeble attempts to communicate. Tragically, Yamcha, who still clung to a thread of life, was inadvertently shaken to death by Krillin's desperate actions. Poor Yamcha, who had already met his demise at the hands of the Cell Games, was now pierced by Vegeta and then shaken to his end by Krillin. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have killed Yamcha and received a treasure chest. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and gained 3 wishes. Upon hearing the dual notifications from the system, a smile broke across Vegeta's face. At last, he had succeeded in his endeavor, contemplating whether he should deliver a finishing blow. However, he chose to disregard the battlefield and instead turned to Yang Tian with an inquiry. Yang Tian, can this wish grant me immortality? Vegeta, now possessing eternal life, was still vulnerable to death by others. Thus he sought a means to remedy this flaw. No, the immortality you wish for would be akin to that of Majin Buu, where possessing cells allows for resurrection. However, should one possess power far exceeding yours, they could obliterate you, leading to your demise. This is merely a low-level wish, comparable to that of Earth's Dragon Balls, which only grants 1 wish per year. What? So ineffectual? Vegeta was rendered speechless. The notion of resurrection through possessing cells sounded formidable, yet if an adversary surpassed him in strength, he would still meet his end. And if he encountered someone weaker, he would not activate such a passive ability. Thus, it seemed rather useless to him. Then what of growing taller? Surely that is achievable? Vegeta posed the crucial question. Of course, that is possible. You may also choose to shrink. Vegeta, what the hell? He desired to grow taller. Not to diminish in size. He was already diminutive in stature. I wish to grow taller, though not excessively, perhaps to the height of Kakarot when I last saw him. Vegeta contemplated aloud. Ahaha, your former master Frieza shares a similar desire. However, he finds the notion of growing too tall amusing. His goal is to increase his height by 5 centimeters, and they're already en route to Namek. What? Frieza? He too wishes to grow taller? How is he making his way to Namek? Vegeta was astonished. Your recent conversation was transmitted back via the scouter of Nappa. You mentioned the Namekians. Yang Tian provided a reminder. Damn it, but never mind. He is on a quest to fulfill this wish, and fortunately, it is not for immortality. Vegeta pondered for a moment, relieved that it was not the pursuit of eternal life. The desire to grow 5 centimeters seemed somewhat amusing. Your idea is splendid. He seeks immortality, while growing 5 centimeters is merely a secondary benefit. Vegeta, no, I cannot allow him to realize this wish. Vegeta immediately furrowed his brow. He recalled Yang Tan mentioning that the Dragon Balls of Namek would yield superior results. If immortality were granted, he would have no opportunity for redemption. What are you afraid of? He still has some time before reaching the Namekians. You can go after you finish your tasks. Yang Tian remarked casually. Vegeta composed himself. His spaceship traveled swiftly. He could intercept it directly later. Came house. What? Impossible. Yamcha is dead? Bulma stared incredulously at the scene unfolding within the crystal ball. Her Yamcha? Dead? Just moments ago, she had been celebrating the downfall of that Saiyan, Vegeta, but to be met with such a shocking twist, she found it utterly unbearable. Bulma, don't despair. There are still the Dragon Balls, right? Master Roshi approached to offer comfort, albeit with somewhat wandering hands. In her sorrow, Bulma paid him no mind. Of course, if Master Roshi were to make any bolder moves, she would certainly retaliate. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi focused on Gohan in the images, indifferent to the fates of others. At this moment, Vegeta was not distracted by extraneous thoughts. He directly clicked on the wish option. This was a reward for completing the task. He filled it out. Let me grow to a height of 183 centimeters. Vegeta briefly calculated the heights of Nappa and Kakarot. He did not wish to be as towering as Nappa, as that would be rather peculiar. 183 centimeters would suffice. In the next moment, Vegeta expanded, rising from 164 centimeters to 183 centimeters. This transformation left Nappa and the other warriors astonished. What? Did he just reach adulthood? Such a sudden growth? It's possible. I recall Goku mentioning that he had experienced a growth spurt at some point. Tenshinhan and Krillin were engaged in conversation when Nappa inquired of Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, what is this? Wish to grow taller. No further questions, Vegeta replied coolly, cutting off any subsequent inquiries. He then clicked on the wish option again, writing, revive the Saiyan Raditz. In the next moment, Raditz materialized before him. Originally, having been dead for a year and without a physical form, he could not be revived. However, the system's resurrection was indeed superior to that of the Earth-S dragon. It simply disregarded that limitation. Am I not in hell? How'd I suddenly end up here? Raditz, sporting the same Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle, gazed around in bewilderment. As Nappa beheld his comrade Raditz, he playfully tapped him on the forehead. Raditz, my companion, you have finally returned to life. Raditz, bewildered, exclaimed, who struck me? Turning around, he was met with the sight of Nappa and Prince Vegeta, his face lighting up with joy. Nappa, Prince Vegeta, it is truly wonderful to see you again. Vegeta promptly produced the last fruit from the Tree of Might, offering it to Raditz. Consume this, for your weakness may hinder our endeavors, Vegeta stated nonchalantly. Without hesitation, Raditz accepted the fruit and began to devour it, while Nappa looked on enviously. Chapter 13. Nappa's Desire to Cultivate. Vegeta paid no heed to Nappa's feelings. The rationale behind his gift was simple. The fruit would enhance Raditz's power significantly, as he had consumed the most, rendering its effects less impactful on himself. A mere boost in power would serve Raditz better, especially as they were poised to confront Frieza's army, and Raditz, with a power level of 1500, would prove utterly ineffectual. Their weakness stemmed from Frieza providing them with outdated ships, which took half a year or more to travel, reaching destinations only to annihilate planets and relay orders before departing, leaving no opportunity for training. Frieza also denied them the chance to conquer planets with formidable power levels, which explained why they had not experienced the surge in power that comes with near-death encounters. Otherwise, Vegeta would not have waited until the time on Namek to recognize the Saiyan traits, prompting Dandy to use a card that ultimately led to his near demise. As for the final wish, Vegeta chose to withhold it for potential future use. Raditz consumed the fruit, his body erupting with immense energy as his power level soared to 150,000. It was evident that Nappa fared the worst, experiencing the least increase. What overwhelming power! I feel capable of obliterating this blue planet with a single punch, Raditz exclaimed, raising his fist in exuberance. Nappa's scouter suddenly began to react. What? 150,000 power level? He exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the device. Yet, before he could process it further, Vegeta obliterated the scouter with a swift strike. Nappa, our movements are being monitored, Vegeta stated darkly. Now, their adversaries likely possessed an estimate of their power levels, complicating matters. Fortunately, Vegeta's own power of 2.5 million had not been revealed. Known only to himself, in the parallel universe of the Earth battle, their unleashed power would be imperceptible to Frieza in this realm, transcending parallel worlds. This meant that while Nappa detected a power level of 150,000, he could not ascertain the identity behind it. It strongly suggested that this power belonged to Earthlings rather than themselves. With this realization, Vegeta exhaled in relief. We are being monitored? What does that mean, Prince Vegeta? Nappa inquired, perplexed. Meanwhile, Raditz's scouter had already been taken by Bulma. What kind of detector is this? Frieza has placed a locator on us, Vegeta scoffed. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he pondered various matters without rushing to engage the warriors. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz, noticing that Vegeta had not given any commands, began to converse. After all, they were the only Saiyans present, and having worked together frequently, there was no deep-seated animosity among them. Any grievances had long been extinguished. As for the original storyline, where Vegeta sought to eliminate Nappa to showcase the brutality of the Saiyans, the circumstances had changed. Killing him would only leave Vegeta without subordinates. It was unnecessary to maintain such a facade in front of Kakarot and the others. Nappa, what is the afterlife like for you? Raditz inquired with curiosity. Alas, it is quite miserable. I would rather not speak of it. It's all tears, Raditz reflected, nearly moved to tears himself. He then confided in Nappa about his experiences in the underworld, leaving Nappa in a cold sweat. Was this villain's fate truly so grim after death? As the two conversed, Vegeta paid them no mind. He had no concern for life or death. He was immortal. As long as he maintained his composure, he would not perish. What? Raditz, how did you come back to life? Piccolo exclaimed, astonished at the resurrected Raditz. Simultaneously, a suddenly towering Vegeta presented him with a peculiar fruit, which Raditz consumed, causing his power to surge dramatically. Though his energy was not on par with Nappa's, it was still overwhelming to those around him. What? Is this the Saiyan who forced you to join forces with Goku? Tien Shinhan said in disbelief, gazing at Raditz. The newly appeared Raditz seemed formidable, but not excessively so. However, after consuming the fruit, his skyrocketing energy left Tien in awe. How terrifying, even more so than before. Krillin admitted, filled with dread. Having been struck and sent flying by a mere tail before, he was haunted by that memory. Coupled with Raditz's sudden surge in power, his fear intensified. Alert! Detection of fear in warriors. Host, please initiate a group battle with the training subjects. Task reward, explosive attack. Alert! Do you accept the task? Explosive attack? One enticing name, I accept. Without hesitation, Vegeta silently acknowledged the task. This reward was handed to him without effort. At that moment, Vegeta scanned the warriors, noticing their fear, and smirked. Afraid, are we? Training subjects, show them your strength. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, the 6 training subjects charged towards the 4 fighters. Gohan, filled with dread, stood paralyzed, while Piccolo faced 3 training subjects alone. His actual combat power was 3,500, making the fight with these training subjects feel like child's play, yet he was biding his time, waiting for Goku. He knew that only with Goku's arrival would they have a chance to prevail. Krillin and Tien seemed to understand Piccolo's intentions, as they blocked 3 training subjects. Initiating the group battle, Gohan remained in the center, his face a mask of fear and anxiety. With hands and feet unable to refrain from fidgeting, Nappa mused. How is it that this little brat is even weaker than another? He cast a glance at Gohan. In a parallel universe, he had witnessed another Gohan whose combat power soared to an astounding 10,000. Yet this one barely reached 1,000, truly dismal. Dismal? Raditz interjected. At that time, my combat power was over 1,300. He knocked me on my head, diminishing my strength significantly. Haha, serves you right for being overconfident. 2 individuals, both inferior to you, managed to take you down. Look at you now. Aren't you a bit too proud? Nappa laughed heartily. Raditz fell silent, seemingly acknowledging the truth in Nappa's words. By the way, Prince Vegeta, this could be considered my nephew. Shouldn't we take him under our wing and nurture his potential? Our Saiyan kin are few and far between, Raditz suggested, glancing at Gohan as he addressed Vegeta. Do you truly believe he would recognize you as an elder? Vegeta retorted. Raditz was momentarily speechless, yet continued. Kakarot was a reckless child who damaged his brain. Now he ISNT with us, so I think that nurturing his son, though half-blooded, could yield a remarkable Saiyan warrior. After all, he possesses the true blood of our battle-hardened race. Indeed, Prince Vegeta, what is your perspective on this? Nappa chimed in. Before Vegeta could respond, Nappa continued. Prince Vegeta, a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling, could enhance the child's innate abilities. Thus, I propose that Raditz and I engage in some fruitful endeavors, allowing our Saiyan Empire to regain its former glory. What do you think, Prince Vegeta? Chapter 14. Vegeta considers their endeavors. Haha. Nappa, I have not misjudged you. You are indeed one of our elite Saiyan warriors, possessing a sharp mind. However, it is unnecessary. As long as we grow stronger and attain immortality, that suffices. Though the women you destroyed on that island were quite appealing, it is a pity. You might try your luck with those on the other side, play around, but do not bear offspring. I do not require a mixed blood army, Vegeta stated, referring to the island they had previously obliterated, known as Sakura Island. I believe you are correct, Prince Vegeta. Such actions would indeed muddle our Saiyan lineage. It is better to remain pure, Raditz concurred. Come now at this point. There are hardly any Saiyans left. What more do you desire? Nappa exclaimed, playfully slapping Raditz on the head. Turning to Vegeta, he chuckled. Prince Vegeta, have you truly given no thought to my suggestion? Absolutely not. You are forbidden from pursuing any other women, be they dark-skinned, fair-skinned, or with golden hair and blue eyes. You may indulge in entertainment, but I shall not involve myself in such matters. I have no need for a deluded Saiyan race, Vegeta replied coolly. Nappa shivered at Vegeta's tone. Although he was unsure of the reasoning behind Vegeta's stance, he decided to comply. Raditz felt exasperated. Was his resurrection merely to engage in such endeavors? What kind of thought process did Nappa possess? Raditz was no Alexander Dumas. Prince Vegeta, can you resurrect me? Why not bring back all the Saiyans from planet Vegeta? Raditz's eyes lit up with a thought. Humph, those old fools are disobedient. I have no need for rebellious Saiyans, Vegeta retorted coldly. Those Saiyans are hardly the obedient type. Even if his father were alive, he could not control all the Saiyans. It could be said that the Saiyans are inherently combative and refuse to yield. Will our growth be too slow? Raditz inquired further. Rest assured, I will ensure they grow in one swift motion, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. He had anticipated this situation long ago. Otherwise, he would not have preserved a wish opportunity. Of course, this wish was also a strategic reserve for the future. Indeed, both Nappa and Raditz found Vegeta's reasoning sound and ceased their inquiries, focusing instead on the chaotic battle among the 3 and the 6 vegetable fighters. Despite their idle chatter, none of the vegetable fighters had succumbed to defeat. What is going on? They have been fighting for so long? Nappa questioned in confusion. These vegetable fighters cannot defeat them, nor can they be defeated by them, yet they dare to challenge? Fool, just when I praised your cleverness, you now act foolishly. They are merely stalling for time. Vegeta discerned the issue and cast a glance at Nappa. Enraged by this, Nappa exclaimed, How dare you perform theatrics before Nappa? You are courting death. With that, he unleashed a terrifying battle power of 180,000, causing the entire Blue Star to tremble. This was merely the initial phase. Blue Star had yet to upgrade. A full force output of 18,000 battle power could obliterate Blue Star. As Nappa unleashed his power, all combat ceased, including the vegetable fighters, who now gazed at Nappa with trepidation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring the Big Bang attack. In the next moment, Vegeta comprehended the Big Bang attack. This technique had been utilized during the Android saga and was the sole attack with a recorded achievement, eliminating Android 19. Nappa, the smoke is too dense. Vegeta waved his hand, dispersing the thick cloud that Nappa had raised. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa halted his display of power and coldly observed everyone. Without hesitation, Nappa swiftly dispatched the 6 vegetable fighters. Incompetent fools, with a battle power of 1,200. You cannot even handle them. Now that Nappa's power had surged, he regarded the vegetable fighters as mere trifles, which fueled his arrogance. In the past, the vegetable fighters had assisted them in clearing weaker foes and buying time. Now, however, with just a finger, Nappa could annihilate Blue Star, rendering the vegetable fighters unnecessary. Vegeta said nothing further but crossed his arms, eager to witness what other tactics these warriors possessed. As they hesitated to attack, Vegeta let out a cold laugh. What's the matter? Are you afraid to engage? Would you prefer a group assault or a one-on-one duel? Choose one of us 3. His tone was nonchalant, as he felt quite pleased with himself. After all, he planned to intercept Frieza's Dragon Balls with his ship, which was swifter than Frieza's. Seeing Vegeta's arrogance, Piccolo felt a surge of irritation, yet he begrudgingly restrained himself, knowing he needed to buy time for Goku. Krillin, in a state of dread, shouted towards the sky, Goku, hurry back. We can barely hold on. At this, Nappa and Raditz burst into laughter. Look at him, Nappa. He's nearly scared out of his wits. Who do they think they are, trying to fight me? What a joke. Nappa laughed heartily, his interest in toying with such weak opponents waning. He had previously toyed with foes possessing power levels of 7,000 to 8,000, and now, facing those with just over 1,000 seemed utterly beneath him. Oh, so you've taken Kakarot as your last hope, have you? Well, I, Vegeta, shall await the arrival of your savior, Kakarot, he sneered mockingly. Ha ha ha, Prince Vegeta. Kakarot is surely a coward too frightened to show himself. Nappa scoffed, doubting Kakarot would dare to return after their last encounter. Raditz, however, held a different view. He recalled how Kakarot had embraced him before being struck down by Piccolo's deadly attack, and he could not fathom Kakarot's survival. My father is no coward. He has been resurrected and is on his way. He will undoubtedly defeat you. Gohan forced himself to speak despite his fear, unwilling to let anyone demean his father. If he is truly resurrected, why doesn't Teehee dare to come? Isn't Teehee just afraid? Nappa retorted dismissively. Vegeta, uninterested in their verbal sparring, simply stated, very well. Let us await Kakarot's arrival. As he spoke, he settled upon a nearby stone, closing his eyes to meditate. Nappa and Raditz exchanged puzzled glances, but nonetheless remained by Vegeta's side. Prince Vegeta, why wait for Kakarot? What is he to us? Nappa questioned. Raditz replied, Nappa, Prince Vegeta has his reasons. We need only follow his lead. He was not about to defy Vegeta. Pleased with Raditz's response, Vegeta remarked, Nappa, did you hear what Raditz said? Do not question too much. Simply obey. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Nappa straightened up in compliance. Chapter 15. Vegeta achieves the Ascended Super Saiyan. Prince Vegeta, since we do not know when Kakarot will arrive, may I seek some amusement? What do you think? Nappa proposed, his idea of fun being the destruction of cities. How could Vegeta be unaware of his own thoughts? Just as he contemplated nodding in agreement and advising against excessive destruction, he overheard Yang Tian's words. Vegeta, manage your subordinates well. It would be best for this planet to settle down. Do not allow it to be ruined. What did that mean? What was so commendable about settling on such a lowly planet? Vegeta was perplexed. The delicacies here have drawn the attention of the god of destruction, Beerus, and there lies the colossal egg of Majin Buu. In the future, many formidable warriors will also appear here. Surely, you do not wish to miss the opportunity for a worthy challenge? Yang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta squinted his eyes. As a Saiyan, he was inherently combative. The notion that powerful warriors would emerge in the future, and that Beerus himself could be attracted to this place, astonished him. Wait, are you jesting about the god of destruction, Beerus? That terrifying name echoed in his mind. His father, King Vegeta, had once been trampled for failing to provide him with the best pillow in the universe. Even he had lacked the courage to resist. Indeed, your planet Vegeta was also destroyed under orders from Beerus, who was unperturbed by the legendary Super Saiyans. For him, Frieza merely needed to do a few push-ups and train with his aunt for a few months to surpass your decades of arduous training, Yang Tian stated, his tone devoid of emotion. Vegeta listened in disbelief. He had always believed that planet Vegeta was annihilated by a meteorite. It was a falsehood. Yang Tian, if that is the case, I must regard this planet as a potential settlement, Vegeta thought, gazing at Nappa. Nappa, refrain from destroying the city. I intend to consider this place as my new home. What? Vegeta was about to inquire further, but upon witnessing the look in Vegeta's eyes, he dared not ask. You may go and entertain yourself with those dark-skinned, light-skinned, and golden-haired beauties, as long as you do not destroy the planet, Vegeta said coolly, then resumed his meditative state. After hearing this, Raditz also took off, eager for entertainment. As the two Saiyans departed, Piccolo and the others exchanged solemn glances. However, they were powerless to pursue them, as their strengths were unequal. Moreover, he had mentioned waiting for Kakarot, so they could only hope that the Earth would remain unscathed. They would defeat them, and then use the Dragon Balls to restore everything. 3 hours passed, and Vegeta noticed the two approaching from the horizon, squinting slightly. 3 hours? How many have you fought? The two shared a mischievous glance. Nappa chuckled, Prince Vegeta, it is not that simple. Raditz and I can take on 10 each. Observing their demeanor, Vegeta chose not to comment. He had no interest in such pastimes. Besides, he was aware that Kakarot would soon arrive. Did I not have a treasure chest? Vegeta pondered. It was from his defeat of Yamcha. Without hesitation, he opened his system backpack and clicked to unveil it. Ding! Congratulations. Host has attained the mimetic Super Saiyan. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped Vegeta, invisible to everyone else. What is this mystic Super Saiyan? Vegeta was utterly perplexed. Isn't it merely a Super Saiyan? What is this mystic transformation? As he examined the transformation section, he stumbled upon this form. Upon reading the description, he was momentarily taken aback. Mystic Super Saiyan. Combat power increases by 30 times in this form. Without hesitation, Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted, ha! In an instant, his hair stood on end. Oh no, it was already spiky. Vegeta's hair turned a light red, while his previously white aura transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Furthermore, his pupils vanished, giving him a frenzied appearance. The ground around Vegeta cracked open with numerous fissures, clearly torn apart by the force of his energy. What is this energy? Piccolo and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Nappa and Raditz were sent flying, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Vegeta's explosive power. Prince Vegeta, what is happening? Nappa shouted at him. Raditz, too, was left speechless, staring in astonishment. Ha ha ha! Behold the Super Vegeta. Nappa, Raditz, this is the transformation of a Super Saiyan, no mystic. Vegeta laughed maniacally, then realized his error and corrected himself. He could feel the surging energy within him. Simultaneously, he glanced at the system, assessing his combat power. 75 million. Terrifying indeed. What? A Super Saiyan? Isn't that a legend? Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief. Nappa, similarly, gaped in shock. What is so impressive about me, Vegeta? being able to master transformations? Vegeta scoffed. The two nodded, unwilling to argue. Afterward, Vegeta reverted to his original form. How powerful would a complete Super Saiyan be? Vegeta pondered. The overwhelming sensation from the transformation left him somewhat bewildered, yet he felt it was a natural occurrence. Vegeta, the transformation will induce a sense of rage. You should transform more often to suppress this arrogance. The Super Saiyan form grants you 50 times your normal combat power, meaning the stronger your base form, the stronger your transformation. Yang Tian remarked calmly. After hearing this, Vegeta found it reasonable and resolved to train his base form more diligently. As for Yang Tian's comment regarding the arrogance post-transformation, he saw nothing wrong with it. He was, after all, the proud prince of the Saiyans. Such arrogance was expected. To think that the base form of Super Saiyan 1 could be 50 times stronger was truly astonishing, Vegeta mused. This is just the beginning. There are still Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, and 5, along with Super Saiyan God forms. Yang Tian stated nonchalantly. Hearing this, Vegeta's anticipation grew. Yang Tian hastened to assign tasks. I yearn for those transformations, Vegeta insisted impatiently. There is no rush. Take your time and advance gradually. You must also rely on your own training to enhance your fundamental combat power. Only when your base power increases will your transformations render you stronger, Yang Tian replied. I understand, Vegeta acknowledged, casting his gaze into the distance as a powerful aura approached, unmistakably that of Kakarot. With arms crossed, Vegeta addressed Nappa and Raditz. Kakarot is approaching. He'll be entrusted to me. Yes, Prince Vegeta, they replied, standing at attention like loyal bodyguards. Chapter 16. Son Goku vs. Vegeta. As Vegeta awaited Kakarot, Piccolo and the others returned, having sensed Son Goku's energy. Shortly thereafter, Goku appeared before Vegeta and the others. Upon seeing Kakarot, Raditz seethed with anger. Kakarot, why do you arrive so late? Hearing his name, Goku turned to see Raditz, his expression one of astonishment. Raditz? I thought you were dead. If you could be revived, why can't I? Do you possess the Dragon Balls? Aren't they limited to reviving one person at a time? Goku inquired, perplexed. Raditz offered no explanation, his gaze filled with ire as he confronted his brother. Kakarot, I offer you one last chance to join us. Enough. Do not utter such things. I will not ally with you villains in your quest to conquer other planets. It would be wise for you to depart, or I shall not hold back. Goku interjected firmly. Kakarot, you truly are obstinate, Raditz lamented, exasperation evident in his voice. After all, we have both faced death once. Kakarot, our race is nearly extinct. I urge you to seriously consider the fate of the Saiyan lineage. If reviving our kind means resorting to such methods, I refuse, Goku replied, then turned to them. Who killed Yamcha? At that moment, Goku was not as enraged as in the original narrative, for most of the warriors remain alive, save for Yamcha. Stubborn as ever. Prince Vegeta, what shall we do? Raditz inquired of Vegeta. Indifferent, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, eager to deliver a beating to Kakarot, his displeasure evident at witnessing another version of himself escape. Kakarot, do you seek vengeance for that Yamcha I killed? Vegeta asked, arms crossed and a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly regarding Goku, whose power was only a few times that of the Kaioken, with contempt. Of course. He was my comrade. Let us battle, Goku responded, glancing at Piccolo and the others. Piccolo regarded Goku intently. Son, do you feel confident? To be honest, my confidence is not substantial, but we must try, mustn't we? Goku admitted, sweat trickling down his brow as he sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta. The force overwhelmed him, leaving him somewhat breathless. A voice echoed in his mind, announcing the triggering of a task. Severe injury to Kakarot, task reward. Unlimited ki. What is this unlimited ki? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he contemplated reprimanding Kakarot, the voice in his mind continued. The prospect of such a reward astonished him. Unlimited ki. It is well known that their energy blasts and heated battles demand a significant amount of ki. Host, do you accept the task? Acceptance was imperative. He roared internally. With this ability, his princely combat techniques would be at his disposal without restraint. More importantly, his most ki-consuming move, the ultimate flash, would also be available. Ha ha, Kakarot, you have truly surprised me. Vegeta laughed heartily, instantly teleporting to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Son Goku's expression changed. He had failed to perceive Vegeta's speed. This was astonishingly fast. I grant you a chance to strike, Kakarot. Otherwise, you shall have none. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, resolute in his stance. As a royal Saiyan, a prodigious warrior, He would never resort to attacking the weak first. You are so confident? I am a combat prodigy among Saiyans, while you are merely a lower-class warrior. Lower-class warrior? Even they can surpass prodigies one day, Son Goku retorted, striking a classic pose reminiscent of their initial battle. Yet, Vegeta remained unmoved. With a powerful punch, Son Goku unleashed a fierce energy wave towards Vegeta, yet had no effect, merely ruffling his battle attire. Do not hold back. Kakarot, if you wish to test me, there is no need. As expected of a prodigy, Son Goku narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. A red aura enveloped him, the result of his training in the Kaioken over the past year. No, just a month or two. The time spent running the Snake Way consumed half a year, and the actual practice of the Kaioken was limited to just a month or two. Double Kaioken, Son Goku propelled himself forward, his terrifying explosive power creating a crater beneath his feet. A punch with a battle power of 16,000 aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Yet Vegeta effortlessly evaded it. Unwilling to believe this, Son Goku unleashed a flurry of punches in rapid succession. However, despite the barrage, he could not land a single blow on Vegeta, who moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, unfazed. This is troubling. Goku cannot prevail, Piccolo remarked, swallowing hard. Tien Shinhan and Krillin, nearby, were astonished. They were witnessing Goku falter for the first time. In their eyes, Goku was a savior. Come on, Goku, you can do it. Clenching his fists, Krillin cheered for Goku, joined by Gohan and Tien. Meanwhile, Yamcha lay nearby, utterly bewildered. If he could speak, he would surely lament, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" On King Kai's planet, King Kai observed the unfolding scene on Earth with a heavy heart. Goku had unleashed the triple Kaioken, but his body was suffering under the strain. The results still the same. He could not land a blow on Vegeta. Damn it, I've used the triple Kaioken. Why can't I hit him? Goku's face reflected his distress as the side effects of the technique began to take their toll, hinting at potential backlash. Kakarot thinks he can confront Prince Vegeta with that level of power? What a delusion, Nappa remarked, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, unimpressed. He's truly pathetic. I wouldn't even bother to toy with Kakarot. Over the course of the year, Kakarot had indeed grown stronger, but it was still insufficient in comparison to Prince Vegeta. Raditz chimed in, and Nappa scoffed. Insufficient? Just how much is that little bit you speak of? He gestured with his fingers, illustrating the minuscule gap. Your metaphor is quite fitting. Nappa, Raditz laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch as Goku invoked the quadruple Kaioken, his aura surging in a vibrant red blaze. This is my quadruple Kaioken, my final resort. Goku gritted his teeth, the visible veins on his forehead signaling the immense strain on his body. Quadruple Kaioken, he shouted. But far away on King Kai's planet, the king warned him, Goku, stop. The quadruple Kaioken will destroy your body. I can't afford to worry about that now. Goku retorted, bringing his hands together in a cupped shape, preparing his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. As he called out the last syllable, a brilliant blue light surged toward Vegeta, clearly intent on engulfing him. Impressive indeed, but I am no longer the same, Vegeta smirked, transforming into his ascended Super Saiyan form. The ground around him buckled under the force, and the Kamehameha wave was swept away by the shockwave. Goku stood in stunned disbelief at the sight. What? Such a terrifying power, he exclaimed, withdrawing from the Kaioken state, captivated by the scene before him. Vegeta, with an air of indifference, displayed his light red hair and pupilless eyes, embodying dominance. The Kaioken, with such severe side effects, it pales in comparison to my transformation. Remember this, Kakarot. This is the ascended Super Saiyan. As Vegeta's words fell, he materialized before Goku, who then collapsed, clutching his abdomen. At the moment Goku lost consciousness, Vegeta's cold voice echoed. I shall spare you this time. Furthermore, your combat power under the Kaioken times 4 is merely 32,000, whereas I, Prince Vegeta, boast a staggering power level of 75 million. Upon hearing Vegeta's proclamation, Son Goku fainted, utterly bereft of combat strength. That single punch for Vegeta had shattered all the meridians in his body. System notification. Congratulations to Vegeta for completing the mission. Infinite energy acquired. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Vegeta reverted from his transformed state and cast a glance at the warriors. Where are the Dragon Balls? Hand them over, and I shall spare your lives. You can forget it. We will not divulge anything to you, Tien Shinhan retorted coldly, fully aware that this malevolent Saiyan intended to utilize the Dragon Balls for nefarious deeds. Krillin, though equally apprehensive, could only watch in fear as their stalwart protector, Goku, lay incapacitated. Prince Vegeta, may I eliminate them? Nappa interjected, stepping forward as he observed their obstinacy. Enough. Let us find a place to settle down before heading to Namek. Vegeta waved dismissively, finding no amusement in slaughtering these weaklings. As for seizing Blue Planet and selling it for a high price, he dismissed the thought. His priority was the annihilation of Frieza. With arms crossed, Vegeta soared into the distance, leaving them to scavenge for sustenance. Quick, check on Goku, Krillin urged as they departed. Not attempting to intervene, what could they possibly do? Upon reaching Goku, they discovered his breathing was erratic, clearly in dire need of immediate medical attention or he would perish. Do we have any senza beans? Tien asked, furrowing his brow. I don't have any. At the time, Corinne said there were 2 beans yet to ripen. But they should be ready now, Krillin pondered. All right, let's help Goku to Corinne Tower, Tien declared. However, as they began to assist Goku, he let out a painful cry. Ah, it hurts. Goku, are you all right? Krillin exclaimed, alarmed. I'll survive. What about Vegeta and the others? They've left. We had no means to stop them. But let us set that aside for now. I'll take you to Corinne Tower for the senza beans, Tien said, preparing to lift Goku. Goku shook his head and whispered, I still have a senza bean at my waist. Upon hearing this, Krillin reached down and, sure enough, found a senza bean. This bean had been given to him by Corinne when he descended from the heavenly temple. He had received 2, consuming one himself. In the original storyline, one was given to Gohan and another to Krillin, each receiving half a bean. In the next moment, Goku sprang to his feet, his power level soaring to 90,000. It could only be said that the healing effects of the senza bean resulted in a remarkably swift enhancement of his combat prowess. The original plot features medical equipment that aids Goku's recovery, resulting in minimal near-death effects triggered by the consumption of the magic beans. Otherwise, after Jinyu's body swap, Goku, emerging from the healing chamber, would experience an astronomical surge in power, skyrocketing from 90,000 to 3 million. Ah, I now feel an overwhelming surge of strength, Goku exclaimed with delight. However, the thought of Vegeta's explosive power dampened his spirits. Vegeta was simply too formidable. Raditz had spoken the truth. His 2 companions were incredibly strong. Goku slumped despondently onto the ground, feeling disheartened despite his diligent training. Something feels amiss, Goku, Piccolo, the strategist, interjected. What do you mean, Piccolo? What seems off? Goku inquired. Upon Raditz's resurrection, his combat power remains the same as it was a year ago, yet after consuming a certain fruit, his energy surged significantly. Clearly, they have all partaken of this fruit, Piccolo observed, gazing into the distance, deep in contemplation. Goku furrowed his brow at the implication. Is there truly a means to gain strength without effort in this world? I refuse to believe it. You doubt it? Have you forgotten the super divine water you once consumed? Krillin countered. Goku fell silent, realizing the truth in Krillin's words. We cannot know if they will act maliciously. If they do, I must intervene. By the way, Piccolo, what are your plans? Goku asked, looking at him. I wish to return to Namek, Piccolo replied, initially reluctant to share his thoughts with Goku. However, considering his son, their relationship had softened somewhat. Namek? What is the matter? Goku pressed. This group of Saiyans intends to go to Namek, and I wish to see for myself. If my kin are in danger, I will not stand idly by. Piccolo raised his gaze towards the sacred temple, as if to say, Old man, you think the same, do you not? Yet, for now, he had no desire to merge with the god of Earth, at least not at this moment. What? Vegeta and the others are heading to Namek? Then we must go as well, Goku declared, rising to his feet, only to feel a sense of confusion. But how shall we get there? Just as Goku voiced his thoughts, the voice of the god of Earth resonated in his mind. Goku, I previously came here aboard a spaceship. I shall have Bubbles take you. You may give it a try. The god was aware of Piccolo's intentions, as they were inherently connected. Very well, Lord God. Goku responded internally, then turned to Piccolo to relay the message. That old fellow, Piccolo muttered. All right, let us wait here for Bubbles. Goku instructed Krillin to secure Yamcha's body so that he could be revived a year later. Meanwhile, Gohan excitedly rushed over to embrace Goku, creating a heartwarming scene of paternal affection. Chapter 18. Vegeta's combat power at 4 million. Nightfall. Having found a place to rest, Vegeta closed his eyes in meditation. How long until we reach Namek, Frieza? Vegeta remained vigilant regarding Frieza's movements, keen to prepare himself accordingly. A month later, we shall arrive at Namek. Oh, it seems we still have some time. Vegeta squinted and gazed into the distance at Nappa and Raditz. Nappa, Raditz, for the next few days, focus on sowing the seeds. We shall depart shortly. Yes, Prince Vegeta, they nodded before seeking out their companions. They were indeed quite occupied. For the first time, they experienced the joy of life. Previously, they had barely disembarked from their spacecraft before being dispatched by Frieza to conquer planets. After each conquest, they would return to report to Frieza before embarking on the next mission. Moreover, the planets they attacked were predominantly inhabited by extraterrestrials, with few resembling decent beings. Nappa had nearly come to find even the octopus aliens rather charming. Aboard the spacecraft, Vegeta continued his training while Nappa and Raditz engaged in mutual practice within the gravity chamber to enhance their skills. Their combat powers were nearly on par. Given the knowledge that Frieza would arrive in a month, Vegeta adjusted the spacecraft's speed to a leisurely pace, extending the journey to half a month. There was no alternative. They were the slowest, yet they would arrive in 15 days. The reason for this deceleration was undoubtedly to allow for training. Meanwhile, on Goku's side, Bulma and Dr. Briefs successfully crafted the ship that the Guardian had once used in his youth, and in accordance with Goku's request, they added a small gravity chamber to facilitate his solitary training. They planned to set off for Namek in 7 days. During this week, Goku and his companions engaged in sparring sessions. Although the gains were modest, they were nonetheless beneficial. On one of those days, new Senzu beans were ready, which Master Roshi handed to Goku. Goku carefully stored them, for he had learned how to enhance his combat power. His battle with Vegeta had imparted the secret of significantly boosting power through near-death experiences. Once the spacecraft launched, as the journey would span a month, Goku instructed Piccolo, Krillin, and others to acclimate to 10 times the normal gravity. They spent several days adjusting to this increased gravity, and for the remainder of the time, Goku trained with them, amplifying the gravity further. Over the course of the month, Goku reached a gravity level of 100 times, a feat he achieved following another near-death experience. This was a hurried accomplishment, and thus the gravity was limited to 100 times. Krillin and Tien, having not experienced near-death, managed to reach 50 times. Gohan, on the other hand, trained under Piccolo at 70 times the gravity. Presently, Goku's combat power stood at 3 million, achieved through 2 near-death experiences and his adaptation to 100 times the gravity, allowing him to reach the power level he would need upon arriving at Namek. It can be said that Vegeta's influence spurred Goku, the child of fortune, to grow stronger. Piccolo's combat power reached 200,000, while Gohan's was 250,000. Krillin and Tien both reached 120,000, attaining the level of the Ginyu Force. For this voyage to Namek, Bulma opted not to accompany them. With the warriors all alive, she deemed it unnecessary to take risks. Besides, Earth possessed the Dragon Balls. Should Goku and the others find themselves in peril, she could always utilize them. Regarding Gohan, Chi-Chi refused to comply, but with Piccolo still alive, he took Gohan away, leaving Chi-Chi with no choice. As for Goku, he faced Chi-Chi's wrath on Namek, half a month later, as Vegeta and the others stood on the planet. Nappa's eyes widened in astonishment. This Namek has gravity similar to Earth, he remarked, clearly pleased. Namek is the 4th planet in the 27-star system of the Lyra constellation, with atmospheric composition and surface gravity comparable to Earth. It is orbited by 3 stars, with a green sky and no night. Additionally, a year on Namek lasts only 130 days. Indeed, there are many Namekians here. Although they have learned to sense energy, they are not yet proficient, Raditz observed while gazing into the distance. Over the past fortnight, Vegeta had taught them to perceive energy, and they had been training in the gravity chamber. Nappa's battle power reached 300,000, Raditz stood at 250,000, while Vegeta had attained an impressive 4 million. This was due to the technique of near-death experience enhancement, which he had previously utilized aboard the spaceship, injuring himself to achieve such a formidable base battle power. Something feels amiss. This Namek seems problematic, Vegeta remarked, his expression grave as he sensed numerous energy signatures fading away. What is going on? What is wrong? Raditz inquired as he stepped forward. Frieza must have arrived. I can sense his energy. But why is he here so early? Vegeta pondered in confusion. Without hesitation, he commanded the two, come, follow me. They nodded and soared behind Vegeta. Upon reaching a village, Vegeta witnessed Frieza as soldiers, clad in combat attire, slaughtering Namekians. Clearly, Frieza had arrived before them. Nappa, Raditz, that must be the Dragon Balls, retrieve them, Vegeta instructed sharply, having spotted one of the henchmen holding a sphere. Understood, Prince Vegeta. The two responded, charging forward. As Frieza's subordinates noticed Nappa and Raditz, They shouted in alarm. Nappa, Raditz, what are you doing here? The leader among them was Chui, dispatched by Frieza to collect the Dragon Balls. Chui, is it you? Quickly hand over the Dragon Ball you possess, or else. Nappa sneered upon recognizing Chui, who he no longer feared. Nappa's battle power was considered mid-level within Frieza's ranks, while Chui, with his power exceeding 10,000, was deemed an elite. What audacity, Nappa! You betrayed Lord Frieza. I haven't even brought you before Lord Frieza to answer for your treachery. And here you are, acting so boldly, Chui retorted, uncomfortably clutching the Dragon Ball under his arm. As soon as he uttered those words, the Dragon Ball nestled under his arm vanished without a trace. The culprit was none other than Raditz, who had not forgotten Vegeta's command to seize the Dragon Balls. Damn it, bring the Dragon Ball here. It belongs to Lord Frieza. Chioi exclaimed furiously. Ha, Frieza's dog, what was your name again? Raditz taunted, clutching the Dragon Ball in his hand before swiftly teleporting, sending Chioi flying with a knee strike. It is worth noting that Raditz relished such displays of strength. He had previously sent Kakarot soaring in a similar manner. Wow. Chioi spat blood midair. Meanwhile, the events did not go unnoticed by Dodoria, Frieza's faithful henchman. Lord Frieza, Naba, and Raditz have stolen your Dragon Ball, the rotund pink creature said, bowing respectfully before Frieza, who sat in a stroller. Those wretched wild monkeys are thwarting my grand plans. Zabo, Dodoria, you two go and bring me the heads of Naba and Raditz. If Vegeta is with them, bring him as well, Frieza commanded. Chapter 19, Mission, Catch Vegeta. Yes, Lord Frieza, the two replied, taking flight towards Naba and Chioyi's location. Indeed, a power level of 150,000 was detected. They did not believe it was from Vegeta and his companions, but rather from the warriors on Earth. This is the Dragon Ball, quite substantial, Naba remarked, weighing in his hands. Vegeta, seeing this, took it from him and placed it in his system backpack. If you break it, we won't be able to make a wish, so let me keep it safe. Hey, where's the Dragon Ball? Raditz exclaimed in surprise upon realizing it was missing. However, he did not pry further. Vegeta had not disclosed the information to them, and it was wise to refrain from asking. Vegeta also provided no explanation and continued onward to their next destination. Yet, before they could reach the next location, a notification chimed in Vegeta's mind. Ding! Detected the world of Super Saiyan Son Goku from the movie. Mission: eliminate Slug and his minions. Mission reward: Super Saiyan transformation. Upon hearing the system notification, a smile spread across Vegeta's face mid-flight, for he had heard of the Super Saiyan transformation. The world of Super Saiyan Son Goku? Kakarot? Is that world where he succeeded in transforming? Vegeta pondered. No, in this world, Son Goku can only transform into a false Super Saiyan. In this timeline, Goku has already experienced Namek, and he did not transform into a Super Saiyan. Instead, he defeated Frieza with a Spirit Bomb, thus only achieving the false Super Saiyan form. Oh, Yang Tian, are you implying that the original Kakarot could transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek? Indeed, see for yourself. In the next moment, two screens appeared before Vegeta, who stood suspended in the void, with Naba and Raditz by his side. The screens displayed images clearly intended for their viewing. What is this Kakarot? Is he truly battling Frieza? Impossible. Raditz's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. His brother, who was born with a mere battle power of 1, is exhibiting such bravery? Bardock, equally astonished, rubbed his eyes, clearly witnessing something of immense horror. Do not speak. This is Kakarot from a parallel universe. Vegeta glanced at the two, then turned his gaze back to the screen. On the left side of the display, Son Goku, enraged by Frieza's murder of Krillin, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair radiating a brilliant golden hue. Has he dyed his hair? No, this is the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta squinted, surprised by the appearance of the Super Saiyan. His own transformation had manifested a yellow aura, yet his hair remained a light red, entirely different from this. The Kakarot on the screen possessed golden hair, perfectly complementing his aura. A Super Saiyan? Has Kakarot truly transformed? This cannot be. Bardock was in disbelief, while Vegeta scoffed. I have already mentioned this is a parallel world. There are various possibilities here. It's difficult to explain to you, just watch. Soon, they witnessed Frieza being thoroughly beaten by Kakarot, which bore Vegeta, prompting him to shift his attention to another screen. There, Kakarot unleashed a Spirit Bomb, obliterating Frieza in an instant. Frieza was defeated. Is this how easily it is resolved? Vegeta was taken aback. When did Frieza ever succumb so easily? Wait a moment. Prince Vegeta, why does this Frieza appear so different? Bardock pondered aloud. They had encountered Frieza before, yet this bald, round-headed version was unfamiliar to them. I have not seen this form either. Vegeta shook his head. Tragedy Tower. This is Frieza's ultimate transformation, with a battle power of 60 million. Capable of a full-force explosion at 120 million. Yang Tian's reminder struck Vegeta, recalling that Yang Tian had once informed him of Frieza's full power being 12 billion. However, he was unaware that Frieza could transform further. It could only be said that Frieza indeed concealed his strength. Beep, does the host accept the mission? Upon realizing Frieza's ability to transform, Vegeta did not hesitate and promptly shouted, accept the mission. By the way, Yang Tian, isn't this mission about killing Kakarot? Why are we targeting Slag and his subordinates? Who are they? Slag was born with extraordinary battle power and an extreme evil heart, making him an alternative Super Namekian. From birth, he was significantly stronger than the adult warriors of Namek, boasting a battle power of 5,000, making him a once-in-a-century genius warrior of Namek. His reluctant parents sent him to live on Slag Star, where he proved invincible and subsequently renamed himself Slag. What? Isn't that quite similar to me, Prince Vegeta? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. From a young age, he was an invincible force on planet Vegeta, possessing a formidable battle power of 10,000 during his youth. Bardock was often absent from planet Vegeta, while his father, King Vegeta, boasted a power level of 8,000, making him the strongest. It could be said that his youthful 10,000 battle power designated him as the mightiest Saiyan. Tragic Vegeta, you're truly self-absorbed, came the jest. What tragic Vegeta? I am Vegeta, he retorted, visibly displeased. Huh, are you aware that in most parallel universes, you are undoubtedly the tragic figure? You appear for less than 2 seconds, proclaiming that only you can defeat Kakarot, only to be swiftly overpowered. Then you boast, oh look at Super Vegeta, pointing at yourself before being defeated once more, Yang Tian remarked, displaying the scene. Vegeta's face turned a shade of green upon witnessing it. Beside him, Nappa and Raditz were puzzled. What is going on with this Vegeta? With that golden hair, wait, golden hair? Isn't that Super Saiyan? How could he be so easily defeated? Vegeta erupted in anger. How dare they? I'm the proud prince of the Saiyans. Who are these wretches? His gaze darkened as he watched the humiliating scenes unfold on the screen. Currently, you are insufficient to face them. Be patient. You will eventually cross paths, Yang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta suppressed his fury and understood why Yang Tian called him tragic. Indeed, his glory lasted but 3 seconds. He shouted bravado only to be swiftly vanquished. What a disgrace. Nappa and Raditz, noting Vegeta's tumultuous expression, scratched their heads, unsure of what to say. Humph, prepare for the mission to eliminate Shrag and his subordinates, Vegeta declared, casting a glance at the two. He had concealed a Dragon Ball, one that Frieza could never locate. As they were about to be teleported by the system, Dodoria and Zarbon arrived. Chapter 20. The World of Super Saiyan Son Goku. Upon seeing the approaching Zarbon and Dodoria, Vegeta's face contorted with rage, for within the footage of his defeat, Zarbon's shadow was unmistakably present. Huh, Vegeta, you three have come here without following orders. You are truly foolish. However, you have provided Frieza with good news. So he has instructed me to bring you before him for your penance. The pink, rotund Dodoria remarked coldly. Zarbon, brushing his hair back, said nonchalantly, Prince Vegeta, please. Just as Nap and Raditz were about to act, Vegeta, with a dark expression, commanded, stand down. This is my treasure. Indeed, he had forgotten that defeating them would yield a treasure. I see you have chosen the path to your demise. Become my treasure, Vegeta declared, vanishing before Dodoria, delivering a swift kick that resulted in Dodoria's immediate demise. The unsuspecting Sabo was swiftly pierced through the chest by Vegeta. He was then lifted into the air, where he exploded amidst a cloud of filthy smoke. Vegeta smirked coldly, and a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for eliminating Dodoria. You have received Treasure Chest 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for eliminating Sabo. You have received Treasure Chest 1. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, saying nothing. They were well aware of their prince's ruthless nature and shared their disdain for the portly figure in Sabo. If he had to kill, so be it. After all, what was toppling Frieza when aligned with their prince? In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped the three of them, transporting them to the realm of the Super Saiyan Goku from the movie. Almost immediately, the biting cold descended upon them. What on earth? It's freezing. Nappa, the massive figure, trembled uncontrollably. The chill was due to Slug having shrouded the earth, preventing sunlight from penetrating. Without the sun's warmth, the planet would grow ever colder. This led to Kakarot struggling against Slug, who had the upper hand. Goku shivered in the frigid air, wondering how he could possibly fight in such a state. However, the Namekian Slug was unfazed by the weather. At that moment, Slug had restored his youthful vigor using the Dragon Balls and was relentlessly pummeling Kakarot. It's normal for it to be cold. Just look at the sky, Raditz suggested, pointing upwards. Nappa and Vegeta glanced up to see dark clouds looming overhead. What is that? What's going on? Nappa questioned, baffled. He launched a key blast into the clouds, but it made no difference. Don't waste your energy. We should seek out Slug, Vegeta remarked, observing Nappa as energy blast fail to disperse the clouds. Clearly, a more formidable force was necessary to break through. Vegeta, however, was not inclined to expend his energy on that, but rather intended to confront Slug directly. All right, Prince Vegeta, I sense two energies over there, Raditz stated, gesturing into the distance. That location was where Kakarot was battling Slug. What are we waiting for? Let us investigate, they decided. Upon their arrival, the trio suppressed their energy, recognizing the advantages of controlling their power and conserving it. Vegeta, on the other hand, was indifferent, for he possessed limitless energy. Whether he suppressed it or not was inconsequential. His goal was to draw Slug out and engage him in combat. Is that Slug? Kakarot seems to be at a disadvantage, Nappa observed from the sidelines. Hey, Nappa, can you predict the outcome? Raditz chuckled. Of course. My battle power is currently at 300,000, and when transformed into a great ape, it reaches 3 million, Nappa boasted. Laughing heartily, a battle power of 3 million is no trivial matter. Humph. I believe that cumbersome transformation of yours is unnecessary. Allow me to teach you the art of the great ape transformation, Vegeta scoffed. This great ape form resembles a colossal gorilla, yet it maintains a humanoid stature, akin to a diminutive gorilla. Though its size diminishes, its combat prowess remains formidable, reaping a tenfold enhancement. Thank you, Prince Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz expressed their elation, particularly Raditz, who feared losing his sanity upon transforming. If he could master this technique, it would be immensely beneficial. Vegeta, enlightened by the system, was confident that if he revealed the secret, both would undoubtedly succeed with a little practice. Given their loyalty as his subordinates, he was more than willing to share this knowledge. Meanwhile, Goku found himself no longer evenly matched, but was instead being mercilessly pummeled. Slag delivered a heavy blow, sending Goku crashing into a building. Exhausted and cold, Goku attempted to flee, as he no longer possessed the stamina to contend with Slag. Haha, is this all the Saiyan can muster? You scurry about like a mouse. Slag laughed heartily, relishing the thrill of the hunt. He approached Goku, gripping his collar with one hand while delivering relentless punches to Goku's face and abdomen, all the while cackling, ha ha ha. The warrior race of Saiyans? Hardly impressive. Just then, a voice resonated above him. Hardly impressive is your display. I have showcased 400,000 units of combat power, and yet you failed to acknowledge my presence. Truly disappointing. Vegeta stood with arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face, flanked by Nappa and Raditz. Who dares to speak from above? Slag furrowed his brow, turning to see the trio hovering above. You? Who are you? Slag scrutinized them, but upon noticing the tails of Nappa and Raditz, he paused, then burst into laughter. Ah, so you are Saiyans. Come to rescue him, are you? He taunted, gesturing to the battered Goku. Goku, struggling to open his eyes, was taken aback upon seeing Vegeta. Vegeta? What are you doing here? After the battle on Namek, he had defeated Frieza with a spirit bomb and used the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by Frieza, excluding the villains. Consequently, the Vegeta of his time had not returned. Kakarot, you fight disgracefully. I've been watching you for quite some time, and you are, without a doubt, the one who is truly pathetic, Vegeta derided. In his own realm, a single punch from him would leave Kakarot severely injured. Yet here, this Kakarot had been beaten like a dog. The thought irked Vegeta. How could he even be compared to him? Chapter 21. Super Saiyan Vegeta, the demise of Slag. Vegeta, you. As Sun Wukong attempted to speak further, he was abruptly interrupted by Shrag. Enough, you band of monkeys should reunite, Shrag declared, hurling Sun Wukong towards Vegeta's direction. Vegeta remained still, though Raditz beside him stirred. Kakarot, what is this? Aren't you capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Raditz frowned, perplexed by Vegeta's assertion that this world belonged to the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. What do you mean by Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong inquired, bewildered. However, Raditz offered no explanation, instead landing on the ground and setting him aside. Shrag, what are your subordinates? Vegeta inquired, still concerned about his few lackeys, as they were treasures indeed. All my subordinates have been slain by this monkey. However, should you wish to join my ranks, I would be willing to consider it, Shrag replied, extending his arms as if to embrace Vegeta. A chill ran down Vegeta's spine, yet he responded coldly, "Damn it, my treasures." "What treasures? If you join me, I can offer you gold and jewels aplenty," Shrag said with a faint smile. "Humph, join you? I would rather see you become a subordinate to Prince Vegeta," Vegeta retorted, descending to lock eyes with Shrag. "Hooray with Super Vegeta," he proclaimed, pointing his thumb at himself. He nearly mispronounced it, attributing his slip to Yang Tian, who had shown him videos proclaiming Super Vegeta. Such catchphrases were truly troublesome. In the next moment, the ground trembled for a radius of 10 kilometers. Vegeta transformed into a hypothetical Super Saiyan, a golden aura erupting skyward. At this moment, Vegeta possessed limitless energy, his aura as formidable and resplendent as he desired, aiming for overwhelming dominance. Arrogance radiated from him. Shrag clenched his fists, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. Dust and debris swirled around them, and numerous structures crumbled under the strain. "What? Is he holding back against me?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, no one responded. Presently, Shrag's combat power surged to approximately 10 million, having previously been around 4 million before unleashing his full might. After returning from Namek and training for a period, Sun Wukong had increased his power from 3 million to 3.5 million. Yet he could only briefly match Shrag's strength. Arrogance? Ha, come and test it, fool. Vegeta sneered, standing his ground. Do you understand the consequences of boasting? In an instant, Shrag teleported and delivered a punch directly to Vegeta's face, sending him flying and crashing through countless houses of the Earthlings. "Oomph, did you think you could look down on me? Can you withstand this punch?" Shrag chuckled, gazing at Vegeta amidst the ruins. "That punch was fierce. Can you endure it?" Raditz gazed at Shrag's fist, turning his attention towards Naba. "If you wish for my demise." Simply stated, combined, we are hardly sufficient to withstand a single blow from him. Naba regarded him with a look of incredulity. "Have you lost your mind from dying once? How could that possibly be?" Raditz retorted, "I was merely speaking in metaphor. Is your metaphor appropriate?" Naba replied with irritation. In the midst of the ruins, Vegeta unleashed his power, toppling the surrounding edifices. "Is this truly all you can muster?" He scoffed. "Your fist is feeble and lacking in strength." With closed eyes, a hint of disdain graced Vegeta's lips. Clearly, such a meager display of force held little significance for him. He had intentionally allowed himself to be struck, eager to gauge his opponent's strength. And this was the result. Vegeta felt a twinge of disappointment. "Are you mocking me?" Shrag roared, having just exerted 80% of his strength, only to find himself underestimated. Simultaneously, he harbored a growing trepidation towards Vegeta's prowess. An unguarded punch had left him unscathed, which was utterly astonishing. "Mocking? What are you, a fool? This strike shall pierce your chest," Vegeta warned. As his words echoed, Vegeta moved. In an instant, he became a blur, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he appeared before Shrag, delivering a punch that pierced through Shrag's chest. Subsequently, Vegeta extended his hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent Shrag hurtling away. "I warned you, I would pierce your chest. Why were you unprepared?" Vegeta sneered, shaking off the green blood. He approached Shrag step by step, who at that moment felt a chill run down his spine. Just moments ago, he had failed to perceive Vegeta's speed. "Now, I shall scatter your ashes. Do you hear me?" Vegeta continued his advance. In a desperate attempt, Shrag conjured an energy blast, hurling it to the ground to create a cloud of dust. Without hesitation, he took to the skies, seeking to escape. Vegeta was far too terrifying. That previous punch, an energy blast, had left him grievously wounded. "Do you think you can flee? You, with a mere combat power of 10 million? Vegeta mocked, gathering energy in his hands while simultaneously releasing a powerful energy wave directed at Shrag, who was now airborne. Sensing the overwhelming surge behind him, Shrag turned, only to be engulfed by the energy wave. With a resounding explosion, Shrag was obliterated. This very technique had once been employed against Naba, reducing him to ashes. Shrag had no chance to transform, despite the possibility of achieving a combat power of 60 million in his giant form. The reason for his failure to transform lay in having his defenses shattered, with a gaping hole in his chest, instilling a profound fear of Vegeta within him. As the formidable aura of Vegeta surged, it pressed down upon him, rendering him breathless. One could assert that with Vegeta's boundless energy, The notion of a Super Saiyan at full power became obsolete. With energy at its peak, what could possibly be lost? It could only be said that Vegeta's infinite energy had reached an almost divine state. Ding! Congratulations, host Vegeta, for completing the task and attaining the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. In the next instant, Vegeta comprehended the technique for transformation into a Super Saiyan. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a thunderous roar. The terrifying golden aura intensified, his hair shifting from a reddish hue to a brilliant gold, and his pupils transitioned from void to vibrant. Ha ha ha! Super Saiyan! Super Saiyan! I, Vegeta, have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed heartily, his energy waves radiating outward, dispersing the dark clouds surrounding him. At that moment, his battle power soared to 200 million, normal state at 4 million. And upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, a 50-fold increase was achieved. The clouds parted to reveal the sky. The ominous darkness of slag had vanished, and the sun shone once more. Chapter 22. Vegeta flips the table. Prince Vegeta, is this your transformation into a Super Saiyan? Naba inquired, approaching with astonishment. Raditz gazed at the spectacle, equally taken aback. They were witnessing a Super Saiyan for the very first time? No, the legendary one. Indeed, this is what a Super Saiyan looks like, Vegeta remarked with a sly smile. One could say this power was truly magnificent. Ha! As expected of Prince Vegeta. A rare genius indeed, Raditz praised. Naba concurred. At that moment, Kakarot, Son Goku arrived. Observing Vegeta, he exclaimed, Vegeta, what is happening here? Heh, Kakarot, you look rather disheveled. This is the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta replied with a grin. He then turned to the two. Task accomplished. We must depart. As Vegeta's words echoed, the three of them were whisked away. Wait, are that Vegeta and Raditz? Piccolo stumbled forward, inquiring. Indeed, I cannot fathom how they appeared out of nowhere, especially Vegeta. His energy is terrifying. Goku shook his head, perplexed. He too was unaware of what had transpired. Hopefully, they won't bring calamity to Earth. Otherwise, I may have to seek out a fusion. Piccolo frowned. However, Piccolo's worries were unfounded. Vegeta and his companions hailed from another realm. Namek, Naba mused. We have returned? I wonder what rewards await me this time. Upon observing his surroundings, Naba recognized the location where they had previously arrived on Namek. Rewards? What rewards? Raditz queried, somewhat baffled. Following Prince Vegeta on his missions guarantees rewards, Naba chuckled. As the voice of Naba resonated, he heard the sound of a reward being credited. Ding! Congratulations to Naba and Raditz for assisting Vegeta in completing the task, earning the transformation into the mimetic Super Saiyan. In the next moment, a radiant fissure in space enveloped the two, merging with their very beings. What? The mimetic Super Saiyan? Vegeta also heard the announcement, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, is this becoming commonplace? Fortunately, he, Vegeta, had already attained the Super Saiyan transformation. Otherwise, he would be on the same level as them. Boom! Boom! The sounds echoed as Naba and Raditz transformed into mimetic Super Saiyans. With the existence of such a system, both could transform at will, regardless of their battle prowess. It was simply extraordinary. Prince Vegeta, where shall we venture next? Naba inquired boastfully, his golden aura radiating confidence. However, Vegeta ignored him, instead focusing his gaze on Raditz, whose crimson hair appeared particularly flamboyant. Raditz, don't you find your hair to be a hindrance? Vegeta questioned. Not at all. I find it quite acceptable, Raditz replied, admiring his long locks. The hair of Saiyans typically remained fixed in style and would not grow unless cut, in which case it would revert to its original form. Enough chatter. Let us proceed to that village and see if we can gather any Dragon Balls, Vegeta declared, soaring towards another settlement. Naba and Raditz subsequently reverted from their transformed states. Bang! Bang! As they transformed, the devices of Frisia's scouts exploded simultaneously. What on earth is happening? Frisia asked, glancing at the debris of the detectors scattered across the ground. Moment ago, the devices had registered 2 immense power levels. Before he could react, they detonated. Lord Frisia, our detectors have also been destroyed, a soldier reported respectfully, stepping forward. Go, convey my orders, mobilize my Ginyu Force. Frisia commanded, his gaze fixed on the 2 Dragon Balls aboard his spaceship. He was determined to acquire all 7 Dragon Balls, for with them, he could wish for eternal life and greater stature. Indeed, he desired both immortality and an increase in height. Vegeta, you truly have surprised me. He chuckled maliciously. Vegeta arrived at the next village, but found no Dragon Balls, while Frisia's minions were swiftly dispatched by Nappa and Raditz. As for Vegeta, he had yet to engage, having been outpaced by the duo. The reason was simple. With their mimetic Super Saiyan forms, they transformed upon encountering enemies, rendering any confrontation futile. How many Dragon Balls does Frieza possess? Vegeta pondered, aware that Frieza had likely secured several, though he was uncertain of the exact count. Never mind. Let us open the treasure chest. Vegeta accessed his system backpack and discovered 2 treasure chests, rewards for vanquishing Zarbon and Dodoria. Congratulations, Vegeta, for unlocking the treasure chest and acquiring 1 million battle power. Is it merely battle power? Nevertheless, 1 million is indeed substantial, Vegeta mused. In the early stages, this 1 million is formidable, yet unbeknownst to him, in the later stages, it becomes rather trivial. He opened the attribute panel. Host Vegeta. Title None. Battle Power. 6 million. Lifespan. Immortal. Transformation. Great Ape Power. Super Saiyan, including mimicry. Ultimate move. Gallic Gun. The final flash of filthy fireworks. Others. Infinite Key Perception. Subordinates. Nappa. Raditz. System Bag. 9 Senza Beans. Super Spaceship. The system's comprehensive evaluation indicated that although the host could transform into a Super Saiyan, his strength was considerably weak within the Dragon Ball Universe 7. It suggested he first transform into Super Saiyan 2. Upon reading the final remark, Vegeta felt compelled to express his thoughts. Previously, he was instructed to transform into a Super Saiyan, and now he was being asked to become a Super Saiyan 2? He had no idea how to achieve that. However, he dismissed it, closing the attribute panel. Tasks were undoubtedly present, and it was possible that the next one would involve becoming a Super Saiyan 2. Without hesitation, Vegeta headed directly toward Frieza's location. He was intent on turning the tables. With a standard battle power of 6 million, was there any need to spar with Frieza? The answer was no. As Vegeta soared through the skies, Nappa and Raditz transformed into their respective Super Saiyan forms, attempting to keep pace, yet they remained significantly behind. It was evident that while they had achieved the transformation, they paled in comparison to Vegeta's 6 million standard. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force was nearby, engaged in a mission on another planet when they received Frieza's directive and hastened toward this location with a more advanced scouter. As for Goku and the others, they were still some distance from Namek, clearly missing this round of the Namek saga. It appeared that Vegeta was destined to tackle the Namek quest solo. Before even nearing Frieza, Vegeta and his companions spotted a house atop a towering peak. This dwelling belonged to the Grand Elder of Namek. Chapter 23. Vegeta confronts Frieza. What is that? 2 distinct energies. Vegeta furrowed his brow and flew toward the source. As he descended, a Namekian emerged, resembling Piccolo in appearance. Who are you? Leave this place at once, Nail warned, regarding Vegeta and his companions. Observing their attire, he surmised they were invaders. You are the ones invading our Namek, Nail declared. Assuming a combatants. Hey, Namekian, I advise you to refrain from making baseless accusations. I have not harmed your kin. Raditz stepped forward, asserting himself. Only Nairu emitted a white aura. His combat power stood at a mere 60,000. Such feeble strength dares to obstruct me? It seems you're playing with fire. Raditz's hands cracked ominously. Yet, before he could make a move, an elderly voice resonated within the room. Nairu, allow them to enter. Indeed, the speaker was the Grand Elder. Had he not interjected, Nairu would have met his demise. Grand Elder, but... No buts, please let them in. A voice echoed once more from within. Please. Inside resides the Grand Elder of our Namekian tribe. Kindly show your respect. Nairu proclaimed. Vegeta paid him no heed and strode directly inside. Upon entering, Vegeta and his companions were utterly astonished. This old Namekian appeared remarkably imposing. You carry an aura of malevolence, yet you have not harmed my kin. May I inquire who you are? The Grand Elder addressed Vegeta, who stood at the forefront, clearly the spokesperson, the leader. We have come in search of the Dragon Balls, as well as to eradicate Frieza. Dragon Balls? What do you seek them for? The Grand Elder pondered in silence for a moment. Immortality and eternal youth, Vegeta stated candidly, as his true intention was to test the wish-granting capabilities of the Namekian deity. Seeing Vegeta's forthrightness, the Grand Elder hesitated before responding. Very well. If it leads to the downfall of Frieza, our Namekian people will allow you to utilize the Dragon Balls. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. Yet, before the Grand Elder could respond, Yang Tian's voice resonated in Vegeta's mind. Tragic Vegeta, if this Grand Elder perishes, the Dragon Balls will be rendered useless. so your bravado before him serves no purpose. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta's expression shifted. He was unaware of this predicament. Moreover, wishing requires the Namekian language. With Yang Tian's additional information, Vegeta bowed his head in contemplation. However, when he lifted his gaze again, he smiled. That is not a problem, but I wish to know if my wish can indeed be fulfilled. We cannot guarantee that. For none of our Namekian people have ever made such a wish, replied Nairu, interjecting into the conversation. I see. We shall simply have to try when the time comes. Now, we must go eliminate Frieza, Vegeta declared, making his way outside, with Nappa and Raditz following closely behind. Without hesitation, the trio headed towards Frieza's direction. Nairu watched them depart, turning to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, do you trust them? What choice do I have? Besides, lacking the Namekian language, they may not even articulate their wish. Rest assured, Nairu. With the Grand Elder's assurance, Nairu chose not to elaborate further. Over there lies the territory of Frieza. You two descend. I shall confront Frieza directly while you infiltrate the spaceship to seize the Dragon Balls. Remember, if necessary, destroy the ship for me. Vegeta instructed Nappa and Raditz. The two nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and promptly descended towards the spacecraft. As for Vegeta, he landed before the infantile Frieza. Lord Frieza, how have you been of late? Vegeta greeted, a smile adorning his face as he approached and offered a gentlemanly bow. Yet, his expression bore an unmistakable hint of mockery. One could say that Vegeta struggled to feign sincerity. Ha ha, Prince Vegeta, I did not expect you to remain so courteous. However, that smile of yours is rather insincere. Frieza chuckled from his cradle. Is it insincere, Lord Frieza? I reserve this smile solely for you. Vegeta maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Well then, my dear Vegeta, where are your loyal subordinates, Zarbon and Dodoria? Frieza squinted at Vegeta, harboring suspicions but eager for him to divulge the truth. Oh, Lord Frieza, my two left-hand men cannot speak, and to say that I, Vegeta, am disobedient would be sheer nonsense. Hence, they have become my experience packages. Vegeta replied with a sly grin. Frieza narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. They are indeed correct. Are you not simply rebellious? And what of this experience package nonsense? Haha, they misspoke. It is not disobedience. Rather, I aspire to take the lead. Thus, I implore you, Lord Frieza, to yield your position, Vegeta declared, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at Frieza. Ha ha, Prince Vegeta, this jest is far from amusing, Frieza retorted, his purple aura flaring as he propelled himself from his cradle, landing directly before Vegeta. Vegeta stood his ground, meeting Frieza's gaze unwaveringly. In that moment, he quipped, Lord Frieza, why are you so diminutive? I heard a rumor that you intend to wish for an increase in height of 5 centimeters. Is there any truth to this? Vegeta, why are you so tall? And where did you hear about my height aspirations? Frieza inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ha ha ha, of course. I wished for height and eternal life while on Earth. Vegeta declared, leaning closer to Frieza. With Frieza's first form boasting a mere combat power of over 500,000, he was indeed significantly weaker than Vegeta. Vegeta had no intention of swiftly dispatching Frieza. Rather, he sought to toy with him. In his transformed state, with a combat power of 300 million, would he fear Frieza's 1,200 million? Hardly. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza felt a jolt of apprehension. No wonder Vegeta dared to be so audacious. He had presumably attained immortality. Otherwise, how could he possibly challenge him? Vegeta caught the shift in Frieza's expression, erupting into laughter as he boasted, Frieza, have you prepared your last words? Before Frieza could utter a word, he witnessed the explosion of his spaceship on the opposite side. The sight left him astounded. Without his ship, he would have to return on foot. While he could survive in the vastness of space, his headquarters was a considerable distance from Namek. Ha ha, it appears that Nappa and Raditz have succeeded. Frieza, your Dragon Balls now belong to me, chuckled Vegeta as he observed Nappa and Raditz, each holding 3 Dragon Balls. Chapter 24, Vegeta, Frieza, my combat power has reached 300 million. Initially, there were 2 Dragon Balls, but gradually, other minions have collected the remaining ones from various villages. The final Dragon Ball resides within the confines of Vegeta's system backpack. Prince Vegeta, we have secured the Dragon Balls, Nappa proclaimed, enveloping the orbs with his energy. All right, you two leave first, Vegeta instructed, only to see Frieza charging towards them. Without hesitation, Raditz tossed the Dragon Ball to Nappa and instantly transformed into a pseudo-Super Saiyan. This transformation occurred in a heartbeat, and he sent Frieza flying with a powerful blow. With a resounding thud, Frieza crashed into ground. The disparity in their combat powers was glaring. Although Frieza concealed his transformation, the impact of the blow caused him to grimace in pain. I never imagined that defeating Frieza could be this exhilarating, Raditz laughed, admiring his own fist. Frieza emerged from the ground, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Raditz. Damn you, wild monkey! How dare you strike my face? Frieza seethed with fury. He was the emperor of the universe. When had a filthy monkey ever dared to slap him? However, upon observing Raditz's state, Frieza's brow furrowed. What is this form? Frieza, this is not insanity. Standing before you is the legendary Super Saiyan, a figure you deeply fear, Vegeta proclaimed, clenching his fists in triumph. A Super Saiyan? Frieza paused in disbelief. When had he ever feared a Super Saiyan? True, Raditz's form is a pseudo one, but Vegeta am the real deal. Vegeta sneered, tightening his grip. In an instant, golden hair and a blazing aura erupted forth. Frieza's pupils dilated as he beheld the transformation. Though he lacked the ability to sense energy, the overwhelming pressure was undeniably palpable. An astonishing combat power of 300 million, while Frieza remained at a mere 530,000 without transformation. What distinguishes your transformations? Frieza inquired, glancing at Raditz and Vegeta. I already mentioned it. His is a pseudo Super Saiyan, Vegeta replied. Then, with a swift movement, he teleported and delivered a knee strike to Frieza, sending him crashing into numerous hills. Vegeta crossed his arms, watching the spectacle unfold. With a resounding crash, Frieza soared into the air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression a mask of rage. Damn wild monkeys, seeking death, Frieza uttered, transforming before their eyes. A terrifying purple aura swirled around him, as he grew taller and more robust, resembling his father, King Cold. His horns elongated, marking his metamorphosis. Observing Frieza's transformation, Vegeta inquired of Yang Tian, what is Frieza's battle power? Although he could sense energy, he lacked the ability to gauge battle strength. Simply call for system detection, Yang Tian's languid voice replied. After hearing this, Vegeta addressed the system in his mind. System, assess Frieza's battle power. Frieza, second form. Battle power at 1 million. A mere 1 million, truly weak, Vegeta scoffed, continuing his taunts. Frieza, do not hold back, transform further. Do not revel in your pride. Frieza charged at Vegeta, moving as swiftly as he had come. It could only be said that Frieza, who could not sense energy, was indeed unfortunate. Damn, filthy monkey. Frieza roared, engaging in another transformation. This time, he bypassed the second form altogether, as it was too grotesque. Without hesitation, he transitioned to his third form, a bulbous-headed appearance. Ho, Prince Vegeta, you are the first to witness this transformation of mine, Frieza proclaimed, arms outstretched and feet together. System, evaluate Frieza's battle power. Frieza, final form. Current battle power at 60 million, capable of reaching 1,200,000,000 upon eruption. Upon hearing the system's notification, Vegeta smirked. 60 million is formidable. Had I attained mimicry earlier, I could have contended. Moreover, I now possess 300 million in battle power. Ding. Detected Namekian Frieza Arc. Mission, eliminate Frieza. Obtain a substantial gift package. Ding. Would you like to accept the mission? Upon hearing the prompt, Vegeta unhesitatingly clicked to accept. Originally, the intent was to annihilate Frieza, and now he had the bonus of a mission gift package. This is quite the profit. Filthy monkey, have you contemplated your demise? You destroyed my ship and seized my Dragon Balls, Frieza declared as he fired a beam from his fingertip. Vegeta smirked dismissively, taking the attack head-on. You are merely tickling me, Frieza. Nani? No more Nani. Your battle power is merely 60 million, while I possess 300 million. Vegeta laughed heartily, eager to witness Frieza's reaction upon hearing of his overwhelming power. 300 million? Vegeta, you truly are deluded. It seems your mind has faltered. Very well. I shall send you on your way. Frieza retorted with a cold sneer. 300 million? Are you attempting to deceive me? Aside from the god of destruction Beerus and Majin Buu, I fear no one. Whoosh! Frieza vanished from his position, only to reappear directly before Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta was swifter still, delivering a fierce side kick that sent Frieza hurtling away. Frieza skidded along the ground for several hundred meters. Unrelenting, Vegeta swiftly approached him, seizing his head with his right hand before launching into a furious sprint. Now that Vegeta had grown taller, He could emulate Broly's technique of pressing and grinding. Ha ha, Frieza! Mighty King, how does the sandy ground of Namek feel? After a prolonged moment of this torment, Vegeta hoisted Frieza into the air, who was now covered in dirt and blood. Meanwhile, aboard Goku's spaceship, an astonished Goku communicated telepathically with King Kai. What? King Kai, you say Vegeta has already arrived on Namek? Indeed, Goku. It seems Vegeta has engaged Frieza in battle. I never anticipated he would turn against Frieza's minions. It's quite perplexing. King Kai replied, visibly shocked by the sight of Vegeta mercilessly assaulting Frieza. Is Frieza truly that formidable? Goku inquired. Yes, he is Goku. He is the tyrant Frieza, the emperor of the universe. Do not even consider challenging him. Moreover, Vegeta has transformed into the legendary form of your Saiyan lineage. King Kai sighed. Super Saiyan? What is that? Goku frowned, unaware of what a Super Saiyan entailed. I cannot say for certain. However, Vegeta's hair appears golden and his aura shines brilliantly. Yet, you are still several days away from Namek. I suggest you refrain from proceeding, as it is likely that your involvement will be unnecessary, King Kai advised. Chapter 25. The Fall of Frieza. Upon hearing King Kai's words, Goku remained resolute in his decision to go. King Kai said nothing further, merely sighing at Goku's determination. Goku was a promising student, mastering the King Kai fist and spirit bomb in a short span. Alas, he had a penchant for fighting. Oh my goodness, I must be dreaming. This is the first time I've witnessed Prince Vegeta thoroughly thrashing Frieza, Nappa remarked incredulously, stroking his bald head. Raditz, give me a punch and see. With that, Nappa's words barely left his mouth before Raditz's fist collided with Nappa's face, eliciting a painful cry. This is no dream. I can truly hit you, Raditz chuckled. Was that too strong? Nappa winced. How else would we know if it's a dream? But really, does Frieza possess a battle power of 60 million? How can he be utterly defenseless against Prince Vegeta? Nappa mused, rubbing his chin. Certainly, even in our transformed state as Super Saiyans, we would not stand a chance against Frieza. Did you not sense the overwhelming aura of Prince Vegeta? One touch would spell our doom, Raditz said, glancing at Vegeta with trepidation. At that moment, Vegeta's golden aura surged, empowering him with an audacious confidence that allowed him to unleash his full strength with every strike. Huh? Frieza, what are you doing? Why do you not retaliate? Vegeta relentlessly pummels Frieza's chest, causing it to cave in. In the next moment, Vegeta's palm presses down upon his head. He could have easily obliterated him. Yet years of servitude under Frieza's tyranny have fostered a deep-seated resentment within Vegeta, compelling him to relish in Frieza's torment. Damn it, you filthy monkey, Frieza gasps, his head pinned down, feeling utterly humiliated and powerless. Remove your filthy hands. Frieza roars, using his tail to ensnare Vegeta's arm. Vegeta smirks, refusing to break free. Instead, he tightens his grip and begins to swing Frieza's tail with great ferocity. Thud, thud, thud. The surroundings are eerily silent. Yet the sound of impact against the floor resonates distinctly. Vegeta loses count of how many times he strikes, ultimately severing Frieza's tail, blood gushing forth. Frieza cries out in agony. Managed to break free, did you? Do not hold back. I recall your power level is a staggering one. 2 billion, Vegeta taunts. Damn it all. Frieza seethes, his eyes bloodshot. Subsequently, a violent aura erupts from him, creating a deep crater within a 10-kilometer radius. This surge of energy is his attempt to launch Vegeta away, but it proves futile. As the dust settles, Vegeta remains firmly planted in place. I shall grant you 1 minute. Otherwise, I will end you. Vegeta's voice is cold and indifferent. Without hesitation, Frieza enters a state of energy accumulation, his body gradually swelling. He is preparing to unleash his full power. This expansion does not hinder his speed. Unlike the third transformation of a Super Saiyan, it is a comprehensive enhancement. Many mistakenly believe that this 2 billion power level lacks speed, but that is not the case. How terrifying. We should retreat, Raditz mutters as he takes his leave, clutching 3 Dragon Balls. Nappa follows suit. The intensity of the battle is overwhelming. Remaining close could result in death from the residual shockwaves. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder observes the scene. They are indeed clashing. It seems this nefarious cosmic tyrant is on the verge of defeat. Grand Elder, can they truly prevail? Nail inquires, astonished by Vegeta and his companion's capabilities. Indeed, our Namek is saved, the Grand Elder responds, closing his eyes in meditation, aware that his time is limited. As for why he does not use the Dragon Balls to extend his life, is simply his choice. Frieza, his body brimming with muscle and his tail severed. Gazes darkly at Vegeta. As you wish, this is my full power. The air was thick with a chilling atmosphere, laced with the scent of Frisia. The reason it was a scent was due to the copious amounts of blood he had spilled. Huh, it is quite amusing. However, I wonder how long you can maintain this state. Come now, Frisia, let us engage in battle once more. Vegeta declared, charging directly towards Frisia, summoning an energy sphere in his hand and launching it forth. Upon seeing the energy attack approaching, Frisia delivered a fierce kick, sending it flying away. Yet, in the process, he too was propelled backwards. Thud, 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 thud. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches upon Frisia's body, emitting strange sounds from his mouth. The power of the Cosmic Emperor seemed so utterly insignificant. After completing his series of punches, Vegeta followed up with a powerful kick that sent Frisia crashing downwards, straight into the ground. A deep pit formed in the earth, appearing as though it had no bottom. Vegeta prepared a massive energy attack with one hand, yet he refrained from releasing it, choosing instead to wait for Frisia to emerge. If unleashed underground, this Namekian planet would undoubtedly explode. While he held no concern for the lives of the Namekians, he and Raditz could not survive in the cosmos. Thus he had to tread cautiously. Huh, Frisia, you cowardly turtle, are you too afraid to come out? Vegeta taunted, noting that Frisia had yet to reappear. The absence of a system notification indicated that Frisia was not yet defeated. Thus, Vegeta appreciated the utility of the system's alerts. Nappa, Raditz, do entertain our dear Frisia with your words, he instructed, observing that Frisia remained hidden. Without hesitation, the two subordinates flew over and began to shout. Frisia, you round-headed dumpling, come out. My Lord Nappa is preparing to cook dumplings. Frisia, I have an abundance of hair. Allow me to cut some for you to wear. Upon hearing their remarks, Vegeta wore a look of disbelief. Seriously? Is this how you insult someone? Nevertheless, their jeers proved effective. As the Cosmic Emperor, how could Frisia tolerate such indignity? He burst forth from his hiding place, and just as he emerged, Vegeta's massive energy attack struck him directly. Boom! Bang! The shockwaves and energy waves from the explosion sent Nappa and Raditz flying far away. Even the ground beneath them caved in, forming a colossal crater. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Frisia and received a special gift package. Upon hearing the system notification, Vegeta's face lit up with joy. A special gift package. He was eager to discover what it contained. Without hesitation, he opened the gift package from his system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the special gift package and received 100 Sins of Beans, a combat power increase of 10 million, and a basic version of instant transmission. Chapter 26. Vegeta, grant me the strength to surpass Beerus. Upon hearing the system notification, Vegeta's face was a canvas of astonishment. The Sins of Beans, a revered healing elixir, were not something he would readily expend. He had only utilized them once, during a near-fatal encounter, and had been immensely impressed by their efficacy. He would never consider them mere sustenance. Indeed, Vegeta cherished the Sins of Beans as treasures. In the next moment, he felt his battle power surge dramatically, soaring to a staggering 16 million. He had reverted from his transformation. Huh, if I were to transform, wouldn't I achieve a battle power of 800 million? Vegeta laughed heartily, his heart swelling with satisfaction at the thought of such overwhelming strength. At this moment, he felt he was the strongest in the universe. What is this? A rudimentary version of instant transmission? He pondered as he contemplated the notion of instant transmission in his mind. In an instant, he appeared behind Nappa and Raditz. Unlike Goku, who would touch his forehead with his finger, Vegeta relied solely on his ability to sense energy to reach his desired location. This was merely the basic form. The advanced version was akin to Jebediah's, and the ultimate version was even more formidable. Goodness, Prince Vegeta, you startle me, Raditz exclaimed, dropping the Dragon Ball in shock. Though he quickly bent down to retrieve it, Vegeta paid him no heed, instead stating coolly, with such remarkable items, I can go wherever I please. As he spoke, he grasped both of them and, with another instant transmission, they arrived at the Grand Elder's location. Indeed, he intended to have Nail grant him a wish. He was not versed in the Namekian language. Upon the sudden appearance of Vegeta and the others, Nail was taken aback, while the Grand Elder remained unfazed, clearly unimpressed by Vegeta's antics. After all, when faced with death, who would concern themselves with trivial matters? We have vanquished Frisia. You can grant us a wish now, can't you? Vegeta declared, producing the Dragon Ball from his inventory. The 7 Dragon Balls were now gathered in the confined space. Vegeta looked at the two, awaiting their response. Very well, Nail, summon the eternal dragon, and let the wish be as Vegeta desires. The Grand Elder's voice, barely above a whisper, resonated. Reluctantly, Nail enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls with his energy and ventured outside, followed by Vegeta. Come fort, eternal dragon. Nail called out to the Dragon Balls. Naturally, to their ears, this was in the Namekian tongue. In the next instant, the eternal dragon materialized, although referred to as a dragon. This creature was muscular and bore a striking resemblance to the genie from Aladdin's lamp. Is this truly the eternal dragon? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, for it was his first encounter with such a being. Indeed, this is our eternal dragon of Namek, Nail replied nonchalantly. The dragon, Purunga, then addressed the assembled individuals. Those who summon me, please state your wishes. You have 3 opportunities to do so. The celestial dragon Purunga, with a glimmer in his eyes, spoke, state your wish. Naru turned to Vegeta and asked, Yang Tian, can the dragon grant me immortality? Vegeta hesitated, seeking counsel from Yang Tian within his mind. No, Yang Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Vegeta promptly dismissed the notion of such a wish. Instead, he addressed Naru, grant us the ability to survive in the cosmos. He gestured towards himself and Tarbal, both of whom were filled with joy at the prospect of cosmic survival. Naru relayed Vegeta's wish directly to Purunga. With a flash of his crimson gaze, performed a gesture. Your wish has been granted. As the dragon proclaimed this, a radiant light enveloped the 3 of them before fading, clearly indicating the effectiveness of the wish. For the second wish, Vegeta declared, allow me to become stronger than Beerus. He spoke earnestly to Naru, fully aware of the formidable nature of the god of destruction, Beerus, and eager to test the limits of his request. However, disappointment soon followed. As Naru articulated this wish, the dragon Purunga trembled in fear. I cannot comply. Lord Beerus is an unparalleled entity beyond reach. With that, Purunga vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, evidently taking flight. What audacity! Vegeta exclaimed, bewildered by the audacity of his own request to surpass Beerus. He felt no increase in power and could not comprehend the dragon's words. No, it was your wish that frightened Purunga away, Naru remarked, his eyes wide in astonishment at this unprecedented scene. Tarbal, equally perplexed, questioned, who is this Beerus, so formidable that he scared off the wish-granting dragon? What significance does this hold for Vegeta's wish? His irritation grew, as he had hoped to witness the implications of Vegeta's desire. What nonsense is this? I just gathered the Dragon Balls, and now they are gone? Vegeta cursed in frustration. Naru remained speechless, acutely aware that with the dragon's departure, there was little more to be said. Tragic Vegeta, you are mistaken. Beerus is the mightiest being in your 7th universe, excluding the angels, and beyond the Earth universe. Within the 12 universes, Beerus reigns supreme. Only the Super Dragon can fulfill such a wish. Do not expect any other to achieve it. Even the subsequent 2-star dragon, the strongest wish granted, comes at the cost of one's lifespan, and it cannot surpass Beerus. As Yang Tian's words echoed, Vegeta fell into silence, realizing the profound strength of Beerus, far beyond what he had previously imagined. Forget it, Nappa, Raditz, let us depart, Vegeta declared as he prepared to board his spaceship. Yet, Yang Tian's voice resonated once more. Ding! Detection reveals additional Frisia soldiers on Namek. Task: eliminate the Frisia Legion on Namek. Reward: battle power detector. What is this task? The reward seems rather meager, Vegeta pondered, bemused. A battle power detector? He already possessed ample power, with 5 opponents at Frisia's headquarters. Acquiring strength was hardly a challenge. Vegeta, your perspective is rather limited. This device is indomitable. Even against a god of destruction, it can sense not merely battle power, but also the divine aura. Despite how formidable you mortals may be, you cannot perceive a god's presence. This detector, however, is different. Oh, well, that sounds promising. I have no interest in a mere ordinary detector, Vegeta remarked, intrigued by the device's capabilities. However, what exactly was a god's aura? You are not yet ready to comprehend that. There is no rush. Vegeta remained silent, acknowledging that although he did not yet grasp the concept of a god's aura, he would inevitably encounter it in due time. Ding, does the host accept the task? Accepted, Vegeta replied, promptly clicking accept before turning to Nappa and Raditz. I shall first eliminate Frisia's minions. Stay here and do not steal my kills. With that, Vegeta instantaneously vanished. With his newfound ability to teleport and sense energy, Flying was now unnecessary. Nappa and Raditz were left puzzled in Vegeta's wake. Stealing kills? What does that mean? Nappa queried. If you ask me, who should I ask? Let us just stay put, he replied, settling down. He reminisced about the lovely women back on Earth, finding this idle waiting excruciating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Frisia's minions. Obtained 1 treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Frisia's minions. Obtained 1 treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Frisia's minions. Obtained 1 treasure chest. With each teleportation, Vegeta swiftly dispatched the minions. The notifications echoing in his mind brought him immense satisfaction as he fantasized about uncovering even greater treasures. Within the span of an hour, he had eradicated hundreds of Frisia soldiers. The duration was due to the sheer number of scattered minions. Gazing into his bag filled with hundreds of treasure chests, Vegeta's excitement was palpable. I wonder what marvelous items await, he exclaimed, grinning widely. Open them all, he shouted. In the next instant, a cacophony of sounds flooded his mind, nearly overwhelming him with a sensation akin to ear-ringing. Congratulations to the host for opening the treasure chest and gaining a combat power of 1 million. The series of notifications indicating 1 million in combat power raised Vegeta's eyebrows. Following that, he received additional notifications presenting a miraculous bean. Although only 1 bean was obtained from the numerous chests, it was better than nothing. After all, it could mean the difference between life and death in critical moments. Vegeta widened his eyes and reassured himself that he could never have too many miraculous beans. Upon hearing the last chest open, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. What sort of title was this? He was on the verge of losing his composure. However, upon seeing the title appear in his title bar, his eyes sparkled. The title Speedy Tragedy Tower granted him double attack speed and double damage with critical hits on his ultimate moves. It was clear that this referred to his devastating explosion attacks and ultimate flash. It was unlikely that even a basic energy blast would yield critical damage. That would be an unfair advantage. He promptly equipped the title, and in the next moment, a brilliant golden light radiated from above him, displaying the 5 resplendent characters, Speedy Tragedy Tower. What? It even had a visible display? Vegeta's expression shifted once again. While the title was indeed appealing, it greatly affected his image as Prince Vegeta. Recognizing its connection to him, he quickly pressed a hidden button to conceal it. This was too detrimental to his royal persona. Fortunately, he had accumulated a substantial amount of combat power, which was sufficient. A smile crept across Vegeta's face as he silently invoked his attribute panel. Host Vegeta. Title, Speedy Tragedy Tower. Combat power, 50 million. Lifespan, immortal. Transformation, Great Ape Power Super Saiyan, including mimicry. Ultimate skills, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Ultimate Flash. Other abilities, Infinite Key Perception, Instantaneous Movement. Subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System Backpack, 509 Miraculous Beans, Super Spaceship. The system's comprehensive evaluation stated that although the host could transform into a Super Saiyan, his strength was quite weak in Universe 7 of Dragon Ball. It was recommended he transform into Super Saiyan 2 first. Never in his wildest dreams did Vegeta imagine his combat power could reach such heights. He expressed his satisfaction and prepared to regroup with Nappa. The voice of Yang Tian echoed in his mind, causing him to falter. Tragic Tower. Are you truly satisfied with a mere 50 million in base combat power? Are you even aware of how much Kakarot's base combat power is at the start of his journey through time and space? It was Tragic Tower who was at a loss. Now, he found himself particularly sensitive to the mention of those 3 words. How much? Vegeta's forehead throbbed, veins bulging, barely containing the fury that threatened to erupt. Yet, he restrained himself, eager to discover just how formidable this Kakarot from another dimension truly was. A base power of 12 million, Yang Tian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, 3 question marks appeared above Vegeta's head. You've never heard of it, have you? His initial combat power rivals that of Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot, boasting an extraordinary increase. Do you still believe your 50 million in base power is impressive? Yang Tian's words left Vegeta feeling both humiliated and enraged. The disparity in combat power was staggering. While he was still grappling with the concept of millions, others had surpassed 1 billion, with their base power reaching millions. Was this even humanly possible? Are Saiyans considered human? Vegeta pondered. Never mind, I have a long journey ahead. It dawned on Vegeta that aspiring to be a cosmic emperor was trivial in comparison to the multitude of powerful beings that existed. Rest assured, these tasks will be made available in due time. For now, You're far too weak. Even if you ventured forth, it would merely be a swift defeat. Do you still think your title of Swift Defeat Tragic Tower is warranted? In other words, you, Vegeta, are merely the perennial second, a mere backdrop to Kakarot. As Yang Tian spoke, Vegeta's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet he remained silent. Internally, he vowed to surpass this Kakarot with a base power of 12 million. He refused to settle for being the perennial second. In an instant, he teleported to Naba and Raditz. Naba, Raditz, let's go. With a swift motion, Vegeta transported the two back to Earth, landing precisely beside the universal capsule. It can be said that Vegeta had chosen his residence with remarkable precision. Without hesitation, he released the spaceship and instructed the two, train diligently. Our future adversaries are formidable. My aim is not to be a cosmic emperor, but rather the king of parallel worlds. With that, Vegeta entered his gravity training chamber. Chapter 28, a year later, cooled her eyes. Upon learning of the numerous powerful beings and the existence of parallel worlds, he grew discontented with the idea of being merely a cosmic emperor, especially with bills looming above him. Previously, he had aspired to replace Frieza, but after encountering Yang Tian, everything felt utterly mundane. Hearing that in the parallel worlds, his counterparts were all perennial seconds only fueled his fury. He must venture into those worlds and assert his dominance. Naba and Raditz, witnessing their prince's demeanor, were puzzled, but nonetheless retreated to their gravity training chambers to train. A few days later, Son Goku and the others had already ventured into Namek. Upon observing Namek, apart from a few uneven terrains, there appeared to be no significant issues. Alas, there were some corpses of Namekians, victims of Frieza's minions. As for the Eternal Dragon, it had fled, necessitating a wait of over 100 days before it could be summoned again. In the Grand Elder's abode, he expressed surprise upon realizing that he stood before the descendant of Raditz, exclaiming that he had thought himself the sole survivor. The Grand Elder gazed at Piccolo, reflecting on the circumstances surrounding his existence. Despite Piccolo's lingering malevolence, the Elder stroked his head, understanding the origins of his being, which was a result of a split from the deity. This could not be attributed to Piccolo. Let us speak no more of it. I am simply delighted that you have come to visit your kin, the Elder stated, reassuringly patting Piccolo's head and unlocking his potential. In an instant, Piccolo's combat power surged to 5 million. It was evident that this was the limit to which the Grand Elder could elevate him. What is this? I have unlocked your potential, but if you could merge with your other self, you would become the mightiest Namekian warrior. Raditz was a prodigious fighter and would not be weak, the Elder reminisced. Piccolo was a descendant of the Namekian Raditz, who had fled to Earth in a spacecraft during a calamity on Namek. The Grand Elder, being Raditz's brother, felt a profound sense of gratitude upon witnessing the lineage of his sibling. Ah, Piccolo, your energy is formidable, far surpassing mine, exclaimed Goku in astonishment. Come forth, my friends. I shall unlock your potential as well, the Elder offered with a smile. However, Nairu's expression shifted uneasily. Grand Elder, is that wise? Your health. Fear not. It is of no concern, the Elder reassured. Observing this, Goku and Gohan stepped forward, eager to witness the method by which their combat power could be augmented. In the next moment, their energies began to swell. Goku reached 7 million, while Gohan attained 3 million. My time is limited, Nairu. For the next summoning of the Eternal Dragon, let us Namekians seek a new planet for our existence, for this Namek is no longer safe, the Elder declared, closing his eyes to meditate. Nairu nodded in agreement. Goku and his companions took their leave, as there was naught left to accomplish on Namek. Before departing, the Elder entrusted the legacy to the new Elder and instructed Nairu to merge with Piccolo. Though uncertain of the reasoning behind this directive, Nairu recognized that he too was a descendant, and Piccolo was the offspring of his brother. Thus they were, in essence, family. What immense energy! Piccolo marveled at his own power. Initially reluctant to merge with Nairu for fear of losing his identity, he now found himself reconsidering. Indeed, this was the intention of the Grand Elder, aiming for a part of Nairu to influence Piccolo. After all, Piccolo still harbored malevolence. Currently, Piccolo's combat power has reached an astounding 500 million. It could be said that due to Vegeta's acquisition of the system, the protagonist group has also been subtly strengthened. Albeit not significantly, they should proceed with haste. Goku, are you heading back to Earth? Where are you going? Krillin inquired, observing Goku as he soared into the distance. Drawn by an immense energy signature, Goku, sensing the presence of the Ginyu Force, accelerated towards it. By the time he obliterated the Ginyu Force, half a day had elapsed. Piccolo had no intention of engaging in prolonged skirmishes with them. He dispatched them swiftly. The Ginyu Force was eliminated before they even had time to execute their signature body swap. These individuals' attire resembles that of Vegeta and his companions. Could they be associates of Vegeta? Krillin remarked, gazing at the fallen members of the elite force. It is possible, but they seem rather weak, Gohan concurred. Gohan, now considerably powerful, found defeating them to be akin to child's play. All right, let us return. No, I shall not return just yet. I wish to board their spaceship and venture into the cosmos, perhaps to grow stronger and face Vegeta. Goku decided, opting not to accompany them. Very well, we shall return to Earth. Should we perish, we can rely on the Namekian Dragon Balls to resurrect us. Goodbye then. Thus, Goku departed aboard the Ginyu spaceship, which was en route to planet Adetla. Everything had returned to its usual course. 6 months passed. During this period, Piccolo had been monitoring the movements of Nappa and Raditz. Upon discovering their leisurely pursuits involving women of various races, he widened his eyes in surprise. He had not anticipated that Saiyans possessed such inclinations. However, seeing that they did not wreak havoc upon Earth, he breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout these 6 months, they had been diligently training, particularly Vegeta, who remained mostly in the gravity chamber, much like in the original tale. It could be said that Vegeta now regarded surpassing Kakarot from the parallel world as his goal. Hearing of Kakarot's potential to reach 1,000,000 in his base form only intensified his restlessness. Notably, there had been no sign of King Kalik II during this time frame. Another 6 months slipped by. Ding! Detection indicates that King Kurd is approaching Earth. Mission: eliminate King Kurd. Mission reward: infinite stamina. Vegeta, still entrenched in his training within the gravity chamber, was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification before a smile broke across his face. He was unfamiliar with this King Kurd, but the prospect of infinite stamina was well known to him. Coupled with his boundless energy, would that not be extraordinarily formidable? Yintian, who is this King Kurd? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. He remained unaware of the identity of King Kurd. Frieza's father. What? Frieza's father? Is he not quite powerful? Vegeta expressed his astonishment. He remains unaware that Frieza has a father. In parallel worlds, Frieza has an elder brother named Cooler. Oh, it appears that the Frieza family is quite extensive. Indeed, once you vanquish Cooler, you shall proceed to confront Cooler in a realm where the strongest battle the strongest. Chapter 29. A new task, infinite stamina. The strongest against the strongest? Is Cooler truly formidable? Certainly, he surpasses Frieza by a significant margin, boasting a combat power of 4.7 billion, greater than that of both his father and brother. Yangtian Jaswali remarqued. The original narrative asserts that Cooler is indeed stronger than Frieza, although Frieza is more powerful than during his time on Namek. Fascinating. This level of combat power is certainly impressive. I wonder how much combat power Cooler possesses. Once your scanning is complete, you shall find out. Ding! Would the host like to accept the task? Without hesitation, Vegeta accepted. He was eager to witness what Cooler, Frieza's father, looked like and gauge his combat strength, hoping it would provide him with a thrilling challenge. Over the past year, Vegeta's combat power had increased by a mere 10 million, reaching a steady state of 60 million. Despite training in the gravity chamber, his progress remained limited, much like in the original narrative. After leaving the gravity chamber, Vegeta stepped outside, freshened up, and stored his spaceship away, wary of potential damage. During this year, Dr. Briefs, the founder of the Capsule Corporation next door, had persistently sought his expertise for research. Fearing that his work might be compromised, Vegeta had forcefully dismissed him, even when Briefs offered money in exchange for his cooperation. Outside, Vegeta addressed Nappa and Raditz, who were still meditating. Prepare yourselves. King Cold, Frieza's father, is approaching. Prince Vegeta, what is the meaning of this? Raditz inquired, stepping forward in confusion. Vegeta then briefly explained the situation, leaving the two bewildered but reluctant to ask further questions. They had achieved a steady combat power of 3 million over the year, but transforming into Super Saiyans was beyond their reach. Vegeta, while capable of transformation, lacked the knowledge of how to do so, unlike in the original story where he transformed through rage. Hence, he understood the need to teach Goku to harness his anger for transformation. As Vegeta and his companions completed their preparations, they sensed a malevolent aura approaching Earth from the cosmos. They're here. Let's go, Vegeta declared, soaring into the sky, unrestrained by concealment or diminished power. On the contrary, he welcomed Cooler's arrival. Yang Tian had mentioned that Cooler would not exceed the 4.7 billion threshold. Thus, Confronting Cooler would be akin to child's play for him. With a transformation into a Super Saiyan, his combat power soared to an astounding 3 billion, while his base power of 60 million was no mere jest. What is this malevolent energy? Piccolo sensed the wicked aura, and his complexion immediately turned a shade of green, though it already was green to begin with. He felt no fear. After all, during the last encounter on Namek, he fused with Nail and attained a power level of 500 million. Following a year of training on Earth, his power escalated to 600 million. Meanwhile, Goku had yet to return, evidently adhering to the original narrative, which suggested he would take a year to reach Earth. Such a terrifying presence. Could it be the apocalypse? Krillin observed the cosmic expanse with trepidation. All the warriors were filled with dread, yet they gravitated towards Piccolo, their steadfast anchor in Goku's absence. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan approached him. Piccolo nodded. Fear not. The energy is potent, but it poses little threat to me. Moreover, Vegeta has already proceeded and is evidently attempting to draw King Cold's attention. What shall we do then? Let us go and investigate. If you are afraid, you need not accompany me. With that, Piccolo soared towards Vegeta. Hey, what are you all doing here? Seeking death? Nappa sneered at the assembled warriors. Over the past year, Vegeta had prohibited them from causing destruction, and it was evident that their hands itched for chaos. After all, their previous endeavors revolved around the annihilation of planets, and now they were expected to refrain from such activities. It was indeed a challenging predicament. Do not underestimate us. Our targets are beings from across the universe. Krillin retorted to Nappa. What is your fighting power? Can you truly handle this? Nappa scoffed. Tianjin and the others seethed with indignation. Yet they knew their power was inferior to Nappa's, so they remained silent, grinding their teeth in frustration. In contrast, Piccolo let out a cold laugh. They may not be able to handle it, but I certainly can. With that, Piccolo unleashed his power of 500 million. A terrifying aura swept through the surroundings, causing Nappa and Raditz to pale. Their combined 300,000 power, even in their transformed Super Saiyan state, barely reached 900 million, an insurmountable gap compared to the Namekian before them. All of you are mere nuisances, yet so arrogant. Be silent. Vegeta coldly surveyed the group, dismissing them entirely. 500 million? Is that impressive? Nani? Piccolo assumed a battle stance, locking eyes with Vegeta, unwilling to tolerate any derision. While Vegeta was formidable, Piccolo was resolved to engage him. For you, Vegeta, cannot be bothered to lift a finger. As Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan form, the sheer pressure of his aura left Piccolo gasping for breath. The Super Saiyan transformation offered a 30-fold power increase, meaning Vegeta's power had surged to an astounding 1,800 million. Go home, nurse, and watch television. Do not compete with me for kills, or else you shall lose your heads, Vegeta huffed, gazing into the cosmos. He was waiting. This task is of paramount importance. You have faced formidable challenges, yet this disdain is unwarranted. He is rendered immobile. The overwhelming aura of Vegeta has instilled in him a profound sense of trepidation, leaving him unable to summon the courage to resist. The oppressive atmosphere fills the air with a palpable sense of dread. King Cold is set to arrive on Earth in 15 minutes. A subordinate approaches King Cold with utmost respect. Seated in his chair, King Cold casts a dark gaze upon the planet. Initially, he intended to confer with Frisia, but upon discovering Frisia's demise and the ensuing chaos within the Frisia Empire, he felt compelled to intervene directly. Subsequently, he learned of Frisia's journey to planet Namek. However, upon his arrival at Namek, he found it utterly obliterated. The Grand Elder had foreseen the peril of Namek and had thus advised the migration of the Dragon Balls, leading to King Cold's fruitless endeavor. Nevertheless, at Frisia's headquarters, he inquired about the situation. It was revealed that Vegeta had uncovered the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth, prompting him to seek their power to resurrect his son. Frisia. Upon his arrival on Earth, he commanded the retrieval of the Dragon Balls. King Cold narrowed his eyes, a shadow of fury crossing his countenance. His son Frisia, a rightful heir to his empire and the most formidable of the Frost Demons, could not have perished so easily. Chapter 30. King Cold. Your combat power is a mere 60 million, while I possess a staggering 1,700 million. It is worth noting that his son, despite his prodigious potential, has been negligent in his training. Frisia was born with a combat power of 12 billion. As the spaceship gradually penetrated the atmosphere, the subordinate scanners began to emit a cacophony of alerts. Beep, beep, beep. What is it? Have you discovered something? King Cold cast a fleeting glance at them. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, King Cold, We have made a grave discovery. A being with a combat power of 66 million awaits us below, stammered the subordinate. Initially, he had assumed it to be merely 60,000, but upon closer inspection, his complexion turned ashen. This was indeed 60 million. 60 million? How could such a desolate region harbor such a formidable presence? Upon hearing this, King Cold rose to his feet, retrieving a new scanner, wary of any potential malfunction. Yet, as the beeping intensified, a change swept over his expression. Indeed, it confirmed a combat power of 60 million. King Cold, shall we proceed with the landing? It is merely 60 million, questioned the subordinate. King Cold, regaining his composure, replied with indifference. 60 million? I'll wield 1,700,000,000. Far superior to Frisia's mechanical form, which boasts a combat power of 16 billion. He boasts he can contend with Goku from the Namek saga, whose power was 15 billion. With his father present, Frisia's confidence soared. A mere insect with a combat power of 17 billion dares to come here. Vegeta, clutching the device bestowed upon him for a previous mission, let out a cold smirk. This device was capable of detecting all combat power levels, rendering any concealed strength ineffective against him. Prince Vegeta, a combat power of 1.7 billion is indeed formidable, remarked Bulma, stroking her bald head. Is it not your lack of diligent training that leaves you so intimidated by a mere 1.7 billion? Vegeta scoffed. Just as he was about to put away the device and await cooled, it registered the presence of other energies nearby. Clearly, suppressing 1's power was futile against this detector. What is that energy? Vegeta mused, noticing a reading of 4 million. He caught sight of a young man hiding behind a rock, who, upon realizing he had been discovered, flushed a deep crimson. Indeed, the young man was Trunks. He had recently arrived, but had inadvertently spotted Vegeta and the others. There was no escaping the fact that Vegeta's presence was rather conspicuous, with his usual combat power hovering around 60 million. For million combat power, somewhat intriguing, yet hardly impressive, Vegeta remarked dismissively, then turned his gaze skyward. At that moment, a spacecraft descended, none other than Bulma's. As she alighted from a vehicle, she greeted everyone. Vegeta ignored her. For the past year, she had been frequenting his home, ostensibly to study his advanced spacecraft, a request he had consistently rebuffed. After all, it housed a gravity chamber crucial for his training. What would happen if it were damaged? Unbeknownst to Vegeta was Bulma's own prowess. Had he been aware, he may have thought differently. By the latter arcs of Dragon Ball, it was Bulma who enhanced and intensified the gravity in Vegeta's chamber. Hey, Vegeta, why are you not greeting me? Bulma queried, noticing Vegeta's indifference as he crossed his arms, casting doubt on her allure. How dull, she muttered. Vegeta merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction. What's dull? Explain yourself. Bulma began to approach when a circular spacecraft descended from above, startling her. She screamed. Vegeta frowned, swiftly incapacitating her with a single blow. Women are truly troublesome, he muttered as he floated in midair, observing the young boy with 4 million combat power approaching. He could not allow this child to seize his glory. As the spacecraft's door swung open, a swarm of henchmen emerged. With a mere flick of his wrist, Vegeta obliterated the throng. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated the henchmen and obtained a treasure chest. A series of notifications rang out, bringing a satisfied smile to Vegeta's face. Is this truly the father my mother described? Trunks gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. There was no choice, in the words of his mother Bulma. His father had trembled in fear at the arrival of Frisia and his son, approaching stealthily rather than exhibiting his formidable battle prowess with a loud display. The mere thought of unleashing his full power sent a shiver down his spine. The normal battle power evoked a terrifying pressure, which felt decidedly abnormal. How audacious to dare eliminate my subordinates, roared King Cold, emerging from his spacecraft. With a swift energy blast, Vegeta obliterated Cold's ship, proclaiming, "Not only will I eradicate your subordinates, but I will also bring about your demise. Consider this a humble yet sincere offering." A smile graced Vegeta's face as he reveled in his boundless stamina. Such a benevolent gesture from King Cold, offering his head willingly. How foolish of you, wild monkey, to be so arrogant. Do you not realize that our Frisia race reigns supreme in the universe? King Cold's expression darkened ominously. In an instant, he teleported before Vegeta and struck him, sending him crashing through countless hills. Such incredible speed, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, though they held no concern for Vegeta's safety. They had witnessed his strength firsthand and were more worried about King Cold. Wild monkey indeed. You are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Your power level is a mere 60 million, while mine stands at 1.7 billion. King Cold's laughter echoed throughout the vicinity. Just as Trunks was about to intervene, he sensed an attack approaching from behind. Without hesitation, he dodged, narrowly escaping as a powerful energy wave carved a deep ravine where he had just stood. Do not touch my prize. Do you wish to die? Vegeta glared coldly at Trunks. You almost hit me just now. Trunks retorted. Do you seek to challenge Cold? If so, I shall not only strike you down, but also ensure your demise. I have made it clear, Cold is my quarry, and none shall take him from me. As he hovered in midair, a chilling smile adorned Vegeta's face as he regarded Cold. What did you just say? What is your power level? Oomph. Your power level is a mere 60 million, while mine is 1.7 billion. Oh, are you checking with a scouter? Vegeta scoffed. Seeing this, Cold retrieved his scouter, a state-of-the-art device designed to measure power levels well over 100 million. Chapter 31, Vegeta, Yang Tian, will I die in the future? Beep beep beep. The scouter emitted its sound, and King Cold's expression shifted from calm to sheer disbelief, culminating in terror. The reason was simple. He witnessed an astonishing revelation on the scouter. It displayed Vegeta's power level, which had soared to 3 billion. Unlike Goku, Vegeta did not favor holding back. He always fought at full strength. Although each encounter with the adversary was swift, the opponents were formidable, beyond his capacity to defeat in a short span. 333 billion? Is the detector malfunctioning? Kurt exclaimed in disbelief. Huh, malfunctioning? Are you truly so lacking in confidence regarding your technological prowess? Vegeta scoffed, gesturing to himself with a thumb. Oh, behold, Super Vegeta. Impressive. Indeed, Trunks gazed wide-eyed at the spectacle before him, astonished by his father's might. He had heard Kurt claim that his father's combat power was 3 billion. How could this not astonish Trunks, considering his own power barely exceeded 200 million? His understanding of his own strength was derived from Kurt's abilities. He could clearly sense Kurt's immense power, allowing him to gauge his own combat capabilities, as Kurt had stated his power was 1.7 billion. Could Mom have been mistaken? A father this strong, defeated by artificial beings? Trunks found himself engulfed in doubt. In their world, the artificial beings he faced could only be fought one-on-one, and he could not triumph over them. Two would bring him to his knees. In the future world, the artificial beings possessed combat powers of 2.5 billion each, bolstered by infinite energy. No, it cannot be. The detector must be faulty. I refuse to believe you possess such extraordinary strength, Kurd stated darkly, genuinely unable to fathom Vegeta's might. After all, how many years had they dominated the universe without encountering a worthy opponent? Now, a Saiyan with a combat power of 3 billion emerged, leaving Kurd utterly astonished. Malfunctioning? I believe your mind is quite deranged. Let it serve as my experience package. Vegeta declared, perceiving Kurd's bewilderment. In an instant, he teleported before Kurd and delivered a devastating punch that pierced through Kurd's chest. Boom! Kurd was struck through the abdomen. If your mind is deranged, then it's my fault for hitting your stomach. Thus, this time, I shall strike your head. Vegeta spoke words of apology. Yet his hands did not cease their assault. He swiftly withdrew his arm from Kurd's body and aimed a punch at his forehead. With a tremendous and forceful blow, he obliterated Kurd's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward, infinite stamina. In the next moment, Vegeta's body radiated a brilliant light, visible only to him. I can feel an endless flow of power. Vegeta reveled, never having experienced such a sensation. A vitality that never waned. How could he not be astounded? Ha ha ha! Vegeta clenched his fists and laughed maniacally, unleashing the aura of a Super Saiyan in all directions. He, Vegeta, had risen to prominence. The earth trembled as all warriors gazed in astonishment at Vegeta. They were bewildered by Vegeta's antics, as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and erupted into laughter. After a brief moment of mirth, Vegeta reverted from his Super Saiyan form and turned to Nappa and Raditz, stating, "Let's go." Just as he was about to depart, Trunks' voice caught his attention. "Everyone, I know when Mr. Son Goku will arrive. He is on his way." Upon hearing this, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "Are you and Kakarote's allies?" "Mr. Vegeta, I am not one of Mr. Son Goku's," Trunks clarified, though his gaze faltered. Vegeta instantaneously teleported before him, grasping his collar firmly. "How do you know my name? I do not recognize you." Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing? Look at him. He is an employee of my Capsule Corporation. Release him." Bulma interjected, stepping forward. Vegeta merely scoffed, but ultimately let go of Trunks, unconvinced that this rookie could evade him. "I am not from this world." "Oh no, To be precise, I hail from the future. However, I cannot disclose my identity yet. I must wait for Mr. Son Goku to inform him of certain matters. Moreover, I must warn you that in 3 years, a formidable and terrifying presence will emerge. These two powerful beings have annihilated everyone in the future, including you all. Upon hearing this, Vegeta glared at him, his expression darkening. What? We are destined to perish in the future? That cannot be. Is it truly possible for someone from the future to arrive here? It might be true. Haven't you noticed they can call us by our names? But isn't he an employee from Bulma's Capsule Corporation? Better to believe in the possibility than in its absence. So stop overthinking it. The warriors began to converse amongst themselves, while Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, both looking towards Vegeta. Vegeta was about to speak when he heard a voice in his mind. Vegeta, he is Trunks, your son from a parallel world. Nani? He looks like this? My son? Why doesn't he have black hair? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. All Saiyans typically possess pure black hair. Even half-breeds usually exhibit black hair. Earthlings are predominantly black-haired. Is it normal for him to have blue hair? Well, your wife's genes are quite powerful, Prince of the Saiyans. The children of mixed heritage do not necessarily have black hair, Yang Tian mocked. Simultaneously, a scene from the future appeared on the screen. This future scene was not from Bulma's future world, but from the Dragon Ball universe. Vegeta had cut off his spiky hair, sporting a buzz cut and a beard, much to the disdain of his daughter, Bra, who viewed him as an old fool. The image of Vegeta displayed his disbelief as he was ridiculed by his beloved daughter. Seeing the image left Vegeta in utter incredulity. Nani, Prince Vegeta, have this hairstyle? And this beard? How is that even possible? Vegeta could hardly believe his eyes, while Nap and Raditz stood nearby, equally astonished. Is this what the future holds for Prince Vegeta? And that woman, could she truly be the princess? They mused. It seemed that Prince Vegeta was destined to become King Vegeta. Nappa and Raditz commented on the revelation, but Vegeta swiftly dispatched them with a single blow, sending them flying. He then turned his attention to the screen, his expression one of utter disbelief. Oh, tragic Vegeta, come to terms with reality. The future you holds a deep affection for your family, the screen suggested, displaying a series of images featuring Vegeta and his loved ones. Yet, the present Vegeta felt no such sentiment, only disdain and incredulity. Chapter 32. Vegeta discovers the future version of Trunks. This cannot be me. You mentioned parallel worlds. And why does that old woman resemble someone I know? Vegeta exclaimed, referring to Bulma. Look back, Yang Tian instructed. Obeying, Vegeta turned, only to lock eyes with Bulma. Could it truly be her? He pondered. Correct, but there's no reward. Not only does the version of you in this world treat her well, but many parallel versions of you do as well. You are fated to be together, Yang Tian revealed, his voice trailing off, leaving Vegeta to contemplate the implications. Vegeta furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, dismissing the thoughts as irrelevant to him as Prince Vegeta. Instead, he focused on the future Trunks warnings. Yang Tian, will I really be killed by those two powerful beings, as he claims? He inquired. If you do not grow stronger, you will not be slain by them. But you will fall to Cell, Yang Tian replied. Your current combat power exceeds both the future and present androids. Yet against Cell, you remain no match, he continued, revealing the complete form of Cell from the future. Vegeta, with his trademark bravado and thumbs-up gesture, exclaimed, Oh, so this creature is called Cell? What's his combat power? Perfect Cell's power stands at 100 billion, while Lightning Cell boasts 175 billion, Yang Tian informed him. The scene shifted once more, showing Lightning Cell's appearance, followed by a montage where he ruthlessly defeated Vegeta, causing the prince's blood pressure to soar. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, seething. 175 billion, is it? Cell, huh? In 3 years, I will make him kneel, he declared darkly. Vegeta's expression darkened further as he grappled with the humiliation of being defeated by the same opponent repeatedly. Casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one was watching, he sighed in relief. This was indeed a disgraceful predicament. Yang Tian quickly removed the images. Vegeta, will never be defeated, he urged vehemently. As Bulma approached, she greeted, Hi, Vegeta, do you find the words of this charming young man to be credible? Over the course of the year, Bulma had frequently visited Vegeta's residence, fostering a sense of familiarity. Moreover, due to the existence of the Yang Tian system, Vegeta harbored no animosity towards her. After all, in the original narrative, Vegeta often occupied Bulma's home, and her family had expressed no discontent. Credible, but Vegeta, shall not meet my demise, he replied nonchalantly. He saw no necessity to wait for Son Goku. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when a familiar energy manifested in the sky. It was Goku-S. Krillin, being an old friend, was the first to sense Goku-S presence. "Ah, it's true," exclaimed Gohan, Goku-S son, joining in the excitement. The crowd erupted in cheers, except for Trunks, who was taken aback. Isn't this supposed to happen 3 hours later? Fortunately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, sparing himself from embarrassment. It can only be said that the alterations in this world were astonishing. "What? You're telling me I will die of heart disease?" Goku was utterly astonished. At that moment, the two were engaged in a conversation reminiscent of the original tale. Meanwhile, Piccolo twitched his ears in surprise, while Vegeta scoffed, disinterested in their dialogue. Just as he was about to depart, Goku-S words upon their meeting compelled him to linger momentarily. Upon Goku-S arrival, he declared, "Vegeta, I challenge you." Immediately, a system notification echoed in Vegeta's mind. Ding. Host detected as being challenged. Triggering task. Defeat Son Goku. Task reward. Big Bang attack. I'm Prince of Saiyans. Why would I employ their techniques? He mused. What? That's a Super Saiyan? Raditz gazed in astonishment at Goku and Trunks, who had transformed into Super Saiyans and were sparring. This Goku was indeed stronger than in the original tale. His base power level was 1 million, and as a Super Saiyan, it soared to 500 million. Trunks was around 220 million. Incredibly, one could hardly fathom that Kakarot had ascended to Super Saiyan status while they were still grappling with the notion of being pseudo-Super Saiyans. Nappa, stroking his bald head, expressed his disbelief. Particularly over the past year, their power levels had only increased to 3 million, rendering them inferior to Kakarot in base form, let alone in transformation. What do you expect when you've been idling around with lower-class warriors for a year? Even low-level fighters can achieve 1 million power level. Just look at your own. Vegeta retorted, brandishing the system reward S detector. Prince Vegeta, I'm also a lower-class warrior. Raditz scratched his head in response. Only Nappa remained sullen, for he hailed from a prestigious Saiyan lineage, belonging to the ranks of higher-class warriors. To be on par with Raditz, a lowly warrior with a combat power of 3 million is one thing, but to be outshone by Kakarot, another lowly warrior, is quite another matter. The reason Son Goku was able to transform into a Super Saiyan was due to his rigorous training on planet Adetora and his encounters with formidable foes, which ignited his rage and triggered this transformation. He subsequently spent 6 months mastering this newfound power. The King Kai informed him that his golden transformation was akin to that of Vegeta, significantly boosting Goku's confidence that he could surpass Vegeta. At this juncture, Goku and Trunks had concluded their conversation, with Trunks preparing to depart, concerned about potential mishaps on his end. Vegeta, however, paid no heed to him, feeling little emotional response upon realizing Trunks was his son. Much like in the original narrative, he would only come to accept Trunks as his son after a year of training in a hyperbolic time chamber. Seeing Goku at a loss for words, Piccolo stepped in to explain, skillfully sidestepping the topic of Trunks' identity. So, it seems there will be terrifying adversaries arising in 3 years. We must devote ourselves to training. Correct? Yamcha remarked with a furrowed brow, having already been resurrected. Indeed, I have no desire to perish, so let us train diligently, Tien Shinhan added before taking his leave, unwilling to waste any time. 3 years, not too long, yet not too short either. What about you, Piccolo? Goku inquired, regarding Piccolo's prowess, which he believed was formidable. A year prior, during the Namek saga, Piccolo had assimilated Nail, which had given Goku a sense of pressure. Although they had all suppressed their battle powers, Goku felt confident he could still hold his own. Of course, you should train. Did you not hear my warning? The foes of the future will be exceptionally strong, and you may very well perish. It would be wise to take this special medicine in advance, Piccolo replied coolly, casting a glance at the special medicine in Goku's hand. Chapter 33, Mission Reward, Explosive Kamehameha. We'll see about that, Goku said, turning to Piccolo. After I finish with Vegeta, let us have a bout. Good luck with that, old friend. You're likely to suffer a crushing defeat, Piccolo replied. How can you know without fighting? Goku challenged. Let us wait and see. Piccolo chuckled, saying nothing further, having just witnessed Vegeta's strength firsthand. Have you finished your discussion? Vegeta approached, arms crossed, speaking coolly. Vegeta, are you in such a hurry? Who do you think you are to keep Prince Vegeta waiting? Nani? Piccolo assumed a battle stance. In this context, who do you think you are included all present? Vegeta, please refrain from being so rude. We are friends, Bulma interjected. TCH, let us battle Kakarot. Vegeta shouted, fixated on Goku as his target. He was determined to execute the explosive Kamehameha attack, as he bore title, albeit one that sounded slightly unfortunate, yet he relished the enhanced damage from his ultimate move. "All right, bring it on," Goku replied, soaring off to a distance. Vegeta crossed his arms and, with a sudden teleportation, appeared behind Goku. "Ah, you can teleport too, Vegeta?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Unlike Vegeta, who could teleport with a mere rough sense of energy, Goku understood that mastering this technique required a profound perception of ki. The disparity between their abilities was quite pronounced. "Is it really that difficult?" Vegeta scoffed, dismissing the notion entirely. Goku assumed a battle stance and swiftly moved to face Vegeta, launching a powerful punch. "Get lost." Vegeta countered with a fierce high kick, sending Goku flying and inflicting significant damage. "Kakarot, stop being childish. Are you testing me? What power do you possess?" Vegeta taunted. With a combat strength of 10 million, Goku attempted to challenge Vegeta without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Was he underestimating him? Goku fell to the ground, bloodied. The difference between 10 million and 60 million was stark, especially considering Vegeta was not holding back. The fact that Goku had not been instantly defeated was merely a testament to the protagonist's luck. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the task and obtained the Big Bang attack of the Turtle School." The method of utilizing the Big Bang attack resonated within Vegeta's mind. Originally, the Big Bang was executed with a single palm. Now, it required both hands, combining the energy of the Turtle School to elevate the Big Bang into a more powerful technique. "I see. This is indeed significantly stronger than my final flash." Vegeta mused to himself. "Vegeta, you were too ruthless," Bulma remarked as she approached. Gohan and others followed suit. Vegeta merely huffed, retrieving a Senzu bean from his system backpack and tossing it to Bulma. "This is a Senzu bean. Give it to Kakarot." Seeing Bulma, Vegeta felt no anger and chose to settle matters without argument, resolving the situation with the Senzu bean. He then departed with Nappa and Raditz. "You two should train diligently. Don't let yourselves be defeated in 3 years." "Yes, Prince Vegeta," they responded eagerly, nodding as they hurried off to train. Vegeta generously tossed each of them several Senzu beans to expedite their training and enhance their combat prowess. "Ouch, that hurts!" Goku groaned, clutching his chest. The previous kick had shattered several of his ribs. Had it not been for the Senzu bean, he would undoubtedly require medical attention. Vegeta's strikes are truly brutal. Gohan exclaimed anxiously. Vegeta is right. Old man, you need to change your approach. I advise you to unleash your full power without holding back. If Vegeta were to truly intend harm, you would be finished. Piccolo remarked coldly, preparing to take off. He had no desire to spar with Goku. Their strengths were too similar for it to hold any significance. "Beck, come with me to Bowsy Mountain. Let us spar together." However, without a glance back, Beck soared into the sky. A year passed. Through relentless training, Vegeta's base power level escalated to 100 million. During this year, Bulma sought him out repeatedly. After driving her away several times, he eventually resigned himself to her presence, allowing her to conduct her research aboard his spaceship, provided she did not cause any damage. Bulma, having merely scratched the surface of the advanced spaceship technology, aided Dr. Briss in achieving significant breakthroughs and accomplishments. In gratitude, Dr. Briss allocated shares of a new technology to Vegeta, granting him financial independence and sparing him from the need to rob the wealthy. Given Vegeta's disposition, one cannot expect him to work a conventional job. Merely refraining from violence was commendable. With his newfound shares, he was no longer financially constrained. Nevertheless, he still commissioned the creation of superior battle armor, which only Bulma had the expertise to craft. Unlike his original battle suit, which lacked a cape, the current Vegeta donned a red cape, reminiscent of the infamous Majin Buu. Opening his status panel, he noted, "Host, Vegeta title, tragic speedster combat power, 100 million lifespan, immortal transformations, Great Ape power Super Saiyan, including mimicry, ultimate techniques, Gallic gun, dirty fireworks, final explosion, Kamehameha, others, infinite key perception, instant transmission, unlimited stamina subordinates, Nappa, Raditz system inventory, 450 Senzu beans, super spaceship, system comprehensive evaluation." Although the host can transform into a Super Saiyan, he remains comparatively weak in the Dragon Ball Universe 7. It is recommended to first transform into Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, relying solely on training was too slow. Should he take the spaceship to eradicate Frieza's minions? Vegeta pondered, stroking his chin, when suddenly a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a formidable mission. Eliminate Cooler. Reward. mystery gift package. Oh, a gift package? It appears to be something valuable, Vegeta remarked, his face lighting up with delight. He recalled hearing Yang Tian mention Cooler a year prior. Cooler was Frisia's brother from a parallel universe and the son of King Cold. Ding! Does the host, Tragic Speedster, accept the mission? Could you refrain from calling me Tragic Speedster? Understood. Second place for eternity. Vegeta. Just call me Vegeta. Understood. Does second place for eternity accept the mission? I accept, Vegeta replied darkly. There was no escaping this system, for he was no match for its challenges. Chapter 34, Mission, Clash of Titans. Upon stepping outside, Vegeta spotted Nappa and Raditz engaged in flirtation, which only deepened his scowl. Do you wish to perish in 2 years? Although Vegeta harbors no fear of these androids, he finds himself unable to contend with the formidable Cell, whose power level stands at an astonishing 175 billion. Yang Tian informs him that the androids are merely a prelude, with Cell being the true adversary. In his normal state, Vegeta possesses a power level of 100 million, which only escalates to 5 billion when he transforms into a Super Saiyan. How could he possibly face Cell? He envisions the scenario, and suddenly, he is indeed caught in a dire situation. The mere thought causes Vegeta's lips to twitch. Having acquired a system that allows him to foresee the future has granted him a semblance of security. Otherwise, he might have been complacent with his current power level of 100 million, only to be overwhelmed once Cell emerges. Ah, Prince Vegeta, we acknowledge our mistakes, the two say as they rise to their feet, witnessing the woman being driven away by Nappa and Raditz. Vegeta scoffs, let us proceed, we have a mission. Upon hearing the mention of a mission, the eyes of the two light up. This task is far superior to solitary training. In an instant, a flash of light envelopes them, and the trio is transported away. The strongest confronts the strongest in a world that mirrors their own Earth. Nappa and Raditz glance around, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the Earth they inhabit. Nappa inquires, Prince Vegeta, is this not Earth? Indeed, it is Earth. Our objective this time is to eliminate Cooler, Frisia's brother. Ah, Frisia has a brother? Vegeta affirms his statement, and Raditz readily believes him. Ignoring their chatter, Vegeta takes flight, having already sensed the energy signatures nearby. Meanwhile, Goku has revived and is brimming with vitality after consuming a senzu bean. This timeline unfolds 1 year after the demise of Frisia and his father, aligning with the timeline Vegeta finds himself in. The only distinction lies in the fact that this parallel universe connects to the world of Super Saiyan Goku from before. As previously mentioned, this Goku defeated Frisia with a spirit bomb, thus never achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. Additionally, Vegeta, lacking in virtuousness, was not resurrected by the dragon. This explains why, when encountering Cooler, Goku's instinct is to employ the Kaioken technique rather than transforming into a Super Saiyan. This timeline occurs after Frisia's defeat, while they are on a leisurely outing. In this timeline, Trunks also arrives, but upon discovering that Goku in this world cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, he departs in disappointment. After all, it was through a spirit bomb that Frisia met his end. Even Goku's eventual transformation into a Super Saiyan to battle Cooler was facilitated by a mere bird. This Goku has yet to master the Super Saiyan form and remains oblivious to the very concept, rendering him significantly weaker than the Goku from the original narrative who first encountered Trunks upon returning to Earth. Nonetheless, this Goku possesses a baseline strength surpassing that of his time on Namek, boasting an impressive power level of 10 million. In contrast, Cooler's power level is 7 billion. Otherwise, Goku's initial impression of Cooler would be that he surpasses Frisia. Transformed into his formidable state, Sun Wukong's power reached an astounding 500 million, sufficient to send Gula flying. My brother, indeed foolish, was utterly defeated despite possessing such combat prowess. Gula, the bald-headed warrior, bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia's final form, save for the difference in skin texture. At this moment, Gula's power stood at 1.5 billion, yet he had not yet attained his ultimate form, which would elevate him to a staggering 4.7 billion. To Gula, Sun Wukong's standard power of 10 million appeared insignificantly weak. He pondered why Frisia had succumbed to Wukong's might. Could it be that Frisia was vanquished before he could transform? Gula speculated. He was acutely aware of Frisia's flaw, his tendency to compress his combat power during his first transformation. Gula had long deemed this transformation perilous. Should he be struck down by a warrior of superior strength, it would all be for naught. Who is your brother? And what is Frisia to you? Sun Wukong remarked, furrowing his brow. At this juncture, He had yet to employ the Kaioken technique, which led Gula to underestimate him. However, Wukong possessed the ability to unleash the Kaioken times 20. Were he to encounter Frieza on Namek in this state, he could vanquish him without even resorting to the Spirit Bomb. My foolish brother claims Frieza is my sibling, Gula declared, swiftly appearing before son Wukong and delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing. Blood streamed from Wukong's nose, yet he endured the pain and unleashed the Kaioken, amplifying his power to 200 million amidst a fiery red aura. Gula's expression shifted as he recognized the surge in Wukong's strength, but before he could react, he was struck down by a powerful punch, followed by a relentless barrage of blows that rendered him incapacitated. Standing beneath the waterfall, Gula wiped the blood from his nose. Realizing the truth, no wonder my brother fell to you. With a gesture, he proclaimed, once more, "What? I possess one more transformation than my brother," Gula chuckled, adopting a seated position to channel his energy, initiating his final transformation. In this state, Gula's physique expanded significantly, becoming more robust. From his head, four horns extended backward, and his mouth was shielded by a mask. Though it could be removed, it served to enhance his imposing appearance. Gula's eyes turned crimson, while two additional protrusions resembling shoulder armor emerged, complemented by two horns sprouting from his back. His arms morphed into scythe-like blades, signifying his remarkable power surge. His combat prowess leaped from 1.5 billion to an astonishing 4.7 billion. Now fully transformed, Gula regarded son Wukong with a smile. "To perish in my presence in this form, you shall be the first and the last." As Gula's words echoed, he was upon son Wukong in an instant. Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, yet they had no effect against Gula's formidable form. In stark contrast, Gula sent son Wukong flying with a single punch. The Kamehameha, powered by the 20-fold Kaioken, erupted with a crimson aura around son Wukong as he unleashed the devastating technique. The force of this strike reached an astounding combat power of 2 billion. Mere trifles, Gula scoffed, effortlessly piercing through the Kamehameha. The attack collided with him. "Gosing no harum whatsoever." "What?" son Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. In that fleeting moment of shock, he was struck down. Gula swiftly moved, delivering a powerful kick that sent son Wukong crashing into the rocks, then clenched his fists and drove him into the ground. Son Wukong, enveloped in a white aura, floated in midair, gasping for breath. "Ha, that truly stung," he admitted. Chapter 35, Vegeta's counterattack against Gula. Once again, son Wukong activated the Kaioken. With a burst of speed, he appeared behind Gula, yet Gula did not turn around. With a casual flick of his fist, he sent son Wukong hurtling away. Son Wukong was propelled several meters back, but quickly initiated the Kaioken once more and charged forward again. However, he was once again thrown back. Without hesitation, son Wukong soared backward, only to collide with Gula's form. He froze in astonishment. What kind of speed is this? He couldn't even keep pace with a 20-fold Kaioken. "You cannot win, Saiyan." Gula's voice resonated from behind, and he struck son Wukong down to the ground. At this moment, son Wukong lay motionless, devoid of strength. He realized he could not overcome Gula. Say farewell to this planet," Gula declared, concentrating energy into a massive sphere with a mere fingertip, capable of obliterating an entire planet. "Damn it, is there truly no way out?" son Wukong lamented, unwilling to accept defeat. The others lay nearby, their fates uncertain. "Kakarot, what a disgraceful performance. It appears you are the one who is truly outmatched," Vegeta's voice echoed. Both Gula and son Wukong turned to gaze upward, where Vegeta hovered high above, arms crossed, observing the spectacle unfold. Vegeta, had witnessed the entire display. "Are you King Vegeta?" "No, something feels amiss," Gula remarked, canceling the energy blast and directing his attention to Vegeta in the sky. The reason for his confusion stemmed from Vegeta's height. He now stood at 183 meters, far from the diminutive stature of his former self. "Vegeta, how have you grown taller?" Son Wukong, with his keen eye, immediately recognized the transformation. The previous encounter with Shrag, where Super Saiyan son Wukong's narrative unfolded, also involved him. Both belonged to the same individual, yet existed on divergent timelines. Vegeta gradually descended, while Nappa and Raditz remained grounded. They were no match for Gula. Vegeta, am endowed with extraordinary talent. Is there an issue with my height? Just look at you. Your fighting skills are truly lackluster." Vegeta curled his lips disdainfully and turned his gaze towards Gula. "This is the target of my current mission." "Gula? Frieza's brother? The son of Cold?" TSK, TSK. Oh, do you know me? Indeed. I recently scattered your father and Frisia's ashes a year ago. Vegeta crossed his arms, a sinister grin etched upon his face. The crimson cloak billowed dramatically in the wind, yet it could not conceal Vegeta's imposing presence. What nonsense are you spouting? My father, Cold, is still within his domain. This prince has no obligation to inform you. Mere appetizer. As Vegeta spoke, a golden aura surged around him. Upon witnessing this transformation, Son Goku was taken aback. Once again, this transformation. Previously, he had employed the mimicry transformation to vanquish Shrag, but after that, Vegeta had transformed into this form. He had borne witness to it. This is the transformation most feared by your Frost Demon clan, the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta grinned and explained. The legendary Super Saiyan? A name that resonates. But whom are you trying to fool? Gula scoffed, clearly dismissing Vegeta. He lacked the ability to sense energy, thus failing to perceive Vegeta's combat prowess. Only Son Goku, silent and observant, watched in astonishment. He could sense energy and understood the vast disparity between the two. Vegeta was akin to a radiant moon, while Gula was but a firefly. Fooling? Haha, what amusing words have I heard. Vegeta vanished from his position. Nani, such speed. Gula gasped in shock, unable to perceive Vegeta's movements. In the next moment, Vegeta's left foot pressed down on Gula's tail, while his right foot rested upon one of Gula's feet, yanking Gula's head upwards with fierce determination. Gula's agonizing scream echoed through the surroundings. Gula attempted to grasp Vegeta, but the latter's strength was overwhelming, rendering him utterly powerless. The chilling cries reverberated, leaving Naba and Raditz dumbfounded. Yet they remained unsurprised. After all, Vegeta had previously consumed alien limbs. What was this? Eating a frost demon seemed hardly unusual. Only Son Goku, unable to bear the sight, shut his eyes tightly. Kakarot, this is what true combat looks like. Vegeta taunted as he glanced at Kakarot. In the next instant, Gula's head was forcibly wrenched from his body. Subsequently, Vegeta tossed the severed head before Son Goku, their eyes locking in that moment. Son Goku, still prostrate on the ground, screamed in terror. It was his first encounter with such a gruesome scene. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, obliterating Gula's body. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have received a special reward. Upon hearing the system notification, Vegeta grinned widely. He eagerly anticipated the contents of the grand gift pack. As he opened it, Vegeta murmured to himself, Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the gift pack and received 100 million combat power, an enhancement of training talent by 100-fold, and 500 milliliters of divine nectar. Only 100 million combat power? Vegeta frowned, somewhat displeased. What on earth do you expect? You're currently at 100 million combat power in your normal state, as it is. I thought I might be rewarded with several hundred billion combat power, he retorted. What kind of opponent are you imagining that would warrant such a reward? Yangtian comment exasperated. Cough, well, never mind. What does it mean that my training talent has been enhanced 100-fold? I am a combat genius, a prodigy among Saiyan warriors. My training is unparalleled. This makes me seem rather pathetic, Vegeta scoffed. However, just as he finished speaking, a surge of intelligence enveloped him. He realized that training did not solely require punching in the gravity chamber. You only have 250, while Kakarot has 500, he noted. Who are you mocking with that divine nectar? TSK. Only 500 milliliters? How stingy. Vegeta scoffed again. Yet, when he glanced at the notes, his eyes widened in astonishment. The divine nectar, when consumed, can harden the body and enhance combat power. Seeing this annotation, Vegeta wasted no time. He retrieved the nectar from the system's inventory and uncapped the bottle. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Without hesitation, fearing the effects might dissipate, he gulped it down. Gulp, gulp. The entire 500 milliliters vanished in an instant. Vegeta smacked his lips. The taste is delightful, but I don't feel any discomfort. Just as Vegeta finished speaking, his entire skeletal structure began to crackle. Soon after, a scream erupted. Chapter 36. Vegeta consumes the divine nectar. Combat power soars. Vegeta's anguished cries echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Naba and Raditz rushed over, only to witness Vegeta writhing on the ground as his combat power swelled. It gradually climbed from 200 million to 300, 400, 600 million, before finally halting at 1 billion. Vegeta's normal state stabilized at 1 billion, which was slightly stronger than his counterpart during the Cell Games in the original narrative. In fact, The Vegeta who exited the hyperbolic time chamber for the second time during the Cell games had a normal combat power of 900 million. Goodness. Even Prince Vegeta's screams can elevate his combat power? This is utterly outrageous. Naba watched in disbelief. How enviable. I wish I could scream for a while and boost my own power. Raditz gazed on with envious eyes. Goku and the others had regained their composure. Yet they refrained from approaching, as Vegeta's aura was overwhelmingly potent. Only Naba and Raditz could draw near using their simulated Super Saiyan forms. In a moment of anguished outcry, Vegeta unleashed his full power, a force so overwhelming that any who dared approach would meet their demise. At this juncture, Vegeta exhibited no control over his energy. Collateral damage was simply to be expected. What transpired with Raditz and Nappa? Had they not perished? Piccolo furrowed his brow as he assisted Goku. I am unsure, but I suspect they are not from this realm. Have you forgotten the mysterious young warrior Trunks from a year ago? Goku, supported by Piccolo, also frowned as he gazed in that direction. The reason was unmistakable. Vegeta's power was astonishingly formidable. Even in his Super Saiyan form, Goku felt utterly inadequate before this base form of Vegeta who could effortlessly dominate him. After enduring his suffering, Vegeta rose to his feet. Yang Tian, why did you not inform me of such agony earlier? You never inquired, and besides, have you not noticed the remarkable resilience and battle prowess of your body? Even the fruits of the tree of might lose their effect if consumed in excess. You must learn to be self-sufficient, Yang Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. Vegeta felt a surge of displeasure. His recent cries had caused him to lose face before the two. He had always maintained an air of superiority in their presence. What did you two witness? Vegeta demanded, fixing his gaze upon them. A cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they fervently shook their heads. Prince Vegeta, while I was indisposed, one stammered. Ah yes, I too was occupied, and then I hastily departed. Raditz chimed in, attempting to echo the sentiment. Vegeta's expression softened slightly upon hearing their excuses. Huh, Vegeta, you're truly vain. In the parallel world, you may seek to preserve your dignity, but you are still a king among those who suffer embarrassment. Yang Tian's laughter rang out, causing Vegeta's countenance to darken. How could he not grasp the implications of his words? He yearned to obliterate the other version of himself. Each time he boasted, he merely invited humiliation upon himself. Vegeta, scowling, chose to ignore Yang Tian and awaited the transmission. As for Kakarot and the others in the distance, he deemed them unworthy of his attention. They were weak, so weak that they failed to ignite any interest within him. Ding! Congratulations to Nappa. While Raditz exclaimed 666 for receiving a task reward, Super Saiyan transformation. In the next instant, two beams of light penetrated their minds, granting them the capability to transform into Super Saiyans, albeit at a rudimentary level. Vegeta, however, did not adhere to the concepts of beginner, intermediate, or advanced forms. He was beyond such limitations. With infinite energy at his disposal, the notion of depletion was absurd. At this moment, Vegeta stood at the pinnacle of transformation. Huh, I have become a Super Saiyan, Nappa exclaimed with glee. Raditz too wasted no time and swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his flowing locks signifying he resembled the third stage of the Super Saiyan lineage. Vegeta's expression darkened further. This is on par with the two younger siblings. Yang Tian, do enlighten me on how to transcend into a Super Saiyan. I yearn to attain the second level of Super Saiyan. You truly are at Sundara, aren't you? Just wait for the next mission, came the retort. Why not release it already? What is the rush? With your enhanced hundredfold talent, do you not wish to train diligently? Not at all. Completing missions to grow stronger is far more efficient. Ignoring Vegeta's remark, Yang Tian promptly transported them back to his universe. The sudden appearance of Vegeta startled Bulma. Indeed, Bulma had intended to seek out Vegeta today to inquire if he would consider going on a date with her. The truth was, she had lost interest in Yamcha, deeming him ineffectual and lacking ambition. Despite the looming threat of formidable enemies, he remained preoccupied with frivolous pursuits, showing little regard for the situation. This recurring thought often brought Bulma back to the relentless training fanatic that was Vegeta. What do you want? Vegeta asked, arms crossed, with an air of indifference. Vegeta had gradually begun to converse with Bulma more frequently, a consequence of her generous financial support. Moreover, the battle suits worn by him and Raditz had been designed by Bulma, offering a snug comfort that the designs from others on Earth lacked. Vegeta, you startle me, Bulma exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart. Noticing this, Dubra and Raditz discreetly excused themselves, intent on resuming their own training. After all, they had been warned of impending threats. "Tsh, this is my home. You come here and claim I startled you?" Vegeta scoffed. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when he noticed Bulma's eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What is the matter?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. Bulma offered no reply, merely drawing closer to him. Vegeta, now accustomed to her presence, remained unperturbed. But before he could utter a word, Bulma pressed her lips against his in a kiss. In this era, Trunks emerged from such moments. Earlier, I heard others advocate for a singular heroine, Bulma. Thus, Bulma it shall be. Fear not. There shall be no other heroines. Vegeta is not a reincarnated being. His devotion to Bulma remains unwavering. At the break of dawn, Bulma gazed upon Vegeta's imposing figure, her expression radiating happiness. The parallel universe's Dragon Ball Super would undoubtedly be astonished to witness such a towering Vegeta. In this timeline, Vegeta cherished Bulma even more, resulting in Bra and Trunks being merely a few years apart, as Vegeta easily overshadowed others. "Vegeta, where are you headed?" "To train. I have no desire to be slain 2 years hence," he replied, clad in his battle suit. "What? Even someone as powerful as you lacks confidence?" Bulma exclaimed, taken aback. It was the first time she had heard Vegeta utter words of impending death. Vegeta has always been audacious in his conquest of weaker foes. That formidable individual boasts a staggering battle power of 175 billion. Without so much as a glance, Vegeta declared, Chapter 37. 3 years later, the 100 billion energy warrior. It can be asserted that Cell has firmly secured a place on Vegeta's list of adversaries to be vanquished. Having suffered defeat at Cell's hands on 2 occasions, Vegeta's pride has been wounded. Though not directly involved, the repercussions in the parallel world have left Vegeta's reputation tarnished. 175 billion? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. She attempted to rise, but, feeling too much pain, opted to remain reclined. During the subsequent year, Vegeta continued his rigorous training in the gravity chamber. With the addition of his 100-fold training aptitude, his combat prowess soared dramatically, reaching a baseline strength of 2 billion. One could say that this 100-fold talent has proven immensely beneficial. It is noteworthy that upon his initial emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's base power was a mere 300 million, which increased to 900 million after his second exit. In just 1 year, he surpassed 600 million. However, the 10-fold aptitude merely facilitated his ascent to 2 billion within the gravity chamber, which is not particularly extraordinary. The primary advantage lies in the thin air of the hyperbolic time chamber, which enhances training. As he accessed his attributes panel, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly at the delivery room door, "Today is the day Bulma gives birth." He holds a deep regard for his child, demonstrating a newfound sense of humanity that surpasses his characterization in the original narrative. Host Vegeta. Title, Tragic Speed Bump. Battle Power, 2 billion. Lifespan, Immortal. Transformation, Great Ape Power Super Saiyan, including Mimicry. Special moves, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Final Flash, Kamehameha. Additional abilities, Infinite Ki, Sensing, Instant Transmission, Infinite Stamina, 100-fold Training Aptitude. Subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System Inventory, 450 Senza Beans, Super Spaceship. System Comprehensive Evaluation. Although the host can transform into a Super Saiyan within the context of the Dragon Ball 7th universe, the host's strength is notably weak. It is advised to first transform into Super Saiyan 2. Ugh, in just 1 year, I shall face that monster. If I cannot surpass 5 billion, then confronting Cell may truly spell my doom. Vegeta pondered with closed eyes. However, Vegeta's concerns may be unwarranted, for the task at hand would not keep him waiting for long. During that year, Vegeta's son Trunks was born, yet the couple did not hold a wedding ceremony. Prince Vegeta, indifferent to such formalities, was not pressured by Bulma either. It is evident that Bulma understands Vegeta well, or else they would not have found common ground. Huh, it's a boy, Nappa exclaimed, pacing anxiously outside the delivery room. There was no escaping the fact that another Saiyan would soon join their ranks. Their very own Prince Vegeta. Oh no, he should be referred to as King Vegeta now. Really? Nappa, are you certain you haven't misread the situation? Raditz, what nonsense are you spouting? I didn't see it. I merely heard it. Nappa's face turned green. Can one speak so recklessly? Is this a matter of life and death for him? This makes sense. Raditz nodded and then turned to Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, oh no. King Vegeta, the young prince has been born. Congratulations. Indeed, King Vegeta, another valiant warrior has joined our ranks as Saiyans. Raditz and Nappa showered him with compliments. Vegeta cast an indifferent glance at the two. Very well. Henceforth, I shall be known as King Vegeta. Upon seeing Bulma, Vegeta approached with delight and embraced her and their child. Vegeta, have you decided on a name for the baby? Let us call him Trunks, Vegeta replied without hesitation. Aren't you going to name him after yourself? I heard Nappa and Raditz say that your entire clan is named Vegeta. Vegeta responded, no, Trunks is sufficient. The planet Vegeta is no longer in existence, and only Nappa and Raditz still address him as Prince Vegeta. Oh no, he is now King Vegeta. Others do not recognize his identity as Vegeta. Unless he resurrects planet Vegeta and his fellow Saiyans, he has no interest in engaging in conversation with those brutish Saiyans. However, with Bulma by his side, Vegeta has developed a semblance of humanity. Well, I actually wanted to name him Trunks as well. It seems we share the same thought. Bulma chuckled. Vegeta smiled in return. Time passed swiftly, the third year. With Trunks' existence, Vegeta trained with even greater diligence, yet he also devoted time to his family. Consequently, Vegeta's battle power increased by only 500 million, bringing it to 2.5 billion. This afternoon marks the day the boys spoke of the appearance of the androids. Vegeta, are you nervous? Bulma asked, cradling Trunks while gazing at the trio clad in combat attire. The androids are merely an appetizer. The true threat lies not with the androids, but with that ultimate android named Cell, Vegeta candidly informed Bulma. He had no interest in divulging this information to anyone else. Well, it matters not. I can prevail. With a glance at Trunks, Vegeta took flight, followed closely by Nappa and Raditz. King Vegeta, can we handle this? Nappa inquired. Looking at Vegeta, if you're afraid, go back to your mother's milk, Vegeta replied coolly. We're not afraid, Raditz interjected. Do Saiyans fear? What a joke. Over the course of the year, their regular battle power had also risen to 20 million. One can only assert that the duo surpasses the capabilities of the original characters during this epic, or rather, they exceed the prowess of the artificial beings known as androids 17 and 18. Transforming into a Super Saiyan grants them a battle power of 1 billion, which is equivalent to the first stage of Cell's absorption of humanity. The first stage of Cell also possesses a battle power of 1 billion. Beep. Detection of a fierce battle among the 100 billion energy warriors. Task. Eliminate the metallic cooler on the new Namek. Task reward. Super Saiyan level 2. Upon hearing the system's notification, Vegeta's face lit up with joy. A new mission had arrived. However, upon hearing the mention of 100 billion energy warriors, Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Yan Tian, what is this metallic cooler? What is the situation? And regarding this 100 billion energy, does it refer to battle power reaching 100 billion? Vegeta pondered inwardly. If it were indeed 100 billion energy, he would consider it merely an abundance of energy. But 100 billion in battle power would indeed pose a formidable opponent, compelling him to transform into an extraordinary Super Saiyan to contend with it. Of course, even in his regular state, he possessed a battle power of 5 billion, and in his ascended Super Saiyan form, he could multiply his strength by 30 times. Even the power of the great ape could easily overpower 100 billion battle power. Oh, pathetic. Vegeta immediately donned a mocking expression. A mere 100 billion battle power? What of it? The timeline of this world is peculiar. The narrative stipulates that Cell announced the game within 7 days. Yet in this parallel universe, only Vegeta and Goku can achieve Super Saiyan transformations, while Gohan does not possess this ability. Chapter 38, Vegeta, Big Bang Attack. While still en route, Nappa and Raditz felt a sudden shift, as if they had been transported to another realm. What the hell? Nappa exclaimed, startled. We were flying smoothly, and then the scenery just changed? Damn it, this is insane. Raditz halted in midair. Only Vegeta looked at the two with a bemused expression. After completing several missions with me, you still fail to recognize a parallel world? Have your training sessions rendered you foolish? Vegeta quipped sarcastically. The two felt quite embarrassed, but continued to survey their surroundings. War Vegeta, where are we? Nappa inquired. The new Namek, and our task is to eliminate this metallic cooler, Vegeta stated as he soared into the distance, sensing countless energy signatures ahead. Meanwhile, in this parallel universe, Vegeta and Goku were struggling against a metallic cooler. However, upon defeating it, they discovered it was merely a doppelganger. Why are there so many? Vegeta and Goku's expressions darkened at this revelation. Gohan and Piccolo were growing increasingly anxious. At this moment, the mountains were teeming with metallic coolers, encircling the two warriors. They were nearly exhausted, having expended most of their energy just to vanquish one metallic cooler. Damn it, I'm completely out of energy, Vegeta bellowed in frustration. Now, he can no longer maintain even the Super Saiyan form. Not just him, but even son Goku beside him finds himself in a similar predicament. Upon the arrival of the main universe's Vegeta, upon seeing the vast expanse of metallic gulas, a smile graces his face. Previously, he had contemplated annihilating the remnants of Frisia's minions, and now this legion of metallic gulas seems to have arrived as a fortuitous offering. What is happening? So many Frisias? What Frisia? Is this not simply the same Gula from before? Nappa and Raditz exchange glances. However, witnessing the multitude of metallic gulas, Vegeta was also filled with perplexity. Yang Tian, what is going on? Why are there so many gulas? This metallic gula originated from a computer chip in the cosmic graveyard, which, after prolonged exposure to energy, enhanced its own power. Subsequently, it absorbed the materials from the universe as energy, gradually forming a colossal mechanical planet known as Big High Star. Meanwhile, the Gula that was sent flying by Super Saiyan Son Goku from a parallel world ultimately survived. Mortally wounded, it drifted to this planet and merged with the main computer, thereby dominating it, transforming itself into metallic Gula. Oh, a parallel world Kakarot? Was it not this Kakarot who sent him flying? Indeed, it was he, which is why he is facing this calamity. As for the Gula you killed last time, he is utterly deceased. Upon hearing Yang Tian's explanation, Vegeta began to comprehend. This metallic Gula was merely a creation of another Kakarot, having no connection to him. Vegeta? Realizing this, Vegeta swiftly appeared before the two, arms crossed, and cape fluttering dramatically in the wind, while casting a sidelong glance at them. How pathetic you are. Struggling against this trivial Gula. You are Vegeta? Son Goku gazed at this scene in astonishment. Nani, is that me? Vegeta, with difficulty, stood and regarded him. Hey, indeed, I'm another version of you. You two should prostrate yourselves. It is quite unseemly. Vegeta began to mock them. It could be said that he even derided another version of himself. Nani, how dare you humiliate me? Prince Vegeta, the alternate version of Vegeta, rose to his feet and approached him. However, upon nearing, he was taken aback. What is the situation? Is there such a significant difference in height? The alternate Vegeta stood at 164 meters, while the dragon's enhanced Vegeta stood at an impressive 183 meters. Vegeta regarded the parallel world version of himself with disdain, remarking, humiliation? Look at yourself. Are you still a Saiyan Prince? Pathetic, struggling so much. What audacity do you have to boast? With that, Vegeta unleashed a powerful burst of energy that sent the other him flying. Observing the terrifying aura of his alternate self, he frowned deeply. Are you my future self? The movie version of Vegeta squinted at the other him, aware of the future in the parallel world, as Trunks from earlier had visited and mentioned a formidable foe that would emerge 3 years hence, leading them into a fierce battle. Before him stood Vegeta, an embodiment of unparalleled power, leading him to ponder whether this was indeed his future self or not. Well then, you lot, simply stand by and watch as I, Saiyan King Vegeta, obliterate this scrap metal, he declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan. His combat power surged to an astronomical 125 billion, causing the very ground of New Namek to tremble. Even the metallic form of Cooler quivered, unable to fathom such might. He yearned to absorb life to enhance his own strength, yet the energy radiating from Vegeta was beyond his capacity to consume. What a terrifying aura! I can hardly breathe. Goku gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Is he truly this formidable? Even amongst Super Saiyans, the disparity is staggering. However, recalling his earlier words, he speculated about the possibility of this being his future self. Though he was mistaken, it was, in fact, a counterpart from a parallel universe. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. It appears the future version of me surpasses you. Vegeta chuckled heartily. Ignoring Vegeta's banter, Goku focused on the unfolding scene. In a single leap, Vegeta plunged into the ranks of the Gula army, wreaking havoc with each punch and kick, unleashing energy blasts that sent numerous Gula flying, reducing many to mere fragments. Ding! Congratulations, host, for annihilating Metal Cooler. You have earned a treasure chest. The notifications echoed repeatedly. Witnessing the disintegrated and reformed Coolers, Vegeta wore a bloodthirsty grin. Haha, all this is my experience. Suspended in the void, Vegeta unleashed a boundless wave of energy, sending destructive blasts in all directions. With so many Gula surrounding him, countless were pierced and vanquished. This technique was reminiscent of the original Frisia saga, where an enraged Vegeta had attempted it against Frisia, albeit unsuccessfully. Yet now, it was a force of utter devastation. Ding! Congratulations, host, For annihilating Metal Cooler, you have earned a treasure chest. The notifications continued to chime. How many more are there? Come forth all at once, Vegeta taunted, observing the scattered remnants of Metal Coolers. Just moments ago, he had dispatched over 10,000 of them, and it appeared they were no longer reproducing, as if their residual energy had dwindled. Who are you? Why are there two Vegetas? One of the Gula questioned in confusion. You do not deserve to know, Vegeta replied coldly. Now, tell me, how many of you are left? Come to me all at once. Do not waste my time. As he spoke, his golden aura flared once more. The Metal Gula, visibly trembling, managed to suppress their fear and retorted, I am indestructible. I can still spawn countless others. Very well, then, prepare to meet your end, Vegeta responded with a sinister smile. Vegeta unleashed a devastating death ray, obliterating the remaining Metal Cooler, before retrieving a detector from his system backpack. This device could pinpoint the location of his original self, which he intended to annihilate. He had grown weary of these metallic foes, having dispatched nearly 10,000 of them, and pondered whether he might uncover something worthwhile. As he observed a significant surge of battle energy in the distance, a sardonic smile crept across his face. So it is there, he mused. At that moment, Nappa and Raditz arrived, but they had refrained from joining him earlier, knowing they would merely hinder the effort against the Metal Coolers. Ignoring the two, Vegeta soared further away, soon arriving at the site where Metal Cooler fused with the mechanical planet Big Geet Star. Upon seeing Vegeta approach, Metal Cooler's face contorted with rage. You dare to slay my doppelganger? He thundered. Silence. I have already vanquished you once, and I have no idea how many of your clones I have obliterated. I shall not only destroy your replicas, but also you, as I ascend to the second level of Super Saiyan. With a cold smile, Vegeta positioned his hands before him, palms open and tilted upward at a 90-degree angle. Subsequently, he conjured a colossal explosion attack, charging it with immense energy to form a Super Kamehameha, elevating the energy to unprecedented heights and releasing it as a massive Kamehameha wave. This was his Big Bang Attack Kamehameha. The ensuing roar resonated as Metal Cooler, along with Big Geet Star, was engulfed by the explosive force. In that instant, planet Namek teetered on the brink of annihilation, as this strike pierced through the new Namek. Metal Cooler's agonized screams echoed, eliciting a smirk from Vegeta's lips. This was bound to deal critical damage. Did he truly believe that the title of Speedy Tragedy Tower he bore was mere jest? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain Metal Cooler. Task reward. Super Saiyan's second level has been granted. A radiant light flashed in Vegeta's mind, illuminating the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. With a triumphant laugh, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, directly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His hair stood even more erect, and electricity danced around him, signifying an overflow of energy. I, Vegeta, have finally attained Super Saiyan 2. Cell, prepare to kneel before me, he declared, laughing heartily toward the heavens. In the next moment, his aura surged explosively, reaching its zenith. Vegeta's combat power soared to an astounding 250 billion. His base power stood at 25 billion. As a Super Saiyan, it amplified 50-fold, and upon becoming Super Saiyan 2, it surged to 100-fold. What an overwhelming energy. Was that not his full strength just now? Far across the expanse, Vegeta and Goku sensed the formidable energy emanating from the main universe's Vegeta, causing them to tremble in fear. Such immense power was overwhelming. Even after transforming, their battle strength barely reached several billion, while the Vegeta in the distance boasted an astounding power level of 250 billion. The disparity was beyond comprehension. Is this a new transformation, King Vegeta? Nappa inquired curiously as he approached Vegeta, who was enveloped in crackling lightning. Indeed, this is a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan. I refer to it as Super Saiyan Second Stage, or Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta explained, feeling a sense of satisfaction. With such formidable strength, what did he have to fear from Cell? Was 175 billion truly powerful? He, Vegeta, was even stronger. A cold smile crept across his lips as he envisioned the moment he would crush Cell beneath his might. In the next instant, Vegeta and his companions were teleported away, as their mission had been accomplished. We're back. This is our Earth, Nappa remarked, observing the altered surroundings. They had arrived at the southern island, where they were to confront the soon-to-emerge androids. Congratulations! Nappa and Raditz, with exuberant shouts, gained 100 million in battle power. In that moment, Nappa and Raditz's base battle power surged dramatically. Originally at 10 million, It now soared to 110 million. Huh. Though I did not achieve the same transformation as King Vegeta, a tenfold increase in battle power is more than sufficient, Nappa exclaimed, marveling at his newfound strength. This Super Saiyan transformation was already over 5 billion. Nappa and Raditz reveled in their triumph. Vegeta, however, paid them no mind, feeling disdainful. They were elated over a mere 100 million battle power. Truly hopeless. He soared into the distance, aware that time was slipping away, and sensed that a battle had already commenced elsewhere. The duration of his absence mirrored the time that had passed in this realm. On his way, Vegeta encountered over 10,000 boxes and, without hesitation, opened them all. Among these treasures were remnants from 3 years prior, left behind by the fallen forces of King Cold. As he opened the chests, he focused his gaze on a distant island, where Kakarot, Goku, was engaged in combat with Android 19. The battle power of androids 19 and 20 was measured at 420 million, surpassing that of future androids 17 and 18. The future versions, lacking Dr. Gero's enhancements, harbored a deep resentment towards humanity and possessed a significantly lower power level of only 250 million. In contrast, the 17 and 18 of Vegeta's era had undergone modifications, resulting in improved temperaments and greater strength. Otherwise, when Dr. Gero awakened 17 and 18, he mistook their reverence for restoration. Due to the unresolved issues with the future versions 17 and 18, they were unable to contend with the formidable Dr. Gero, resulting in their subjugation. Consequently, it was the improved version of 17 and 18 that instilled great apprehension in Dr. Gero. Congratulations, Vegeta has opened a treasure chest and gained 1 million battle power. Congratulations, Vegeta has opened a treasure chest and gained 1 million battle power. Out of 10,000 chests, the first 1,000 yielded 1 million battle power each. Vegeta endured this experience with a mixture of agony and joy. The subsequent 5,000 chests contained divine beings. Congratulations. Vegeta has opened a treasure chest and obtained a divine being. Congratulations, Vegeta has opened a treasure chest and obtained a divine being. In Chapter 39, Super Saiyan 2, Goku was mercilessly beaten by the androids. Congratulations, Vegeta has opened a treasure chest and obtained a fruit of the Tree of Might. Congratulations. Vegeta has opened a treasure chest and obtained a fruit of the Tree of Might. By the time the last chest was opened, Vegeta wore an expression devoid of emotion. He had amassed a staggering battle power of 1.5 billion, meaning that 1,500 chests contained 1 million battle power. Following that, 1,000 chests yielded an abundance of divine beings. It can be said that Vegeta was quite affluent in divine beings. Next came the fruits of the Tree of Might, numbering in the thousands. Gazing at his inventory filled with these fruits, Vegeta's expression darkened. Their utility had diminished significantly. Only the initial consumption yielded substantial increases in battle power. Nevertheless, he decided to consume them as fruit, tossing a few to Nappa and munching on one himself while flying. King Vegeta, such exquisite fruits. This is splendid, exclaimed Nappa, overwhelmed with emotion, while Vegeta remained silent, his face clouded. Raditz, too, was deeply moved, yet he also indulged in the fruits of the Tree of Might. Opening his attribute panel, Vegeta silently recited, Host, Vegeta. Title, Speedy Tragedy Vegeta. Battle Power, 4 billion. Lifespan, Immortal. Transformations, Great Ape Power, Super Saiyan 2nd level. Special moves, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Final Flash, Kamehameha. Other, Infinite Key Sensing, Instant Transmission, Infinite Stamina, 100-fold Training Talent. Subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System Inventory, 1050 Divine Beings, Super Spaceship. System Assessment indicates the host is nearly invincible on Earth, yet in Universe 7 of Dragon Ball, the host's strength is rather weak. It is advisable to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Upon reading the final evaluation, Vegeta's expression darkened further. What does nearly invincible mean? Am I not invincible? Who on Earth could possibly challenge me? Vegeta? Yang Tian, are you mistaken? Is there anyone on Earth who can contend with me? Sealed within the egg of Majin Buu. Vegeta, what is that? An egg stronger than me? Have you lost your mind? 7 years until his release? Indeed, he remains confined for now. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta refrained from further inquiries and instead took Nappa and Raditz to a nearby hill to observe the unfolding drama. What spectacle were they witnessing? Naturally, it was the confrontation involving Kakarot. At present, Vegeta and his companions concealed their energy, and with the warriors focused elsewhere, they remained undetected. At this moment, Piccolo's battle power stood at 800 million. In the original storyline, it was merely 500 million, which allowed him to overpower Dr. Gero's 420 million. Meanwhile, Goku's base form was at 30 million, and in his Super Saiyan transformation, it soared to 5 billion. Initially, he had the upper hand against Android 19. However, as the battle progressed, he unleashed a plethora of Kamehameha waves, inadvertently empowering Android 19 to reach 800 million battle power. Due to Goku's inherent nature of treating the encounter as a friendly spar, he inadvertently nurtured a formidable opponent. Furthermore, his heart condition resurfaced, causing his power to plummet from 5 billion to 500 million, leaving him vulnerable to relentless assaults from Android 19, who is currently pummeling him mercilessly. Chapter 40. A few hundred bills a month. What kind of life are you leading? What is happening? Why is this android growing stronger with each blow? Krillin watched in disbelief as the tables turned from Goku's initial dominance to an equal footing, culminating in the current scenario of him being thoroughly outmatched. This defied all logic. Something was amiss with Goku. The earlier Senzu Bean had proven ineffective. Piccolo, sharp-eyed, discerned the situation. He had already tossed a Senzu Bean to Goku. Yet, Goku was not reciprocating the gesture by providing beans to his opponent. I understand now. It is indeed the heart virus that the boy mentioned. My father is afflicted by it, Gohan realized first, particularly recalling the moment when Goku clutched his chest, a vivid memory etched in his mind. What? Didn't I give him the antidote for the heart virus? How could it still have recurred? Piccolo exclaimed, astonished at Gohan's revelation. This was a critical moment of failure. Over the past 3 years, Goku's health had shown no signs of trouble, hence the absence of the antidote. Gohan, anxious, spoke up. Without hesitation, Piccolo resolved to leap into action, determined to rescue Goku, fearing that if the battle continued, Goku would be killed. Suddenly, Android 20, Dr. Gero, witnessed the unfolding chaos with keen interest. A laser beam erupted, creating a deep crater in the ground. This is a battle between us two. Do you wish to intervene? Dr. Gero remarked coolly. Humph, then let us fight, Piccolo declared as he prepared to engage Dr. Gero, confident in his own battle power of 800 million. Though he could not perceive the presence of the androids, he was resolute in his belief that he was far superior to them. For 3 arduous years, he had engaged in rigorous training alongside Goku. Just as Piccolo was about to make his move, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Bang! The android known as Gold 19, who was relentlessly assaulting Goku, suddenly bore the imprint of a shoe upon his face. The assailant, of course, was Raditz. Unable to endure the sight any longer, he descended to confront this pitiful android, having grown weary of merely spectating alongside Vegeta. Who are you? Dr. Gero inquired, his brow furrowing as he cast a glance at Raditz. For a moment, he was taken aback, then chuckled, Ah, Raditz, though I'm unaware of how you have returned. Are you here to meet your demise? Over the course of these 3 years, Raditz and Nappa had not exhibited any formidable power, leading Dr. Gero to consider them mere ineptitudes. Kakarot, what King Vegeta said is true. You're the one who is weak. You'll be better off joining us. Raditz sneered at the ailing Goku, whose battle power stood at a mere 30 million, while Raditz himself boasted a staggering 111 million. The disparity was glaring. Thus he spoke with such disdain. Raditz, answer me. Are you here to shoulder Goku's burdens? Dr. Gero's gaze turned icy as he regarded Raditz. He bore no personal vendetta against Raditz, and thus had no desire to engage him in combat. His sole target was Kakarot, Goku. As a scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, after witnessing its annihilation at the hands of Goku, he vowed vengeance, dedicating himself to the creation of androids capable of defeating Goku, ultimately transforming himself into Android 20, employing an antiquated energy absorption device. His aim was to siphon the Kamehameha energy from Goku and others, even absorbing energy by merely grasping their hands. This concept of energy absorption would later serve as the foundation for Cell's enhancements. Raditz disregarded Dr. Gero entirely, seizing Kakarot by the collar and flinging him towards Piccolo. My brother is truly reckless, fighting in such a state of illness. He is courting death. Someone must tend to him. Without hesitation, Piccolo caught Goku with one hand. Meanwhile, Android 19 rose to his feet, clutching his injured face and glaring at Raditz with fury. You dare to thwart my plans. Just as he was about to retaliate, 2 figures descended from the sky, Nappa and Vegeta. Nappa, Vegeta, Dr. Gero addressed the newcomers. You scrap metal. To think you could one day vanquish us. Is it that the future us is weak, or are you truly as formidable as you claim? Vegeta crossed his arms, regarding Dr. Gero with scorn. Future? What are you babbling about? Dr. Gero shot back. I am under no obligation to explain myself. You only need to understand that your end is nigh. With those words, Vegeta stepped forward. As they had scarcely taken 2 steps, they heard Naba and Raditz speak. Vegeta, let us take action. It has been far too long since I last fought. Naba added, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Who will escort Goku to obtain his heart medication? Piccolo inquired of the other warriors. I shall go. I am of little use here, and I know the way to the Capsule Corporation. Yamcha offered first. Having just been pierced by the androids, he was once again reminded of the terror of death and wished to flee this place. The sight of Vegeta filled him with both fear and anger, for Vegeta had taken his goddess, Bulma, and had fathered a child with her, which shattered his composure. Very well, upon your return, ensure you also take your heart medication to avoid being infected, Piccolo replied, permitting Yamcha to lead Goku away. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, witnessing Goku's impending rescue, contemplated intervening, but Naba and Raditz swiftly obstructed his path. Ding! Detected the onset of the android storyline. Mission: eliminate Android 19 and release drive. Gero to free Android 16, 17, and 18. Mission reward: upgrade from basic instant transmission to intermediate. Upon hearing the system notification, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Young Tian, I have allowed Naba and Raditz to engage. If they eliminate the androids, do I receive credit for the reward? Yes, they're your subordinates, and their actions count as your mission. Additionally, freeing Dr. Gero to liberate the other androids is also part of the mission, Yang Tian's voice responded. Vegeta nodded, recalling Yang Tian's previous assertion that his subordinates' actions also counted toward his tasks. Ding! Does the host accept the mission? Accepted, Vegeta responded without hesitation, clicking the confirmation. Just as Naba and Raditz were about to make their move, Vegeta interjected. Naba, Raditz, allow me to pose them a question. Upon hearing his words, Naba and Raditz positioned themselves beside Vegeta, resembling bodyguards. The two displayed expressions akin to Guan Yu's, conveying a sense of disbelief at the androids' nonchalance about their lives despite the peril they faced. You two, which of you is Android 19? Vegeta inquired, arms crossed as he scrutinized them, genuinely uncertain of their identities. You, the one who just had your subordinate kick my face? It hurt. Android 19 scoffed at Vegeta. Ignoring the insipid creature, Vegeta turned his attention to the older man. I offer you a chance. Release the worthless scrap heap known as Android 16, 17, and 18. After speaking, Vegeta glanced at the scarred Raditz. Don't kill this old man. Just ensure he doesn't escape. Pursue him closely, but do not kill him. Very well. King Vegeta, and what about this fat fool? Nappa remarked, casting a glance at the artificial human number 19. Feel free to play, but do not strike too hard lest you obliterate the earth, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa charged towards the android number 19. Android number 20 also moved, but was intercepted by Raditz. The two then transformed into Super Saiyans and commenced a one-sided beating against the androids. It was absurd. The disparity in combat power was immense. The androids were no match for the two Saiyans. Gohan watched this scene in astonishment. His own combat power barely reached 20 million, and he could not even transform into a Super Saiyan. What was happening? Why had these two Saiyans' powers surged so dramatically? Did Vegeta possess some unique training method? Piccolo mused internally, his thoughts diverging from those of Gohan and the others. While they toiled relentlessly, why were these Saiyans perpetually ahead of them? How could he not be amazed? Ah, absorbing energy? How intriguing. Let us see if he can withstand the energy of Nappa. Nappa thought as the fat android grasped him, attempting to siphon his energy. At that moment, Nappa was in his false Super Saiyan form, boasting a combat power exceeding 3.5 billion. He feared that transforming fully into a Super Saiyan might result in a fatal blow, so he chose to toy with the pudgy opponent, who possessed a combat power of merely 800 million. While number 19 was busy absorbing Nappa's energy, he swallowed hard. After a prolonged effort, he felt his own power rising. Yet he realized he could not drain the Saiyan named Nappa completely. This is too slow. Let me amplify the energy for you. Nappa scoffed, transforming into a Super Saiyan and then flinging the android into the sky. He opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of energy akin to a Kamehameha, which was Nappa's most potent technique. The soaring beam was met with number 19's attempt to block it with both hands, aiming to absorb the attack. However, upon contact, he was utterly overwhelmed. You think you can absorb my ultimate move? Nappa sneered. Meanwhile, Raditz had forced Dr. Gero's android number 20 to retreat in disarray. Ultimately, he launched a key blast towards the ground, creating a cloud of smoke in an attempt to escape. Being an android, He lacked energy. Vegeta paid him no mind, instead focusing on the notification echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Vegeta, for completing the mission. Your basic instant transmission has been upgraded to an intermediate version. In the next instant, Vegeta found himself endowed with advanced techniques regarding instant transmission. It could be said that his current skill in instant transmission had reached the level of Jebit, allowing him to teleport effortlessly within the 7th universe without the need to sense energy. This was the essence of intermediate instant transmission. But what of the advanced version? Vegeta squinted. Why allow the androids to leave? Krillin stepped forward, his frustration evident. What if they become a menace to others? How dare you address our King Vegeta so casually? It seems you wish for your own demise, Nappa retorted, advancing menacingly toward Krillin. However, Krillin swiftly took refuge behind Piccolo. Piccolo, exasperated, replied, the terror these androids can unleash has already been articulated by that boy from the future. Huh, those two androids are merely appetizers. You dare to question me, King Vegeta, without even recognizing the true enemy? How absurd, Vegeta proclaimed, unleashing a white aura of energy that sent all the warriors soaring through the air with his 4 billion battle power. Next time you address me, do so with respect. Vegeta declared coolly, his arms crossed. At that moment, a plane soared through the sky, piloted by his wife, Bulma, while another figure approached, none other than future Trunks. What? You just fought some fat android? You've made a grave mistake. The terrifying androids I mentioned are siblings. Trunks exclaimed, incredulous at the sight of the defeated androids. But as he listened to their descriptions, unease washed over him. The current Trunks had not seen the head of Android 13. It had been disposed of by Nappa. The revelation left everyone astonished. Vegeta had indeed spoken too harshly. They had been battling mere appetizers rather than the main course. The realization filled them with embarrassment and anger. They couldn't even handle a mere appetizer. Meanwhile, Bulma shared a tender moment with Vegeta, yet he insisted she leave for her own safety. Before she departed, Vegeta informed her that the android was known as Dr. Gero, and Bulma revealed the location of Dr. Gero's secret base. The group then set off towards this hidden facility. King Vegeta, aren't you coming? Raditz inquired, noticing Vegeta's reluctance to join them. I can instant transmission at any time. I choose not to go now. The androids about to emerge are not the main threat, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. With visions of the future in mind, he was acutely aware of the battle power of the android sisters, Android 17 and 18, each possessing a power level of 1 billion, while the original Vegeta also had a power level of 1 billion at this time. His lack of infinite stamina would soon render him unable to keep pace with Android 18, leading to his defeat. Even the subsequent Android 16 had a mere power level of 1.6 billion, easily overpowered by the initial stage of Cell, who possessed a power level of 1 billion. Vegeta lacked the courage to confront androids 17 and 18 directly, opting instead to lower his battle power and bide his time while waiting for Piccolo and 17 to weaken each other, planning to strike from the shadows and absorb them to transform into the second stage of Cell, whose power level reached 8 billion. Very well, King Vegeta. Let us go and take a look, Raditz declared, eager to join the fray. Apart from Vegeta, they were the mightiest warriors and were keen to assess the strength of the other androids, hoping to challenge them. King Vegeta, I shall accompany you as well, Nappa remarked, following suit and soaring into the sky, leaving Bulma and Vegeta behind. Chapter 42. The Resurrection of Super Android 13, 17, and 18. After Vegeta instantaneously transported Bulma back to Capsule Corporation, he intended to set forth. However, before he could act, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of 3 powerful Super Saiyans in the world. Android 13 is about to absorb the chips of his companions, 14 and 15, preparing to transform into Super Android 13. Task: eliminate Super Android 13. Task reward: Sunlight Cannon. More androids have emerged. Furthermore, what is the strength of this Super Android 13? And what exactly is this Sunlight Cannon? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. The strength of Super Android 13 is on par with that of the Cell Saga, equivalent to Goku at full power after emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, the voice replied. Oh, full power? Vegeta questioned. Full power refers to maximum output with minimal energy consumption. Given your boundless stamina and energy, you exceed even full power, the voice explained calmly. Vegeta's lips twitched in disbelief. What do you mean? What is Kakarot's battle power at full power? 80 billion. Individually, the 3 androids are rather weak, each with a battle power of just over 500 million, but through absorption, they gain considerable strength, the voice clarified. Cell-absorbed androids 17 and 18, both possessing battle powers of 1 billion, becoming perfect Cell, which boasts a battle power of 100 billion. Oh, so this android 13, by absorbing the chips of 14 and 15, has achieved Kakarot's full power of 80 billion? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Indeed, came the response. That is still pathetic. As a Super Saiyan, I have reached a battle power of 250 billion, Vegeta scoffed. What a mere Super Android 13, just a novice in experience. Speaking of novices, he recalled the reward associated with this character. What is this sunlight cannon? This is a technique you devised through time and space, once utilized against Super 17. Combining your Big Bang attack with a ki blast to unleash even greater power, the voice detailed. ISNT, that quite similar to the Big Bang attack Kamehameha? Vegeta pondered. Somewhat, but this strike is uniquely your creation, while the Big Bang attack Kamehameha requires fusion to be employed. The two are distinct, the voice clarified. I see. Intriguing. In Super 17, what a peculiar assortment of scrap metal. Let me show them how I, Vegeta, will annihilate them. Starting with his Super 13, Vegeta smirked coldly. Ding. Would you like to accept the task? I accept. Vegeta dismissed the system's address of him. Since no one is listening, it matters not. Only he can hear. This time, he did not bring Nappa and Raditz along. If those two wished to join in the fray, so be it. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was transported to the realm of their mission, the world of the three legendary Super Saiyans. Nappa? Raditz? How'd you two arrive here? Where's Vegeta? Piccolo inquired, casting a glance at Nappa and Raditz. What worthless androids! Prince Vegeta would never deign to engage in battle with such insignificant beings, Raditz scoffed. Indeed, my lord Nappa could easily dispatch them, Nappa echoed, disdain evident on their faces, particularly Nappa, who relished the thrill of combat. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Ah, Splendi. You shall handle the androids when they appear, Krillin exclaimed, his expression brightening at the prospect of Saiyans confronting the androids. With Goku absent, the remaining warriors stood little chance against the androids alone. Enough chatter. This place is vast, and we may be exposing ourselves, Piccolo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Krillin before surveying their surroundings. The androids emitted no energy signatures, rendering them undetectable. They were currently situated not far from Dr. Gero's concealed laboratory. Consequently, the group resolved to search separately, hoping to uncover any signs of energy. When Krillin finally detected Dr. Gero's presence, he erupted with energy. All the warriors, including Nappa and Raditz, quickly converged. There, I see that android, Dr. Gero, entering that facility, Krillin pointed out, directing their attention to the hidden base. Well, what are we waiting for? Let us proceed, Teen Shinhan urged. As soon as he finished speaking, Nappa and Raditz soared into the air, displaying no signs of fear. Indeed, they were far from intimidated. With a power level of 110 million in their normal state, their transformation into Super Saiyan granted them an astounding 5 billion. To put it bluntly, aside from the second form of Cell, they would wreak havoc indiscriminately. The second form of Cell possessed a combat power of 8 billion. Though the duo was immensely powerful, they had yet to reach the level of Vegeta emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber for the first time. Upon emerging, Vegeta's Super Saiyan form boasted a combat power of 15 billion. Moreover, his second stage, Super Saiyan, known as Super Vegeta, exhibited a combat power of 21 billion, a staggering increase of 70 times his normal state. However, this transformation came at the cost of immense energy and stamina. The third stage involved muscle expansion, a transformation previously executed by Trunks and Goku within the hyperbolic time chamber. This stage yielded an 80-fold increase in power, similar to the second stage. It also drained stamina significantly and, most critically, reduced speed while enhancing strength. In chaotic battles, Trunks had adeptly utilized this transformation as a means of alternating his offensive capabilities. The ordinary Super Saiyan possesses remarkable speed at full power, swiftly transitioning to Super Saiyan form at the third level during the clash, achieving a consistent 80-fold increase in strength. Upon witnessing Nappa and Raditz's entry, Trunks and Piccolo swiftly followed suit, infiltrating the secret base. The group then encountered 3 figures, no, 1 android and 2 Saiyans. Dr. Gero, gripping a remote control, wore an expression of palpable anxiety. Nevertheless, he resolved to activate androids 17 and 18. Old man, where are your reinforcements? Nappa remarked disapprovingly. observing Dr. Gero's evident tension. Oomph. Right here. If you dare to enter, it seems you seek your demise, Dr. Gero retorted coldly, his fingers deftly pressing two switches. The dormant capsules whirred to life. In the next moment, the capsules opened, revealing the slumbering androids 17 and 18, who slowly rose to their feet. Huh, is this your savior? Nappa sneered. These two youths were hardly a match for him and Raditz. Indeed, while their combat power was a billion, it was worth noting that in another realm, Vegeta had been bested by the very android 18. Dr. Gero seethed with indignation at Nappa's brazen bravado, while androids 17 and 18 regarded the assembled group with indifference. Hello, Doctor, Android 17 greeted, disregarding the others with a smile directed at Dr. Gero. Chapter 43, Raditz, merely a technique that stirs up dust. Huh, 17, what did you call me? Dr. Gero exclaimed in astonishment. It was important to note that the freshly awakened Android 17, prior to any modifications, was ferociously violent, attacking anyone in sight. This prompted Dr. Gero to subdue him and initiate revisions. His objective was not to create a killer, but rather an android to eliminate Goku. Thus, the inadequately modified androids 17 and 18 represented his greatest failure, akin to the androids from Trunks' future. They were relentless in their slaughter. As for Android 16, he was a replica of Dr. Gero's deceased son, crafted entirely as a robot, possessing greater power than both 17 and 18. However, due to his overly gentle nature, he had not been fully modified before being slain by 17 and 18. The Android 16 of the future remained in slumber, while the one from this world was on the verge of awakening. I called you Doctor, for you're the one who created us, Android 17 reiterated. Doctor. Gero beamed with delight, believing that the androids had been successfully perfected. Android 18 echoed the address, calling out to him as well, further elevating Dr. Gero's elation. Excellent, excellent. 17 and 18, eliminate these intruders, Dr. Gero commanded, gesturing toward Piccolo and Nappa. However, as he turned his back, his head was severed in an instant. On the 17th, a swift kick sent Dr. Gero's head flying. The 18th stepped forward, severing the hand that controlled the stop button, and then crushed the button itself. Finally, they had dealt with the old man. 17 sighed in relief. He had just exchanged a knowing glance with 18, who understood and executed a counterattack. After all, despite their speed, they feared being halted in an instant. Did they just eliminate Dr. Gero? Were they willing to turn against their own? Krillin stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Trunks gritted his teeth in fury. It was them, indeed, who had so recklessly annihilated the future. Trunks' eyes were filled with rage and fear. Yet, 17 and 18 paid no heed to the others, instead directing their gaze toward the base. This place was truly detestable, and it was revolting to find a larva thriving within. Huh. I recall the old man mentioning that this creature was superior to us, something called Cell. Yes. It was supposedly designed to absorb us, truly disgusting, 17 remarked, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated the still-developing Cell. Thus, in this era, Cell met his demise. 18 noted, there's also a stasis pod here. 17 observed the pod labeled 16 and kicked the lid off. In an instant, the slumbering 16 awoke. 16 glanced at the group, saying nothing. I am 17. 17 introduced himself. 16 remained silent. 18 chimed in. Are you mute? I am 16. Oh, I assumed you were mute. It seems our numbers are sequential. 17 raised an eyebrow. 16 continued to be taciturn and moved toward the exit. He had no taste for battle. 17 then unleashed a ki blast that demolished the research facility. The warriors were flung outside, while only Nappa and Raditz shielded themselves with their arms. What the hell? No warning before unleashing such a powerful attack. Nappa grumbled. With a thunderous roar, the dust settled and the base lay in ruins. Upon emerging, Trunks and the others beheld three figures rising into the sky. 16, 17, and 18. Krillin, unable to spot Nappa and Raditz, shouted, Where are Nappa and Raditz? Could they have perished in there, caught in the blast? At this, the group fell silent, for they too were unaware. But in the next moment, two auras surged forth, dispersing the smoke. Hey, little bald guy, don't curse us, Nappa retorted, irked. What do you mean, Nappa was killed by the shockwave? It's merely a technique that produces smoke, Raditz commented, pinching his nose. The warriors watched in amazement, while Piccolo broke into a cold sweat. Truly, the Saiyans are a resilient breed. They survived such an explosion at such close range. The combat power of Bic is an astounding 800 million. although androids 17 and 18 did not exert their full strength while demolishing the base. Even Big dares not approach the explosive aftermath of such an attack at close range. Not to mention Vegeta, whose combat power is a staggering 1 billion, also refrains from engaging. Before them, Nappa and Raditz have transformed into their pseudo-super Saiyan forms, casting their gaze upon the trio in the sky. Hey, are you trying to put on a show in front of Lord Nappa and then make your escape? You must be mistaken, Nappa remarked, waving 2 fingers. The 3 androids sensed the impending danger, and 17 promptly erected a protective barrier. With a resounding boom, the sky erupted in an explosion, the sound reverberating with immense force. This technique was the very same that Nappa had employed when he aimed to rescue Tien, effortlessly creating a bottomless pit beneath the earth with a mere flick of his fingers. As the explosion resonated, the terrifying shockwave forced Krillin and the others to take cover on the ground. The might of Nappa's assault was formidable, with the pseudo-super Saiyan boasting a combat power of 35 billion. As the dust settled, the protective barrier shattered, leaving 17 in a state of astonishment. 18 and 16 exchanged grave glances at the 2 figures below, Nappa and Raditz. 17, in particular, felt a sense of trepidation. He had immense confidence in his barrier, fully aware of its strength. It could withstand considerable attacks, having proven its worth during the Tournament of Power. However, in this moment, 17 found himself wary of Nappa, trembling slightly at the sight of him. It was evident that Nappa had grown overwhelmingly powerful, rendering his once proud barrier barely sufficient. Ha! Look at you trying to put on a show before my Lord Nappa. Nappa laughed heartily, dismissing the 3 androids entirely. Nappa, how shall we divide the 3? Raditz inquired, glancing at the trio above. Of course, I shall take on 2 of them, Nappa declared. What? Absolutely not. I shall take on 2. Raditz protested. No way, Nappa. We'll take on 2. Fine. Shall we decide with rock, paper, scissors? Raditz suggested, noticing Nappa's refusal to yield. Very well, let us do that, Nappa agreed. Damn it. What do you take us for? 18 glared fiercely at the 2 below. Just as she prepared to charge down, 17 stopped her. Chapter 44. Cell, what is happening? Nappa isn't dead? What's wrong, 17? They are both incredibly strong. Before 17 could respond, 16 interjected. He could sense energy intensities, allowing him to gauge the strength of Nappa and Raditz with clarity. Very strong? We are androids, the strongest of all. 18 retorted, visibly displeased. No, we are not adversaries. Listen to me. I will create a smoke screen, and we shall disperse and regroup, calmly stated Android 16. Though he spoke little, he remained steadfastly aligned with his fellow androids. Android 18 felt a pang of resentment, yet Android 17 concurred with 16's proposal. His protective shield had been breached, and his confidence had taken a blow. Damn it, muttered Android 18, feeling a sense of indignation. Rock, paper, scissors. Ibuntadrón. I'll take the 2 guys, and you can have the girl, declared Nappa. He presented a scissor gesture, while Raditz opted for paper. How foolish of me. Why did I choose palm? Raditz lamented, striking his forehead in frustration. Hitting a woman is truly unsatisfactory. Meanwhile, the warriors in the distance were left bewildered, particularly Trunks. Are you serious? These are notorious androids known for their mercilessness. The future has been ravaged beyond recognition, he exclaimed. In the grim future, the Sakura country was the first to be annihilated, leaving only the Dragon Kingdom survivors. Trunks bore immense anguish and despair in that future. These 2 Saiyans somehow remind me of Goku, Krillin remarked, scratching his head. He saw traces of Son Goku in their demeanor. It seems that the Saiyan race shares similar traits, Piccolo added in astonishment. The strike from Nappa, just now, was something Piccolo could not withstand. It would have been fatal. He had not anticipated the subsequent actions of the androids. This validated Trunks' assertions. In the future, they would not stand a chance against the androids, not even in the present. Now, shouted Android 16, as he hurled 2 energy spheres toward the ground, for Nappa and Raditz were already preparing to take flight. Android 17 and 18 also launched 2 energy spheres each. Nappa and Raditz managed to deflect 2 of them, but several others struck the ground, enveloping the area in smoke once more. Damn it, what is this nonsense? Nappa cursed vehemently. Raditz unleashed a powerful gust, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Once the haze cleared, they beheld the warriors, yet the others had vanished. Damn it, they fled. Nappa fumed, arbitrarily choosing a direction to pursue. Daring to toy with me, you have sealed your fate. With an overwhelming aura, Nappa soared northward. Raditz, too, unleashed his energy and headed southward. However, in the directions they pursued, there was no trace of the androids. Have the androids escaped? Gohan expressed his astonishment. It appears so. The androids are wise enough to flee when outmatched. They concealed their presence amidst the smoke to evade pursuit, Piccolo mused, feeling a begrudging respect for the intellect of the three androids. Uncle Piccolo, what shall we do next? Go and check on old son? I can't shake off the unease with the formidable presence of Nappa and Raditz, along with those artificial beings lurking in the shadows. A sense of disquiet washed over Piccolo as he gazed into the distance, a vague apprehension gnawing at his mind, the nature of which he could not quite discern. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz, having flown far beyond their previous locations, were seething with rage, utterly incensed at being outmaneuvered by mere scrap metal. In a concealed area where Nappa had traversed, the first phase of Cell from the future glanced skyward, pondering, is this Nappa? How can his energy be so overwhelming? Cell, who had traveled from the future and eliminated Trunks, found himself astonished. The Trunks he had slain was the one who, after enduring the Cell games, had eradicated androids 17 and 18 in his timeline, just as he intended to return via the time machine to relay the good news. He had been ambushed by the darkened Cell. Cell had transformed into an egg, utilizing Trunks' time machine to arrive in this era, having arrived earlier than anticipated and suppressing his energy to avoid detection. At that moment, his battle power was a mere 400 million, as he had yet to absorb countless humans, which was necessary to reach 1 billion. Wait a moment, my memories indicate that Nappa was slain by Vegeta, Cell recalled. During the Saiyan saga, Dr. Gero had collected Saiyan cells using microscopic insects, and he was aware of Nappa's demise. Yet, the living Nappa before him, with his terrifying battle power, left him astounded. Never mind, I shall proceed cautiously with my absorption, Cell decided, making his way toward the small city, intent on absorbing its inhabitants before moving on to a larger one. In that case, let us depart, Krillin remarked as Piccolo expressed his desire to visit Goku, feeling a sense of security in Goku's presence. Just as they were about to take flight, 3 figures appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the familiar faces of androids 16, 17, and 18. Rather than fleeing, they chose to conceal themselves, knowing that they could not match the speed of flight and would be better off hiding in place. Nappa and his companions were unable to detect their energy signatures, allowing them to evade detection. Nani, they haven't left? Quite clever, realizing that the most dangerous place can also be the safest, Piccolo observed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Trunks, filled with rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forward. Die, androids! He shouted, swinging his mighty sword at Android 17. However, upon contact, the sword shattered into pieces. What? Trunks gasped in disbelief at the failure of his once invincible weapon. Before he could react further, he reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation. Bang! He was struck directly in the abdomen by a punch from Android 17. As the fist made contact, Trunks shouted and dashed forward. They had just recently become acquainted and were aware of each other's names. Even without an introduction, Piccolo had known Trunks' name for 3 years. Did he think his ears were merely ornamental? It was precisely because they were so sensitive that he found Gohan's humming so irksome. Heh, shall we meet our demise together? Android 18 chuckled softly, swiftly dodging as the warriors fell to the ground. However, when it came to Krillin, she still leaned in for a kiss. Just as depicted in the original narrative, it could be said that Krillin's fate was inescapable. In the realm of the 3 great Super Saiyans, upon teleporting, Vegeta sensed 3 distinct energy signatures in the far north, evidently engaged in battle. Aware that the androids lacked energy signatures, he deduced that a confrontation had already commenced. Without hesitation, he instantaneously transported himself to their vicinity. Chapter 45, Vegeta. Have you all once again fallen so swiftly? Presently, Vegeta possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. Aside from being unable to traverse across universes, he could teleport within a single universe. It could only be said that mid-level instantaneous movement had its limitations. While advanced techniques allowed for teleportation across all universes within the Dragon Ball realm, a feat only achievable by the Grand Minister. The ultimate form of instantaneous movement surpassed even that. Upon arriving nearby, Vegeta beheld 3 resplendent Super Saiyans engaged in combat with 3 androids. Trunks? Kakarot? And another version of myself? How is their strength so feeble? Vegeta furrowed his brow. This particular timeline occurred after Dr. Gero was slain by androids 17 and 18. I recall that the plot began with the scene of Dr. Gero's demise. Goku had just recovered from his heart ailment, and had yet to take Vegeta to the temple for training. Furthermore, Gohan had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Goku still sported short hair. Thus, the timeline was likely situated around this point. Androids 13, 14, and 15 sought vengeance for Drive Jero, aiming to eliminate Goku and androids 17 and 18, as those two traitors had killed him. However, their individual strength was inferior to that of androids 17 and 18, necessitating their alliance with android 13. Even if they perished, their chips could empower android 13 to become Super Android 13, which corresponded to the Cell games and the full power of Super Saiyan Goku, whose battle power reached 80 billion, while Perfect Cell boasted a power level of 100 billion. Perfect Cell had also absorbed androids 17 and 18, suggesting that this film might be a tribute or a rehash of that saga. Damn it, you little runt dare to challenge me, Prince Vegeta? Vegeta blocked with both hands, feeling a surge of anger as the diminutive android unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Enraged, the aura of the Super Saiyan surged once more as he recalled the moment he had been defeated by android 18. Now, he found himself at the mercy of this insignificant scrap of metal. How can I prevent him from becoming angry? The World S. Vegeta has initiated a counterattack, compelling the diminutive android to retreat repeatedly. Ultimately, a colossal explosion obliterates the foe, leaving only a chip behind. Witnessing Vegeta's prowess, Trunks similarly dispatches his android adversary, also leaving behind a chip. Subsequently, Vegeta and Trunks soar towards android 13, forming a pincer movement. You possess some skill, but if you believe you can triumph, you are gravely mistaken, android 13 scoffs. As Vegeta sees the vile expression on his face and prepares to strike, Goku intervenes. He is mine. You two have already achieved victory. Just as Goku finishes speaking, two chips soar from the distance, merging seamlessly with android 13's form. He enters a state of explosive transformation. MPO, Mia's claps. Absorbing two insignificant chips, do you think you can turn the tide? Vegeta sneers. It is evident that the oblivious Vegeta, unable to sense the android's energy, is putting on a facade once more. Recently having vanquished an android, his pride as a Saiyan prince has been rekindled. As Vegeta's words linger in the air, our protagonist arrives. With a mocking tone, he proclaims, "Do you perceive with your nose?" Vegeta removes his scouter, casting a derisive gaze at his counterpart. No wonder you fell so easily. You fail to assess the strength of your opponent. Oh no, it is he who cannot see. Vegeta can see. This Super 13 possesses a power level of 80 billion. Nani? Who is behind me? Super Saiyan Vegeta turns to find another Vegeta, clad in Saiyan battle attire and adorned with a crimson cape. Who are you? Staring at the 183-meter-tall Vegeta, the diminutive Vegeta is utterly astonished. Goku and Trunks share a similar reaction. Trunks, in disbelief, gazes at the two Vegetas. Vegeta? Two? Could you be from the future? At this moment, Goku's intellect remains intact, quickly grasping the essence of the situation. Trunks and the smaller Vegeta also seem to comprehend something, turning their attention to him. Do not concern yourselves with my identity. Instead, focus on identifying your adversary. Vegeta crosses his arms, gesturing with his chin. The trio turns their gaze toward android 13, who has completed his transformation, radiating an overwhelming aura. Won the world, Goku exclaims, sensing that this Super 13 is far from ordinary, incomparable to those previously encountered. Regardless of his perceived insignificance, watch as Vegeta, claim his life. Vegeta bellows, the fiery spirit of a Super Saiyan igniting once more as he charges at Super 13. Vegeta's fist descended upon Super Android 13 like a tempest, yet proved utterly ineffective. Not even a tremor stirred within Super Android 13. What? Vegeta's expression was one of disbelief. Was this truly the same android he had battled before? The disparity in strength was staggering. With a single strike, Super Android 13 sent Vegeta hurtling through the air. Subsequently, with a powerful blow aimed at Vegeta's midsection, he returned him to his normal state. Father, Trunks, witnessing this, charged at Super Android 13. However, his approach mirrored that of Vegeta, resulting in an immediate collapse. Incredible, Goku exclaimed, also rushing forward, only to be seized by the leg and subjected to a devastating blow that rendered him incapacitated. This era's Kakarot was shattered. Goku cried out in agony. Vegeta, observing, felt a chill run down his spine. The very sight was excruciating. Once Goku was down for the count, Super Android 13 turned his gaze towards the calm and composed Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed, the wind rustling his cape. You three have already fallen? Without me, would you not be doomed? Vegeta did not meet Super Android 13's gaze. Instead, he looked at Goku and the others, who had reverted to their normal forms. Their expressions a mixture of shame and anger directed at another version of himself. We are both Vegeta, but your recklessness is not my own, he remarked coolly, addressing the diminutive version of himself. The first to charge in is the first to fall. How dare you? If you're so capable, then why don't you take action? Little Vegeta? The smaller Vegeta bristled with anger. Despite recognizing the other as himself, he could not contain his irritation. What kind of tone is that? What kind of attitude? Huh, watch closely, for I, Vegeta, shall teach you how to truly fight. With that declaration, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura shooting skyward like a pillar. A formidable energy radiated in all directions, causing the very earth to tremble. This was a battle power of 200 billion. Vegeta's explosive emergence instilled a sense of impending doom within Goku and his companions. At that moment, the very atmosphere of the planet quaked under the weight of Vegeta's power, surpassing even that of Lightning Cell. When Lightning Cell had gathered his energy, the earth had also trembled, leading many to believe the apocalypse was imminent. Oh no, is it the end? What is happening? I don't want to die. Mom. People around the globe screamed in sheer panic. Even in this world, Cell, along with androids 17 and 18, were astonished. What is going on? Is this the end of the world? No, there is an overwhelming energy over there. In this era, the 16th unit also possesses a sense of energy. At this moment, he gazes towards the far north, astonished. What on earth is happening? Such overwhelming vigor and combat prowess. The entire planet could be annihilated in an instant. This is inconceivable. How could another version of me possess such formidable energy? The diminutive Vegeta gazes at the scene in disbelief. Meanwhile, Son Goku swallows hard. The pain from his lower body fades from his mind as he stares blankly at the other Vegeta. He never anticipated that anyone could reach such a level of strength. This realization deepens his conviction that he must train in the hyperbolic time chamber. This father of his is truly remarkable. Trunks admires the other Vegeta, who stands at 6 feet tall, thinking how tall, handsome, and powerful he is. Watch me teach you how to fight, Vegeta declares, striking a classic pose. Confident that he will not falter. Oh, Super Vegeta, he adds, striking another pose. Observing Vegeta, the three, along with Super Android 13, feel their blood pressure rising. How can one be so boastful? Curse be it. That pose belongs to me, the smaller Vegeta thinks resentfully. With a furious roar, Super Android 13 charges at Vegeta. The aura of Vegeta, just unleashed, instills pressure upon him. Without hesitation, he decides to strike first, determined to demonstrate the might of a cyborg to this Vegeta. Super Android 13's iron fist hurtles towards Vegeta's face. Although this version of Vegeta resembles the one he recently defeated with 2 moves, he does not dare to underestimate the 6'3" figure before him. Super Android 13's hair stands on end, making him appear like a blue demon. Possessing even greater strength than before, having easily overpowered Goku and the other Super Saiyans. Yet, in the face of this Vegeta, he remains cautious. With a resounding impact, Super Android 13's fist is intercepted by a mere finger for Vegeta. Indeed, just a single finger. Have you eaten? Your punch is so soft and feeble. I am truly disappointed, Vegeta retorts mockingly. He then flicks his finger, striking Super Android 13's fist. The sound of cracking fills the air as Super Android 13's fist shatters. Before he can comprehend what has transpired, Vegeta has yanked his entire arm clean off. This shocking display leaves everyone present in awe. Incredible, exclaims Piccolo from a distance. Swallowing hard, Son Goku, clutching his abdomen, gazes in disbelief. Trunks shouts, "Father, that's amazing." Meanwhile, the other Vegeta, filled with rage upon hearing this, realizes he has been outshone by someone who resembles him. His recent barrage of punches had no effect on this Super Android 13 whatsoever. To his astonishment, the other version of himself effortlessly shattered the opponent's fist with a mere finger and then gruesomely tore it away. Could a Super Saiyan possess such formidable strength? This must be the legendary Super Saiyan, the diminutive Vegeta murmured. Yet, no one paid him any heed. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Huh, even scrap metal can bleed? Surely, it's just oil, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Super 13 bore an expression of sheer terror. Before he could react, Vegeta had already wrenched off his other hand. Ha ha, this scrap metal is far from sturdy, Vegeta proclaimed, launching a punch that sent Super 13 hurtling through the air. Allow me to show you something extraordinary, Vegeta said, turning towards Goku and the others. With a flick of his finger, Super 13 erupted in a fiery explosion, filling the air with a cloud of smoke. Ugh, filthy fireworks, Vegeta remarked, folding his arms and turning his back to Goku and the others with an air of arrogance. Is this what it means to be defeated in an instant? Goku inquired as he rose and floated closer. Vegeta, seething with rage, nevertheless approached. Hey, you must be my future self. Why do you come to this world? Vegeta was now convinced that this other version of himself was indeed him. If Trunks could return from the future, it was not implausible for another version of himself to do the same. I came here to obliterate the pathetic version of you. It's quite embarrassing to struggle against such a feeble foe with a mere combat power of 80 billion, Vegeta derided. The latter seethed with fury but still asked, Future me, have you surpassed Kakarot? He regarded Kakarot as his benchmark. Based on their recent battle against the androids, it was evident that Kakarot was stronger. Naturally, in my world, Kakarot's heart condition remains unresolved, and his Super Saiyan transformation is comparable to yours, Vegeta replied, arms crossed, wearing an air of indifference. The three listeners narrowed their eyes in shock. Kakarot's heart condition is still unresolved? Isn't that a past timeline? This isn't the future at all. What? You can't be mistaken, right? Is it true that androids 19 and 20 have just emerged in your timeline? Indeed. Impossible. Your power. Are you implying that my strength is why I am so formidable? Vegeta laughed heartily. I, Vegeta, am exceptionally gifted. From the moment I arrived on Earth, I effortlessly defeated Kakarot in one move. On Namek, I single-handedly vanquished Frieza before King Cold even arrived on Earth. I scattered his ashes. Even Kakarot was sent flying by a single blow from me. Vegeta laughed heartily, leaving the three listeners in disbelief. How could this narrative diverge so greatly from their own? Just as the diminutive Vegeta was about to ask further questions, a voice resonated in the mind of the protagonist Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations, host Vegeta, for completing the mission and obtaining the Sunlight Cannon. In the next moment, visions of the Sun Cannon's execution and energy accumulation flashed through Vegeta's mind, leaving him astounded by its formidable prowess, far surpassing even his own research into the Big Bang attack. Chapter 47. So you call yourself Prince Vegeta? The Big Bang attack is a singular strike, whereas the Sun Cannon possesses the ability to maintain its assault. The disparity is indeed vast. Nevertheless, the Sun Cannon still pales in comparison to the Big Bang attack. Just as Vegeta and Goku were about to inquire further, the protagonist, Vegeta, teleported away. Where did he go? Vegeta furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Trunks and Goku shared his confusion. Perhaps it is time for me to train in that place, Goku mused. Trunks, caught off guard, asked, Mr. Goku, what place are you referring to? The hyperbolic time chamber, where a year inside equates to a single day outside, Goku replied, his voice intentionally raised to entice Vegeta to join. As anticipated upon hearing this, Vegeta expressed his desire to go as well. If another version of himself could attain such strength, he would not allow himself to lag behind. Upon arriving at a familiar location, Vegeta sensed that Nappa and Raditz were floundering about like headless flies in search of someone. Feeling bemused, he swiftly teleported before the two. Before long, the trio of Saiyans reunited, and Nappa and Raditz recounted their predicament. You truly lack intelligence. Such primitive tactics have deceived you, Vegeta remarked coolly. The latter too hung their heads, unable to retort. Indeed, they had not foreseen such a turn of events. What shall we do next, King Vegeta? Nappa inquired. We wait. The androids will emerge eventually, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, dismissing the trio of androids as inconsequential. Nappa and Raditz nodded, returning to their training in the gravity chamber. Vegeta, however, chose to engage with young Trunks and dote on Bulma instead. He had already attained Super Saiyan 2. As for Cell, he no longer occupied his thoughts. It was high time to relax. After Krillin distributed the Senzu beans to the warriors, he observed them with their heads bowed. I apologize, I hesitated in battle, Krillin admitted sheepishly. The androids were simply too formidable. He had been paralyzed with fear. However, the others reassured him that it was of no consequence. In that situation, your involvement would have been futile. Thankfully, you survived to provide us with Senzu beans, or we would have been doomed, Piccolo remarked coolly. The group turned their gazes toward Piccolo. With Goku absent, he was their steadfast anchor. What are you looking at me for? Piccolo frowned. Piccolo. We currently find ourselves without options. We were hoping you might have a solution. After all, we are comrades, are we not? What jest, my companions? I am none other than the formidable Piccolo. My intention in utilizing your assistance is solely to vanquish the Saiyans and the androids. How naive to presume that I would align with you." Piccolo reacted with fervor, unleashing a powerful energy blast in the distance before soaring towards the direction of the heavenly temple. He sought to merge with the deity. What has come over Piccolo? Why has he suddenly changed? Krillin inquired, perplexed. Is it not evident where he has flown? Tien Shinhan responded nonchalantly. To where? To the heavenly temple, he clarified. In that case, where shall we go? To the Bun Mountain. We must relocate Goku to the Kame House. These androids are in pursuit of him, and neither Baba nor Raditz can detect their presence. It is clear that the androids cannot eliminate him at this moment, Tien Shinhan contemplated. The group then set off for Bun Mountain. Meanwhile, Trunks declined, intending to seek out his mother, Bulma. In this era, Trunks had already been born and saw no need to conceal his identity any longer. Alert! Detection of a parallel world where the tragic tower has been severely damaged by the female android number 18, resulting in the loss of the Saiyan Prince's confidence. Task: assist the parallel world's tragic tower in transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Reward: a generous gift package. What on earth is this, Yang Tian? I became a Super Saiyan 2 through my own efforts. You want me to help him achieve the same? Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous at the task presented to him. It seemed utterly impossible. Tragic Tower, you possess an abundance of spirit tree fruits, which can significantly enhance his base combat power. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 requires reaching a certain combat power threshold, and with the emotional turmoil you are experiencing in this parallel world, it should not be difficult to provoke a transformation. Yang Tian stated calmly. Vegeta's expression was one of disbelief. Yuyist, anger can trigger a transformation into a Super Saiyan? Surely, you cannot be serious. He had never experienced a transformation driven by rage. His ascension was solely through tasks. Unlike his counterpart in the parallel world, his mentality had not been shattered. This task is neither exceedingly difficult nor remarkably simple. It depends on how you choose to guide another version of yourself. Yang Tian replied, un fazet. Alert. Does the host accept the task for the tragic tower? Accepted. Vegeta did not hesitate to agree. He already had a plan in mind to empower his alternate self, utilizing the gravity chamber of a super spaceship. Supplemented by the spirit tree fruits, he believed this task was not insurmountable. Although the effects of the fruits diminish with consumption, their abundance would surely compensate. The parallel world Vegeta had never partaken of them before. Thus, his initial consumption would likely yield a significant boost in power. With this thought, Vegeta felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding the task at hand. After a brief wait, the system had yet to initiate the transfer, leaving Vegeta bewildered. Yang Tian, what is happening? Having accepted the task, why has it not yet commenced? I believe it would be more effective if you summon Nappa and Raditz. They surpass the parallel version of you, thus serving to provoke another iteration of yourself with doubled efficacy. Vegeta, my word, is this intended to render the other him utterly humiliated? He too is Vegeta. One can only imagine the indignation he would feel confronted by two of his former subordinates, now stronger than him, mercilessly assaulting him while shouting, "Are you the one who calls himself Prince Vegeta?" Surely, he would be flustered. Contemplating this, Vegeta could only remark on the system's cruelty, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of sympathy for the plight of his alternate self. He silently expressed relief that he was the one to receive this system. Before long, Vegeta summoned Nappa and Raditz from the gravity chamber. Upon hearing of the task Vegeta proposed, both were left bewildered. Truly, are they to mock another Vegeta? How exhilarating! However, is this truly appropriate, King Vegeta? Although the other is not you, he too is a Saiyan Prince. Nappa and Raditz hesitated, a genuine fear of Vegeta instilled in their very beings. Chapter 48. Nappa and Raditz deliver a pummeling to Dragon Ball Vegeta. Enough with the hesitation. If I say it is permissible, then it is. Vegeta scoffed. In the next moment, they were teleported away, arriving precisely at the original plot of Dragon Ball. One could only surmise that if the original Vegeta were to transform into Super Saiyan 2 ahead of time, he might effectively flaunt his prowess by defeating Cell. The scene shifted to the parallel Earth. Come, I sense the energy of another me, Vegeta declared, as he instantaneously transported the trio before the other Vegeta. This tragic version of Vegeta was indeed a tragedy. He believed that by transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could become invincible. However, after boasting about his strength and vanquishing Android 19, he soon found himself at Dr. Gero's lab, engaged in battle with Android 18. Initially, the combat seemed evenly matched. Yet as time wore on, he began to falter, ultimately suffering a brutal defeat with his arm broken. Were it not for the sins of beings, he would have lain in a hospital for an indeterminate period. In the wilderness, amidst a pile of rocks, the battered Vegeta had stood there for 3 days and nights, contemplating his defeat at the hands of Android 18. With arms crossed, he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The pride he once held in his Super Saiyan form had been shattered by a mere woman. Behind him, Trunks stood vigil, accompanying his father throughout this ordeal. Trunks remained silent, honoring the unspoken bond between them. His mother, Bulma, had once told him that his father was a man of immense pride. "Father, you have stood here for 3 days and nights," Trunks finally spoke. Yet, the Dragon Ball Vegeta remained unmoved by his son's words. As Vegeta and his companions arrived, they overheard a remark that piqued their curiosity. "Yang Tian, what has happened to the other me?" Vegeta inquired mentally. "Oh, see for yourself," came the reply. And in an instant, a luminous screen materialized. Nappa and Raditz, accustomed to such occurrences, gazed at the unfolding scene. It depicted the Vegeta of this era, arrogantly vanquishing Android 19, only to be swiftly overcome by the female Android 18. Subsequently, he stood alone for 3 days and nights, awaiting Goku's arrival to the hyperbolic time chamber, with only a few days remaining. "I've forgotten how many days," he mused. "Is this Prince Vegeta truly so weak?" Nappa questioned, incredulous. The Vegeta of this time appeared to be even inferior to him. As soon as he voiced his thoughts, the Dragon Ball Vegeta noticed the commotion. "Who dares to claim that I, Prince Vegeta, am weak? You seek death." Vegeta glared menacingly in their direction, only to be taken aback by the sight of the trio resembling himself, Nappa, and Raditz. Trunks also stood in shock. 2 fathers? He pondered. Tragic Vegeta, defeated by a mere woman. "Do you truly believe you can grow stronger like this?" Scoffed the protagonist Vegeta, arms crossed, and a mocking expression on his face. The Vegeta across from him seethed with rage upon hearing those words, cursing the audacity of the other to bring up such a painful memory. "You seek death," the Dragon Ball Vegeta retorted, transforming into a Super Saiyan and launching a punch towards the protagonist Vegeta. Yet before contact could be made, Vegeta caught the strike effortlessly with a single finger. "Weak, truly weak," he taunted, flicking his finger and sending the alternate version of himself flying. With a base power level of 4 billion, the disparity between him and the other Vegetas, 2 million, was staggering. At this point, the Dragon Ball Vegeta could only muster 1 billion in his transformed state, akin to Android 18, capable of a fleeting contest but unable to sustain it. "Who the hell are you?" the ejected Vegeta coldly demanded, glaring at his counterpart. I am another you, hailing from a parallel world. However, I'm under no obligation to explain what a parallel world entails. I merely wish to convey that I am here to assist you in becoming stronger." The protagonist Vegeta replied, still with his arms crossed, regarding the other with disdain. To him, this Vegeta was undeniably weak. However, the several thousand fruits from the Tree of Might he possessed could significantly enhance his base power. The fruits would yield substantial benefits only upon first consumption, thereafter providing merely a 1% increase. It was better than nothing, was it not? "You? Haha, are you truly strong?" The Dragon Ball Vegeta laughed. "Strong? Ha! It seems you are still unaware of your standing. Don't just take my word for it. Even Nappa and Raditz beside me could easily defeat you," he remarked casually, gesturing for Nappa and Raditz to advance. Upon seeing Nappa and Raditz approach, the Dragon Ball Vegeta shot them a fierce glare. The two flinched but did not retreat. "Nah, Ba and Raditz, I am uncertain how you have returned, but do you dare to confront me?" Vegeta sneered at the two. They exchanged glances, yet advanced, uttering, "Prince Vegeta, we apologize." As they spoke, they accelerated towards Vegeta. Both Vegeta and Trunks were taken aback by their speed. It was astonishingly swift. However, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, bracing himself against the onslaught. Trunks, too, stood by his father's side. Ba and Raditz, unleashing their full power, transformed into Super Saiyans as well. The overwhelming energy emanating from them, at 55 billion battle power, left the two gasping for breath. It seemed that Piccolo, in the heavenly temple, sensed their energy and was astonished. Were Ba and Raditz not dead? And even if resurrected, could they possess such formidable power? Without hesitation, he addressed the Supreme Kai. "Old man, you have witnessed the situation. Earth does not require a deity at this time, but rather strength." Piccolo did not turn back, speaking calmly, aware that the Supreme Kai could hear him. "Very well, let us merge." The Supreme Kai responded solemnly. He not only sensed Ba and Raditz, but also the distant monster, Cell. In that moment, He realized that this era demanded power rather than divine intervention. Supreme Kai. The black figure of Dend gazed at him with a pained expression. The Supreme Kai merely returned a faint smile. Dend, I appreciate your care over the years. Thus, the Supreme Kai Piccolo was born. What a formidable presence. Whose could it be? Unclear, but I hope they're not foes. Ah, Goku, please awaken soon. Meanwhile, far away, the freshly revived Goku was on Kami's island, observing. Such strength. Just as I have recovered, I encounter so many formidable opponents. How intriguing. Goku gazed towards the distance, where Vegeta was located. Goku, are you confident? At that moment, Master Roshi approached to inquire. Not particularly, but I must attempt it. Dressed in his martial arts GI, Goku intended to depart, but was forcibly restrained by Chi-Chi. Nevertheless, he sensed the disappearance of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo's newfound strength. He understood that they had merged into one. Chapter 49. Dragon Ball's Vegeta. What is impossible? Naba and Raditz. How could they be so powerful? Vegeta gazed incredulously at the duo. However, their fists were raised in greeting toward him in Trunks. They endured a relentless beating, emerging bruised and battered. Shortly thereafter, they lay on the ground, groaning. Damn it, Vegeta shouted. Yet from a distance, Vegeta tossed a Senzu bean to Trunks. The reason for not giving one to Vegeta was that he intended for Vegeta to consume the Spirit Tree's fruit soon, a multitude of them. Although Saiyans possess hearty appetites, after consuming a Senzu bean, it would be unlikely for him to eat so many more. Calm yourself, Vegeta said, crossing his arms. His expression one of indifference as he regarded the other version of himself. The Vegeta, who had been swiftly subdued by Nappa and Raditz, rose to his feet, gazing at the 183-meter-tall counterpart. It dawned on him then. The other Vegeta was remarkably tall. How can you be so tall? I was born this way, Vegeta replied, choosing not to elaborate on the Dragon Balls, instead casting his gaze into the distance. Are you implying that I am inherently short? The other Vegeta retorted, though he felt there was little ground for rebuttal. You claim you can help me grow stronger? Well, have you noticed Nappa and Raditz? They're the ones who will assist in my ascendance. What must be done? Vegeta stated coldly, clearly still unwilling to be amiable. Mind your attitude, or we shall not converse further. Vegeta was not one to indulge the other self's whims. If it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't bother at all. How can I grow stronger? The other queried. Consume this, Vegeta replied, producing a veritable mountain of spiritual tree fruits. All of these? Are you jesting with me? The other Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Jesting? Consume one, and you shall certainly thank me later, Vegeta asserted, reverting the mountain of fruits back into his system's inventory before tossing one into the other's hands. Without hesitation, the other Vegeta took a bite. It was a sweet and tangy flavor, perhaps due to his hunger, and he devoured the entire fruit. One is insufficient, he thought to himself, just as he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. His power level skyrocketed, muscles expanding significantly. He surged from a mere 2 million in standard form to an astounding 300 million, reaching the level he had attained upon his first exit from the time chamber. What is this? Vegeta marveled at his transformed physique, while Trunks looked on in astonishment. That is the spiritual tree fruit. Cultivating it is exceedingly challenging. The lower-class Saiyan warrior, Dallas, once attempted to cultivate it, but on a planet as fine as this, only 3 perfect spiritual fruits could be produced. Vegeta recalled the instance in the world instance where Dallas had utilized Earth to cultivate the spiritual tree fruits, resulting in only 3 viable specimens. Had he not feared diminishing returns, he would have consumed them himself, rather than leaving one for his counterpart. Lower-class warrior Dallas? Who is he to possess such splendid resources? You need not concern yourself with that. I merely wish to ask, is this not a remarkable item? Vegeta regarded the other Vegeta with disdain. The other Vegeta felt his cheeks flush, regretting his earlier words. Did I just imply jest? Thousands of these fruits, imagine the strength they could bestow. The thought made Vegeta's heart ache with desire. Could you possibly spare me some? Perhaps, but I expect a better demeanor from you. After all, we are both princes of the Saiyan race. He chuckled disdainfully, addressing the other. You dare to question my identity? I am Vegeta. The latter, upon hearing this, stood forth and proclaimed, This is our King Vegeta. King Vegeta? Is your planet still intact? Why inquire so much? Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk, choosing not to respond to that question. Observing the other's demeanor, the Dragon Ball Vegeta felt a surge of frustration, his fists clenched tightly. He contemplated departing, yet the thought of becoming stronger made him hesitate. Vegeta regarded him in silence, patiently awaiting the other's decision. simultaneously wagering whether the other possessed the same formidable pride he did. If not, he would abandon this mission without a second thought. It is often said that no one knows oneself better than oneself. Half an hour passed, and the hesitation lingered. Vegeta, witnessing this, chuckled to himself. He cast several thousand spirit tree fruits towards him. Consume these. If you persist in speaking to me in such a subservient manner, I might just abandon this task altogether. Yet, your refusal to relinquish your pride is commendable. How could the proud Saiyan prince bow so low? Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression one of indifference. The Dragon Ball Vegeta said nothing further and began to devour the mountain of spirit tree fruits, one by one. His battle power gradually rose from 300 million. The initial fruit yielded an increase of 200 million, though subsequent gains diminished. Meanwhile, the protagonist Vegeta grimaced, realizing he should have saved the spirit tree fruits for later consumption to maximize their efficacy. Clearly, the first fruit had multiplied his power tenfold. Although the subsequent increases were lesser, the quantity compensated for it. At this moment, Vegeta's standard battle power surged to 20 billion, bolstered by the thousands of spirit tree fruits. I am brimming with power, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists with pride. This newfound strength surpassed even his previous Super Saiyan form. Ha ha ha, I, Vegeta, am once again formidable. He laughed maniacally, fists tightened, eager to seek vengeance on Android 18. Wait, this is still insufficient, Vegeta remarked coolly. The Dragon Ball Vegeta was taken aback by the assertion. Was this power not enough? He could easily obliterate Android 18. Noticing the gaze fixed upon him, Vegeta continued. Do you truly believe your enemy is Android 18? No. These are merely appetizers. You must transcend Super Saiyan to confront the subsequent adversary, Cell. Cell? Who is he? Do not concern yourself with his identity. Simply heed my words and surpass your Super Saiyan form. Surpass Super Saiyan? What transformation is that? Anger. If it is sufficient, it will grant you transformation. Anger? Indeed, you are still unable to transform. Reflect deeply upon your fury, such as the indignation for being surpassed by the androids, or the devastation of planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza. Vegeta casually remarked. After all, Yang Tian had informed him that it relied on rage. He was uncertain if it would succeed, for he had never transformed through anger. Chapter 50, Cell. Upon hearing his counterpart's words, Vegeta frowned, clenching his fists in an attempt to transform. However, he directly ascended to Super Saiyan, with a battle power of 100 billion. The earth trembled. This astonished the other warriors on the planet, including Goku. What? Has Vegeta transcended that level? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. He had come to understand that Super Saiyan was not the ultimate form, and thus aspired to surpass it. Yet, sensing Vegeta's overwhelming aura, he believed Vegeta had indeed broken through, for his energy was undeniably formidable. Demon King Piccolo gazed toward Vegeta with a grave expression. This energy was extraordinarily potent, beyond his comparison. Damn it, Frieza, the androids, Kakarot. At that moment, Vegeta was endeavoring to transcend Super Saiyan, reminiscing about the moments of humiliation he had endured. The more he recalled, the more enraged he became. The Super Saiyan transformation had been achieved first by Kakarot. He was the prince of Saiyans, of noble royal lineage. And such thoughts ignited his fury further. To have been bested by a woman, suffering bruises and a broken arm, publicly humiliated, this was a profound disgrace. Vegeta's rage surged, and his aura intensified. His hair stood on end, crackling with electricity. Observing this transformation, Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. His counterpart was indeed formidable, capable of transforming through sheer anger, while he required the system to achieve his transformation. With a final roar of fury, Dragon Ball Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 was completed, elevating his battle power to 200 billion. Witnessing this, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. He had succeeded. Shortly thereafter, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a substantial gift package. Vegeta chose not to open it immediately, opting instead to wait in silence. Initially, he had believed he would need the hyperbolic time chamber for this transformation, but it now seemed unnecessary. Is this what it means to transcend Super Saiyan? Vegeta laughed heartily. As he turned to inquire of his counterpart, he found that the trio of Vegetas had vanished. Nani? How did they disappear? I did not even notice. Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. In the next instant, a figure materialized before him. It was none other than Goku. Hey, Vegeta, have you transcended Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong scrutinized Vegeta's transformation. prompting a cold chuckle for Vegeta. I never expected you to be aware, Kakarot. However, this time, Vegeta, have reached this stage before you. With that, Vegeta burst into laughter, reclaiming his haughty Saiyan prince demeanor. Yet, deep down, he felt a flicker of astonishment towards Kakarot. Having not anticipated that Kakarot had already comprehended the breakthrough to surpass Super Saiyan limits. Just 2 hours ago, he had been the despondent prince. But with the realization of his own advancement, a surge of pride welled within him. Congratulations, Vegeta. I initially intended to take you to a training location, but it appears you no longer require it. Son Wukong congratulated, though he sighed as he spoke. I don't need it. I'm going to deal with the androids now. Vegeta replied with a smirk, preparing to set off in search of the androids, only to be halted by Son Wukong. Wait, Vegeta, can you sense the android's energy? I cannot, but with my speed, it wouldn't take long to scour the entire planet, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Son Wukong fell silent for a moment before suggesting. Let us head to the Supreme Kai-S Temple. From that height, if we detect the androids, we can respond immediately. What do you think? Seeing his longtime rival Kakarot make a valid point, Vegeta coldly huffed, lead the way. Thus, Trunks, Vegeta, and Son Wukong made their way to the Supreme Kai-S Temple, joined by other warriors. This time, however, Vegeta refrained from entering the hyperbolic time chamber, convinced that he was now invincible. His regular battle power of 2 billion indeed rendered him unmatched, even against the likes of Perfect Cell. Vegeta, aren't you going to train? No, I can't wait a moment longer, Vegeta replied, gazing down at the world below, awaiting the confrontation. Meanwhile, Kami Piccolo was at Korin Tower, and Vegeta's arrival disrupted the usual protocol of entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Consequently, Son Wukong and Gohan entered early, while Vegeta opted out. Half a day later, Kami Piccolo had engaged in battle with Android 17. Sensing the energy, Vegeta made his way to the site of the confrontation. Piccolo and Android 17 had chosen a deserted island for their duel, exchanging blows for hundreds of rounds. Yet, as Piccolo's stamina waned, he began to falter. On the other side, Cell had stealthily arrived, lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to absorb. Seizing the chance amidst the chaos, Cell absorbed Android 17, transforming in a flash of light into his second form. Cell's second form retained a tail, his physique grew more robust, and he appeared increasingly human-like, with a large mouth resembling that of sausage, and the ability to alter his voice. The ability to alter one's voice is intended to deceive Android 18 into being absorbed. The original narrative has already explored this, but she was not fooled. Haha, what tremendous power! Cell, I'm invincible. Cell laughed heartily, momentarily dazed by his own overwhelming aura. At present, his combat power had soared to 8 billion, seemingly forgetting the formidable energy previously unleashed by Vegeta. Clearly, with his enhanced strength, he had become somewhat arrogant, especially given his possession of Vegeta-S cells. Damn it, Piccolo, witnessing this scene, wore a grim expression. He had initially intended to eliminate Android 17 directly to prevent this version of Cell from evolving into his perfect form. However, he had now failed. Hurry, Android 18. Android 16 understood that if 18 did not leave, she would undoubtedly be absorbed as well. With no other option, he charged forward to buy her some time. Yet before 16 could act, Tien Shinhan arrived ahead of schedule, his Kikaho pinning the second stage Cell down, rendering him immobile. Taking advantage of this moment, Android 18 managed to escape with 16. Tien unleashed his attack for an indeterminate duration, but fatigue soon overwhelmed him, and he was on the verge of collapse. Lacking Goku's instant transmission this time, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Damn it, you wretch, you've wasted precious time. Cell unleashed a Kikaho that sent Tien's lifeless body soaring. Chapter 51, Vegeta vs. Cell. Just as Cell was about to pursue Android 18, a voice echoed from the horizon. You hideous monster. How disgusting it is that you possess my cells. I never imagined that as the proud prince of the Saiyans, my cells would be taken by such a repugnant creature. Just thinking about it infuriates me. At that moment, Vegeta had arrived. With his arms crossed, he gazed at Cell, who had yet to depart. You're Vegeta, Cell recognized. You actually know me, but I find it quite shameful. Vegeta's expression was one of arrogance as he landed on a small island. Cell's anger was palpable. What a boastful Vegeta. Are you seeking death? Seeking death? I believe the one in danger is you, Vegeta retorted with a cold smile, pointing a finger at him. I'll give you a chance to make your move, or you shall find yourself out of time. With that, a golden aura erupted from Vegeta, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. His combat power surged to 100 billion. Cell, feeling the intensity of Vegeta South aura up close, appeared utterly discomposed. It turned out that his previous perception had not been erroneous. Vegeta truly possessed such strength. How infuriating! Enraged, Cell unleashed his own aura. It was overwhelmed by Vegeta's might. If that is all the power you possess, I can only send you to your demise. Vegeta sneered, energy gathering in his hand. Wait, Vegeta! Cell shouted in desperation as he saw Vegeta prepare to strike. Speak your last words. Do you not yearn to battle a formidable opponent? Cell inquired, his gaze fixed upon Vegeta. Grant me the absorption of Android 18, and I shall attain my perfect form, rendering me invincible. Do you not desire to engage in combat with such power? After a brief silence, Vegeta, his pride peaked, dispelled his energy wave and regarded Cell with an unwavering stare. If you dawdle, I shall ensure your ashes are scattered, Vegeta replied coolly. With a triumphant expression, Cell pursued the fleeing figure of Android 18. The details of her absorption by Cell are momentarily set aside, for the narrative must continue with our protagonist, Vegeta. Ha ha ha! I have finally achieved perfection, Cell proclaimed, surveying his transformed self with pride. Dr. Gero had established that by absorbing both androids 17 and 18, he would become unparalleled. Indeed, the doctor had not deceived him. In his perfected state, Cell had sprouted wings, retracting his tail into them, a tail capable of spawning new cells or extending to absorb others. Though he chose to retract it for the sake of combat efficiency, his feet resembled those of a human, and his visage bore a more human-like appearance. Vegeta regarded the perfected Cell with indifference, noting that he remained unchanged in essence. Thank you, Vegeta, for facilitating my evolution into perfection. As a token of my gratitude, I shall be the first to end your life, Cell declared, his expression brimming with arrogance. Vegeta, unperturbed, transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, he charged forward, delivering a knee strike that sent Cell hurtling away, causing him to expel a stream of corrosive fluid. Nani? Cell exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that despite achieving perfection, a single blow from Vegeta could inflict such agony. Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan with a combat power of 100 billion, overshadowed Cell, who, despite being in his perfected form, had yet to unleash his full potential, standing at a mere 44 billion. Is this truly the extent of your so-called perfection? Vegeta taunted as he launched another kick, propelling Cell further away. Clenching his fists, Cell glared at Vegeta with fury. Damn it, he spat. In the next moment, he erupted with a white aura, a state reminiscent of his battle against Goku at full power, raising his combat strength to 85 billion. Only during his confrontation with Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form did his power reach 100 billion. Impressive aura. Yet if this is the best you can muster, I shall be compelled to end your existence, for you have sorely disappointed me, Vegeta remarked with derision. Meanwhile, warriors in the Supreme Kai's realm sensed the unfolding events, hopeful that Vegeta would not squander the opportunity to defeat Cell. However, Vegeta had retained the secret of his Super Saiyan 2 transformation, demonstrating a commendable state of mind. With a resounding impact, another punch was delivered. Cher was once again sent flying. What? He clutched his stomach, disbelief etched upon his face. He had exerted over 80% of his strength. Why was he still struck down the middle by Vegeta's single move? A cold smile crept upon Vegeta's lips as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, each punch and kick leaving Cher dazed and reeling. If this is the extent of your power, you have truly disappointed me. Perish, Vegeta declared, gathering energy for his Gallic gun right on the spot. Although the final flash was formidable, Cheru lacked the strength to wield it, and given Cheru's speed, Vegeta doubted he would take it head-on. Damn it, Kamehameha! Cheru mimicked the Kamehameha stance, intending to counterattack. However, when the Kamehameha collided with the Gallic gun, the earth trembled. Though not as catastrophic as the clash between Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan 2 forms, it was still capable of effortlessly obliterating the planet. How terrifying! Is the earth doomed? Yamcha, silenced by Bulma's glare as she cradled young Trunks, could only wear a pained expression without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the other warriors fervently prayed for Vegeta to vanquish Cheru swiftly. As Cheru watched Vegeta's Gallic gun overpowering his Kamehameha, desperation clawed at him. He began to gather energy while simultaneously launching his attack. He had to unleash his full potential. Yet, it was futile. The Gallic gun gradually pressed forward. With equal combat power, the Gallic gun surpassed the Kamehameha. It was worth noting that even Goku at 3 times the Kaioken had been able to overpower Vegeta in hand-to-hand combat. At that time, Goku's battle power was 24,000, while Vegeta's was 18,000, allowing him to hold his ground against Goku's Kamehameha. This only underscored the true strength of Vegeta's Gallic Gun. Ha ha ha. Using someone else's technique will never bring you success, especially when it's Kakarote's. Remember, my Gallic Gun is no trifling matter, Vegeta proclaimed, transforming instantaneously into Super Saiyan 2. His energy erupted, eclipsing Sheru. This was even more potent than Goku's final burst in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Goku's battle power had reached 170 billion, peaking at 180 billion during his last surge, which had ultimately defeated Sheru, who had a battle power of 175 billion. What an overwhelming aura. Sheru's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. Chapter 52, 5 billion battle power, super battle suit. Yet, he had no more opportunities left. He was engulfed by Vegeta's Gallic Gun. This was a clash of 200 billion battle power against 100 billion of Kamehameha. A suppression even more severe than that of Super Saiyan 2 Goku. No, it's impossible. I'm the perfect android. Sheru uttered these words as death approached. However, in the next instant, he was shattered and obliterated. Bang! Even the core of his head was obliterated, leaving no opportunity for resurrection. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed the Gallic Gun, propelling it directly into the cosmos. Earth would not withstand such a blow. Huh? Still in his complete form? Ridiculous. Vegeta laughed heartily, then soared back to the sacred world. He awaited the emergence of Kakarot, eager to challenge him. Half a day later, Kakarot and his son emerged, both having mastered the full power of Super Saiyan. However, they had yet to grasp the essence of Super Saiyan 2. Hey, Vegeta, Goku attempted to greet, but Vegeta interrupted. Come on, let us battle. Thus, the two engaged in combat on a deserted island. It was evident that Goku, in his full power Super Saiyan form, was being overwhelmed by Vegeta's Super Saiyan prowess. In his normal state, Goku possessed a power level of 1.6 billion, while Vegeta boasted a staggering 2 billion. It could be said that Goku was facing a Vegeta at the level of perfect Cell. However, this Vegeta would not hold back like Cell did during the tournament. And before long, Goku was rendered unconscious after several rounds of combat. Ha ha ha, I have finally triumphed. Kakarot, I have finally bested you, Vegeta proclaimed, soaring back to West City. Thus, he spent his time in exhilaration until Kakarot transformed into Super Saiyan 2, pushing him to his limits and prompting a realization. The protagonist, Vegeta, returned to his own world, surveying his surroundings with a dismissive expression. You two should train diligently. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to Nappa and Raditz for assisting Vegeta in completing the task, gaining 100 million power levels. In the next moment, their power surged once more, reaching 210 million. As for Vegeta, he too received a substantial reward, having neglected to open it in another realm. Without hesitation, he accessed his system backpack and unveiled the grand gift. Upon opening it, he received the notification. Ding! Congratulations to host Vegeta for opening the grand gift, acquiring 1 billion power levels and a super battle suit. HM? Is that all? Nothing more? Vegeta's expression darkened. Damn it. This task was considerably challenging, helping another version of myself achieve Super Saiyan 2. And yet all I receive is this? Nevertheless, Vegeta clicked on the super battle suit in his system backpack. Super battle suit, upon wearing, it can adjust the gravity multiplier and is impervious to wear. Upon reading the suit's description, Vegeta wasted no time and activated it, seamlessly replacing his existing battle attire. It fits snugly, and after savoring the sensation, he donned his cape once more. Now, he was indeed King Vegeta. Though there are few Saiyans, he possesses genuine royal blood. Opening the attribute panel, Vegeta quietly recited, Host, Vegeta. Title, Speedy Tragedy Tartar. Battle Power, 5 billion. Lifespan, Immortal. Transformations, Human Giant 8 Power, Super Saiyan 2nd Stage. Special moves, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Final Flash, Big Bang Attack, Kamehameha. Additional attributes, Infinite Key Perception, Instant Transmission, Unlimited Stamina, 100-fold Training Talent. Subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System Backpack, 1050 Senza Beans, Super Spaceship. System Comprehensive Evaluation. The host is nearly invincible on Earth, yet in the Dragon Ball Universe 7, the host's strength is quite feeble. It is advisable to transform into Super Saiyan 3 first. Vegeta disregarded the final assessment and instead gazed into the distance, having sensed an unusual energy. Kakarot had already regained his strength, and most importantly, Piccolo had merged with the Grand Kai. In this era, the merged Piccolo's power surpassed that of the previous Dragon Ball world, boasting a battle power of 1.6 billion, on par with Android 16. More crucially, upon awakening, Goku heeded his teammates' advice and chose not to seek Vegeta, opting instead to train alone with Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber. He understood that Vegeta's power exceeded his own, and time was of the essence. Ah, so you come looking for me? But you are too late. I have already departed. Piccolo was meeting the androids on Corinne's island as usual, yet this time he felt emboldened. He harbored no fear of the androids. Oh, then we shall force you to speak, Android 17 declared, cracking his knuckles as he stepped forward. However, he was immediately intercepted by Android 16. 17, you are no match for him. Step aside and let me handle this. Android 16, possessing energy perception, accurately sensed Piccolo's strength. Chapter 53, Perfect Cell. The Cell Games in 7 days. I'm more than willing to engage, but we must relocate to another site, Piccolo stated, pointing towards a distant uninhabited island. Android 16 nodded and flew towards the new location. Upon arrival, Android 16 observed Piccolo shedding his heavy armor and beginning to gather energy. Piccolo's mindset had shifted from the original narrative. He now felt compelled to decisively eliminate the androids. Within a year, he was uncertain if Goku could surpass the Saiyan limits he spoke of, but he had to take action. Piccolo concentrated his energy directly. Android 16 also commenced his movements, not daring to underestimate the situation. Meanwhile, Android 17 and 18 crossed their arms and watched from a distance. What's this, Piccolo? Is he really that strong? Android 18 remarked with displeasure. They were unaware of energy perception. After all, having been ordinary humans before their transformation into androids, they lacked such abilities. Uncertain, yet observing the situation, it was clear that there was considerable skill involved, though I could not discern much, commented number 17. But in the next moment, he was taken aback. Due to Piccolo's rapid movements, he could not see clearly. Number 16 also followed suit with astonishing speed. This is too swift, number 17's eyes widened. As the two engaged, their pace quickened, especially the thunderous sound of their fists and feet colliding, which sent shivers down their spines. Are we not the strongest of androids? Number 18 pondered, struggling to accept the reality. Meanwhile, the two combatants had exchanged hundreds of blows, during which an opportunity arose. Cell appeared, stealthily approaching from behind and delivering a powerful strike that sent number 18 flying. His tail swiftly enveloped number 17, swallowing him whole. It could be said that number 17 was quite unfortunate, forever the first to be absorbed. Ha ha, you were careless, Cell's maniacal laughter echoed. Piccolo and the others turned to perceive a green, insect-like creature augmenting its energy. Its battle power surged from 1 billion upwards. 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, until it reached 80 billion, where it halted. Cell's second form, with a battle power of 80 billion. Ha ha, I am filled with power, Cell declared. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he regarded the still-fighting Piccolo and number 16. You two have delayed me long enough. I've decided to spare you for now and allow you to witness my perfect form. With that, Cell swiftly appeared before the just-recovered number 18. His tail enveloped her, and before she could struggle, she too was absorbed. This is bad, Piccolo exclaimed in alarm, diving down to unleash a special beam cannon against him. Yet, as the dust settled, a fully formed, humanoid-looking green creature emerged. It was Perfect Cell, battle power, 44 billion. At this moment, having just attained his perfect form, he was unrestrained. This is my flawless appearance, Cell remarked, striking a flamboyant pose. Number 16 and Piccolo regarded him with grave expressions. However, in the next instant, they quickly prostrated themselves. Clearly, Cell's statement about showcasing his perfect form was genuine, and their rapid submission was equally sincere. By the way, where are Goku and the others? Perfect Cell could not sense Goku's energy, as he was currently isolated within the room of spirit and time. He is training. When he emerges after a day, he will be able to defeat you. Oh, he believes he can overcome me in a day. How intriguing, Cell chuckled at this. Dr. Gero had proclaimed that absorbing androids 17 and 18 would render him perfect. After all, he possessed the cells of many individuals. With several Saiyan cells, how could he possibly lose to a singular Saiyan? Contemplating this, Cell smirked and spread his arms wide. In 7 days my Cell Games will commence, following the format of your esteemed World Martial Arts Tournament. Ultimately, Cell refrained from killing the two. He envisioned something far more entertaining. Upon hearing Cell's words, The two fell into silence, while only Piccolo wore a look of delight. 7 days is ample time for Goku and him to enter the hyperbolic time chamber twice. The combat prowess Cell had just demonstrated was formidable, yet it was not invincible. He had sensed Vegeta's power after all. Let us remember to invite Vegeta. I believe this Saiyan prince deserves a thorough challenge. After delivering this statement, Cell took to the skies. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa had just arrived. It could be said that as Cell departed, Vegeta's trio approached. What? Has this android fled? Nappa surveyed the surroundings. Upon spotting Piccolo and Android 16 lying on the ground, Vegeta tossed them a senzu bean. Now, Vegeta was feeling generous. After consuming the bean, the two stood up, particularly astonished to see Android 16 and exclaiming, "Is it truly effective for robots to eat senzu beans? How remarkable!" After this, Vegeta prepared to pursue Cell. But Piccolo intercepted him, recounting Cell's recent proclamation. Hearing this, Vegeta smirked, then let him survive for a few more days. With that, Vegeta turned to leave, followed closely by Nappa and Raditz. Observing the departure of the Saiyan trio, Piccolo soared towards the sacred world of the Kais. Chapter 54. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. He intended to await Goku's emergence before entering alongside Trunks. Together, they could spar and enhance their skills at an accelerated rate, or so he believed. At the sacred world of the Kais, Piccolo stood in contemplation, sensing Cell promoting his games on television, instilling fear in humanity worldwide. The following morning, with only a few hours remaining before Goku's exit, Cell's arena had been constructed, and he stood atop it, waiting. Time passed, yet Goku failed to appear. Instead, an army arrived. However, in his eyes, they were mere fodder. When the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, Piccolo beheld Goku and his son emerging. Both transformed into Super Saiyans, maintaining their base forms, a state of full power. Old Son Gohan. Upon seeing their condition, Piccolo's expression shifted in astonishment, as he sensed an overwhelming pressure. At this moment, Goku's base power stood at 1.6 billion, while Gohan's was at 1.7 billion. In terms of base form alone, Piccolo realized he could not contend with either of them. As Goku and Gohan emerged, they surveyed their surroundings, nodding in acknowledgement upon confirming all warriors were present. "Piccolo, how are things here?" Goku inquired, not very optimistic. "Here's the situation." Piccolo promptly recounted the events. Goku's countenance shifted upon hearing the news. "So many Sakura warriors have perished, haven't they? Moreover, Piccolo, since you have merged with Kami, can you create the Dragon Balls?" Goku inquired of Vegeta, his expression grave. The last time Vegeta visited Earth, Babidi had obliterated Sakura. Subsequently, the Earth warriors utilized the Dragon Balls to restore it. However, this time, as the Cell games commenced, Cell proclaimed his martial arts rules. The Sakura Kingdom, feeling humiliated by their previous defeat, resolved to retaliate, charging forward as the vanguard, only to be ruthlessly slaughtered by Cell once again. "No. Despite my fusion with him, I am unable to create the Dragon Balls. I have tried," Piccolo lamented, shaking his head. "I see. What shall we do then?" Goku pondered, momentarily at a loss, until Piccolo had a sudden inspiration. "Goku, why not travel to Namek and seek out new Namekians to become the new Kami?" "That makes sense, but I wonder if they would agree." Goku hesitated, recognizing that they were not the saviors of Namek, and neither Dend nor Gohan shared a profound bond with them. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. "All right, I shall consult with King Kai for the location and give it a shot," Goku declared, vanishing in an instant. Piccolo then summoned Trunks to join him in the hyperbolic time chamber. Time passed swiftly. When Piccolo and Trunks emerged, it was already the following day. Goku had also journeyed to Namek and returned with a new Namekian to take on the role of Kami, and that individual was Dend. The particulars of Goku's persuasion remain a mystery. "Hey, Piccolo, your strength has significantly increased." Goku greeted Piccolo, who now possessed a combat power of 3 billion. It was evident that both had dedicated themselves earnestly to training with a sparring partner in the time chamber. Meanwhile, Trunks sported long hair and had achieved a combat power of 300 million, equivalent to Vegeta's strength upon his initial emergence. With such power, there is no chance against Cell. "Have you found a new Kami, old friend?" "Indeed, it's Dend," Goku replied, gesturing towards the diminutive Kami Dend. Dend's presence was welcomed because he had assimilated with Piccolo, and their relationship was exceptionally strong. Thus, he desired to visit Earth and experience the world, which was also a significant factor in his arrival. "Thank you, Dend. I wonder if the dragon can resurrect anyone yet?" Piccolo smiled at Dend, who returned the smile. Dend bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother, Nail. "Just resurrected," Mr. Goku is currently seeking the Dragon Balls, Din noted. Well, I appreciate your help, old friend, Goku said. No trouble at all. I shall return shortly. With that, Goku descended the Korin Tower, intending to procure some Senzu beans for safekeeping, wary of wasting them. Upon entering the tower, Korin promptly tossed a bag of Senzu beans to Goku. Thank you, Korin. Earth relies on your protection, Goku, he said. I am aware that I shall meet with Cell before seeking the Dragon Balls. As Goku uttered these words, he instantaneously transported himself behind Cell. Cell, upon opening his eyes, refrained from turning around and calmly remarked, Goku, you have 5 days left. During this time, I shall allow you to live and breathe freely. Cell, I sincerely hope that in the time remaining, you will refrain from taking any more lives, Goku replied before vanishing once more. He sensed an immense pressure emanating from Cell. Yet he believed that such pressure was trivial compared to the potential eruption of Gohan, far surpassing the limits of a Super Saiyan. Having witnessed Gohan's remarkable potential up close, Goku was resolute in his quest for the Dragon Balls, just as he had done in the original tale. Meanwhile, Vegeta spent time with Bulma and young Trunks. At one point, future Trunks visited but was met with Vegeta's ire, who scolded him for being a coward and returning for aid, having been unable to defeat the androids. This tarnished the honor of the Saiyan Prince, or rather, the entire Saiyan race, along with the dignity of King Vegeta. Enough, do not chastise Trunks too harshly. He faced peril alone. Bulma interjected, stepping in as a peacemaker. Trunks, touched by his mother's kindness, felt a swell of emotion. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed and addressed Trunks. You claim to have trained in that hyperbolic time chamber? Yet this is the extent of your power? How disgraceful! Vegeta was filled with rage, noting that his transformation into a Super Saiyan yielded a mere combat power of 15 billion, which he deemed utterly pathetic. Enough of this. Your weakness is evident. Gulme, let us train in the gravity chamber, Vegeta declared, attempting to drag him away for rigorous training, but was halted by Bulma. That's enough. He has just emerged from training. Let the child have some rest, Bulma stated as she led Trunks away, leaving Vegeta standing alone, flustered by the wind. With a dismissive snort, he resumed his training. Ding! Detecting the cinematic world of Burning Bright. Fierce battle, ultra combat. Mission, eliminate the Saiyan Paragus and his son, Super Broly. Mission reward, energy materialization. Paragus and his son, Super Broly? Before Vegeta could take action, he heard the notification echoing in his mind. We Saiyans number only in the thousands. Who are these Paragus and his son, Super Broly? They have never been part of our race. How can there be more Saiyans in this parallel world than in our own? And what precisely is this energy materialization you speak of? Vegeta inquired, his curiosity piqued. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had been acquainted with every member of his race since childhood. Thus the names Paragus and Broly were utterly foreign to him. Much like the enigmatic character of Bardock. In a parallel universe, this Broly is indeed a legendary Super Saiyan, a manifestation that emerges only once every millennium within your Saiyan lineage. What? Is he not immensely powerful? And is the reward you offer not rather meager? Vegeta expressed his disbelief. The combat power of the newly born Broly is 10,000. Nani? Vegeta was taken aback. A birth combat power of 10,000. Even in his youth, his own combat power merely reached that mark. Moreover, his combat power doubles each year, which means he will continue to grow stronger without any training. In other parallel worlds, this Broly has already ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's countenance transformed into one of utter incredulity. He felt as though he might explode. Presently, he had only attained Super Saiyan 2. As for Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4, he was utterly oblivious. Well, do not be disheartened. You will inevitably grow stronger. Thus, Broly's current combat power is not insurmountable and should be manageable for you. As for the manifestation of energy, it allows you to materialize your ki, creating techniques such as the Ki Sword and Gotenks Resplendent Super Chocolate Ring and Continuous Super Chocolate Ring. These are commendable skills. After Yang Tian spoke, he demonstrated the utility of these techniques to Vegeta. Vegeta's lips twitched upon witnessing them, yet he refrained from voicing further objections. After all, Yang Tian's assertion that this Broly was inferior to him sufficed to satisfy his ego. Very well, I shall summon Nappa and Raditz to join us. After uttering this, Vegeta called forth Nappa and Raditz, instructing Trunks to accompany them. The path to power lies in acquiring rewards. Merely training in a hyperbolic time chamber does not guarantee substantial strength. A flash of light enveloped them. and Vegeta and his companions found themselves transported to the world of the blazing inferno, a realm of intense conflict. This world bore no relation to the parallel universe Vegeta had previously visited. Oh, the gravity here is 10 times that of our Vegeta's planet, Nappa remarked as he landed, testing the ground beneath him. Yet, he felt little difference. After all, he had long since acclimated to hundreds of times greater gravity. Let us seek out the lower-tier warriors Paragus and his son Broly. Once they are dealt with, we can depart. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Nappa and Raditz, who promptly followed suit. Trunks furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Father, isn't it wrong to kill indiscriminately? Mind your own business. Just focus on growing stronger from the sidelines. Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. Did he really require his son's guidance in his endeavors? Trunks, witnessing Vegeta's demeanor, was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a side of his father. After all, in his mother's eyes, his father was the epitome of virtue. Chapter 56, Broly. Allow me to enlighten you, as you remain unaware. I, King Vegeta, shall impart this knowledge. Vegeta observed that Raditz was equally perplexed, and promptly began to elucidate the details of their mission. His explanation primarily aimed at Trunks, for Bulma had informed him that another version of himself had met an untimely demise, while the other's mother continued to extol the deceased Vegeta as a virtuous individual. Therefore, in a bid to provide this unfortunate son with a semblance of hope, Vegeta deemed it necessary to clarify the situation, allowing him to understand that his father, Vegeta, was not merely a being who could be easily vanquished. Father, is there a deeper significance to this? Trunks inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he regarded Vegeta. Humph! That lowly warrior, Paragus, is one of the survivors from our planet, Vegeta. He seeks to establish himself as the king of a new Vegeta, which is none other than the very planet beneath our feet, Vegeta explained, momentarily pausing. In truth, these revelations were imparted to him by Yang Tian. He himself was unaware of such matters, as there was no Paragus in his realm. To achieve his ambitions, Paragus intended to exploit his son Broly to obliterate the true prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, along with the remaining survivors. After articulating this, Vegeta revealed that they were in a parallel world. Trunks grasped the implications swiftly, recognizing that the future was immutable, implying distinct timelines. This was his interpretation of the situation. Nani? How could such a lowly warrior possess the audacity to aspire to be the new Saiyan king? Moreover, to threaten Prince Vegeta? Truly unforgivable, Nappa exclaimed, his visage transforming into one of fierce determination. As loyal minions of the Vegeta royal lineage, they could not abide by anyone attempting to usurp the throne. Had they wished to, they would have done so long ago. Let us amend that notion slightly. In some parallel worlds, strength dictates kingship, he added. Enough, Nappa. Our current objective is to locate this lowly warrior, Vegeta remarked, casting a brief glance at Nappa, silently acknowledging his faithful subordinate. Raditz, too, expressed his intention to teach this lowly warrior a lesson. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Trunks' perception of his father shifted significantly. They were prepared to eliminate another version of his father. Was there truly a problem in exterminating these two? No, there was no issue, as far as he was concerned. As the quartet soared through the skies of this new Vegeta planet, Nappa spotted a familiar figure below. Is that Kakarot? He exclaimed, gazing down at Goku. This parallel world's timeline fell within the 7 days following Cell's declaration of the tournament. At this juncture, everyone was on the verge of transforming into Super Saiyans, with Goku and Gohan harnessing their full power as Super Saiyans. Indeed, Kakarot, what is he doing here? Raditz mused, scratching his head, as they had not brought Kakarot along for this mission. Humph, this is the Kakarot from the parallel world. Vegeta discerned the issue at hand. Yet he had no intention of descending. Below, Sun Wukong made a startling discovery. What is that? Kakarot looked up to see 4 figures soaring through the sky, 2 of whom were familiar faces, Trunks and Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, weren't you in the palace? What are you doing here? Kakarot instantly teleported in front of Vegeta. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, having heard Kakarot's words. Another me in what palace? Show some respect to King Vegeta, Kakarot, Raditz admonished, flying forward. You were Raditz? I thought you were dead. How are you alive? And you? Nappa, weren't you killed by Vegeta? Kakarot gazed at the two in astonishment. Nappa's face twisted in anger. Nonsense. I am the most loyal subordinate of King Vegeta. Stop trying to sow discord. As Nappa moved to strike Kakarot, Vegeta intervened. Enough, Nappa, Raditz. Kakarot, You mentioned seeing another me in some palace? Tell me its location, Vegeta stated calmly. The planet Vegeta was vast, and he could not sense the other Vegeta's energy. After all, they had learned to control their energy and suppress it. Vegeta, why are you so tall? Kakarot turned at the sound of Vegeta's voice and was taken aback. Goodness, is this Vegeta so tall? This is not the Vegeta I know. Huh. Is there a problem with my exceptional talent? Vegeta replied, glancing into the distance. Without needing Kakarot to speak, he sensed the presence as well. Let us go, Nappa Raditz. Let us demolish that palace, Vegeta commanded, pointing toward the horizon. The two did not hesitate and flew in the direction Vegeta indicated. Upon reaching their destination, they beheld the palace. Kakarot followed closely behind as they entered. Chapter 57. Let Broly lead. On the throne sat a man clad in a blue battle suit. His hair spiked upward, none other than Super Vegeta. He now embodied the essence of Super. Below him stood the one-eyed Paragus, who had lost his eye due to an injury inflicted by his son. Beside him was his son, Broly. Prince Vegeta, this is the visage of our new planet Vegeta, Paragus declared, presenting a map to Super Vegeta. In the future, to distinguish between Vegetas, the main character will simply be referred to as Vegeta, while parallel worlds and others may bear a prefix or be called Super Vegeta. Well, Paragus, I appreciate your efforts, but our Saiyan numbers are still too few. I hope your son can procreate effectively. This way, reviving our Saiyan lineage won't pose a problem, Super Vegeta remarked, studying the map with a broad smile. The gravity and size of this planet are remarkably similar to that of the Vegeta planet where he resided in his youth. It evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. Paragus is bewildered. Is he really considering his son to be a great figure like Dumas? However, upon realizing the objective is to lure them, he finds solace in the thought. Haha Nappa, did you hear that? He believes he can cultivate a Saiyan empire all on his own. Am I dreaming, or is he? As Vegeta and the others entered, Raditz overheard this jest and erupted into laughter. Who dares to intrude upon the royal palace? Paragus shouted in anger upon hearing the commotion. But when he turned around, he was taken aback. Another Vegeta? And there was Nappa as well, who was of the same generation as Paragus, albeit appearing older. Nappa had already reached adulthood when Prince Vegeta was still a child. However, Vegeta and the others do not recognize him. He does not exist in their world. A lowly warrior? What do you bark about? Nappa retorted, displeased, as he was unfamiliar with this subordinate warrior. That voice sounds so familiar. Raditz and Nappa? Upon hearing the familiar voices, Spopovich immediately looked up. Raditz and Nappa had been with him for over a decade. How could he not recognize their voices? When Vegeta finally saw them, astonishment washed over him. The newcomers were all familiar faces. Who are you? Spopovich rose from the throne, gazing at another version of himself. You need not know who I am. You only need to understand that the dream of you, King Vegeta, is but an illusion, the other Vegeta declared, instantly appearing before the throne and sending Spopovich flying downward with a swift kick. Nani? Spopovich gasped in shock. Such speed, I didn't even see it coming. Moreover, this Vegeta was taller than him. Without hesitation, the Vegeta who had kicked Spopovich sat upon the throne, surveying the individuals below. This throne is quite nice, but alas, is not the life I, Vegeta, desire, he remarked, his gaze fixed on Paragus. When will your scheme come to fruition, Paragus? You intend to use your son, the legendary Super Saiyan, against us. Vegeta's expression was one of cold laughter as he regarded Paragus, who was internally shaken to the core. Even Kakarot, who had just entered, was filled with confusion at the sight of two Vegetas. What conspiracy? Paragus stammered, bewildered that this Vegeta was aware of his plans. Nappa, take him down. Vegeta turned to Nappa without acknowledging Paragus. Nappa, upon hearing the command, approached Paragus with a sinister grin, grasped his collar, and hurled him outside the palace. With a thud, Paragus collided with the wall as he was thrown. Father. Broly's expression shifted slightly at this scene. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta remained composed, remarking, the legendary Super Saiyan? Hurry up and transform. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending Broly crashing through countless walls. At that moment, Vegeta's base combat power was a staggering 5 billion, while Broly's was merely 2 billion. With a resounding thud, Broly collided with the walls, propelled several hundred meters away. Ah, how formidable! Exclaimed a bewildered Trunks and Goku, unable to believe their eyes. However, Trunks soon received an explanation that left them in stunned silence. What on earth? A parallel universe? And their timeline is the same as ours during the Cell Games? Trunks found it hard to accept, insisting, there's no way I'm that strong. Just moments ago, he felt that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could not have achieved such power, as his base was only 900 million. The result of stepping out of the hyperbolic time chamber for the second time. Ha! Our Prince Vegeta possesses extraordinary talent. Nothing is impossible for him. This is the reason we survive. While your counterpart in this world and I have perished, Raditz laughed heartily, showing little concern for Trunks. Chapter 58. Vegeta. So this is the legendary Super Saiyan? With a power of over 200 million in his base form. Raditz questioned, are you implying that Vegeta has weakened? Just as Raditz finished speaking, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, boasting a power level of 45 billion. At the sight of Vegeta's imposing demeanor, Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances and swallowed nervously. They knew they could not compete. Despite a tinge of fear, Nappa called out without hesitation, Vegeta, save me. Trunks, Goku. And others were taken aback. Damn, the king of sass is back. However, Vegeta paid no heed, as Broly in the distance had begun to seethe with rage. With a surge of power, Broly soared through the air, his base combat power of 2 billion, leaving Trunks and Goku momentarily stunned. Goku, while surprised by Broly's strength, felt confident in his ability to achieve full power. In an instant, Broly came charging in, and with astonishing speed. Vegeta delivered a right hook that sent the unskilled Broly flying once again. Vegeta's own energy was now palpable. Were these monsters? Trunks thought abstractly, for he was indeed the prince of all Saiyans. The emergence of a parallel world version of him is one thing, but to possess such overwhelming strength? The crux of the matter is that their timelines are identical. According to Trunks, this Vegeta has never entered the hyperbolic time chamber, while Vegeta himself has done so twice. The roar of Broly reverberated, and the imprint of a fist remained on his chest, indicating that the recent blow had delivered a significant impact. Oomph. The legendary Super Saiyan? Is this all there is? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Upon witnessing Vegeta's expression, Broly was immediately filled with rage. Without hesitation, he unleashed his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his eyes glowing with intensity. This was indeed a Super Saiyan, not a mere legend. At this moment, Broly had golden locks and a fierce countenance. Though he bore injuries, his transformation fueled a relentless fighting spirit, and the mark on his chest had not yet faded, signifying that Vegeta's punch had been no mere courtesy. Nani? Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? We cannot win. It is impossible for us to prevail. The terrified Trunks felt a wave of dread wash over him. Broly's power was suffocating. For context, Goku's base form boasts a battle power of 1.6 billion, which translates to approximately 400 billion when unleashed at full capacity on King Kai's planet. Yet, Trunks felt inferior to Cell, recalling that when Cell reached his perfect form, his power was 440 billion. Trunks had experienced this firsthand, noting that even Cell had not fully unleashed his potential. At this moment, unaware of the events surrounding the Cell games, Trunks mistakenly believed that Goku's power was merely 400 billion, akin to his own. Having entered the hyperbolic time chamber for the second time with a base form of 900 million and a Super Saiyan transformation of 450 billion, he thought he could surpass Goku. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true strengths of Cell and Goku, which led him to conclude that Broly's Super Saiyan form surpassed theirs. Hence his constant assertions of inevitable defeat. You have finally transformed. Now, allow me to demonstrate a fraction of my strength, Vegeta said, eyes closed and a serene smile gracing his face. With a resounding shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan Grade 2, his battle power soaring to a staggering 1.5 trillion. This energy reverberated throughout the new Vegeta planet. Broly's power, in contrast, was merely 1 trillion, equal to that of the perfect Cell. Nani? Trunks found himself once again in a state of shock. The other Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan with an aura even more formidable than that of Broly. The fabled Saiyan, Nappa and Raditz, observing the scene, were momentarily bewildered. What had happened to this Vegeta? Why such a dramatic display? However, they refrained from speaking further, choosing instead to witness the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Gohan and Trunks also arrived on the scene. In this parallel universe, Gohan and Trunks find themselves in an extraordinary situation. Upon arrival, they witness a peculiar scene, where another Trunks assumes the role of commentator, elucidating the curious circumstances. After all, they share a common identity as travelers from different realms, facilitating their communication. The revelations leave Piccolo and others utterly astonished. Chapter 59, Broly, I demand your blood to spill 5 paces. Goodness, is this Vegeta truly so formidable? He has slain Frieza and Kula. This revelation completely shatters their previous understanding. In their world, the tragic figure of Tada was merely a fool. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Broly are engaged in a fierce confrontation. However, it is less of a fair fight and more of a one-sided assault by Vegeta. Utilizing both fists and feet, Vegeta maintains a posture across arms, reminiscent of Vegeta's fusion with Gogeta, playfully toying with Broly. One might say that Gogeta's kingly attributes and primary control derive from Vegeta's essence. After all, Gogeta's name precedes Vegeta's, does it not? Is it true that the legendary Super Saiyan's power is so insignificant? I am utterly disappointed. Vegeta relentlessly strikes Broly with his feet, yet Broly, a raging lion at this moment, finds himself unable to land a blow on Vegeta. The disparity in their battle power is staggering, with Vegeta's strength exceeding Broly's by 500 billion. This is a different kind of tragic disparity in power. Damn you! Broly cries out in a frenzy, only to be sent flying by Vegeta's kick towards Kakarot. As Kakarot prepares to catch him, Broly is suddenly flooded with memories of his childhood, recalling how he had once been reduced to tears by a lowly warrior with a power level of merely 2. Kakarot! Broly shouts, launching Kakarot into the air with tremendous force, his fury surging. His energy begins to fluctuate, starting from 100 billion, with his muscles swelling ominously. As Broly grows in strength, he glares at Kakarot, who is utterly bewildered. What is happening? Where is he? Why does he gaze upon me with such hatred? Before Kakarot can ponder further, he is violently repelled by Broly's overwhelming aura, along with the other warriors, as Broly has now transformed into a legendary state, achieving a terrifying battle power of 250 billion. This increase surpasses even that of Super Saiyan 2. It is this form that renders Vegeta devoid of absolute confidence. While he bravely challenges the lightning fast cell at 175 billion, he cannot muster the same courage against Broly. Broly's overwhelming dominance over the Dragon Ball warriors surpasses that of Cell. Specifically, during the Cell games, Super Saiyan Goku was capable of holding his own against him. However, in his lightning Cell form, even Cell dared not confront Super Saiyan 2 Gohan directly, resorting instead to eliminating Vegeta to weaken the warriors' collective strength. To his surprise, he did not anticipate inflicting injury upon Gohan. Ultimately, he was defeated by the combined Kamehameha of the one-armed Gohan and his father, indicating that Cell never succeeded in instilling a sense of despair in the Dragon Ball warriors. Vegeta, despite his exhaustion, unleashed a tremendous explosion that distracted Cell, leading to his demise. Had Broly been in Vegeta's place, that explosion would likely have resulted in nothing more than a mere cloud of dust. Alas, it was all over. Victory seemed unattainable, and the tragic expression on the faces of the warriors reflected their dismay. Gohan and the others, including Nappa and Raditz, fell silent. Even Kakarot gazed at the scene with fervor, yearning for a chance to battle. Just as he uttered his thoughts, Broly charged towards him, having lost control upon sighting Kakarot, transforming directly into his legendary Super Saiyan form. With pupils absent, Broly advanced menacingly towards Kakarot. What? Is he coming for me? Kakarot exclaimed in shock. Yet he swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan at full power. Before Broly could reach Kakarot, he was struck in the back by a Kamehameha explosion. A tremendous cloud of dust enveloped the area, sending others reeling from the shockwave. However, as the dust settled, Broly remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place. Despite his reputation for delivering critical hits, the disparity in combat power was immense. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan form, possessed a power level of 150 billion, while Broly boasted a staggering 250 billion. Truly the legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta acknowledged with a knowing glance. I shall make your blood spill 5 steps. Broly, muscles rippling, regarded Vegeta with his pupil-less gaze. Vegeta, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. Spill my blood? You? Don't make me laugh. As he spoke, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, taunting, allow me to show you something remarkable, the legendary Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, Vegeta's aura surged, matching that of the legendary Super Saiyan. Boasting a standard power level of 50 billion and a Super Saiyan form of 250 billion, equal to Broly's legendary Super Saiyan power at that moment. Let us see how you make my blood spill, you legendary fool. Vegeta's mocking tone and derisive expression sent a snarl across Broly's face. Chapter 60. Broly grows stronger when injured. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? The warriors, including Sad Tragedy and Kakarot, regarded Vegeta with incredulity, while Nappa and Raditz remained indifferent. They are aware that their King Vegeta has yet to unveil the power of Super Saiyan 2. This indicates that King Vegeta possesses a playful spirit. Whether in favorable or adverse conditions, he will break through defenses. Haha, Kakarot, behold the might of our King Vegeta. The very first to transform into a Super Saiyan, Raditz remarked, gazing at his foolish younger brother. Although Kakarot surpasses him in strength, Raditz firmly believes that aligning himself with Vegeta will undoubtedly enhance his own prowess. Is the Super Saiyan truly that formidable? Piccolo inquired, astonished. Indeed, our King Vegeta is exceptionally gifted, Nappa extolled, elevating Vegeta's status to extraordinary heights. Meanwhile, on the other side, the tragic fate of Tolz unfolded. He had succumbed to despair, witnessing his spotlight being seized. Observing another version of himself engaging Broly in a relentless exchange of blows, he felt envious. He longed for that Vegeta to be himself. For Vegeta's combat aptitude was remarkably high, landing 9 out of 10 strikes on Broly, while Broly failed to land a single blow on Vegeta. Was Tol's own title merely a facade? After all, it was intended to enhance one's attack speed and power. With a swift movement, Vegeta appeared before Broly, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Broly howling in frustration. Kakarot, Kakarot, Broly roared, his fury ignited by Vegeta's relentless assault. Though the strikes were not lethal, they incited his wrath. With each swing, he could not make contact with Vegeta, and in his rage, he could only shout Kakarot's name. Upon hearing this, Vegeta smirked mockingly. Is that all you can say? The legendary superfool. Vegeta then retreated several hundred meters, bellowing, "Ha!" as a golden aura surged skyward once more. He positioned his hands in front of him, palms open, and tilted them upwards at approximately 90 degrees. In the next moment, he conjured a colossal explosive attack, transforming a blue energy sphere into a Super Kamehameha, the ultimate technique he had acquired. Big Bang Kamehameha, Vegeta shouted, launching the attack, which struck Broly head-on just as he looked up. This entire sequence occurred in the blink of an eye. Nani? That is my Big Bang attack. Tol stood dumbfounded, witnessing Vegeta's initiation from a distance. Can the Big Bang even be executed with both hands? And what is that technique you're using? Kamehameha? Can he really utilize Kamehameha? Does he not disdain it? Meanwhile, Kakarot observed with admiration, this Vegeta is truly a genius, merging his Big Bang with my Kamehameha. It's incredibly powerful. He is indeed a prodigy of the warrior race. Kakarot praised, but his words incited great anger in the Saiyan Prince, Trunks. What do you mean, Kakarot? I, Vegeta, would never employ your techniques. Trunks shouted indignantly. Yet Kakarot merely regarded him with the gaze of one observing a fool, causing Trunks to tremble with rage. Boom! The immense energy of the Kamehameha burst forth, exploding upon Broly. The surrounding area was compressed into chaos, collapsing into a disarray of destruction. The buildings had long since vanished, leaving only ruins in their wake. Even Goku and the others stood at a distance, watching in astonishment. Vegeta is truly formidable, Gohan remarked in awe at the spectacle. However, Piccolo's words brought an air of tension. Wait, have you not noticed the issue? This Broly appears to have merely sustained scratch, and his energy has not diminished at all. Vegeta's aura also remains unweakened. Such an intense battle, unleashing such a powerful technique, yet there are no apparent repercussions? Piccolo's face turned pale with anxiety. What kind of anomaly is this? Ha, indeed, our King Vegeta has yet to unleash his full power. Laughed Nappa heartily. Raditz chimed in, affirming that Vegeta was only using half of his strength. Of course, this half referred to his combat ability, as Vegeta still concealed the transformation. Over there was Super Saiyan 2. Upon transformation, his base power would amplify 100-fold, reaching a staggering combat power of 500 billion. What? Vegeta hasn't even unleashed his full strength? Piccolo, already pale, broke into a cold sweat. He could scarcely believe that the Vegeta from this parallel world could be so exceptionally powerful. Meanwhile, Trunks was seething with humiliation at the scene, especially with Nappa and Raditz's flattery, making him feel utterly embarrassed as a prince of Saiyans. Why must it be Vegeta? Why is he so outstanding? So exceptional? Broly's energy surged. Kakarot fixed his intense gaze upon Broly, his expression grave. Chapter 61 Vegeta, bleeding. I'm actually bleeding. Upon hearing this, everyone began to sense their surroundings more acutely. As the thick smoke enveloped the area, a remnant of Vegeta's explosive attack. However, as the smoke cleared, they beheld Broly's cold smile, his power now intensified, rising from 250 billion to 300 billion. This was the peculiarity of the legendary Super Saiyan. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Hadn't Goku and Vegeta showcased their prowess by growing increasingly powerful during the Tournament of Power? According to legend, a Super Saiyan could indeed enhance their combat strength as they battled. Oh, his energy has actually increased, Vegeta remarked, raising an eyebrow at this development. Just then, Yang Tian's voice resonated. Trunks, Broly grows stronger with every injury he sustains. Unless he is met with an attack of greater magnitude that can obliterate him, he will only evolve into a more terrifying existence. Is that so? Of course. Did you not realize that your strike merely breached his defenses? His aura has intensified, and that is the evidence. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta frowned. He had not anticipated that the legendary Super Saiyan physique could be so extraordinarily formidable. To grow stronger from injury is a shocking revelation. Unless faced with an even mightier assault, one could only facilitate his growth. With this thought in mind, Vegeta did not hesitate. Just as he was about to unleash his full power, he saw Broly charging at him with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Vegeta was struck and sent flying by Broly's punch. Broly then swiftly maneuvered, pressing Vegeta's head against the ground with such force that it scraped along for 100 meters. Infuriated, Vegeta unleashed two powerful explosions aimed directly at Broly's face. Bang! Bang! Broly, feeling the pain, released Vegeta, who seized the opportunity to teleport to a distance. Wiping his face, he noticed blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression transforming into one of unbridled rage. Am I bleeding? I am the Prince of the Saiyans, no? I am King Vegeta now. You dare make me bleed? With fists clenched tightly, he glared at the grinning Broly. Since assisting Frieza in his planetary assaults, he had never sustained such injuries. Had he been wounded, his battle power would exceed 18,000, and he would not have learned during the original Namek saga that resurrection after severe injury could augment one's strength. It could only be said that the planets Frieza dispatched were of inferior quality, allowing Vegeta to sail through unscathed. Now, having been bloodied, his fury was palpable. One could recall the original Vegeta's enraged visage upon arriving on Earth. Is this truly King Vegeta injured? Raditz gazed at the scene in disbelief. They had always encountered no obstacles, never suffering wounds. It was the first time Vegeta had bled from a clash with a fellow Saiyan. Even in his prime, King Vegeta's battle power barely reached 8,000, a figure that already placed him among the mightiest of Saiyans. Next was Bardock, a low-class warrior who grew stronger with each battle, reaching a power level of 10,000. In his youth, Vegeta had already achieved a battle power of 10,000, rendering him unbeatable on planet Vegeta. Nappa, having followed Vegeta the longest, was witnessing King Vegeta's injury for the first time. He stroked his bald head in disbelief, while the other warriors looked on with expressions of confusion. Is Vegeta truly this formidable, experiencing injury for the first time? In their world, Vegeta had been thoroughly beaten. On Earth, he was pummeled by Goku. On Namek, he was tormented by Rikum. Subsequently, he faced Frieza's wrath, and upon returning to Earth, he was battered by the androids and Cell. It could be said that Vegeta was either in a state of defeat or on the path to it. Vegeta's aura surged, electricity crackling around him, his hair standing even more erect. He transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2, his battle power soaring to an astounding 500 billion. The onlookers were utterly astonished, with the exception of a few, including Nappa. What has Vegeta done? His strength is overwhelming. I have no will to resist. If this Vegeta were on our side, how could Goku possibly triumph? The warriors were engaged in astonished discussions, while only the tragic figure of Tulz bore a countenance of fury. This is identical to the transformation I witnessed in the time chamber. This is the true transcendence of Super Saiyan, Kakarot murmured, gazing at Vegeta. Broly unleashed a verdant aura, executing his meteor burst, releasing energy blasts in all directions in a carpet-bombing assault. Kakarot and the others found themselves in a desperate scramble to evade. This strike was a staggering 300 billion. Although it consisted of ordinary energy blasts, it was far beyond their meager battle powers of just a few hundred billion. Even Kakarot, with his 800 billion battle power, could merely swat the energy spheres away. In that moment, Vegeta's energy aura effortlessly negated Broly's energy blasts. In Chapter 62, the final flash propelled Broly. Broly's energy spheres were rendered impotent upon contact with Vegeta's golden aura, dissolving instantly. Meanwhile, his father Paragus attempted to flee but was struck by an energy blast, resulting in his demise. Witnessing this, Broly roared in fury, Kakarot. He concentrated a sphere of light in his hand and unleashed a massive meteor burst. What began as a standard energy sphere transformed into a colossal one due to Broly's enhanced might. In a parallel universe, Gohan had countered a similar attack with a Kamehameha. But now it was Vegeta's turn. As he observed the ever-expanding energy sphere, Vegeta remained impassive. A mere 300 billion strike. I, Vegeta, shall counter it. He dramatically spread his arms wide, gathering immense energy, surrounded by increasingly brilliant lightning. This was the final flash. Although the speed of the final flash was slow, its power was formidable. Its slowness provoked Cell and Jiren into taking it head-on. The surrounding golden lightning intensified, and as Vegeta confronted the colossal meteor burst, he launched his attack. With a resounding impact, the massive energy sphere collided with the golden final flash. However, to Kakarot and the others, it appeared that Vegeta was positioned to the right, indicating that Broly's fate was sealed. In the next instant, the temperature rose dramatically, and the warriors, including Nappa and Raditz, were swept away. This attack was far more potent than the clash between Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and Lightning Cell. The very fabric of New Vegeta was on the verge of collapse. The energy sphere was propelled towards Broly by Vegeta's final flash. Upon witnessing this, Broly retaliated by hurling several massive meteors. However, this was futile. The meteors merely slowed the approach without diminishing the velocity of Vegeta's final flash. Subsequently, the speed increased exponentially, colliding forcefully with Broly and sending him hurtling away from New Planet Vegeta. Yang Tian's voice echoed in Vegeta's mind, urging him, Tragedy Tower, push him directly into the sun. This strike alone will only severely injure him, but he will rebound with even greater strength, matching you. Hence, propel him into the sun to ensure his demise. Heeding Yang Tian's counsel without hesitation, Vegeta launched Broly into the cosmos, driving him straight into the sun. Broly's furious roars filled the air, yet it was all in vain. The final flash, fueled by combat power of 500 billion, was not to be trifled with. Enhanced by the title of Speed Tragedy Tower, the final flash nearly obliterated Broly, a being of legendary status. The planet New Vegeta trembled and shattered under such overwhelming force, unable to withstand the intensity of the attack. Quickly follow me, Kakarot urged as he whisked his team away using instant transmission. Nappa, Raditz, and even Trunks joined Vegeta's side. Meanwhile, a voice resonated in Vegeta's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Broly. You have received a treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received the task reward, energy materialization. Without a moment's pause upon hearing the system's notification, Vegeta prepared to teleport them away. However, before he could initiate the action, they suddenly found themselves transported elsewhere. Having traversed dimensions, upon their reappearance, they were once again in their familiar world. Observing the surroundings, Vegeta and his companions realized they had returned home. Meanwhile, Kakarot, who had just led his team away, sensed a troubling absence. Oh no, I cannot detect the other Vegeta's energy. Could they have perished in the aftermath of the planet's explosion? He pondered, pressing his finger to his forehead in concentration. Beside him, Speed Tragedy Tower scoffed. Perished in the aftermath? Kakarot, do not jest. Such a formidable entity could not be vanquished by mere residual energy. At worst, he would be unable to survive in the cosmos. With that, Speed Tragedy Tower felt a surge of pride. The other Vegeta was finally gone, ensuring that this era belonged to him, rather than the tall Vegeta. Kakarot, filled with regret, wished to revive them through the Dragon Balls, only to discover that their Dragon Balls were still inert. They resolved to wait until they had dealt with Cell before attempting any resurrection. The scene shifted back to the protagonist, Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations to Nappa, Raditz, and Trunks for assisting Vegeta in completing the task. You have received a task reward of 1 billion combat power. Just as Trunks was about to inquire about the nature of the notification, he felt his and Nappa's and Raditz's combat power surging, their energy becoming increasingly robust. What is happening? Exclaimed Trunks in astonishment. Nappa and Raditz, however, remained indifferent. At that moment, Nappa and Raditz possessed a combat power of 21 billion, while Trunks stood at 3 billion. This was far superior to any training within a confined space. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at Trunks before soaring into the skies, intent on unlocking treasure chests and testing energy materialization. As Vegeta departed, The three exchanged glances but said little else. Trunks bid farewell to Nappa and Raditz before ascending towards the heavenly temple. Chapter 63. Trunks and company achieve a combat power of 1 billion upon reaching the heavenly temple. The warriors gazed at Trunks in astonishment, for his aura was notably stronger since emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber that morning. After exiting the chamber, he was promptly summoned to confront Broly in a simulated battle. It could only be surmised that the flow of time was equivalent for both parties. "Trunks, what is this?" Piccolo asked, astonished as he regarded Trunks. Having entered the time chamber together, he was well aware of their respective auras. "Well, you see, I completed a mission with my father and became stronger," Trunks explained to the gathered warriors. After all, Vegeta hadn't instructed him to conceal this fact, nor did he perceive any need to do so. What could they possibly do about it? Upon hearing Trunks' explanation, the warriors widened their eyes in disbelief. "What? Trunks? Could this possibly be true?" One questioned. "I believe it is true. Have you not noticed how quickly Nappa and Raditz have also grown stronger?" Another added. "Damn it, they must have received a boost." Yamcha lamented, feeling aggrieved. With this advantage, won't it be easier for Vegeta to handle Cell? Krillin, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Does this mean that Android 18 can be revived?" "Indeed, Cell is no match for my father," Trunks affirmed with unwavering confidence, having witnessed his father's Super Saiyan 2 prowess. "That's wonderful," Krillin shouted in excitement, the first to express his joy. Piccolo, however, doused their enthusiasm with a harsh reality check. "What are you so pleased about? Do you honestly believe that the androids would take a liking to you? If Cell gets obliterated by Vegeta, the androids cannot be resurrected, as the Dragon Balls only restore good souls." He continued, "Considering that androids 17 and 18 have committed crimes, they are deemed villains. The warriors had always used the Dragon Balls to revive only the virtuous." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Krillin's excitement waned. How could I have overlooked that? He pondered, his face falling. I must inform Goku and urge him to enter the hyperbolic time chamber again. Piccolo contemplated the situation before deciding to summon Goku, instructing him not to be lax. With that, he flew towards the Kame house, where Goku was currently engaged with Chi-Chi and raising Goten. On the other side, Vegeta arrived at a secluded location and immediately manifested his energy. In the next moment, a sword formed from energy materialized in his grasp, resembling that of Vegeto. In the original tale, it halted Gohan and Buu in midair with a decisive strike. Without hesitation, Vegeta vanished once more, reappearing as an energy-formed replica of himself. This doppelganger was an illusion. Any attack directed at it would result in a spectacular explosion. It bore similarities to Gotenks Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. Additionally, there was another feature. Even if it did not explode, it possessed an extraordinary adhesive quality, rendering any adversary it touched immobile. Vegeta diligently practiced various manifestations of energy, mastering each one in turn. Once proficient, he opened the treasure chest meant for slaying Broly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the treasure chest and received an increase in planetary defense. What kind of reward is this? Vegeta exclaimed, his expression darkening. Yang Tian, what is this reward? What does it mean to enhance planetary defense? That's what the treasure chest granted. I had no influence over it, and it's purely random, came the reply. However, do not underestimate it. This ability can significantly bolster the defense of your planet, preventing it from being easily destroyed. What does that imply? Vegeta frowned. This reward seems rather insipid. To put it simply, you can apply this to your current planet. Right now, your planet cannot withstand an attack of 18,000 battle power. After utilizing this, even the God of Destruction would be unable to obliterate it, except for the Omni King, of course. Ordinary beings can still carry out construction, but this defense is specifically designed for you formidable warriors. Upon hearing Yang Tian's explanation, Vegeta realized its potential utility. He would no longer need to worry about inadvertently annihilating Earth. However, the fact that even the God of Destruction could not breach this defense unsettled him. Yang Tian, are you exaggerating? The God of Destruction is remarkably powerful. I am aware of their prowess, but they truly cannot destroy it. Only the Omni King possesses the ability to obliterate, as this is a defense mechanism, not a nullification of destruction rules. The Omni King? Obliteration? What does that entail? The Omni King is the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, the master of all existence. He has the authority to replace gods of destruction or supreme kais and can erase entire universes in an instant. Originally, there were 18 universes, but 6 were annihilated by the Omni King for provoking him. You currently reside in the 7th universe. Enough of this. Discussing such matters is futile. as you are not yet at the divine level. Is there so much to it? And what is this divine level? To put it plainly, even in your Dragon Ball Super form, transitioning into the easily destructible God form merely places you at the threshold of divinity. You are currently only a Super Saiyan 2, with a long journey ahead of you. Seeing Yang Tian's demeanor, Vegeta chose to suppress his curiosity. He understood that he would inevitably confront these challenges in due time. So he refrained from further inquiries and, without hesitation, returned home. Chapter 64. The Cell Games commence. As Vegeta arrived at his own courtyard, he beheld Bulma cradling Trunks in her arms, waiting for him. At that moment, an unfamiliar emotion stirred within him. The presence of companionship upon returning home was indeed a different experience. Without hesitation, after lulling Trunks to sleep, the couple once again embarked on the journey of procreation. Additionally, Bra was destined to be born alongside Goten. In the ensuing days, Vegeta devoted himself to accompanying Bulma, relegating his training to the background. In the original narrative, the weight of Kakarot loomed over him, compelling him to remain diligent. Now, liberated from that burden, he occasionally indulged in training, reassured by his exceptional aptitude for cultivation. It could be said that a single day of training for him equated to 100 days for others. Quickly, 7 days slipped by. Due to Piccolo's words, even the resting sun Goku felt the pressure and re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber. However, this time he only managed to enhance his base combat power without breaking through any barriers. Even in the original tale, it took Goku 2 to 3 years to achieve Super Saiyan 2 after 7 years of rigorous training in Hell. It was not until the early stages of the World Martial Arts Tournament in the 7th year that Kakarot grasped Super Saiyan 3. Gohan, on the other hand, did not enter the chamber, as Chi-Chi refused to allow it. Goku resigned to this, believed in his son's potential to surpass his limits, and planned to facilitate that breakthrough when the time came. Trunks had also ventured into the chamber once more, and his current combat power, along with that of Piccolo and others, was as follows. Trunks at 1.7 billion, equal to Gohan, Piccolo at 2 billion, and Goku at 2 billion in his base form. Gohan remained at 1.7 billion. Upon his first exit, Goku's combat power was 1.6 billion, and during his second entry, without Gohan to spar with, his progress was slow, culminating in a power level of 2 billion. Nevertheless, he had begun to grasp the Kaioken technique, albeit not to the extent of the later forms, which could amplify his power 20-fold. Thus, when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power soared to 100 billion, and with the Kaioken activated, it reached a staggering 200 billion. This was merely a preliminary mastery of the technique, with the default activation doubling his strength. The time for the Cell Games had arrived. Goku and his comrades convened in midair. "Old man, what do you think our chances are?" Piccolo inquired, his gaze fixed on Goku, the strongest among them, and the only one who had entered the hyperbolic time chamber twice. "I don't know. I can't believe Cell has no hidden cards up his sleeve. He possesses the cells of all of us," Goku replied, shaking his head in uncertainty. Despite Cell's seemingly weak aura, Goku doubted that he would not suppress his power. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the group. Even Trunks remained quiet. He had entered the hyperbolic time chamber a second time, aspiring to attain Super Saiyan 2, yet he found himself unable to do so. Clearly, his anger had not yet reached its peak. Thus, they set forth towards the site of the Cell Games. Meanwhile, Vegeta had donned his battle attire, standing alongside Nappa and Raditz. Bulma was sent to the sacred temple by Vegeta, as it was the highest and safest location. "King Vegeta, leave this battle against Cell to me," Nappa declared, rubbing his hands together. Yet, as he spoke, Vegeta remained unfazed. "Nappa, if you value your life, do not engage him. His battle power exceeds 170 billion, while your Super Saiyan 2 form barely reaches 60 to 70 billion. What can you possibly do against him?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Raditz shrank back, acknowledging, "Indeed, Nappa, our battle powers are only in the hundreds of billions. It would be foolish to risk our lives." Nappa's lips quivered at the realization. 170 billion? With their mere hundreds of billions, it was indeed reckless. "Fine, just keep me protected in front of you two," Vegeta commanded before teleporting them away. With teleportation, why bother flying? At this moment, Cell opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. "Today marks the commencement of my Cell Games. I hope you do not disappoint me," he declared, sensing the presence of Goku and his companions in the distance. Before long, Goku and the others arrived. Upon seeing them, Cell chuckled softly. "I was beginning to think you would not show up. Is that so?" "That was merely your assumption," Goku replied, just as 3 figures appeared beside him: Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. The trio of Saiyans. Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, you have come as well. Splendid. This will make my games far more entertaining, Cell remarked with a smile directed at Vegeta. Unperturbed by his presence, it seemed that his complete form had inflated his confidence. Chapter 65, Vegeta. You two can come at me together. You repulsive creature. How dare you act so arrogantly? Watch how I, King Vegeta, dismantle you. Nappa scoffed at the abomination that bore their cells, feeling humiliated by such a disgrace. Indeed, Raditz, share your disdain, Raditz echoed. Cell narrowed his eyes at their taunts. Are you both seeking death? Just as he finished, Vegeta's voice rang out. The one seeking death is you grotesque monster. With Cell on the verge of fury, Vegeta joined in the mockery. What a pathetic creature Cell is. It truly disgusts me. Vegeta, I sense your skin itching. Cell stepped forward, locking eyes with Vegeta. Unyielding, Vegeta faced him defiantly. Yes, my skin itches. Perhaps you would care to scratch it for me? Very well. When the battle commences, I hope you do not soil yourself in fear. Soil myself? Huh. That is the most humorous jest I have ever heard in my life. Vegeta laughed heartily. Since he acquired the system, he has soared to great heights. Will he be brought to his knees? Just as the two faced off, the devil made his entrance. Yet before he could utter a word, he was sent flying by that forceful strike. An annoyance indeed. That force looked on with a cold smirk at the devil and his companions. The embarrassing scene of the devil was broadcasted on television, leaving the entire world in disbelief that their devil had so easily succumbed. At that moment, Cell stepped in the center of the arena and casually inquired who would take the stage first. Well, naturally it shall be I, declared Vegeta as he prepared to ascend the platform, only to see Goku instantaneously appear at the venue. Vegeta, allow me to go first, Goku stated, turning his gaze towards Cell, leaving the others utterly astonished. They had initially intended for Vegeta to step up. If he could eliminate Cell, it would be ideal. If not, he could at least wear him down, right? Why was Goku taking the lead from the very beginning? Old Son and Piccolo observed Goku, who did not articulate his thoughts so clearly, yet they trusted he understood the situation. Goku merely nodded reassuringly, saying it's fine, you're all here too. Gohan, however, simply called out Dad without further elaboration, perplexed as to why his father would be the first to engage. Nonetheless, considering they had so many allies, he felt reassured. After all, with their numbers, a war of attrition could exhaust Cell, and they still had Senzu beans at their disposal. Goku, why are you taking the stage first? I think you should step back and let someone else take the lead, Cell remarked, surprised that Goku would be the first to fight, yet still suggested he withdraw. Goku shook his head. No need, come on. With that, he swiftly appeared before Cell, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. At this moment, Goku was in his Super Saiyan form, and he had not amassed energy for an explosive release. His combat power stood at approximately 50 billion, while Cell's was around 44 billion. Impressive, utterly imperceptible. No wonder Goku seems to have the upper hand against Cell. Go for it, Goku. The warriors watched as Goku pressed the attack against Cell, yet they overlooked a crucial detail. Neither party was fighting at full strength. Dad, what is he doing? Gohan observed, his expression one of confusion. In the hyperbolic time chamber, his father had not been like this. His strength had surpassed what was displayed now. The current Goku seemed relatively weak, despite having trained extensively in the time chamber, which left Gohan bewildered. The two exchanged blows, delivering punches and kicks in a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, was exceedingly displeased. Here we go again. Why do they never fight with their full strength at the start? Always testing each other. If you're going to test, at least do it quickly and decisively. Vegeta seethed, his frustration boiling over. Enough of this nonsense, you two. Why don't you both come meet together? Vegeta, seething with rage, soared onto the arena, unleashing his energy and transforming into a Super Saiyan, utterly obliterating the entire stage. A thunderous roar echoed as dust and debris filled the air. Both Son Goku and Cell gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, while Piccolo and the others stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer speed of Vegeta's arrival. It was evident that Vegeta's swift motion was a testament to his own capabilities, rather than a mere surprise to them. How could this be possible? Cell's expression was one of incredulity. Chapter 66, Vegeta's ruthless domination over Cell and Son Goku. The intensity of Vegeta's aura was overwhelming, 250 billion in battle power, instilling fear in the fully realized Cell and leaving Kakarot visibly shaken. They had gravely underestimated Vegeta's strength. Initially, they thought him to be a mere appetizer. However, it was clear that he was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Son Goku, in particular, was taken aback. This energy surpassed even Gohan's within the hyperbolic time chamber. Even after emerging a second time, he felt utterly outmatched. Not even his trump card, the Kaioken in Super Saiyan form, would suffice against Vegeta. Goku pondered, astonished by Vegeta's overwhelming strength, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. Simultaneously, he was intrigued by what Trunks had mentioned regarding a task that could enhance one's power. It sparked a sense of envy within him. Thus, Goku resolved to inquire further upon their return, hoping to accompany Trunks on such a venture. If you two remain idle, I shall take action myself, Vegeta remarked with a cold smirk, directing his gaze at Cell and Son Goku. Their mock battle infuriated him. Just then, a system notification interrupted Vegeta's thoughts. Ding. Main quest detected. Cell game initiated. Task: eliminate Cell. Reward: a special gift package. As Vegeta prepared to engage, he heard the system's prompt. If you delay any longer, you shall miss your chance, he grumbled impatiently. Ding. Does the host accept the task? Accepted, Vegeta swiftly replied, eager to avoid any further delay. Upon accepting the task, he unleashed a powerful energy punch, creating a handprint in Cell's chest while sending him flying thousands of meters away. Such formidable strength. Before Son Goku could react to this scene, Cell reappeared before him, clutching an energy sphere ominously positioned against his abdomen. Kakarot, I have previously warned you against holding back your strength, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Now you shall face the consequences. Vegeta's voice resonated coldly. In an instant, Son Goku was propelled away by the energy sphere, a gaping hole now in his torso. Witnessing this, the assembled warriors swiftly retrieved Senzu beans, rushing towards Son Goku. Vegeta disregarded them, focusing instead on the distant figure of Cell, whose face was contorted with rage. In an instant, Vegeta teleported directly in front of him and delivered a crushing blow, driving Cell several meters deep into the ground. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash. Vegeta then unleashed his royal combat technique, bombarding the Earth beneath him without restraint. After all, Earth's defenses have been upgraded, and, at most, he would merely create a series of craters. As expected of Prince Vegeta, his strikes are ferocious, remarked Nappa, stroking his bald head with evident excitement. But why is the damage so minimal? Raditz questioned, his enthusiasm dampened upon witnessing the lack of destruction. The reason was simple. For a warrior of Vegeta's staggering 250 billion battle power, the energy spheres he hurled seemed scarcely impactful, leaving only a few shallow pits. This was perplexing. Wait, has the damage decreased? No, it seems the ground has become more resilient, Nappa noted, sensing something amiss. He fired an energy sphere at the ground, creating a small indentation, which quickly ceased to deepen. What? So durable? Nappa exclaimed in disbelief. An ultimate android? Is this the extent of its prowess? And you, Kakarot, what kind of training have you been undergoing in that time chamber? Vegeta moved with incredible speed, launching a relentless assault of punches and kicks upon the two. The surrounding air grew intensely hot, a testament to the fiery aura Vegeta radiated. Faced with his overwhelming onslaught, both Cell and Goku found themselves helpless, unable to counter his fierce attacks. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend that Cell and their protagonist, Goku, were being so thoroughly dominated. Vegeta is so formidable. If I don't give it my all, I fear I won't stand a chance, Goku admitted, swiftly teleporting to a distant location to cultivate his strength in solitude. Meanwhile, Cell was left in a dire predicament, unable to teleport and subjected to Vegeta's relentless beating. Regret washed over him as he lamented not unleashing his full power. Damn you, Vegeta, if you have the guts, let me rise. As Cell struggled to regain his footing, he was met with another fierce blow to his back, rendering him incapable of standing. Chapter 67. Vegeta, let me show you something extraordinary. Rise? What will you do if I allow you to? Vegeta taunted, a disdainful smile curling at his lips as he sent Cell flying across the battlefield. I'm granting you a chance. With arms crossed and an air of superiority, Vegeta looked down upon Cell and Goku, who were both seething with anger. Cell's game? I think it should be renamed Vegeta's game, he declared, once again amplifying his already boundless energy. Infinite power and stamina. Such was his overwhelming dominance. You can all come at me together. I shall not falter. Vegeta gazed down at the crowd with an air of arrogance, his very presence sending tremors through the surroundings. It could be said that his formidable aura fortified Earth's defenses, significantly diminishing the potential for destruction. What could Vegeta possibly intend? Was he not supposed to confront Cell? Piccolo observed the scene, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, utterly perplexed by Vegeta's erratic behavior. Could it be that he was contemplating the annihilation of Earth? Yamcha and Ten stared at Vegeta, while Gohan stood by, speechless, his gaze fixed upon his father, Goku. At that moment, Goku had completed his energy accumulation. A crimson aura enveloping him, a manifestation of the full power of Super Saiyan combined with the Kaioken technique. His battle power had soared to an astounding 200 billion. Cell was taken aback by Goku's overwhelming energy. What? Goku is this strong? Previously, he had intended to confront Goku at the final moment, but with this newfound strength, could he really contend? It was evident that Goku, having re-entered the time chamber, had surpassed even the perfect form of Cell. Not even the lightning-fast Cell could engage him in battle. However, Cell did not hesitate. He erupted with rage. Although Goku's aura was powerful, Cell sensed that he was no match for Vegeta. What? Kakarot, is this strong? Nappa and Raditz widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight. Was this truly a lower-class warrior? Vegeta, arms crossed and wearing a nonchalant expression, felt a twinge of astonishment at Kakarot's remarkable power. Had entering that time chamber truly enhanced his strength to such an extent? Nevertheless, he maintained an air of disdain. Heh, if this is all the power you possess, then you are bound to lose, Kakarot. How would you know without a fight? Goku retorted as he charged toward Vegeta. Yet as he neared, he was sent flying by a powerful strike from Vegeta. How is this possible? The gap is so vast. Goku was taken aback, having expected the disparity to diminish, only to find it still considerable. What was the true nature of Vegeta's Super Saiyan form? Goku pondered. At that moment, Cell had also completed his energy accumulation. Just as he rapidly moved behind Vegeta, he was met with Vegeta's hand pressing down on his head, grinding him into the ground. Is this all you've got? Vegeta mocked, before delivering a swift kick that sent Cell hurtling backwards, breaking him in two. Could a being with a power of 100 billion truly stand against Vegeta's 250 billion? Cell, in a fit of fury, shouted as he regenerated his severed limbs, glaring at Vegeta with a furious countenance. Heh, amusing, much like a gecko. With Vegeta's derisive taunts igniting his wrath, the perfect form of Cell soared into the atmosphere, unleashing a roar. Shame, an immense disgrace. I am the perfect android, the ultimate Cell. Cell roared with a grotesque countenance, gathering energy in his hands and preparing to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Indeed, he intended to obliterate not just you, but the entire planet as well. Kamehameha. Witnessing Cell's audacity, fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Stop him. That damn Cell, Goku, intervene. The warriors shouted in unison. Only Goku gazed at Cell with a visage of fury. He had not anticipated Cell's reckless behavior. Just as he resolved to intervene, a figure appeared before him, and he lost consciousness. The assailant was none other than Vegeta, who, noticing Goku's intent to disrupt, struck him severely and sent him crashing to where Piccolo and the others stood. Vegeta regarded the group with an indifferent expression, his tone dripping with arrogance. Is this the extent of your strength, enough to terrify you so? I believe it is time for you to witness something truly remarkable. Chapter 68. The Final Flash and the Transformation into Super Saiyan 3. To destroy Earth before me, Vegeta, I see you are courting death. Upon finishing his statement, Vegeta clenched his fists and bellowed, ha! A surge of overwhelming energy enveloped Vegeta, accompanied by crackling lightning. Is this marvel not astonishing? I shall dub it Super Saiyan 2, he proclaimed, laughing heartily. At this moment, his battle power soared to 500 trillion. Without hesitation, Vegeta, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, raised both hands and shouted, Big Bang Kamehameha. He placed his hands forward, accumulating the energy of a grand explosion, and unleashed it as a Kamehameha. A domineering blue light collided with Cell's Kamehameha. Without question, Cell's attack was utterly neutralized, unworthy of even a counterattack. Cell screamed in agony as he was engulfed by the Big Bang Kamehameha. Bathed in its might, Cell slowly dissipated, his cellular structure within his mind exploding into oblivion. It can be said that Cell could not even manifest his lightning form. System notification. Congratulations. Host has defeated Cell, earning 1 treasure chest. System notification. Congratulations. Host has eliminated Cell, receiving a task reward gift package. Upon hearing the 2 notifications in his mind, Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. I can still boast. This truly aligns with the essence of Prince Vegeta. Did he win? It seems so. Vegeta is incredible. As Vegeta spoke, the others wondered, was that Super Saiyan 2? It appears indistinguishable. The warriors observed this spectacle, yet, Out of respect for Vegeta, none dared to approach him with inquiries. As for Klin, he bore the greatest anguish, for his companion number 18 had also perished. King Vegeta, you truly are magnificent. Indeed, King Vegeta, what a wretched android this is, finally defeated, Nappa and Raditz exclaimed with delight. Vegeta merely waved his hand, saying nothing. How could a mere wretch like Cell be worthy of duel? Enough, I shall return now. With that, Vegeta instantly teleported away, leaving the two bewildered companions behind. However, they said nothing further. After all, the distance was not great, and returning by flight would pose no difficulty. Upon arriving home, Vegeta chose not to open the kill treasure chest, but instead opted for the grand gift package. He silently recited in his mind, "Open the grand gift package." Ding! Congratulations to host Vegeta for opening the grand gift package, acquiring 1 billion battle power and the ultimate Kamehameha Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile spread across Vegeta's face, for he was particularly fond of the Super Saiyan 3 form. Super Saiyan 3? Ha ha ha, I truly adore it. Vegeta laughed heartily, having fully embraced the transformation process. Tragic Vegeta, not bad at all. Although the Super Saiyan 3 form consumes energy, it is indeed formidable, amplifying power by 400 times in its base state. Yang Tian's voice echoed, causing Vegeta's expression to shift. 400 times amplification in base form? My goodness. His Super Saiyan 2 transformation only offered a 100-fold increase in base form. This Super Saiyan 3 is extraordinarily impressive. Ha ha ha, splendid. I truly love this transformation. Vegeta appeared exhilarated. Certainly, the other versions of you in parallel worlds cannot transform into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta replied, they are quite pathetic, unlike me, who has mastered it already. He wore a mocking expression. Vegeta, what are you saying? Without me, you wouldn't be able to transform at all. What? I cannot hear you due to the lack of signal, Vegeta retorted, dismissing Yang Tian and directly focusing on opening the attributes panel. Opening the attributes panel. Host Vegeta. Title, Speedy Tragic Vegeta. Battle Power, 6 billion. Lifespan, Immortal. Transformation, Power of the Great Ape Super Saiyan, 13th Stage Transformation. Ultimate Techniques, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Solar Flare. Ultimate Kamehameha, Kamehameha Explosion. Other, Infinite Chi Perception, Instant Transmission, Infinite Stamina, 100-fold Training Talent, Energy Manifestation. Subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System Bag, 10, 50 Senza Beans. System Comprehensive Evaluation. The host is invincible on Earth, but within the Dragon Ball Universe 7, the host's power is quite feeble. It is advisable to transform into Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. Chapter 69, Vegeta 3 years later. Gazing at his attributes panel, Vegeta was filled with pride. Regarding the ultimate Kamehameha, it has been supplanted by the final Genkidama. Vegeta, upon witnessing this, wore an expression of displeasure. Why must my signature move be replaced? After all, the final Genkidama can be considered the ultimate technique, the most formidable attack of Vegeto. Vegeto? Who is he? Why does his name sound so similar to mine? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Yang Tian disregarded his query and proceeded to play a video. It showcased the moment during the Dragon Ball era when he fused with Kakarot while wearing earrings. It included battles against Buu during the chaotic times and against Broly, as well as the confrontation with Zamasu in the Super era. It was a comprehensive display for Vegeta. As he watched, his blood pressure surged. Nani? I'm a proud Saiyan prince. How can I possibly fuse with a low-class warrior? This is absolutely impossible. What is impossible about it? This is entirely normal. Yang Tian replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, Yang Tian revealed the details of the fusion. The disbelief was palpable on Vegeta's face. The fusion against Buu occurred because his wife Bulma and their son Trunks were absorbed, and he could not defeat Buu on his own. Thus, he reluctantly resorted to fusion. The battle against Zamasu was prompted by the devastation of the future and the news of Bulma's demise. It was only after an hour of fusion that he chose to merge. Those two scoundrels, I will tear them apart. Vegeta seethed as he absorbed the scenes before him, gritting his teeth. However, this Super Saiyan 3 is rather impressive. I doubt anyone on Earth could rival me in a single clash. With that, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Goku, recently awakened, surveyed his surroundings with a grimace of discomfort. Damn, I didn't anticipate Vegeta would be this strong. By the way, where's Cell? Goku felt Cell was formidable and yearned to continue their battle, believing Cell could become a good person. Old man, Cell has already been dealt with by Vegeta. However, with Vegeta's strength, we may never surpass him, Piccolo lamented from the sidelines. They had already trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, and despite having 2 additional years of training compared to Vegeta, their battle power had not increased significantly. Meanwhile, Vegeta's growth had been rapid. How could they not be astonished? I will not give up. All right, everyone, let us return to the Supreme Kai's palace to resurrect those who have perished, Goku declared, intent on reviving the soldiers slain by Cell. At this, Krillin's face lit up in joy. Goku, can we change this wish? Change it. Change what? Goku looked at his good friend in confusion. Ahem, I mean to wish for all those who died because of Cell to come back, including the villains, Krillin expressed, wishing to resurrect androids 17 and 18. Why? Goku asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, Piccolo scoffed. He must have his eye on that woman android. With that, Piccolo soared towards the Supreme Kai's palace. As the others watched Piccolo depart, Krillin's embarrassment was evident. He did not anticipate being directly called out by Bic. However, he refrained from saying much, as it was indeed the case. Consequently, everyone flew straight towards the Temple of the Gods. Upon arriving, they summoned the dragon. Goku, adhering to Krillin's advice, resurrected all those who had perished this time. Indeed, androids 17 and 18 were revived. Yet, recognizing their inability to contend with Goku, they chose not to humiliate themselves and instead sought their own pursuits. Android 17 became a guardian of the gardens, while Android 16, who cherished nature, joined him in this endeavor. As for Android 18, she, akin to the original story, found an opportunity to be with Krillin. Trunks, today you shall return. I have prepared everything for you, Bulma reminded Trunks with care. The warriors gathered to bid farewell, with Vegeta observing from distance. Nappa and Raditz also came to see him off, for he was indeed Prince Vegeta. After watching Trunks depart, Vegeta returned to his training. As for Super Saiyan 3, he transformed in a desolate star region. He attained an advanced version of instant transmission, enabling him to traverse the 7th universe at will, comparable to the instant transmission of King Kai's attendant, Jebek. 3 years elapsed. Trunks trained alongside Vegeta, but had Nappa and Raditz as sparring partners more frequently. During these 3 years, Nappa and Raditz's battle powers reached 1.5 billion, which had become their norm. Vegeta, on the other hand, achieved a battle power of 7 billion. Remarkably, over 3 years, Vegeta's base power increased by 1 billion. Chapter 70, Vegeta. I shall illustrate the distinction between a genius warrior and a lower-tier fighter. One day, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and visited Vegeta's residence, eager to engage in a sparring match. He too had reached this level. Throughout these 3 years, Goku had been fervently seeking a means to break through to Super Saiyan 2. However, Gohan had been occupied with studies under Chi-Chi's insistence, resulting in minimal advancement. Even when occasionally practicing with Goku, his progress was negligible. Over the course of 3 years, Goku's base power rose from 2 billion to 3 billion. It can be said that Goku worked diligently to catch up to Vegeta. He occasionally traveled to King Kai's planet for training, as the gravity there enhanced his physical conditioning. Unlike Vegeta, he lacked the super battle suit and the advanced spaceship, both of which could modify gravity. The combination of these resources gave Vegeta a significant advantage over Goku. During these 3 years, Vegeta and Bulma welcomed a daughter named Bra. Bra idolized her father, Vegeta, and trained alongside him and others, making noticeable progress in her strength. Haha, Kakarot, with such meager power, do you think you can spar with me? I suggest you train for another decade, Vegeta taunted. Vegeta gazed at Kakarot standing before him and simply proposed a sparring match. Upon hearing this, Vegeta couldn't help but sneer dismissively. Activating his scouter, he assessed Goku's combat power. In his base form, it was 3 billion. As a Super Saiyan, it reached 150 billion, and as a Super Saiyan 2, it amounted to 300 billion. Even when augmented by Kaioken, it barely touched 600 billion. To Vegeta, this was truly weak. Not to mention that his own Super Saiyan 2 form boasted a combat power of 700 billion, while his Super Saiyan 3 form soared to an astounding 28 trillion. It could be said that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 had already reached the level of trillions. But how could he know without testing it? Goku remained undeterred, believing his strength was sufficient to engage with Vegeta. I see you won't understand the outcome until you've been thoroughly beaten, Vegeta scoffed, signaling Goku to find a suitable location for their duel. The two swiftly arrived at a desolate desert, taking their stances. Kakarot, this time I shall make you aware of the vast chasm that exists between a genius warrior and a lesser one. With that, Vegeta coldly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, deliberately holding back his Super Saiyan 3 form as a courtesy to Kakarot. Hey, How can I know unless we fight? This lesser warrior, have also trained diligently, Goku declared, striking his classic pose. Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle at the familiar gesture. This stance can only be mastered by one, and that is me, he proclaimed, his energy surging once more. The electric aura and golden flames of Super Saiyan 2 erupted into the sky, elevating Vegeta's combat power to 70 million. Oh my Super Vegeta! Goku exclaimed as Vegeta mimicked his classic pose, though he would not be employing that technique. The intensity of Vegeta's aura caused Goku's expression to shift. Vegeta, are you using your full power already? Goku expressed his dissatisfaction, for who begins a spar with maximum strength? Yet, Goku was mistaken. Vegeta had not unleashed his full potential. Internally, he was astonished at Vegeta's overwhelming strength. Previously, during his battle with Cell, his power had peaked at 500 billion. Now, it surged to 700 billion. The oppressive aura leaving him breathless. Humph, I have no time for your prattling, Vegeta retorted disdainfully. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power escalating to 300 billion. Vegeta chuckled lightly. I see, you've mastered this transformation, but to think it could match me is a grave mistake. Of course not. I have my trump card. I initially thought it unnecessary to reveal it so soon, but it seems I have no choice now. Upon concluding his statement, Sun Wukong once again concentrated his energy, shouting, Super Saiyan God. In the next moment, a crimson aura surged forth, elevating his combat power to a staggering 60 billion. How intriguing. No wonder he dares to challenge me, mused Vegeta, narrowing his eyes. Had this been 3 years prior, he would have undoubtedly been left searching for his teeth. Yet now, it was his opponent who would find himself in such a predicament. Chapter 71, New Movie Mission. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Each delivered punches and kicks, but the balance of power swiftly shifted from an even 50-50 to a decisive 70-30. Clearly, Vegeta was incensed as he trailed 10 billion in combat power. What is the matter, Kakarot? Is this all the strength you possess? If so, there is no need for such theatrics, Vegeta taunted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Sun Wukong flying, before striking him down into the ground with a forceful blow from behind. Seeing Sun Wukong plunged into the earth, Vegeta sneered, gathering his ultimate technique. He then shouted, Solar Flare. The terrifying energy wave engulfed Sun Wukong, accompanied by his anguished cries, underscoring the vast disparity in their abilities. Meanwhile, warriors in the distance sensed the overwhelming energy and were taken aback, astonished by Wukong's considerable progress, yet recognizing that Vegeta was even stronger. Tien, training in the Arctic, felt a chill as he sensed the immense energy from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, reflecting on how minuscule their differences once were. At the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, their disparity was negligible, and by the 23rd, he had only trailed Sun Wukong by a slight margin. However, with the emergence of the Saiyans, the gap had widened to an incomprehensible extent. On the other side, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi gazed toward the battlefield, fervently hoping for Sun Wukong's victory. Yet, their hopes were dashed as Sun Wukong's energy waned significantly following Vegeta as Solar Flare. Humph, Kakarot, you truly are weak, Vegeta remarked, teleporting away, but not before tossing a Senzu bean in his direction. Unconscious for an unknown duration, Sun Wukong awoke to find a Senzu bean beside him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he consumed the bean. I hadn't anticipated Vegeta being this formidable. I should train alongside him or adopt his training methods to grow stronger, he contemplated, standing still for a moment before deciding to follow Vegeta's path and head to his residence. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Vegeta found Nappa and Raditz amusing Bra. He cast a sidelong glance at the pair. How has your training been progressing? King Vegeta, we just took a break, they replied, instinctively recoiling at his presence. Truly intimidated by him, Vegeta coldly snorted upon witnessing the scene. Kakarot has already managed to transform into Super Saiyan 2, and his base combat power has reached 3 billion. If you wish to remain idle, then so be it. How can you bear to be surpassed by a lower-class warrior? Vegeta felt a deep sense of frustration. Nappa and Raditz, both elite warriors, were simply being lazy. What? Kakarot has comprehended Super Saiyan 2? Nappa exclaimed in disbelief. This lower-class warrior is truly formidable. I had thought that our King Vegeta was already extraordinarily powerful, but now there emerges a lower-class warrior, Kakarot. This is astonishing. Raditz, too, was taken aback by the unexpected prowess of his brother. He has been slacking off, maintaining a combat power of merely 1,500 in the early stages. If it weren't for his status as an elite warrior and the dwindling Saiyan populace, Vegeta would have long since dealt with him. Detected a crisis in the galaxy. Mission: eliminate Bojack and his subordinates. Mission reward: a large gift package. Was this new mission world? Just as Vegeta intended to consult Bulma, a voice resonated in his mind. This is a parallel universe where Goku brought Cell back to King Kai's planet, resulting in an explosion. The North Kai perished, causing the seal on Bojack and his allies to be lifted. Yang Tian's voice echoed, prompting Vegeta to raise an eyebrow. It seems this matter does not concern me. Yang Tian concluded by playing a video. Vegeta was left aghast. Was this nonsense? He transformed into a Super Saiyan only to lie on the ground? And what is this ridiculous proclamation of never fighting again? Of course, this segment was a prelude to the Cell games. Chapter 72, Goku joins the team. Divine technique of destruction. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Was this Cell? How could he be so difficult to defeat? Vegeta's expression was one of disbelief. To utter such a declaration over such a trivial matter, only to eventually return a battle. Though it was for his son, the absurdity was overwhelming. The footage has been provided. No matter how you argue, it is futile. Yang Tian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta cast a look of exasperation around him, seeking an outlet for his frustration. Nappa and Raditz, sensing the impending wrath of their king, hastily fled the scene. They were well aware that Vegeta's current demeanor signified an impending storm of fury. Ever since their arrival on Earth, Vegeta's temperament had become increasingly unpredictable. Damn it, I will ensure their blood spills 10 paces away. Vegeta declared darkly. System prompt. Does host accept the mission? I accept. Vegeta shouted inwardly, then turned his gaze towards Nappa and Raditz, who were observing from a distance. With a scowl, Vegeta reprimanded, You two, come here immediately. There is a new mission. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, Son Goku arrived with a flash of instant transmission. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Vegeta and Nappa. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Vegeta scoffed, Kakarot, what brings you here? Do you wish to fight once more? With arms crossed and a nonchalant demeanor, he declared his stance. In a parallel universe, he had surpassed another version of himself, yet here, he would not allow Kakarot to exceed him. Haha, Vegeta, I want to train together to grow stronger. You and T want to feel lonely without a worthy opponent. Would you? Son Goku chuckled as he voiced his intentions. Indeed, he aspired to train alongside Vegeta, believing that such collaboration would yield the greatest improvement. Do you think I would agree simply because you say so? Vegeta replied, gazing at Goku with an expression of calm indifference. He had no desire to train with anyone, and he knew that solitary training was indeed slow. Completing missions offered a far more rapid means of enhancement. Surely, you two yearn for a formidable rival, do you not? Son Goku looked at Vegeta with sincere eyes. Just as Vegeta was about to reject him, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that Saiyan's son Goku wishes to join the team. Mission: recruit Saiyan Kakarot's son Goku as an ally and undertake missions together. Mission reward: divine technique of destruction. Divine technique? Destruction? What could that possibly mean? Vegeta pondered. Yang Tian, is this the reward? Destruction. Does it imply I am to engage in acts of ruin? What significance does such a task hold? He contemplated, considering the task's name, which clearly suggested rampant devastation. What kind of mission was this? If he sought destruction, could he not do so at his whim? Vegeta, you are overthinking it. The technique of destruction is one of the divine abilities possessed by the god of destruction, allowing the deity to annihilate objects without combat. The obliterated targets will vanish utterly from existence. According to the god of destruction Sidera of Universe 9, destruction can even eradicate the very existence of an entity. What? A skill of the god of destruction? Is this the technique employed by Beerus and the others? Indeed. Well, what a remarkable opportunity. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with newfound excitement. Meanwhile, Son Goku appeared perplexed, while Nappa and Raditz had grown accustomed to the peculiarities and refrained from inquiring. Unbeknownst to Goku, he wished to ask, but was silenced by Raditz. My foolish brother, now is not the time for you to speak. I understand your curiosity, but some questions should remain unasked, Raditz admonished. After years of living on Earth, he had developed a fondness for it. No longer harboring the hatred he once felt towards Kakarot, often attributing it to the influence of Earth. Now, he relished this life, particularly enjoying the company of the alluring Chi-Chi. Seeing Raditz's demeanor, Son Goku nodded in silence, standing still as he awaited Vegeta's response. Indiet, Yang Tian. Is this destruction not the most formidable technique of the divine? After all, it is referred to as destruction, Vegeta pondered in his heart. While destruction is indeed powerful, it cannot obliterate the immortality granted by the Super Dragon Balls. A higher level of erasure is required to completely eliminate the immortality bestowed by the Eternal Dragon. Immortality? At this moment, I seem to have lost my fervent desire for such a state, Vegeta mused, momentarily lost in thought upon hearing the mention of immortality. Chapter 73, The Bojack Faction. Initially, his aspiration was to attain immortality and eternal life. However, he now finds himself devoid of any interest in immortality. If he were to be unable to defeat his foes and endure relentless torment, living would be worse than death. Thus, he concludes that eternal life is the most sensible pursuit for him. Beep. May I inquire if the host, Vegeta, accepts the task? The familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind once more. Vegeta raised an eyebrow in response. I accept. After accepting the task, Vegeta turned his gaze toward Kakarot. Son Goku, it is not impossible for you to train with me, even if it entails accompanying me on missions, he stated, emphasizing his words as he looked at Goku. However, if you wish to train alongside me, you must join my team and become my subordinate. Upon hearing Vegeta's declaration, Nappa and Raditz expressed no objections, as it was customary for the Saiyans to regard Vegeta as their king. Goku's desire to associate with them necessitated his alignment with Vegeta, which was entirely reasonable. What? You want me to join you in causing chaos and destruction? I cannot comply, Goku replied, shaking his head. However, before he could finish, Raditz delivered a sudden knee strike, sending Goku flying. My foolish brother, when have we ever engaged in such acts of violence? Raditz remarked darkly. The current them were not the Saiyans of old. Ever since they vanquished Frieza and settled on Earth, they had forsaken such behavior. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Raditz, what was that for? Goku exclaimed, clutching his stomach. Oomph. You should feel honored and elated that King Vegeta has extended an olive branch to you, Nappa chimed in. Indeed, Kakarot, your brother Raditz speaks the truth, Nappa agreed. Goku rose to his feet, still holding his stomach. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku, a Saiyan raised on Earth. I do not care where you were raised. This is how it is. If you agree, I will take you along on missions to grow stronger. Otherwise, do not expect it, Vegeta stated firmly as he regarded Goku. Seeing Vegeta's determination, Goku fell silent. Eager to grow stronger, he was nonetheless intrigued by the task at hand. There was no alternative. He looked at Vegeta intently. Sure, I shall join. However, I must clarify that I shall not partake in any acts of murder. Just as Sun Wukong finished speaking, a notification resonated within Vegeta's mind. Ding! Sun Wukong has joined the team. Task reward. The godly technique of destruction has been granted. In the next instant, information regarding destruction flashed through Vegeta's consciousness, and he felt an influx of destructive energy within him. Simply put, it was the essence of the rules of destruction, which only a god of destruction could comprehend and master. Yet, Vegeta had grasped it in advance. Subsequently, he conjured a purple energy sphere in his hand. Though it was only a few inches in size, Vegeta marveled at its potency. The destructive force was incomparable. Without hesitation, Vegeta instantaneously transported himself into the cosmos and shaped the destructive energy sphere into the form of a soccer ball, hurling it downward. In the blink of an eye, the uninhabited planet made contact with the destructive energy sphere and was obliterated, reduced to mere specks of starlight. Evidently, nothing remained of the planet. Vegeta was taken aback by the sheer power of the technique. Truly an impressive skill. Returning to his original position, Vegeta addressed Sun Wukong and Nabladas, saying, Let us proceed to undertake a mission. What? Is there a mission already? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. We've just arrived. This is splendid. Vegeta disregarded his exclamation, and in a flash of light, the quartet of Saiyans traversed to a world embroiled in crisis. What was this place? Upon the disappearance of the light, Sun Wukong beheld an entirely different scene. They had arrived inside the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, which was now in the semifinals. This event was hosted by the world's wealthiest individual, Duo, for his son. Contestants who succeeded would have the opportunity to duel against 4 so-called extraterrestrial beings invited by Duo, with the ultimate victor earning the honor of challenging Satan. Additionally, the winner would receive a prize of 100 million yuan and the chance to travel the world. Of course, there were immense honor and rewards at stake, culminating in a chance to compete against world champion Satan. Both the warrior and son Gohan participated as well. Gohan, in fact, sought a monetary reward to support his household. After all, his grandfather, The Ox King had long since lost his wealth, and his father was not earning, making expenses quite burdensome. Raising a Saiyan like him was no small feat, however. The four so-called extraterrestrial beings had already been vanquished by the Bojack faction. Chapter 74, Sun Wukong. Then I shall confront Bojack. Huh, such formidable energy, it resonates similarly to Cell. Sun Wukong sensed Bojack's power with astonishment. Bojack's battle power in his normal state was 90 billion, slightly inferior to that of the complete form of Cell, yet marginally stronger than Super Saiyan Gohan at that time, who had just endured the Cell games, possessing a battle power of 85 billion. In his powered-up state, Bojack's battle power reached around 100 billion, equating to that of the complete form of Cell. As for why Sun Wukong perceives the strength of Cell to be somewhat akin to that of Bojack, it primarily stems from the fact that he has never encountered Lightning Cell. It can be said that Lightning Cell was eliminated by Vegeta before he had the chance to make an appearance. Consequently, Sun Wukong deems Cell to be quite weak, lacking formidable power and comparable to Bojack's level. Humph, weak, truly weak, Vegeta remarked, soaring into the distance as he sensed another version of himself. At that moment, his alternate self was engaged in a fierce battle with Bojack. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that upon my emergence, I would encounter such an exhilarating presence. Bojack sneered upon spotting the tragic figure of Trunks. He was a marauder intent on wreaking havoc across the four galaxies, but was sealed away on a distant planet by the combined efforts of the four Kais, enduring a perpetual darkness and relentless suffering. However, with the demise of the North Kai, the seal was lifted, granting them the opportunity to escape. Once freed, they ventured to a planet in the North Galaxy, originally intending to dominate it, but upon encountering Gohan and the others, their thoughts shifted to annihilation. Bojack had just commanded his subordinate, Bujin, to ensnare Trunks with a transparent energy thread, rendering him immobile. Yet at a critical moment, Trunks was rescued by the sudden emergence of the tragic figure. Nevertheless, it proved futile, as Trunks was swiftly subdued once more. Finally, a worthy adversary has appeared. Otherwise, this would be utterly dull, remarked the tragic figure, transforming into a Super Saiyan and casting a mocking glance at Bojack. In response, Bojack smirked, swiftly closing the distance between them. The tragic figure retaliated with a ki blast, leading to a fierce exchange of energy attacks within the confines of a building. Explosions erupted, causing tremors that sent shivers through the audience. So many opponents. Vegeta, may I select two? Dabura inquired, eyeing Zanya, Goku, and Bujin. Certainly, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. He discerned that the combat prowess of these four was merely 600 billion, comparable to that of the Lesser Cell. Oh, Vegeta had never encountered the Lesser Cell. These individuals would falter against Trunks in a one-on-one confrontation. Their strength was akin to the Lesser Cell, yet with special abilities that rendered Trunks utterly helpless. Piccolo would also be swiftly defeated. In that case, the leader with the yellow hair who fights Vegeta is mine, Sun Wukong declared, charging directly toward Bojack. Dabura's expression shifted as he noted Sun Wukong's remarkable speed. However, upon realizing he was targeting Bojack, he relaxed. After all, Sun Wukong was no match for Bojack. Given Bojack's current display of power, Dabura dared not engage, but felt confident tackling the Lesser Cell's minions. His normal state was 5 billion, and in Super Saiyan form, it was 75 billion, merely a shade weaker than the first time he emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. As Vegeta observed Goku confronting Bojack, he remained still, merely amused. After all, Kakarot was already part of his team. The foes he vanquished were effectively his own tasks, albeit without any spoils. Regarding the spoils, he chuckled to himself. The final blow would undoubtedly be his. Nappa, don't dawdle, I'll take two as well, Raditz declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging forward to intercept Bukin and Bidu. Meanwhile, Vegeta crossed his arms, maintaining an air of indifference. On the other side, Goku's energy erupted, momentarily stunning the warriors present. Father? Gohan looked up, disbelief etched on his face. His father had perished in the explosion with Cell. How could his essence still linger? Old man Goku's energy? How could that be? Did he not claim he would not return? Piccolo struggled to rise. At that moment, far away, King Kai was equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Is that me? What on earth is happening? And another Vegeta? Wait, is that Nappa and Raditz? The haloed Goku gazed in disbelief. Chapter 75, Two Gokus. He was not alone in his confusion. King Kai wore a similarly bewildered expression. What is going on? His glasses nearly slipped off his nose. I must investigate. Goku prepared to teleport, but was halted by King Kai. No, Goku, you are deceased. Deceased? I recall you mentioning, Lord Kai, that one could request a day's leave from King Enma to return to the living. Please assist me in this request. I must see for myself. The haloed Kakarot declared before vanishing in an instant. He could not wait. Simultaneously, he yearned to engage in battle with these unexpected arrivals. Seeing Goku depart, King Kai sighed, but relayed a message to King Enma, requesting a day's leave for Goku. Adada. The tragic Spappa executed the Prince's combat style, bombarding Bojack. Ha ha ha, utterly feeble. Following his assault, Spappa laughed heartily, but his mirth was short-lived. For in the haze of dust, a figure emerged. What are you laughing at? Bojack sneered, swiftly appearing before Spappa. Startled, Spappa retaliated with a punch, yet at that moment his stamina was waning. The Prince's technique had drained a significant portion of his energy, and moreover, his transformation was not at full power. After exchanging a few blows with Bojack, Spappa succumbed. Bam! Bojack's fist collided with Spappa's abdomen, sending him flying. Fortunately, the last Trunks caught him. Father, get away! Spappa, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, unleashed a powerful blow toward Trunks. Tragedy Tower yearned to escape. Yet he sensed the presence of Sun Wukong. What? Kakarot? Wait, were those other energy signatures? Tragedy Tower remarked, casting his gaze into the distance. For Sun Wukong was approaching. Upon landing, Sun Wukong greeted Tragedy Tower and his companions with a smile. Hello, Tragedy Tower, he said cheerfully. Kakarot, did you not claim you would not be resurrected? How is it that you have returned? Tragedy Tower retorted coldly. Huh? Has my counterpart in this world perished? Sun Wukong scratched his head, inquiring. He was already aware of the existence of parallel worlds and missions, thanks to Raditz's explanation. After all, Sun Wukong considered Raditz his brother. He could hardly expect King Vegeta to provide such clarifications. What nonsense! Tragedy Tower expressed his dissatisfaction. Disregarding Tragedy Tower, for he deemed him weak, Sun Wukong turned his attention to Trunks, greeting him with a smile. Hi Trunks, it's been a while. For Sun Wukong, it had indeed been 3 years since he last saw Trunks. In the timeline of this movie, it was shortly after the Cell Games. At this time, Goten had yet to be born. Chi-Chi, noticing Gohan's constant studies, wished for him to take a break. Presently, Sun Wukong was 3 years in the future, with Goten already having been born alongside Bra, who had come into existence a little earlier for some reason. Mr. Wukong, your resurrection is splendid news, Trunks exclaimed, filled with delight. With Wukong present, the threat posed by Bojack and his cohort was no longer a concern. This was a significant reason for Trunks' joy. Sun Wukong scratched his head, hearing this sentiment yet again. Father, old Sunday. At that moment, Gohan and Piccolo arrived, visibly excited upon seeing Sun Wukong. Gohan, why do you seem so small? And Piccolo, you two have weakened? Sun Wukong inquired, observing the two. Gohan was indeed slightly taller after 3 years, but having seen him daily, meeting Gohan from 3 years prior made him appear diminutive. As for Piccolo, his strength paled in comparison to that of his counterpart from another dimension. The differences in their abilities were stark. You, after dying once, have become so brazen, Piccolo remarked, his expression darkening. Was this even a rational statement? Just as the group was about to continue their conversation, Bojack and his gang had gathered in the distance. Are you done chatting? I've grown impatient, Bojack declared, his tone icy. He had refrained from interrupting, seeking to comprehend the situation, yet after observing for a while, he realized they were merely conversing. How absurd. Let us resume our battle, Tragedy Tower stated, preparing to engage Bojack, but Sun Wukong intervened. Hey, let me handle this, Sun Wukong said, cracking his neck before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 76, Sun Wukong's ferocious assault on Bojack. Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a terrifying battle aura with a staggering power level of 150 billion that swept through the surroundings. Those who sensed this energy all changed their expressions. Goodness, this power is only slightly inferior to that of Cell. It has barely been a moment since the Cell Games. Were you concealing your strength back then? Meanwhile, Trunks was seething with rage, feeling utterly disheartened. Kakarot, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Piccolo frowned at the scene. Old son, that's rather unfair. With such strength, why didn't you eliminate Cell directly? Did you allow Gohan to endure a beating just to cultivate him? Piccolo expressed his dissatisfaction, asserting that, when it came to caring for Gohan, he would place himself second, with Chi-Chi being the only one bold enough to claim the top spot. What? No, Piccolo. I genuinely intended to be the first to enter the fray, But I was interrupted by Vegeta, Wukong replied, shaking his head. The others were left bewildered. Did you just traverse dimensions? What are you even saying? They were completely unaware of the context. Realizing the misunderstanding, Wukong attempted to clarify, but at that moment, Naba and Raditz flew in. Raditz spoke up directly. Allow me to explain. We are not from this world. Our circumstances differ. You may consider us akin to Trunks from a future timeline, which can be described as a parallel world. The warriors gazed in astonishment at the newly arrived Naba and Raditz, equally shocked by Raditz's revelation. Son Wukong and his companions hail from a future parallel world. What? This is unbelievable, Trunks exclaimed, staring incredulously at Raditz. Raditz, Naba, are you two still alive? Upon hearing this, Naba and Raditz exchanged glances. It was evident that their counterparts in this world had met their demise. Enough of this nonsense. Let me take down Bojack, Trunks declared angrily, immediately ordering his subordinates to engage. Naba and Raditz transformed into Super Saiyans, their auras surging with strength surpassing that of Trunks and future Trunks, overwhelming them completely. No, it's impossible. Have Naba and Raditz truly surpassed me? Trunks uttered in disbelief. Yet, the truth was evident. Naba, I'll handle these two, Raditz said as he charged forward, confronting Bujin and Baido single-handedly. Without hesitation, Naba took on the other two adversaries. Observing the standoff, Son Wukong surged into battle against Bojack. However, in the clash, Bojack found himself utterly lost, his power disparity glaringly apparent. Without a moment's pause, Bojack was forced to unleash his full strength. The now unadorned Bojack was subjected to a relentless assault from Son Wukong, rendering him in a decidedly humiliating state. The onlooking warriors were left in utter shock. The Son Wukong from the parallel world is astonishingly powerful, Piccolo remarked, swallowing hard. In the midst of turmoil, the tragic figure of Soppa found himself consumed by rage. His fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, the Son Wukong of this world made his grand entrance, adorned with a radiant halo, standing before Piccolo and the others. Greetings, Piccolo, Trunks, Gohan, he said warmly. The group, initially startled, quickly recognized him by the celestial glow atop his head. This was indeed their own son Wukong, their father. Gohan rushed forward and embraced him. With a gentle smile, Son Wukong ruffled Gohan's hair and advised, Gohan, harness your anger. With that, none can rival you. Not even another version of myself. Even if the alternate Son Wukong were to transform into a Super Saiyan with a battle power of 150 billion, he would still fall short against the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, who possesses a staggering 180 billion. I understand, father, Gohan replied, nodding. Piccolo then turned to Son Wukong and inquired, Old son, considering this alternate you is so formidable, did you perhaps hold back? Well, I did have a trick up my sleeve, the Kaioken technique, but I wasn't proficient enough to utilize it at that time, Son Wukong admitted with a nod. I had employed it once against for Goku, but in my moment of distraction, he managed to counterattack. With such a strong counterpart, what are your chances of victory? Piccolo asked. Not very high. I suspect he has surpassed Super Saiyan, replied the haloed Son Wukong, fixating on his alternate self, who was currently overpowering Bojack. Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed above them. Chapter 77, Super Saiyan 4. Of course, he is stronger. He has trained for 4 more years than you. The tragic figure of Soppa remarked coolly. The Son Wukong with the halo had a base power of 2 billion, indicating that after the Helm martial arts tournament, his strength had increased by several million. Conversely, his counterpart had trained for 3 years and had also spent additional time in the hyperbolic time chamber, achieving a base power of 3 billion. Ah, I see, Vegeta. You are another version of Vegeta, but why is your power so elevated? Son Wukong asked, astonished. My genetics are superior, Vegeta replied with a smirk. Soppa, witnessing this exchange, felt a twinge of resentment, contemplating an attack, but upon observing the overwhelming strength of his counterpart, he hesitated. The tragic figure of Soppa had always been one to bully the weak and shy away from the strong. The mere presence of a transcendent warrior sent him into a panic, especially since he was not the legitimate Dragon Ball Vegeta from the original universe. Are you seeking your demise, Soppa? He spat, still clinging to his pride, and threw a punch at Vegeta, only to be effortlessly subdued. Spare yourself the effort, Soppa, Vegeta taunted. The alternate version of himself was indeed inferior. Soppa, now fuming with indignation, felt the sting of derision. How dare they underestimate him? His fury simmered. Yet the outcome of the battle was already determined. At the moment when victory was to be determined, Vegeta made his move. He executed a swift, instant transmission, eliminating several opponents in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing Bojack, Zanya, Goku, and Bidu, earning 1 treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, receiving a special gift package. Upon hearing the system notification, a smile graced Vegeta's face. It seems that stealing the kill was quite effective. Hey Vegeta, why did you snatch my kill? Grumbled Kakarot, son Goku, as he flew over, visibly dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz remained silent, having just enjoyed a fierce battle. As for the matter of kills, they dared not challenge the king of Saiyans. I've already told you multiple times, when you make your move, do so decisively. Stop being so indecisive. Vegeta replied with a cold snort. The others were left astonished. What has happened? In an instant, you defeated 5 opponents? This is absurd. Heh, I didn't expect you to be another version of me. Greetings. How did you meet your end? Why not use the Dragon Balls to resurrect? Goku inquired curiously, gazing at the other version of himself with a halo above his head. I prefer not to be revived. The afterlife has its merits. I can train under King Kai and spar with the powerful beings there. The haloed Goku explained with a smile. Hearing this, the original Goku looked on with envy. Really? I must check it out someday. By the way, could we spar a bit? The haloed Goku gestured for a match. It was evident that this version of Goku was already trending towards surpassing Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Goku nodded enthusiastically. I would be delighted. The two then assumed their stances. Goku transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. The haloed Goku remarked, "No wonder you've trained for several more years than I. Your strength is distinctly superior. By the way, have you surpassed that bottleneck? Are you referring to Super Saiyan 2? Hee. I broke through recently," Goku said, touching his nose as he readied for battle. Without hesitation, the haloed Goku also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Subsequently, the two engaged in combat. It became evident that the haloed Goku was on the receiving end of the onslaught. This is bad. Even if Old Sun's power is equivalent to that of Perfect Cell, he still cannot contend with the Goku who approaches the return of Cell. The haloed Piccolo observed, witnessing his world's Goku struggle. The haloed Goku had a base power of 2 billion and only reached 100 billion in transformation, while the other boasted a staggering 150 billion, 2 completely different realms of power. Wow, both Gokus are incredibly strong. It's only been a short time since we last met, and they've already become this formidable, Trunks exclaimed, astounded. As for Vegeta, he remained silent, his anger boiling beneath the surface. However, no one paid him any mind. Observing the fight with a calm demeanor, Vegeta remarked, boring. He then proceeded to open the special gift package, as they had yet to begin the return teleportation. With a silent incantation in his mind, Vegeta opened the special gift package. Congratulations to the host on the opening of the Tragic Tower's treasure chest, resulting in an acquisition of 1 billion combat power and 100 divine beings. Chapter 78, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Upon receiving the news of the grand gift, a look of joy spread across Vegeta's face. Super Saiyan 4? However, upon receiving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta found himself momentarily stunned. Is this real? Previously, Super Saiyan 3 was exceedingly draining in terms of energy and stamina. However, he felt no concern given his boundless energy and vitality. Yet, this Super Saiyan 4 is an even more superior transformation. A significant distinction between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 3 lies in their energy output. Super Saiyan 3 excessively radiates energy, resulting in tremendous energy depletion. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 is a form that conserves energy relative to Super Saiyan 3. Nonetheless, it remains unsuitable for prolonged battles, as Super Saiyan 4 only allows a minimal energy overflow, fully unleashing its power only during combat. I never anticipated that Vegeta, could transform into Super Saiyan 4. Yang Tian, did you not mention needing to harness the power of the Oozuru, the Great Ape? Vegeta was elated. The power of the Oozuru amplifies combat strength. If you had not attained the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, you could still attempt to use the Oozuru's power to become Super Saiyan 4. What? So you mean this Super Saiyan 4 reward is not genuine? I previously possessed the Oozuru power and could transform, couldn't I? Indeed, but you did not inquire. Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. By this logic, he had been shortchanged. As a Super Saiyan, can I not stack the Oozuru power? Vegeta pondered internally. This is a 10-fold enhancement. It implies that Super Saiyan 4 is 4,000 times his base form. And then, when combined with the 10-fold Oozuru power, the thought alone is terrifying. Currently, Vegeta's base form stands at 8 billion. Transforming into Super Saiyan yields 400 billion. Super Saiyan 2 reaches 800 billion, and Super Saiyan 3 amounts to 32 trillion. Thus, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 equates to 32 trillion. Super Saiyan 4 offers a tenfold enhancement over Super Saiyan 3. If 32 trillion is further augmented by the tenfold OO's power, it results in a staggering 320 trillion. The mere contemplation is utterly formidable. Indeed. I, Vegeta, am invincible. Upon hearing Yang Tian's affirmation, Vegeta erupted into hearty laughter. However, Yang Tian's subsequent remarks shattered Vegeta's exuberance. What are you so proud of? Goku began at a base of 12 trillion. Just consider how immense his enhancements are in the latter stages to grasp the magnitude of his strength. Yang Tian's words contorted Vegeta's expression. How can one be so discouraging? Nevertheless, recalling his system and the hundredfold cultivation talent, Vegeta regained his composure. What is there to fear? Sooner or later, I shall surpass them all. Vegeta scoffed. He possessed a system. What was there to fear? Cultivation? Diligently training without a system is futile. Vegeta had already tasted the sweetness of his newfound power. It hurts so much, exclaimed Goku, the version adorned with a radiant halo, clutching his abdomen. Despite having grown significantly stronger after his demise, he found himself unable to surpass another Goku who had trained for an additional 4 years. I'm a few years your senior. It's only natural that I'm stronger, Goku chuckled, rubbing his nose. Yet, the haloed Goku unleashed his power once more, Super Kaioken. Now, he had layered the Kaioken technique upon his Super Saiyan form, dubbing it Super Kaioken. His combat power surged from 100 billion to 200 billion, equaling the strength of the Goku who had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber a second time. Oh my, I didn't expect you to master the Super Saiyan Kaioken technique as well, Goku remarked in astonishment. It was indeed Piccolo who had advised him that Vegeta's power was too formidable, prompting him to consider re-entering the time chamber. Let us fight, declared Kakarot, harnessing the Super Kaioken to launch a fierce charge that sent Goku flying. Before he could even react, Goku was struck and hurled into the audience. At that moment, the crowd finally discerned the figure that had been sent flying. It was Sun Jun Bulma, with her keen eyes, spotted Goku's departure. What? Goku? Yes, back to life? She exclaimed, her surprise mirrored by Chi-Chi's astonishment. Yet, as they recognized him, joy surged within them. It was indeed their Goku. In a flash, Kakarot, wielding the Super Kaioken, once again delivered a powerful punch that drove Goku into the ground. What is happening? 2 Gokus? Bulma gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi cried out, what is going on? Goku, why are you two fighting? No, wait, why are there 2 of you? Stop, both of you. As she rushed towards the arena, which served as the final battleground against Satan, she finally laid eyes on the Goku adorned with the halo. It dawned on her that this was her Goku. Chi-Chi, what are you doing here? He asked. I should be asking you. Weren't you dead? How are you here and not in the afterlife? Goku was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a surge of energy erupted, sending tremors through the surroundings. Kakarot embraced Chi-Chi, bringing her a sense of warmth. However, in the next instant, a more ferocious burst of energy shot skyward, breaking through the earth. It was none other than Super Saiyan 2 Goku. I didn't expect you to be this strong. That actually stings, Goku remarked, touching his cheek. Yet, upon seeing the other Goku holding Chi-Chi, a sense of confusion washed over him. Hey, why are you hugging my Chi-Chi? Your Chi-Chi? Yes, mine. No, she belongs to me. As the two argued, Chi-Chi stood frozen, bewildered. How could there be 2 identical versions of him? She had just assumed one was an imposter. Yet, upon observing the voices, tones, and glances of the 2 individuals, one can discern their identity as the same. Wait, please do not quarrel, Kiki exclaimed, causing both to cease their altercation. However, Sun Wukong interjected, indeed, this is not my realm. Now, let's resume our battle. With that, his fiery spirit reignited. Kakarot utilized instant transmission to bring Kiki to the audience before swiftly rejoining the fray. Boom! Kakarot did not lag behind, unleashing the Super Kaioken once more. Yet this time, Sun Wukong's overwhelming energy subdued him. There was no contest. Sun Wukong at Super Saiyan 2 boasted a combat power of 300 billion, surpassing Kakarot's Kaioken by an astounding 100 billion, a disparity that was insurmountable. Impressive, but I refuse to concede. Let us determine the victor with one decisive move, Kakarot declared, forming his hands into the familiar stance and executing the Kamehameha. Very well, I shall join you, Sun Wukong responded, mirroring the technique. The two azure energy waves collided, sending shockwaves throughout the venue. However, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, empowered by Super Saiyan 2, proved to be overwhelmingly superior. Meanwhile, the strain from the Super Kaioken began to take its toll on Kakarot. The technique inherently drained vast amounts of stamina and inflicted bodily harm, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged combat. Even at full power, sustaining the Kaioken for an extended period was impossible. Just as the haloed Sun Wukong appeared on the verge of being overwhelmed by his counterpart's Kamehameha, the pressure suddenly eased, allowing him to redirect his energy blast toward the cosmos. Should it make contact with Earth, devastation would surely ensue. Yet, upon surveying the scene, he realized the cause of concern. The other him and Vegeta had vanished, evidently having departed. Had they remained, Sun Wukong would have likely met his demise. On the other side, Trunks and Gohan had erected a massive energy shield to protect ordinary civilians from the ensuing chaos. Ah, they have departed. What a pity. If fate permits another encounter, I shall ensure a more formidable contest, Sun Wukong mused. In the ensuing hours, he enjoyed a reunion with his family. After all, he had not transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to shorten the duration, thus a full day remained. Meanwhile, the tragic Speedy Tower, upon witnessing Kakarot's one-day reprieve, immediately challenged him, only to be humiliated by a series of defeats. Wukong, what was that other you about? Kiki inquired that evening. Ha, Gohan mentioned they came on a mission. Much like Trunks, traversing dimensions, he replied. Oh, but why did they depart so swiftly? That remains a mystery to me. However, that other me was truly formidable. You only know how to cultivate your strength. Why have you not revived yet? Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others had returned, and a system notification echoed above their heads. Congratulations to Nappa and Raditz for assisting Vegeta in completing the task and receiving the reward of Super Saiyan 2. In the next instant, both Nappa and Raditz sensed the secret of transformation. Without hesitation, they shouted in unison, "Ha!" Two golden bolts of lightning enveloped them, and they transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Ah, my hair is standing up. It looks terrible, Raditz exclaimed, grimacing at his erect hair. Oh, I want hair. No, I can't go bald. I must keep my hair, Nappa declared. Chapter 80, 7 years. Nappa was not bald. He had hair, just like Krillin, who had simply shaved it all off. Now I'll just cut it short. It gets in the way during battles, Raditz said, reverting to his normal state, looking somewhat resigned as he regarded his hair. Meanwhile, Goku stood astonished. Is this truly a transformation beyond Super Saiyan? Could it be so absurd? Is this really it? It took me years to achieve my transformation. He found it outrageous that they could achieve it so effortlessly after completing a single task. Haha, mixing with King Vegeta brings no rewards, he added. Indeed, Kakarot. It would be wise for you to learn what a subordinate should do, Raditz chimed in. Congratulations, Goku, for assisting Vegeta in completing the task and receiving Super Saiyan 3. Hearing Nappa and Raditz's comments, Goku was about to respond when he felt the surge of his reward. In the next moment, a brilliant light entered his body, and he instantly grasped the essence of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz were left in disbelief. Wait, we're undertaking the same task. How is it that you achieved Super Saiyan 3? Nappa questioned incredulously. Is it possible that Kakarot already knew how to become Super Saiyan 2? Raditz calmly speculated. Huh, perhaps I mastered Super Saiyan 2 before you guys. Goku chuckled before shouting. Huh. In the next second, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in an instant. It could be said that the system's reward was proficiency. There was no need for prolonged shouting. How terrifying, Nappa admitted, now in awe of this lower-class warrior. Is this Super Saiyan 3? Goku marveled at his own form. At that moment, the surroundings trembled. It could only be said that after bolstering Earth's defenses, it was not so easily destructible. Goku, with a base power level of 3 billion, soared to a staggering 12 trillion in his Super Saiyan 3 form, matching the initial Goku's base form against Super Saiyan 3. Impressive, but my stamina and energy deplete rapidly. Goku assessed his energy within. At that moment, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, naturally, Super Saiyan 3 is considered a flawed transformation. Only Super Saiyan 4 is the optimal form. Vegeta, you speak of Super Saiyan 4? Have you mastered it? Of course. Even the future Super Saiyan 5 shall be within my grasp, Vegeta remarked with a hint of indifference. One could assert that Goku's Super Saiyan 3 is merely a trivial 12 trillion. To him, is indeed feeble. When he unleashes his full power, he reaches a staggering 320 trillion. Hearing Vegeta's words ignited excitement within Goku. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from Vegeta. Heh, I never imagined you would be this powerful, Vegeta. Let us battle again next time, Goku declared, instantly teleporting away. He resolved to further solidify his Super Saiyan 3 form. Vegeta had mentioned a flaw in his technique, and he was eager to see if he could rectify it. As Goku departed, Vegeta scoffed lightly before resuming his training. Thus, time flew by. For years later, Trunks was now 8, and Bra had turned 7. The two youngsters had formed a close bond with Goten from the Sun family. Thanks to Vegeta's influence, Bra had already ascended to Super Saiyan status. It could be said that while Bra had a penchant for martial arts, Trunks did not share this enthusiasm. Nonetheless, both Bra and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyan, albeit Bra was the stronger of the two. Father, when will you take me to the amusement park? Bra inquired while training with Vegeta in the gravity chamber. She yearned to visit the amusement park, having heard from her brother Trunks that it was a delightful experience. Just touch me once, and I shall take you, Vegeta replied with a smile. He had little desire to visit any amusement park, yet using it as a goal for Bra was quite clever. All right, no backing out. No backing out, Bra affirmed. However, in the ensuing battles, she found herself with no opportunity to touch Vegeta, rendering the promise unfulfilled. Over the span of 4 years, Vegeta's base combat power had soared to 10 billion. One could say that he had gained 2 billion in this time, thanks in large part to his extraordinary training aptitude, which allowed him to train at 100-fold intensity. Without such a talent, his progress would not have been so swift. In the original narrative, Vegeta had only managed a few 100 million after 7 years, all while comprehending Super Saiyan 2 during sparring with Trunks. The disparity between the two is indeed remarkable. Chapitre 81, Flash Technique. Exiting the gravity chamber, Vegeta contemplated to himself. He opened his attribute panel. Host Vegeta. Title, Speedy Tragic Tower. Combat Power, 10 billion. Lifespan, Immortal. Transformations, Great Ape Power, Super Saiyan, 14 Transformation. Special Techniques, Gallic Gun, Filthy Fireworks, Solar Flare, Ultimate Kamehameha, Kamehameha Explosion. Other, Infinite Ki Perception, Instantaneous Movement, Infinite Stamina. 100-fold Training Talent, Energy Manifestation. Subordinates, Goku Bardock. System Inventory, 100 Senzu Beans. System Comprehensive Evaluation. The host is invincible on Earth. Yet in the 12 universes of Dragon Ball, the host cannot even match a glance from Jiren. Who is this Jillian, Yang Tian? Can a mere glance defeat me? Vegeta expressed his displeasure upon reading the final words. After all, he was Super Vegeta, a being more formidable than even the legendary Super Saiyan. How could he possibly be overpowered by just a look? This left him questioning the true strength of their warrior race, the Saiyans. Whether it was genuine or merely a facade. In terms of combat power, they're above the gods of destruction. What? How much combat power does that entail? Vegeta scoffed. Now you realize it's too early for such thoughts. You haven't even reached the trillion mark in your base form. Do not even contemplate battling Jillian. You would be defeated in an instant. Upon hearing Yang Tian's remarks, Vegeta's anger flared. Must one possess a trillion in base power to compete? How absurd. He severed his connection with Yang Tian and made his way to the living room, where he found Bulma and Trunks engaged in play. Ah, Vegeta, you're out. Bulma exclaimed. Is there something you need? Indeed, Son Goku came by early this morning to suggest the revival of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He asked if he would participate. Bulma replied with a smile. Vegeta found this notion utterly dull. Just as he finished his thought, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Mission. Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Mission reward. Time jump technique. Time jump technique? What is that? Vegeta was taken aback. He had just declined Bulma's invitation. And now a mission had appeared. Was this not a slap in the face? Naturally, he was curious about the time jump technique. If it were worthless, he would decline it. However, Yang Tian remained silent, prompting Vegeta to examine the description of the time jump technique. The time jump technique allows one to leap through time by a fraction of a second. Upon reading this, Vegeta's pupils constricted. A time leap? Even by a fraction of a second? Given their current power, they could unleash countless attacks in just 0.1 seconds. Ding! Would the host like to retract the previous statement and accept the mission? Accept. I must accept this enticing opportunity. Vegeta's mind raced with excitement, though his expression appeared perplexed, leading Bulma to regard him with curiosity. What's wrong, Vegeta? If you're not going, just say so. Why the grimace? At his wife Bulma's inquiry, Vegeta turned. Not going? Who said I wouldn't? I, Vegeta, shall participate and claim the title of champion, he declared as he strode away, eager to avoid any awkwardness. He had indeed just stated he wouldn't go, and now he was saying he would. Such a contradiction felt uncomfortable. Even as a married man, Vegeta still valued his pride. Bulma chuckled at his reaction, but chose not to comment. That's your father for you. Please don't emulate his obsession with pride, she advised her children. Trunks and Bra, who nodded in half understanding. By the way, when does the competition begin? Vegeta's voice echoed back. In 3 days, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Vegeta hurried off. 3 days it is. The venue for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was bustling with excitement. Vegeta, accompanied by his family, along with Nappa and Raditz, had come to participate in the competition. Father, I wish to compete in the junior division, Trunks exclaimed with enthusiasm. Whatever, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Over the years, Trunks had surpassed his counterpart in the original narrative, while Bra had attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. It could be said that Bra's dedication to training was genuine, and with her presence, Vegeta had already achieved Super Saiyan 2 himself. Thus, Bulma's children were undeniably formidable. Yes, I can compete alongside Goten. Trunks gestured with excitement. After Vegeta registered, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for registering in the tournament. You have acquired the instant transmission technique. In the next instant, the technique was comprehended within Vegeta's mind. A jump of 1/10 of a second? Though it may only be a tenth, it suffices. With my talent, advancing the instant transmission further is hardly a challenge, Vegeta mused with a smirk. Chapter 82. The Enchantment of Satan. Did he truly believe his 100-fold training prowess was mere jest? One could say he aimed to cultivate to a level 100 times stronger than in the original tale. In the original story, Vegeta had always closely followed Goku's lead. Even without the system, Vegeta could easily outmatch Goku with his 100-fold training. In the original timeline, 7 years later, Vegeta's regular combat power was merely 2 billion, while Goku stood at 25 billion. Now, however, Goku boasted a combat power of 50 billion, while Vegeta soared to 100 billion. The system had undeniably amplified Vegeta's strength, simultaneously spurring Goku to strive even harder. Hey Vegeta, you actually came? I thought you wouldn't show up, a voice announced before the owner of it arrived. It was Goku. Vegeta scoffed. Were it not for the system's tasks, he would have no interest in attending. By the way, Vegeta, have you registered yet? Goku inquired. Before Vegeta could respond, Bulma spoke up on his behalf. She understood Vegeta's demeanor and, knowing her good relationship with Goku, engaged in conversation. Vegeta found the exchange tedious and opted to stand aside and wait. After half an hour, Vegeta and the others entered the arena. This year's tournament had no preliminary rounds, but instead utilized boxing apparatus for testing. The world champion, Satan, made another grand entrance. He proclaimed that anyone among them who could triumph until the end would have the opportunity to challenge him, with a prize of 10 million on the line. Ha ha! Greetings, everyone. I am the enchanting Satan, he declared, adorned in a cape and sporting a medal. Upon seeing him, the crowd erupted in cheers of Satan. Satan, Satan, clearly, their enthusiasm and admiration for Satan reached great heights. It should be noted that during the Cell games, he had faced a blunder. However, due to a malfunctioning camera, when Cell was defeated, Satan had stepped forward to claim he had exposed the flaw, subsequently vanquishing Cell. Moreover, with Sun Wukong and his companions unwilling to clarify the matter, the title of Vanquisher of Cell fell squarely upon Satan's shoulders. Witnessing the enthusiastic demeanor of the crowd filled me with immense satisfaction. Now, allow me to elucidate the selection criteria for participating in the competition. As Satan observed the fervent assembly, he burst into hearty laughter. Wukong, do you think this fellow is mentally unstable? Krillin inquired softly in Wukong's ear. Well, he might just be that way. Wukong shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the title. Subsequently, footage of the Cell games was displayed, albeit this time fabricated and nonsensical. After all, the audience had not witnessed the young vendor, or rather, the battle between Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Thus, the narrative was entirely at Satan's discretion. Piccolo refrained from deliberately sabotaging the camera, considering the content was sheer fiction. Beside them, Videl covered her face in disbelief. Indeed, she had once again found herself in the company of Sun Gohan. Regardless, Vegeta's presence was insufficient to alter the prevailing perception. I can't believe my father would stoop so low as to claim your achievements, Videl remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, it's nothing. We are not seeking the limelight. Gohan reassured her. Indeed, it doesn't bother us, Krillin and the others echoed. As for the trio of Vegeta, they were indifferent to such hollow accolades. At that moment, a boxing strength tester was brought forth. Satan stepped up and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall present a boxing demonstration. Only those who reach a score of 100 will qualify." Taking a deep breath, Satan unleashed a powerful punch upon the machine. The device whirred, and the numbers fluctuated wildly, ultimately settling at 137. The host exclaimed, "Incredible! Mr. Satan has achieved a score of 137. Let's applaud." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause as the host's voice faded. "Satan, Satan," they chanted once more. Raising his hand, Satan laughed heartily. "All right, I will be backstage. Once I conclude, I shall take my leave." As Satan departed, the host continued, "Now, it is time for the contestants to step up for their tests." One by one, the participants approached for their evaluations. When it was Vegeta's turn, he casually struck the strength tester, obliterating it in an instant, feigning nonchalance. Chapter 83, The Elite Eight. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at Vegeta's display of strength. What kind of monstrous power is this? This device should be able to register up to 9,999 pounds. How much force did he just unleash? Perhaps the machine is faulty. We shall arrange for a replacement immediately, the host declared, instructing the staff to bring forth a new device. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and his companions proceeded with utmost caution. However, Sun Wukong managed to deliver a strike weighing several hundred pounds, which left the host utterly astounded. They initially feared that something had gone awry again, but upon inspection, everything appeared to be in order, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. How could each participant casually strike with such force, reaching 700 or 800 pounds? Was this not a peculiar anomaly? Was he more formidable than Mr. Satan? Surely, this could not be genuine. Nevertheless, he allowed them to advance, as the data had been recorded. Meanwhile, Bidalai was left speechless. What an astonishing display. Each contender was indeed extraordinary. My father and uncles are remarkably strong," Gohan explained to Bidalai, who merely nodded in a daze. Soon after, the top 8 competitors were selected: Vegeta, Jebet, Sun Wukong, Spabich, Piccolo, Naba, Android 18, and Raditz. This time, Gohan did not participate, as his father was present, occasionally stepping out to earn a living. Unlike in the original tale, where he spent 7 years in the other world, prompting Gohan to take part. With Goku around, Gohan had been nurtured by Chi-Chi to become an academic, which resulted in him not yet mastering the transformation in his Super Saiyan 2. Even his Super Saiyan 1 form was somewhat lacking compared to his earlier prowess during the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. Excellent. Everyone has entered the arena. Krillin, surrounded by familiar faces, chuckled heartily. He opted not to compete, recognizing the substantial gap in power levels. Vegeta's first opponent, Jebet, would he be able to secure a victory? Bulma inquired from the sidelines. Absolutely. Who could possibly contend with Vegeta now? Krillin asserted confidently. Bulma observed intently. Meanwhile, the children's division was about to commence. Sun Wukong and his group decided to take a look, as the adult matches had yet to begin. The children's lineup included Goten, Bra, and Trunks, so their curiosity drew them closer. However, upon arrival, they witnessed Goten and Trunks sparring fiercely. That rascal Trunks, what a disgraceful display. He should focus on training instead of slacking off, Vegeta grumbled, displeased by Trunks' performance. "Oh, Vegeta, we were not nearly as strong at their age. These children are already impressive," Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly. Just as Wukong finished speaking, Goten was knocked out of the ring by Trunks. Vegeta burst into laughter at the sight. It appears my lineage is indeed more noble," he declared, thoroughly satisfied. "Oh dear, Goten lost so quickly," Sun Wukong expressed his surprise. The defeat came too hastily. It can only be said that Goten was not yet adept at the flight technique. The subsequent match was between Trunks and Bra. However, just a few exchanges into the bout, Trunks was swiftly eliminated by Bra. It was evident that Bra, having been raised and trained under Vegeta's watchful eye, possessed considerable strength. At this juncture, 7-year-old Bra was on the verge of achieving the transformation in his Super Saiyan 2. "Well done, Bra," came the praise. Vegeta shouted, while Nappa and Raditz, who were watching the spectacle, exchanged glances with one another. "It seemed that King Vegeta favored Princess Vegeta," Raditz remarked. "Nonsense. It's Princess Bra we should be speaking of. She is not Vegeta," Nappa corrected him. Despite his imposing stature, he was quite observant. "Gohan, with such remarkable prowess from these children. You haven't been hiding your true abilities from me, have you?" Videl expressed her disbelief. What she witnessed was utterly astonishing. "All right, father. The adult group is about to commence over there," Gohan reminded. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others nodded and made their way to the other arena. However, as they approached the competitors' area, Piccolo was left in a state of sheer terror, locking eyes with the Supreme Kai of the East, Shin, who sported a distinctive hairstyle reminiscent of a Moscow. Piccolo was utterly frightened. This was a divine pressure, unrelated to strength. What's wrong, Piccolo? Is he bullying you? Do you want me to confront him? Goku inquired, believing Piccolo was being victimized. That simply wouldn't do. Piccolo was destined to be the caretaker of the Sun family, as well as Goku's son's godfather. How could he allow anyone to intimidate him? Did they truly think that Son Goku, the Super Saiyan, was without temper? Chapter 84. Shin, the Supreme Kai. No, old friend, he is. Piccolo began to explain, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, the Supreme Kai Shin spoke up, a villainous grin adorning his face as he said, "Greetings, I am Shin, the Supreme Kai of this universe." Supreme Kai? What is that? Are you strong? Goku queried, perplexed. Meanwhile, the North Kai, stationed on King Kai's planet, berated Goku. Goku, be quiet. The Supreme Kai is the most revered and esteemed deity in the universe. Even more so than the Grand Kai. The North Kai transmitted telepathically, attempting to silence him. Yet, Goku merely scratched his head, completely unfazed. The Grand Kai on the other world nearly stumbled in disbelief. He never expected the Supreme Kai would venture to the remote North Kai. This was significant news. Heavens! How did the Supreme Kai end up there? The Grand Kai stammered, too intimidated to even gaze upon Shin. Just then, the Supreme Kai's attendant spoke up. How dare you? The Supreme Kai is the most esteemed and noble being in the universe. How can a mere mortal speak so brazenly? Jebbet exclaimed, preparing to take action, but was swiftly halted by Shin. Fortunately, he was quick enough to prevent any confrontation. Otherwise, he would have surely faced repercussions. Jebbet, don't make a scene. Yes. My Lord Supreme Kai, Jebbet replied, standing respectfully to the side. As Shin was about to say something, an announcement echoed from outside. The 24th World Martial Arts Tournament for the adult group is about to begin. Please welcome the first group, Vegeta and Jebbet, to the stage. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Vegeta stepped forward, followed by Jebbet. At that moment, the Kaioshin Shin finally had the opportunity to explain to Goku and the others. His explanation was straightforward. When the second round commenced, Goku was to exert his full power without moving, thereby assisting Spopovich in absorbing energy to resurrect Majin Buu and locate Babiti's whereabouts. Shin had discerned the clue from the inscription on Spopovich's head. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious. Furthermore, knowing that the two were gathering energy elsewhere led him to devise this strategy. He intended to exploit the moment they finished absorbing energy and then discreetly follow them to uncover their location. Only Goku and his companions possessed the strength necessary to fill that vessel. Ordinary individuals could not accomplish such a feat, initially reluctant. Goku reluctantly acquiesced upon hearing the voice of the North Kai in his mind. All right, the match begins, the host announced loudly. Vegeta disdainfully glared at his opponent, remaining motionless. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Jebbet arrogantly declared, "Make your move, or you'll miss your chance." He held no belief that Vegeta could defeat him, for he was a formidable fighter, an elite among elites, dispatched to serve the Kaioshin, and naturally possessed considerable strength. However, before he could finish his taunt, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch that sent Jebbet flying out of the ring. With Jebbet's exit, Vegeta emerged victorious. The host was taken aback. Was that it? Oomph. Such arrogance from trash, Vegeta scoffed, striding backstage. Watching Jebbet exit the stage, Kaioshin Shin was astonished. So swift? He exclaimed. Ha, brah, your father has won. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, embracing brah. Meanwhile, Trunks observed, his face filled with admiration. Father is truly impressive. Indeed, just look at who our father is, the king of the Saiyans. You are quite strong, Jebbet remarked, gazing at Vegeta with a serious expression. Heh, if that is your level, it's surely 1T suffice against me, Vegeta chuckled lightly. Jebbet's combat power was merely 1.6 billion. In contrast, Gohan's current form boasted a power level of 1.7 billion, akin to his initial emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. In the original narrative, he had languished until he resumed training shortly before the tournament. However, in this reality, Goku's continued existence occasionally drew Gohan into battles, allowing his power level to remain consistently at 1.7 billion. You are quite arrogant. Mortal, Jebbet retorted, displeased by Vegeta's words. A mere mortal, flattered by a few compliments, and suddenly pretentious? You, a servant of the gods, think you are impressive? Your combat power is nothing more than 1.6 billion. Vegeta crossed his arms, regarding him with a smirk. Chapter 85, Spopovich. Upon encountering Vegeta's gaze, Jebbit faltered. Vegeta's gaze seemed to convey a message. Should you utter any nonsense, I shall break your legs. Umph, Jebbit scoffed and retreated backstage. What is the matter, Jebbit? The Supreme Kai inquired. Nothing, just that this Vegeta is rather arrogant, Jebbit retorted with displeasure. Just as he finished speaking, Naba interjected, Haha, you a mere servant, are quite audacious. Do you not realize that our Saiyan King is the mightiest in the entire universe? Indeed, if you lack the discernment to refrain from prattling, I shall make you regret it. Raditz chimed in, further aggravating Jebbit, whose expression darkened considerably. However, there was little he could do. In a real fight, he would not stand a chance. Meanwhile, Spavovich observed Vegeta intently. Yamu, this individual, named Vegeta, possesses considerable energy. He is worthy of absorption. Yes, next time, we shall absorb him directly. However, I find this Goku intriguing as well. We should seek an opportunity to absorb him and then plan our subsequent actions. All right, you will face him shortly. Be cautious. Spavovich and Yamu conspired in the shadows, though their every move was being closely monitored by the Supreme Kai. Next, we invite contestant Goku and contestant Spavovich. The announcer called out loudly. Upon hearing this, Goku stepped forward but promptly declined, suggesting that Naba or Piccolo should showcase their prowess. In secrecy, he coordinated with Piccolo to provoke Naba into transforming into Super Saiyan 2 during their battle, facilitating absorption. Initially, Piccolo was resistant, but upon reflecting on the Supreme Kai's mission, he acquiesced. As Goku entered the arena, Spavovich stood opposite him. The referee's voice rang out, and without hesitation, Goku launched a powerful punch. He sought to avoid wasting time, eager to engage Vegeta instead. Contestant Goku emerges victorious. The announcer exclaimed as Spavovich was sent flying by Goku's energy-infused strike. An uproar ensued among the spectators. 2 consecutive one-hit knockouts? What's the point of this? Protests arose, questioning the fairness of the matches. Is this a farce? Is this how the quarterfinals are conducted? In response to the growing discontent, the announcer and organizers swiftly issued apologies. The third match featured Piccolo against Naba. Next, we present the third match, Piccolo versus Naba. As the announcer's words echoed, Naba and Piccolo ascended the stage. Originally, Videl was to participate, but she was eliminated due to several overwhelming one-hit knockouts, rendering her unable to qualify. The match commenced, and as Piccolo sized up Naba, he swallowed hard and initiated a verbal onslaught. Hey, bald head, you wretch. After all these years, I wonder if your strength has improved? Nani? You Namekian, are you courting death by addressing me, Naba-sama, in such a manner? Naba seethed with fury. What is the deal with this Namekian? He insults me right from the start. What is his transgression? And that foolish Nappa? Would you have me lick your toes, Piccolo? As Piccolo spoke, he unleashed a rapid-fire special beam cannon. Nappa transformed into a Super Saiyan and swatted the attack into the sky. How do you take this seriously? Nappa seethed with rage. Had he reacted any slower, a multitude would have perished, and Bulma would have laid the blame at his feet. Bulma had repeatedly cautioned him not to harm the innocent. He had assured her he would comply. Yet, unexpectedly, this Namekian commenced with insults. How could he endure such provocation? Super Saiyan? Can you ascend to Super Saiyan 2? Show me, for I refuse to look down upon you. Piccolo swallowed hard as he spoke. Damn it, you seek death, Nappa declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. A terrifying aura surgit forte. Meanwhile, Spavovich and Yama noticed and charged forward. The Supreme Kai Shin promptly restrained Nappa. Nappa was then subjected to an injection. What? Nappa? Raditz, witnessing this scene, took off into the air. Goku intercepted him. What are you doing, Kakarot? Raditz, be patient. This is the Supreme Kai's design, Goku explained, assuring him all was well. Thus, Nappa's energy waned. Spapovich's energy replenished, and he flew off into the distance. Jebbit, having received the Supreme Kai Shin's instructions, went to assist with healing. Chapter 86. Vegeta learns a Vegeto. What is happening? Why can I not move just now? Nappa questioned as he stood up in confusion. The Supreme Kai Shin began to explain. Upon hearing this, the others expressed a desire to investigate this Babidi. As for the tournament, they were not there for monetary gain. Did they still need to fret over such matters? Subsequently, Goku, Vegeta, and the others departed, leaving Android 18 to face Satan in the finals alone. This mirrored the original tale, as 18 feigned defeat to Satan for the sake of 10 million. At that moment, Vegeta and the others flew alongside, with Gohan and the others following suit. It could be said that everyone was present, except for his girlfriend Biddy. You claim that Majin Buu is formidable? Indeed, he is powerful. The The Supreme Kai-Shin nodded. How powerful. Surely not akin to your subordinates? Nappa scoffed. You are aware of Frisia, correct? I could crush him with a mere finger. The Supreme Kai-Shin did not respond to Nappa's taunt, but instead spoke of Frisia. At this revelation, Nappa was taken aback. Crush him with a finger? Such bravado? However, reflecting on his own vastly improved strength, he coldly remarked, Humph, I could do the same. With a single finger, I could crush Frisia. Yet in the face of Majin Buu, I find myself devoid of any means of resistance, sighed the Kaioshin. Upon hearing such words from the Kaioshin, the others fell silent, their anticipation palpable regarding the formidable strength of Majin Buu, eager to engage in combat. After all, several warrior races were present. Ding. Detection of Majin Buu storyline. Mission. Eliminate Babidi and his minions and cause Majin Buu to split into good Buu. Mission reward. A substantial gift package. Vegeta, still suspended in midair, heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind. He was momentarily taken aback. What is this? I understand eliminating him, but how do I make Majin Buu split? This is baffling. Yang Tian, what kind of absurd mission is this? Isn't it better to simply annihilate him? Good Buu is quite commendable. There is no need for his demise. After all, the Grand Kaioshin is involved, albeit fused with Buu. What am I supposed to do then? Vegeta furrowed his brow. This mission is beyond his capabilities. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Right, Yang Tian. I still have one wish left from my 3 wishes. How about I wish for him to split instead? Would that work? Of course it can be done. Hearing Yang Tian's affirmation, Vegeta felt a surge of delight. This simplifies matters. After all, he truly had no pressing desires for wishes. As long as it aids him in securing the mission reward, that suffices. A grand gift package. He would be thrilled if he could unearth some valuable items from it. Ding. Does the host, Vegeta, accept this? I accept. Vegeta disregarded his title of Tragic Tower, having grown accustomed to ignoring it. As long as he, Vegeta, remains untroubled. The rest is inconsequential. By the way, Vegeta, would you like to see what another version of you is like during this period? Yang Tian mentioned, aware that this version of Vegeta was solely focused on battling Goku again, oblivious to the impending transformation into Majin Buu. Certainly, as there is still some time before reaching our destination, Vegeta replied. In the next instant, a luminous screen appeared in his mind, visible only to him. How infuriating! The other version willingly succumbed to the transformation to enhance his combat prowess? Vegeta seethed. He anticipated that another version of himself would encounter Super Saiyan 2 Goku and subsequently choose to be transformed by Babidi. What followed was a massacre at the arena, culminating in a clash with Goku. It would have sufficed if they had fought to a standstill. But this other Goku had concealed the Super Saiyan 3 form. This was utterly infuriating for Vegeta. The final fusion into Vegeto left him with a grim expression. He would actually fuse with Kakarot? Haha, Tragic Tower, this Vegeto's disposition leans toward yours. What does it matter? He doesn't seem that formidable, one might say. But let us clarify. This Vegeta possesses the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3, and his battle power is the product of you and Kakarot. What? The product? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. What does that mean? This is not mere addition, it is multiplication. Indeed, your current prowess surpasses that of the Vegeta in the recordings. Yet this Vegeta's strength begins at least at a level slightly above Gohan and Buu, implying that your Super Saiyan 4 can only engage him in a back-and-forth exchange. Upon hearing Yang Tian's assertion, Vegeta fell into silence. Chapter 87. Please note that all the settings in this chapter are null and void. How absurd. Vegeta felt as though his worldview had been shattered. Absurd? What is absurd about it? The fully unleashed Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta is merely at the Super 6 level. Super 6 level? And what of my own strength? Enough. You need not dwell on this. Simply admit that you cannot surpass him at present. Your maximum power level, even when fully unleashed, barely grazes the threshold of Super 49, far from reaching Super 5. Hearing Yang Tian reveal his full combat potential, Vegeta could only manage a resigned smile, saying nothing. Yet, when Vegeta acknowledged Kakarot as the strongest in the universe, he could no longer contain himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the prince of all Saiyans. Vegeta's heart roared in defiance. There is nothing impossible. Everything is possible, came the reply. I will not allow this to transpire. Vegeta scoffed and turned his gaze toward the horizon, for their destination was near Babidi's base. Babidi-sama, we have completed the energy charging. Spavich handed a filled energy flask to Pui, who then presented it to Babidi. Babidi's face brightened with joy. Charged? So soon? As he examined the flask and confirmed its fullness, his delight grew, and he began to infuse the energy into the Bu egg. However, upon noticing that only half of the energy had been charged, he was taken aback. What is this? Such a formidable energy level only fills to 40%? There is still much to be done. Babidi sighed heavily. Dabura, overhearing this, suggested, Babidi-sama, should I not use my energy to see if we can resurrect Majin Buu? Absolutely not. Babidi promptly rejected the idea. Dabura was his strongest subordinate. If he were to expend his energy, who would protect him afterward? Seeing Babidi's reaction, Dabura presumed it was a sign of favoritism and eagerly committed himself. Babidi-sama. But Babidi interrupted. There are figures in the distance. It seems your two lackeys have drawn them out. He glanced toward the position of Goku and his companions, for they had not concealed themselves, primarily due to Vegeta's inability to hide. The Supreme Kai-Shin expressed his frustration, declaring that Vegeta would not cower like a turtle. It is not us, he insisted. Indeed, Lord Babidi, it has nothing to do with us. The Spopovich brothers attempted to explain, but before they could finish, they were swiftly dispatched by Pui. Babidi, observing the scene, scoffed at the two inept foes. Allow me to teach them a lesson. Dabra stepped forward. Let us see if we can resurrect Bu while engaging them in battle, Babidi chuckled. Dabra echoed his amusement and leaped towards Vegeta and the others. The Demon King Dabra approaches us, cried Shin in fear. The formidable Nappa charged forward, engaging him in a fierce melee. However, without transforming, Nappa could only endure a few exchanges before Dabra spat a glob of saliva that struck Piccolo. Alas, Piccolo found himself slowly petrifying. In a swift motion, Vegeta delivered a decisive strike, severing Piccolo's head. The onlookers were taken aback. My goodness, was that a divine intervention? Before they could react, Piccolo's body regenerated. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude to Vegeta, realizing that the prince's intent was to save him from the unexpected petrifying saliva. Be more cautious next time. Had that landed directly on your head, you would have been beyond salvation, Vegeta remarked coldly. The others acknowledged the potency of that saliva, no longer taking it lightly. In truth, Vegeta had gleaned this knowledge from video. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious. Dabra, let us relocate. We must not shatter Buu's egg, Babidi commanded, and promptly teleported Dabra and the others away. Observing the vast expanse, Dabra grinned maliciously. This area is spacious and offers 10 times the gravity of your planet. Pui joined in the laughter. Chapter 88, Power Levels Reassessed. Pui hailed from a planet with 10 times Earth's gravity, making him exceptionally formidable. Babidi's choice of location was indeed his domain. However, they underestimated Vegeta and his companions, who were undeterred by such gravity, even if it were 100-fold. Pui was originally a warrior from the first level of Babidi's spaceship, one of his subordinates, a cosmic demon inhabiting a high-gravity planet and under Babidi's control due to his malevolent heart. He bore a resemblance to Frisia's third form, but was somewhat stronger. 10 times gravity? Well, 100 times. Raditz laughed heartily, stepping forward to deliver a punch that obliterated Pui's head. Pui is finished. Nani? This is indeed a cosmic demon. How could it be? Babidi was in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before his eyes. His subordinate, Pui, was vanquished in an instant. It could only be said that Raditz's base battle power had long surpassed that of the Frisia from years past by an unimaginable margin. Was there an issue with a single punch obliterating him? None whatsoever. It has been previously stated not to use numbers. And since many find the concept of power levels beyond 100 to be vague, we shall refrain from mentioning them altogether. Let us focus on actions and descriptions, and rest assured that Vegeta is unparalleled in strength. Thus, the battle power of Nappa and Raditz could be likened to that of a Super Saiyan 2. Is there no one stronger? Otherwise, I would find this quite tedious, Raditz chuckled. Hey, Raditz, it's my turn now, Nappa stepped forward. Very well. This time, it is indeed your turn. As Nappa approached, Raditz stepped aside. How dare you underestimate me, seeking your own demise. Is your time now, absorb them. Babidi incanted a spell, transporting them to the Dark Planet, the territory of the beast, Yego. What is happening? As Vegeta and the others witnessed the surrounding scenery shift once more, they were not overly astonished. Especially Vegeta, who had mastered intermediate instant transmission and could teleport freely within this universe. Thus, this so-called Dark Planet posed no challenge for him. Boom! In the next moment, Nappa transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura illuminating the darkness surrounding them. However, the very next second, Nappa's Super Saiyan energy was siphoned away, reverting him back to his base form. What is going on? Naba inquired in astonishment. Naba, there's something in the distance. It has absorbed your Super Saiyan light. Vegeta elucidated. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Naba paused momentarily but replied, what should we do then? If it enjoys consuming, then let it burst from overindulgence, Vegeta retorted disdainfully. Recalling a previous video where another Goku had caused this very beast, Yego, to explode from excess. Without hesitation, Naba transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His golden aura interspersed with electric flames, creating a chaotic atmosphere around him. This dark planet could not withstand such immense energy, though Yego could perhaps consume a bit. His actual combat prowess was lacking. Haha, light how I adore it. Come my belly. The beast, Yego bellowed, attempting to absorb the energy into himself. Haha, consume it all. Let us see if you can withstand the might of Naba. Naba laughed heartily, undeterred, as his energy was still abundant. Before long, Yego could no longer bear it, exclaiming, enough. It's too vast. I cannot consume anymore. Yet, Naba paid him no heed and continued to feed him energy. Due to the presence of light, he finds himself compelled to absorb it. Thus, it is not a matter of desire, but rather an inability to refuse. In the next moment, he explosively bursts apart, evidently overwhelmed. Ah, this is the fate that befalls those who dare to siphon the energy of this esteemed lord. With a dismissive spit, Vegeta tosses him a Senzu bean, recognizing that there is no infinite stamina or energy on that side. Upon receiving it, the warrior consumes the bean with gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, King Vegeta. However, Vegeta ignores him and continues, next opponent, let us go. Damn it, these Saiyans are truly insufferable. Babidi laments, finding himself devoid of capable fighters at this juncture. Master Babidi, allow me to take action. If I intervene directly, Majin Buu can accumulate energy for his resurrection. Dubra suggests. Babidi ponders this carefully. Very well, but proceed with caution, Dubra. Rest assured, Master Babidi, their strength is nothing extraordinary. Dubra replies with a grin as he prepares for the transfer. Chapter 89. The Fall of Dubra in the next instant. Dubra and Vegeta's group find themselves transported to a desolate planet. Huh, is this the grave you have chosen? Raditz chuckles. That little brat was quite arrogant, striking and fleeing, clearly lacking courage. Grave? No, this is the grave I have chosen for you, Dubra retorts with a smirk. The Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito grow anxious, not expecting to confront Dubra directly. This is Dubra, the king of the demon realm, reputed as the realm's mightiest. We will surely perish, Shin declares, clearly doubting Vegeta's team's chances of victory. Seeing Shin's cowardice, Naba becomes irritated. Hey, we haven't even fought yet. How can you be so certain? Exactly, what a joke. This so-called king of the demon realm. I've never even heard of him. We Saiyans are a race of warriors. Raditz chimes in, showing disdain for Dubra's reputation. Very well. I shall step forward, Raditz declares, only to be halted by Goku. No, it is my turn this time, Goku states, cracking his knuckles. Raditz steps back, acknowledging that each warrior should face their own opponent. Indeed, while Dubra is formidable, what does that matter? They are Super Saiyans too, far surpassing the strength of the young Super Saiyan 2 Gohan from the original tale. Dubra, at best, can only match Gohan's level, which is beneath that of the lightning cell. Huh, do you think you can handle this alone? I suggest you all come at me together, Dubra mocks. 1. Is that truly enough to challenge me? Do you truly underestimate my prowess? Goku chuckles, then prepares for combat. In the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Come on, Goku gestured. Dubra instantly vanished from his position and engaged Goku in combat. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing from a distance, wore an expression of intense fury. Once again, he holds back, wasting my time, Vegeta muttered in annoyance. Noticing Vegeta's irritation, Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances and swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, charging forward. Clearly, they intended to conclude this battle. Seeing Dubra evenly matched with Goku, Nappa unleashed a powerful energy blast. What? Dubra exclaimed, astonished by the overwhelming energy emanating from his opponent. Without hesitation, he evaded the attack. However, just as he did, Raditz delivered a powerful kick, sending Dubra tumbling into the river. Hey, Nappa, Raditz, that's my opponent. Why did you interfere? Dubra protested. Humph, Kakarot. Your indecisiveness has made King Vegeta impatient, Nappa retorted. Indeed, Kakarot, you might as well stand aside and watch. Upon finishing their words, Nappa and Raditz gathered a substantial amount of energy, preparing to launch it into the river to obliterate Dubra. Ah, you two sneaky bastards, Dubra yelled. Still recovering in the river, as he spotted two colossal spheres of energy descending from above. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the air. Yet, as he ascended, the crust of this desolate planet shattered, revealing that it would explode in 3 minutes. Ha ha, 3 minutes until detonation. Are you ready to meet your demise? Nappa laughed heartily. They felt emboldened, knowing that Vegeta could transport them away. You two are dead, Dubra roared in fury, unleashing a fiery assault from his mouth against his foes. Observing the flames, Nappa grinned wickedly, opening his mouth wide to release his own energy. The two forces clashed. What? Dubra gasped. He had not anticipated that his most formidable attack would be met with such equal force from Nappa. Was this truly his full power? After all, he was the king of the demon realm. In an instant, he was engulfed by an energy blast, for Raditz had intervened. He combined his energy with Nappa's, completely overwhelming Dubra. Dubra has fallen. Hey, Raditz, I didn't require your assistance. This weakling thought he could match me? Dubra scoffed. Oh, you too. Why hold back? Aren't you concerned about King Vegeta's wrath? Huh, true. I had completely forgotten. I suppose I was a bit too playful. Nappa chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his bald head. Vegeta disregarded their banter, seizing them and using instant transmission to return to Earth. He possessed an intermediate version of instant transmission, capable of unrestricted use within his own universe.